Chapter 622. Power that causes despair. Look, that's the teleportation gate for Hell mode. That's impossible, right? Is Zero Wing actually challenging the Hell mode ruins of the Crow God? Have they lost their minds? I heard that the ruins' final boss is a great lord. It's many times stronger than a high lord-ranked boss. There's no way any of these guilds can beat something so strong. Could Zero Wing's team leader have chosen the wrong difficulty? When everyone outside the ruins of the Crow God saw the pair of pitch-black teleportation gates and the flickering skull behind it, their eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. The final boss of hard mode already made them feel powerless. None of them even humored the thought of raiding Hell mode. Shortly after Shifeng and the others entered the dungeon, the news quickly spread throughout White River City. No one who heard it could bring themselves to believe that it was true. Meanwhile, if one had to point out who was most shocked by the news, then it would be White River City's various large guilds. Now that White River City's long period of development had come to an end, the city contained well over 100 guilds. Meanwhile, as White River City's overlord, Zero Wing constantly received attention from many of these guilds. They actually dare challenge Hell mode even though they still haven't cleared hard mode. I never thought that Black Flame would be so foolhardy. When Feng Xianyang received the latest news regarding Zero Wing, he could not contain his mocking smile. Underworld's information network covered over a dozen kingdoms and multiple empires. As part of Underworld's middle management, Feng Xianyang knew exactly what the Hell mode of a 50-man team dungeon represented: despair. Of all these kingdoms and empires, there were several top-tier large guilds that had already conquered the hard mode of a 50-man team dungeon. Yet, out of all of these guilds, not a single one had managed to defeat the first boss of Hell mode. They had not even managed to drop the boss's HP below 90%. No matter which MT they tried, everyone died from a single hit. It was useless, regardless of how many healers the team had. In the end, these top-tier large guilds had no choice but to give up on raiding the Hell mode of their respective 50-man team dungeons and had to shift their focus to 100-man team dungeons instead. Previously, Zero Wing had only reached the third phase of the Blue Fire Crow King, yet, now, they were actually trying to challenge Hell mode. Even with 3 or 4 Shifengs, they still had no chance. Meanwhile, inside the ruins of the Crow God. Regarding the environment, there were not many differences between the Hell mode and hard mode ruins of the Crow God. Collapsed shrines and towering statues littered the ruins at this moment. However, Fire Dance and the others were extraordinarily tensed. Every one of them wore somber expressions. Haven't you guys fought up to the final boss of this place already? Why are you all so nervous? Shifeng could not help but laugh as he looked at his teammates. He was the only one who had not drawn his weapons, ready to fight at a moment's notice. Team dungeons were different from 6-man party dungeons. Team dungeons only refreshed once every 3 days. It did not make a difference if one cleared normal, hard, or Hell mode. Moreover, in team dungeons, bosses and monsters would not respawn even if the team decided to change difficulties midway. Teams would not be able to kill bosses that they had already defeated. Depending on which boss a team fought up to, they would simply continue from the same boss after switching difficulties. Only, the strength of the remaining monsters and bosses would change according to the new difficulty. There was a difference between the team dungeons in God's Domain and those in other virtual reality games. Unlike other virtual reality games, the difficulty setting of team dungeons could only be increased, not decreased. In other words, if a team raided hard mode and defeated the first boss, but failed to defeat the second boss, they were not allowed to lower the difficulty to normal mode to continue raiding the dungeon from there. If they wished to change the difficulty of the dungeon, they could only raise it to Hell mode. Previously, Fire Dance and the others had fought up to the final boss. Now that they had selected Hell mode difficulty, the path to the final boss was quite safe. Everyone felt a little embarrassed when they heard Shifeng's questions. They had an instinctive fear of Hell mode. Alright, let's take a look at the Blue Fire Crow King, Shifeng said, laughing. Fire Dance then led the way towards the final boss's nest. Meanwhile, as Shifeng followed, he called up the system interface. He was currently level 34 and was already far above the maximum level limit, level 30, to obtain the dungeon's first clear. He needed to reduce his level. Moreover, the Hell mode Blue Fire Crow King was not a trivial opponent. Even if he had 4 additional levels of attributes, it would not make a huge difference. Converting those levels and attributes into combat power would be far more beneficial. Shifeng selected his skill window and clicked on Flame Burst. He leveled up the skill without hesitation at level 9. Flame Burst was already an impressively domineering skill. After the Flame Burst icon flashed a few times, the skill upgraded to Tier 1, Level 5. The skill's stats increased significantly as well. Flame Burst. Tier 1, Level 5, requires 480 million EXP to upgrade to Tier 1 Level 6 skill. Channeling time. 1 second. Gathers the power of flames to a single point and causes 900% damage to the target attack count. 15 times. Cooldown. 3 minutes. Originally, the level 9 flame burst had an attack count of 12, and every attack dealt 750% of Shifeng's damage. Now, not only did the attack count increase by 3, but the damage each hit dealt also increased significantly. The Tier 1, Level 5 flame burst's damage far surpassed the level 9 flame burst at the same time. However, Shifeng's level fell rapidly. In the blink of an eye, he dropped to level 30, which was in line with the requirement of obtaining first clear of the dungeon as expected of a super skill. If I want to upgrade Flame Burst further, I'll have to wait until I am level 40 at the very least. Shifeng inwardly calculated Flame Burst required 480 million EXP just to reach the next level. With Shifeng's current level, if he upgraded Flame Burst to Tier 1, level 6, he would most likely drop to level 25. Any other player would most likely lose many more levels. Shifeng's saving grace was his class's high EXP requirement. However, upgrading Flame Burst to Tier 1, level 5 at the cost of 4 levels was still a worthwhile exchange. With this skill alone, Shifeng was confident of heavily injuring even a full HP Lord in the future. He would have a much easier time killing Lord-ranked monsters half an hour later. Shifeng and the others arrived before the Crow God's shrine, the Blue Fire Crow King's nest. It's huge. Blackie gaped as he gazed at the Blue Fire Crow King in the distance in hard mode. The Blue Fire Crow King was roughly 30 meters tall. That was already an intimidating size. Now, however, the Blue Fire Crow King before them stood over 50 meters high. The hard mode Blue Fire Crow King was a child compared to the hell mode Blue Fire Crow King. Blue Fire Crow King, Great Lord. Level 30. HP 27, 000, 000/27, 000. How are we supposed to fight that? Its HP alone is already more than double that of the High Lord-ranked Blue Fire Crow King. Kola gulped, his prior enthusiasm dissipating, although they were now capable of activating the power of darkness and increasing their basic attributes by 30% for 10 minutes. The Blue Fire Crow King's attributes had increased by more than 30%. The gap between them now was even wider than before. Fire Dance frowned. Even she was not confident of taking down such a powerful boss leader. Are we still going to fight it? Aqua Rose asked as she turned to Shifeng. Initially, due to Shifeng's leadership, everyone had possessed a shred of confidence of conquering the hell mode ruins of the Crow God. However, they had terribly underestimated the horrors of hell mode. Even with Shifeng, it was impossible for them to defeat such a powerful boss fight. Why wouldn't we? What else do you think we came here to do? Shifeng rolled his eyes at his team. This was not the first time Shifeng had experienced the horrors of hell mode. Even if Shifeng went all out, he would require a long time to finish off the Crow King's 27 million HP. Not to mention, the Crow King would also recover 1% of its HP every 5 seconds. The Great Lord's battle recovery alone made for a frightening weapon. This was why an individual's power was extremely limited inside a team dungeon. Even though Shifeng was capable of withstanding the Crow King's attacks for a short period, he and his team could not deplete that much HP within such a short time. Of course, since he dared to come here, he naturally had a certain degree of confidence of emerging victorious. Otherwise, he would not have chosen to challenge hell mode. Time to put you to good use. Shifeng opened his bag and smiled at the Bible of Darkness. Chapter 623. Tier 2 Strengthening. Looking at Shifeng, who was brimming with confidence, everyone's heavy hearts grew lighter. Although the Great Lord-ranked Blue Fire Crow King was powerful, they still had a fighting chance against it. After all, dungeons were meant to be raided by players. They just had not figured out a proper raiding strategy yet. In the next moment, Shifeng retrieved the Bible of Darkness from his bag and began to chant the incantation recorded within. Emerge, Demon Gate. With Shifeng's light shout, the dark mist in the sky congregated to form a pair of dark gray gates. However, unlike the Demon Gate Charlene had summoned, Shifeng's was far weaker. Not only was the size of the Demon Gate much smaller, but the aura it radiated was also ordinary. It lacked the ability to instill fear in others. Although the Demon Gate he summoned was significantly smaller, Shifeng did not particularly mind it. However, to Fire Dance and the others, who were seeing these gates for the first time, their expressions grew serious as their gazes locked onto the Demon Gate. As the Demon Gate slowly opened, everyone felt a sense of panic. A moment later, a purple demon, double the height of an average player, stepped out from the Demon Gate. When this purple evil spirit swept its eyes across the crowd before it, Fire Dance and the others instinctively raised their weapons, expecting a fight. There is no need to worry. This is a demon that I've summoned. Feng waved his hand, signaling for the others to calm down. It seems that my luck is quite good this time. It is actually a Heart Devourer, a Tier 2 evil spirit. Heart Devourer, evil spirit. Level 35. HP 1, 200, 000/1, 200, 000. A Tier 2 evil spirit was the equivalent of a Lord-ranked monster. Although it did not possess as much HP as a Lord of the same level, in terms of skills and intelligence, it was superior. It would be a massive help in a team dungeon. Although players could bring their personal guards to a dungeon, Kite's current level was too high. Moreover, in the off chance that Kite died, it would be extremely troublesome to revive him. Most importantly, personal guards took up dungeon slot. Hence, it was not worthwhile to bring a personal guard. However, Feng would not have to worry about such matters if he summoned a demon. Moreover, every demon possessed many skills and was proficient in a specific field. Take the Heart Devourer for example. It was proficient as support. Not only was it capable of weakening its enemies, but it was also capable of enhancing its allies' strength, which was why Feng was satisfied with his luck. A Tier 2 demon. Aqua Rose stared at the Heart Devourer in shock. There were plenty of summoning skills in God's domain. For example, the Summoner was a class that specialized in summoning creatures. However, even a Tier 1 summoner would find it very difficult to summon a Tier 1 creature. The majority of the current summoner players could only summon Tier 0 creatures to fight for them. If Tier 1 summoners already found it difficult to summon Tier 1 creatures, there was no need to mention Tier 2 creatures. That was practically a Lord-ranked monster. The summoned creature would be able to move unhindered among the current players of God's domain. It could even display unimaginable strength in current dungeons. Alright, everyone get into positions. Maintain a distance of 10 yards between each other. Fight the Blue Fire Crow King as you would the hard mode boss. Feng immediately began to issue commands, not wanting to waste any more time. In the past, Feng had raided the Hell mode ruins of the Crow God so often that he found it tiresome. Only at that time, he had conquered the dungeon by relying on level suppression. Every one of his team members had been above level 40. The equipment they wore had also been secret silver rank or higher. There were not many differences between the Hell mode and hard mode ruins of the Crow God. Only, the basic attributes and skills of the monsters had been greatly enhanced. The dungeon's bosses had not received any additional skills, and no new traps had been added into the dungeon. The ruins of the Crow God could be considered to be a large-scale team dungeon of intermediate difficulty. Heart Devourer, support spells. Feng commanded the demon once everyone was in position. Nodding, the Heart Devourer began drawing line after line of runes in the air with its sharp claws. Tier 2 spell. Iron Wall Reinforcement. Tier 2 spell. Blood Radiance. Tier 2 spell. Magic Power Increase. Tier 2 spell. Mad Cow's Power. The Heart Devourer's Tier 2 spell significantly increased the strength of the entire team. It was especially true for Cola's defense and HP. Not only had his defense doubled, but his HP also increased by 60%. Cola's HP was now over 16,000. As for Yi Wumian, the second-ranking MT on the team, his HP was also close to reaching 15,000 due to the significant increase in defense, HP, and strength. It was no longer possible for the Great Lord-ranked Blue Fire Crow King to kill them with a single hit. Damn, having Tier 2 support spells is just too awesome. Blackie grew excited as he discovered that the magic damage he dealt and healing effects he received had increased by 20%. With this, the team's damage and healing rose to a whole new level. Everyone finally understood why Feng wanted to challenge Hell mode. With the assistance of these Tier 2 spells, it would be child's play to fight the hard mode Blue Fire Crow King attack. Feng shouted as he unsheathed the Abyssal Blade. Cola and Yi Wumian immediately took the lead and charged towards the Great Lord. When there was still a distance of 150 yards between the two MTs and the Blue Fire Crow King, the Great Lord noticed Cola and Yi Wumian caw. The Crow King's cry echoed throughout the shrine. It flapped its wings, sending black feathers, which were as large as the players themselves, flying at the two MTs. The densely packed feathers descended on the two MTs like raindrops, giving them no opportunity to dodge the attacks. Immediately, Cola and Yi Wumian both raised their shields to defend against the attacks. These feathers deal a lot of damage. Cola stated, aghast. In hard mode, the Crow King's feather attack only dealt around -200 to -300 damage per feather. However, due to the high number of feathers, Cola would receive more than -1000 damage per second, so the overall damage was relatively high. However, the Great Lord ranked Blue Fire Crow King's feathers each dealt nearly -400 damage, and this was after his defense had doubled. If he did not have the assistance of the Heart Devourer's Tier 2 spells, he would most likely have received around -800 damage from each feather. When Cola and Yi Wumian were still 50 yards from the Blue Fire Crow King, the Great Lord halted its feather attack. It then condensed a ball of blue fire in its mouth, launching it at the Guardian Knight Cola and the Shield Warrior Yi Wumian. Cola and Yi Wumian had long since familiarized themselves with dodging these flames. Immediately, they both threw themselves to the ground, dodging the blue flames and taking the opportunity to charge at the Great Lord's shield bash. -1, 042 Violent Strike. -895 Cola and Yi Wumian sucked in a mouthful of cold air. Crap. Why is its defense so strong? Cola's eyes widened in shock when he saw the damage he had caused after being strengthened by Mad Cow's power. His strength increased by 15%. His damage should have significantly increased as well. If he were facing the High Lord-ranked Blue Fire Crow King, his damage would have easily surpassed -1500 points, yet now, his attack had only dealt slightly over -1000 damage. While Cola was still in a daze, the Blue Fire Crow King flapped its wings and slapped them at Cola. Reacting quickly, Cola raised his shield to protect himself. Boom. The impact drove Cola knee-deep into the ground. A damage of over -4000 appeared above his head. Why is the Great Lord-ranked Crow King so powerful? Every member of the team was stunned by this scene. If Cola had received the Crow King's attack with his body rather than his shield, he would have most likely died. Moreover, if he had not received the buff to his defense, he would have received over -8000 damage, even if he had blocked the attack with his shield. Shurfeng was not surprised. Without the assistance of Tier 2 support spells, Cola would have had to activate the power of darkness to withstand the Great Lord's attacks. Otherwise, the boss would kill him very easily. However, due to the Heart Devourer, this battle became a lot easier. Your turn. Shurfeng commanded the Heart Devourer once more. Having prepared for this moment, the Heart Devourer pointed its finger at the sky. Suddenly, a 7-star magic array appeared on the Blue Fire Crow King's body. Tier 2 spell, Judgment of the 7 Stars. Immediately, the Blue Fire Crow King released a pained cry. Chapter 624. Difference in Strength. The 7-star magic array suppressed the Blue Fire Crow King. The Crow King struggled as if it were trapped inside a swamp, its mobility declining sharply as a result. The Crow King's massive wings, which originally descended towards Cola, slowed significantly as well. Such a powerful spell. Cola took the opportunity to roll out of the way, easily dodging the Great Lord's wing attack as the team's lead MT. If Cola could dodge the boss's attacks, it would reduce the burden on the team's healers. Moreover, the healers would not have to run the risk of attracting the boss's attention due to healing too much. Good. Everyone, attack. Shurfeng nodded as he ordered the team's damage dealers to begin their assault. The Tier 2 spell, Judgment of the 7 Stars, was not an attack-type spell. Instead, it placed a powerful binding on a single target. The spell's effects would even affect a Great Lord. With the Heart Devourer's Judgment of the 7 Stars, both the melee and ranged damage dealers could attack the boss safely. This was particularly helpful to Fire Dance and Flying Shadow, as the high damage they dealt drew the Crow King's aggro. With the boss's restricted movements, they could dodge its attacks easily, not having to worry about pulling aggro at all. This was just like the time Blue Frost's team had used the Demon Sealing Barrier on the Great Lord Noya. However, even though the Demon Sealing Barrier's restraining effects were far more powerful than the Judgment of the 7 Stars, players could not maintain the barrier for too long due to a lack of mana. On the other hand, there was no need to worry about such problems when it came to the Judgment of the 7 Stars. The Heart Devourer was a Tier 2 evil spirit. It possessed an abundance of mana, more than a dozen times that of a player of the same level. Hence, the evil spirit could maintain the Tier 2 spell for a very long time, long enough to last until the end of the battle. Moreover, the team would not have to sacrifice any combat power by using the Judgment of the 7 Stars. They were not required to partition a portion of the team to maintain the magic array. Hence, the overall effect of the Judgment of the 7 Stars was much stronger than the Demon Sealing Barrier. The Bible of Darkness really is impressive. It is no wonder why Fantasy Extinguisher had been able to lead his team into large-scale team dungeons, one after another, in the past. Shurfeng was extremely satisfied with the Bible of Darkness. Ordinary fragmented legendary items could not compare it at all, following which, Shurfeng joined in the attack on the boss as well. No matter what was said or done, the Blue Fire Crow King was a Great Lord. Although various spells buffed their team, Everyone's total damage was still considerably low currently. The team's number 1 DPS was Fire Dance. Each of the female assassins' normal attacks dealt roughly -900 damage. She could inflict over -2000 damage if she used her skills. Even when she used Absolute Strike, the most powerful burst skill available to a Tier 1 assassin, she only managed to deal around -5000 damage to the Great Lord. As for everyone else, the majority of their normal attacks only dealt around -600 to -700 damage. They were only able to deal more than -1000 damage if they used skills, and very few among them could deal more than -2000 damage to the Blue Fire Crow King, which had 27 million HP. That damage was practically negligible thanks to its battle recovery. The Blue Fire Crow King could recover up to 270,000 HP every 5 seconds. It was the equivalent of recovering 54,000 HP every second. The Crow King's battle recovery alone negated most of the damage everyone dealt. Moreover, this was a battle inside a dungeon, not a shooting range where one could stand still and attack freely. Everyone had to focus attention on dodging the Crow King's attacks, so it was impossible for them to attack constantly. In other words, if their damage output was insufficient, it was impossible for them to kill the Blue Fire Crow King. Rather, the Great Lord would exhaust them to death first. Shifeng then activated Windwalk and circled to the Crow King's side. After activating the aura of Fire, Purgatory Power, Phantom Kill, and 9 Dragon Slash, Shifeng began his assault on the Great Lord. As the Crow King's mobility was restricted, it could not avoid Shifeng's attacks. Every one of Shifeng's normal attack dealt over -1500 damage or -3000 damage with a critical hit. Due to the Abyssal Blade, he had a 50% chance of achieving a critical hit. The Abyssal Blade also increased the damage he dealt with each successful hit. After landing his 10th attack, his subsequent normal attacks began dealing over -1800 damage, over -3600 damage if it were a critical. As for his doppelganger, although it only possessed 70% of Shifeng's attributes, it had activated Blade Liberation, increasing its strength and agility by 90%. The damage the doppelganger currently dealt was actually higher than Shifeng's. Each of its normal attacks dealt over -2400 damage, while its critical hits deal nearly -5000 damage. The doppelganger's attack speed was also slightly faster than Shifeng. Shifeng's normal attack damage was already several times higher than Fire Dance's, not to mention his skill's Double Chop. -11420, -15, 432 Double Thunderflame Explosion. -14266, -20, 164 damages of over -10,000 appeared above the Blue Fire Crow King's head, one after another, the Great Lord repeatedly crying out in pain as its HP bar decreased. Everyone's jaws hit the floor when they saw these damages. Guild Leader, are you cheating? Guild Leader, you're not giving us a chance. Everyone's eyes twitched every time they saw Shifeng's attacks deal over -10,000 damage. It would have been fine if that was the only issue, but there were also the occasional -20,000, or even -30,000 hits. Shifeng's damage was over a dozen times higher than theirs. Their attacks were on entirely different levels originally. Everyone had already treated Fire Dance as if she were a monster, as every time they raided a dungeon, Fire Dance's total damage always ranked at the top of the team. Moreover, her total damage was over 50% higher than the second place. Yet, what about Shifeng? Despite having only attacked for a short time, his damage had already surpassed Fire Dance by more than 8 times. His damage was the equivalent of half the team's total damage. None of them understood how Shifeng had achieved such a feat. Guild Leader, can't you give us some tips on how to increase our damage? Blackie felt as if this were the first time he had ever met Shifeng. Shifeng's damage simply defied common sense. Suddenly, Shifeng was the center of attention. It's simple. Increase your skill completion rates, Shifeng said. He could not help but laugh at everyone's serious expressions. His skill completion rate hovered around 95%. So he could increase his skill's effects by an additional 50% or so. In addition to the various powerful items he wore, his damage would naturally be greatly superior to the members of Zero Wing's main force. Guild Leader, how high is your skill completion rate? Aqua Rose asked curiously. She knew full well that Shifeng's skill completion rate was very high. However, her skill completion rate was not low, either. After a period of arduous training, she had managed to maintain it between 83% to 85%. Throughout White River City, this completion rate was definitely considered top tier. As for Fire Dance and Violet Cloud, they maintained a stable 85%-95%. Shifeng stated straightforwardly 95%. Everyone inhaled sharply after the third evolution of God's domain. All players had discovered the importance of skill completion rate. Hence, they had all begun to train in order to improve. However, even raising it by 1% was extremely difficult. It was especially true after reaching the 80% threshold yet. Shifeng had actually reached 95%, which was 10% higher than Fire Dance, the most powerful player in Zero Wing's main force. They all understood that at 85% completion rate, one would display 100% of a skill's effect. Meanwhile, every increment of 1% afterward would increase the effect significantly. It was simply inconceivable how high the skill's effect would be at 95% completion rate originally. None of them had any idea of Shifeng's strength. Now, however, they fully understood just how powerful their guild leader was. 95%. Fire Dance was similarly shocked. Looking at Shifeng, she inwardly swore, "I will reach 95% as well." Is this the guild leader's strength? Shadow Sword's eyes glowed. This was the first time he felt that his decision to join Zero Wing had been the right one. In truth, Shadow Sword wasn't the only one who had such thoughts. Every team member was suddenly enthusiastic, thinking the same thing for a time. Everyone's reverence and admiration towards Shifeng rose to a whole new level. They all dreamed of the day when they would reach Shifeng's standard time. Quickly passed. Due to Shifeng's stimulation, everyone became even more serious about experimenting to increase their skill completion rates. The Blue Fire Crow King's HP continuously decreased. 98%, 96%, 90%. In just a few short minutes, the Crow King's HP dropped to 70%. Releasing an angry cry, the Blue Fire Crow King soared into the air. "Everyone, take caution. The boss has entered its third phase," Shifeng warned. Chapter 625. Team's First Clear. After the judgment of the 7 stars suppressed the Blue Fire Crow King, the blue flames it spewed posed no threat to anyone. In addition, Shifeng would always give a timely reminder before the boss released its flames and... Until now, the Crow King's flames had not struck a single player. However, when the Blue Fire Crow King entered its third phase, the battle truly began. They had all fought the Blue Fire Crow King dozens of times now, but they always wiped at the boss's third phase. Hence, now that the Blue Fire Crow King entered this particular phase, they grew anxious. If they were facing the hard mode Blue Fire Crow King, they would not be worried at all. After all, their team's current combat power had reached a whole new level compared their last attempt. It would be child's play for them to conquer hard mode. However, they were currently in the hell mode ruins of the Crow God. The Blue Fire Crow King's skills would be far more powerful than before. After the Crow King released an angry cry, 18 Blue Fire Crows descended from the sky. Not only had the hell mode Blue Fire Crow King entered its third phase at 70% HP, but the Blue Fire Crows it summoned also started out at chieftain rank right off the bat. In hard mode, the Blue Fire Crows only started out as special elites. Every member of the main force was capable of soloing one on their own. However, chieftains were different. There were less than 10 players on the team capable of soloing chieftain. Moreover, the chieftain-ranked Blue Fire Crows of hell mode each had 900,000 HP, 200,000 more than hard mode. This raised the burden on the team's DPS to devastating levels. The Blue Fire Crows activated their growth skill once every 2 minutes. In other words, if they did not die in 2 minutes, they would become lords. At that time they would be far more difficult to deal with. However, the 18 chieftain-ranked Blue Fire Crows had a total of 16,200,000 HP. This boss is bullshit. Blackie's expression turned grim. If this were hard mode, the Stars of Light skill he had saved would still be of some help. However, against chieftains with 900,000 HP, even Stars of Light would not do much against them. Everyone, activate the power of darkness. Hearing Shifeng's command, everyone did as he said, their basic attributes increasing by 30% as the lead MT. Cola's HP instantly soared to slightly over 20,000. The shield warrior Yi Wumian's HP had also increased to more than 19,000. Both of their damages and reaction speeds had also improved. Turtle Dove, pull the Blue Fire Crow's aggro. All mages, get ready to cast your AoE skills on my command, Shifeng said unhurriedly. Immediately, Turtle Dove, a guardian knight with over 17,000 HP, charged into the group of Blue Fire Crows and activated Iron Will. All 18 Blue Fire Crows were caught within the skill's range and were forced to focus on Turtle Dove, following which, Turtle Dove activated Protection Blessing. The Tier 1 Protection Blessing could reduce its target's damage taken by 70%, 20% more than the Tier 0 version of the skill. The skill's duration was also slightly longer, lasting up to 20 seconds. However, the chieftain-ranked Blue Fire Crows were no trivial matter. Every one of their beak attacks dealt nearly -500 damage to Turtledove. Fortunately, although Turtledove had aggroed all 18 chieftains, only 6 could attack her at a single time. In other words, the Guardian Knight took nearly -3,000 damage with each wave of attacks. To Turtledove, who had over 17,000 HP, this damage was no threat, following which, Turtledove received one heal after another, each heal recovering 1 or 2,000 HP for the Guardian Knight. The healers could easily stabilize Turtledove's HP, however. Protection Blessing only lasted for 20 seconds. Once the buff expired, she could not endure the simultaneous attack of 6 blue fire crows. Good. Shifeng smiled. After finding a good location, he activated Sky Wheel Sword. As golden divine swords rained down from the sky, the 18 blue fire crows were immediately trapped within the skill's effective area immediately. Damages of over -4,000 points appeared above the crows' heads. Of course, Turtledove, who stood in the center of this onslaught, received damage from Sky Wheel Sword as well. This was why AoE skills were not suited for dungeons. However, thanks to Protection Blessing and Iron Will, the Guardian Knight only received slightly more than -700 damage from Shifeng's attack. However, Shifeng was far from satisfied. Blackie cast Guardian of Light on Turtledove. Shifeng said Guardian of Light was one of Mavis's guard's additional skills. When cast, the target of the skill would become immune to all magic damage. The physical damage they received would also reduce by 80%, and they would recover 5% HP every second for 20 seconds. It was definitely a super life-saving skill. When Blackie waved his staff, a golden glow wrapped around Turtledove's body. Once she received the proper buffs, Shifeng no longer held back as he activated Heavenly Dragon's power. After his strength increased by 100%, he activated the Aura of Fire skill, Firestorm. Just before the roaring flames devoured Turtledove, Shifeng switched the Aura of Fire to the Aura of Water, casting Life Bloom on her. Due to the Aura of Water increasing healing effects by 100%, Turtledove could recover up to 60% of her HP every second for 40 seconds. With Turtledove's HP, she was practically immortal for the moment. Although Firestorm dealt over -40,000 damage to the blue fire crows every second, the spell was ineffective against Turtledove as she was immune to all magic damage. Moreover, she had Life Bloom, which recovered over 10,000 HP for her every second, the healer's attention, and the cleric's truth shield. As a result, the damage the blue fire crows dealt was not even a scratch to her. Even if she stood still and did nothing, her life would not be in any danger. Everyone was immediately stupefied watching the female Guardian Knight Turtledove fight the many blue fire crows amidst the raging inferno. It seemed as if these destructive flames were no different than a breeze, safe and harmless. The more Turtledove fought, the more valiant she became. At this moment, she seemed like a goddess of war and fire, demanding reverence. Everyone, use your AoE skills. Shifeng commanded. A moment later, the team's mages cast their AoE skills. Although they were not as powerful as large-scale destruction spells, these AoE skills still dealt several thousand damage to the blue fire crows. Among them, Blackie's Stars of Light caused massive amounts of damage to the chieftains. The first wave alone dealt over -4,000 damage to each crow. The damage of every subsequent wave increased by 10%, lasting for a total of 15 seconds. Shifeng also looked for opportunities to use Dragon Breath, Thundering Flame, Flame God's Fury, Earth Splitter, Thunderflame Explosion, and other AoE skills. 15 seconds later, the blue fire crows were in a half-crippled state, possessing less than 5% of their total HPs. A few unlucky blue fire crows that had received one too many critical hits had even died during these past 15 seconds. Of the 18 blue fire crows that had been summoned, only 11 remained. Shifeng's figure then swayed slightly as he sent several more strikes at these blue fire crows. Adding in the team's damage, they dealt with the remaining 11 blue fire crows in less than 10 seconds. Once the blue fire crows had been annihilated, it became much easier to deal with the blue fire crow king. Moreover, now that Shifeng had activated Heavenly Dragon's power, his damage against the Great Lord doubled within 3 minutes. The blue fire crow king only had slightly more than 1 million HP remaining. It's finally here. Shifeng smiled calmly. The blue fire crow king had a total of 4 phases. Everyone had thought that the most difficult phase was the 3rd phase. However, what everyone did not know was that the Crow King used its true trump card during its 4th phase. The Blue Fire Crow King would only enter its 4th phase when its HP fell below 1 million. That was also when the entire raiding team would be the most tired and relaxed. It would be at this moment that the Crow King would transform into a living inferno and become a fire crow. During this phase, any enemies within 50 yards would receive -1,000 damage every second. However, that was only in the case of hard mode. In hell mode, Players received minus 1,600 damage every second. If the raiding team could not deal 1 million damage to the Blue Fire Crow King before every member died, they would team wipe. In the past, countless teams had repeatedly died at the fourth phase and had been unable to clear the dungeon, all because they had lacked a true ultimate skill. Just as the Blue Fire Crow King's HP was about to fall below the 1 million threshold, Shifeng activated Blade Liberation, increasing both his strength and agility by 90%. He then activated Silent Steps and appeared behind the Blue Fire Crow King, and both his body and the Abyssal Blade began to release a brilliant glow. Divine Providence. Flame Burst. Slash after slash struck the Blue Fire Crow King's back. 122, 154. Minus 61,846. Minus 122,454. After 15 consecutive strikes, the Blue Fire Crow King's HP, which had been slightly over 1 million a moment ago, bottomed out. The Crow King released a sorrowful cry before falling heavily to the ground. Chapter 626. Famous. Inside the ruins of the Crow God. A handsome young man in white robes commanded his team as they attacked the Blue Fire Crow King. This cleric drew runes in midair without rest, using one healing spell after another. Moreover, these spells weren't ordinary spells. Rather, they were Tier 1 healing spells. Yet, his casting speed was the same as when others cast Tier 0 healing spells. All the while doing so, he wore a relaxed expression. His actions were seemingly effortless. In the blink of an eye, the team's low HP MT recovered to full health. This youth was none other than the commander of Heaven's Burial's main force. Flame Blood, just 3% HP to go. Raise the damage output. Flame Blood shouted sternly. Currently, less than half of the original team of 50 remained, the Blue Fire Crow King's flames having burned every one of them to death. Losing 1,000 HP every second was simply too much. Even Flame Blood, one of the virtual gaming world's top 10 newcomers, could only focus on keeping the team's lead MT and himself alive. At best, he could cast instantaneous healing spells on some of the team's main DPS. Though the effects were very weak after the Blue Fire Crow King had entered its fourth phase, it had entered its berserk state. Not only had its attack speed increased, but its attack range had also improved. Some of the team members who could not dodge its attacks in time died instantly despite the Blue Fire Crow King having only 3% of its HP remaining. To the surviving members of the team, it felt like an iron fortress that they could not break through no matter what they tried. Heaven's Burial wasn't the only one in such a situation. At this moment, Overwhelming Smile was also struggling. Overwhelming Smile was having a slightly easier time of it. Though the Blue Fire Crow King they faced still had 4% of its HP remaining, they had more than 40 members still alive. The few deaths had simply been due to bad luck, and they had failed to escape the High Lord's attack range in time. Sure enough, it's not that easy to obtain the first clear of a 50-man team dungeon. War Wolf dodged the Blue Fire Crow King's attacks to the best of his ability by relying on Omnivision, the technique he was extremely proficient with. Although he could not dodge all of the High Lord's attacks, he was still capable of evading 1/3 of them. This greatly reduced the burden on the healers, leaving them with plenty of excess power to heal the other members of the team, keeping as many as possible alive. If not for a powerful lead MT like War Wolf masterfully redirecting the Crow King's attacks, it would have been impossible for so many members of the team to have survived until now. However, even so, this was the third time Overwhelming Smile had challenged the hard mode Blue Fire Crow King's fourth phase. The Blue Fire Crow King's HP gradually decreased 3%. 2%. 1%. White River City Region System Announcement. Congratulations to Zero Wing for becoming the first team to conquer the Hell mode of Ruins of the Crow God. All players on the team will be rewarded with 2 million EXP, 50 silver, 80 White River City reputation points, and 20 Star Moon Kingdom reputation points. Star Moon Kingdom Region System Announcement. Congratulations to Zero Wing for becoming the first team to conquer the Hell mode of Ruins of the Crow God. All players on the team will be rewarded with 3 million EXP, 3 Tier 2 gemstones of random attributes, 100 White River City reputation points, and 50 Star Moon Kingdom reputation points. God's Domain Southern Continent System Announcement. Congratulations to Zero Wing for becoming the first team to conquer the Hell mode of Ruins of the Crow God. All players on the team will be rewarded with 5 million EXP, 1 Tier 3 gemstone of random attributes, 80 Star Moon Kingdom reputation points, and 5 Humanity reputation points. The system announcement echoed in everyone's ears 3 times. How is this possible? Both Overwhelming Smiles and Heaven's Burial's teams were shocked speechless. The hard mode ruins of the Crow God had already caused them brutal headaches. Yet, just as they were a thread away from success, Zero Wing snatched the lead and cleared the hell mode ruins of the Crow God. However, although they were shocked, none of them stopped what they were doing. Only they were no longer as motivated as they attacked the Blue Fire Crow King. A moment later, the High Lord-ranked Blue Fire Crow King fell at Warwolf's feet. At that moment, the system announcement rang out once more. White River City Region System Announcement. Congratulations to Overwhelming Smile for becoming the first team to conquer the hard mode of Ruins of the Crow God. All players on the team will be rewarded with 1 million EXP, 20 silver, 30 White River City reputation points, and 10 Star Moon Kingdom reputation points. Star Moon Kingdom Region System Announcement. Congratulations to Overwhelming Smile for becoming the first team to conquer the hard mode of Ruins of the Crow God. All players on the team will be rewarded with 2 million EXP, 1 Tier 2 gemstones of random attributes, 50 White River City reputation points, and 20 Star Moon Kingdom reputation points. Compared to the previous system announcement, however, this announcement was meaningless. Zero Wing had already cleared Hell mode. On the other hand, Overwhelming Smile had only managed to clear Hard mode. Rather than gaining glory, Overwhelming Smile had become a laughingstock. One could clearly see the gap between the two guilds. However, this gap was not due to Overwhelming Smile's weakness. Zero Wing was just too powerful. In the end, we still lost. A bitter smile appeared on Warwolf's pale face. Before this, he had received news stating that Black Flame had led Zero Wing's main force into the Hell mode ruins of the Crow God. Although he felt that there was a possibility that Zero Wing would conquer Hell mode, he had never expected that they would clear it so quickly. On Heaven's Burial side, the guild's main force also defeated the Blue Fire Crow King. Sure enough, Zero Wing is not White River City's overlord for nothing. However, Heaven's Burial will not let this rest. Sooner or later, we will catch up to them. Fighting spirit filled Flame Blood's eyes. That is only a matter of course. It has been a long time since I've encountered such an opponent. It seems that Black Flame is quite formidable. The assassin with flowing straight hair beside Flame Blood was similarly enthusiastic. However, there was an undetectable coldness hidden in his gaze. He seemed like a beast that had just found new prey. Glancing at the assassin youth beside him, Flame Blood laughed and said humorously, "It seems that Black Flame is in for a tragedy." He actually attracted the attention of the famous Ghost Shadow. Heaven's Burial's future development in White River City will progress much more smoothly. Although I wish to exchange a few moves with him, I am still too weak. Once I complete my quest, I can definitely test Black Flame's skills. Ghost Shadow shook his head in response to Flame Blood's words. He then sheathed his pair of pitch-black short swords and took out a return scroll. He was not the slightest bit interested in the Blue Fire Flame King's loot. Compared to Heaven's Burial and Overwhelming Smile's shock, all of White River City, no, all of Star Moon Kingdom was in an uproar. Throughout God's domain, many teams had already obtained the first clear of a 50-man team dungeon. However, that was only limited to 50-man hard mode team dungeons. No one in the surrounding dozen or so kingdoms or several empires had managed to clear Hell mode. A newly established guild like Zero Wing stole this glory. It was simply inconceivable. For a time, Zero Wing's reputation soared to new heights. Previously, Zero Wing's success in fending off the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's assault had attracted the attention of over a dozen kingdoms and empires. However, Zero Wing had only been protecting themselves. Moreover, they had relied on the strength of NPC guards rather than their own members. There was no need to grow wary of Zero Wing. Now, however, things had changed completely. Claiming the first clear of a 50-man Hell mode team dungeon showed that the guild's overall strength should not be underestimated. Zero Wing. Phoenix Rain could not help but smile upon hearing the system notification. It seems that I have underestimated Black Flame's abilities. Fragrance, prepare to head to White River City. Miss, why are we going to White River City? Pantheon's guild leader will arrive shortly, the pretty woman named Pure Fragrance asked. Confused, we are going to meet that mysterious Black Flame, of course. Phoenix Rain laughed. Black Flame? Pure Fragrance could not help her curiosity. Who was Black Flame? Could he possibly compare to the guild leader of the Super Guild Pantheon? Chapter 627. Divine Blue Fire Shield. As the outside world reacted to Zero Wing's achievement, Shifeng busied himself with arranging the Blue Fire Crow King's loot system. Hell mode ruins of the Crow God has been cleared for the first time. Loot increased by 100%. Divine Providence would already increase the loot from the Blue Fire Crow King. Now that the loot had doubled, items covered the ground. With a single glance, one could count more than 30 items, though the majority consisted of various rare materials. Is this the loot of a large-scale Hell Mode team dungeon? Blackie's eyes shone with wonder as his jaw hit the ground. Although Shifeng had yet to appraise the dropped items, based on their majestic appearances and magical rune engravings, it was obvious that the weapons and equipment that had dropped were anything but ordinary. Secret silver items couldn't even compare to these. Moreover, the Blue Fire Crow King was a level 30 Great Lord, so everything it dropped would be level 30. To the team members who still wore level 25 equipment, this was a massive haul. Zero Wing had quite a few level 30 items now. After all, as the members of the guild's main force were mostly level 29 or level 30, they could raid level 30, 6-man party dungeons, 10-man team dungeons, and even 20-man team dungeons. Only, the quality and attributes of the equipment they obtained was not particularly good. Most were bronze or mysterious iron rank, and very little of their loot was secret silver rank or above. Every increase in 5 levels for equipment was the equivalent of a single increase in quality rank. If one could equip a piece of level 30 fine gold equipment, it would be the equivalent of equipping a piece of level 25 dark gold equipment. If they equipped a piece of level 30 dark gold equipment, that was the equivalent of wearing a level 25 item with attributes that were extremely close to epic rank. Currently, most of the top-tier weapons and equipment the various large guilds possessed was level 25 fine gold rank. Very few had any dark gold items. In addition, there were also level 30 secret silver rank and extremely few fine gold items. If Zero Wing had level 30 dark gold equipment, it would be considered the best equipment beneath epic equipment and tier 1 set equipment. Although combat techniques were important, a player's basic attributes were equally so. Meanwhile, not only had their team just defeated a level 30 Great Lord, but its drop rate had also increased by 100%. It was natural for the boss to drop a few level 30 dark gold equipment after picking up all of the loot. Shifeng began appraising the weapons and equipment. Meanwhile, Aqua Rose began distributing the guild contribution points for successfully raiding the dungeon. All raid members would get priority to purchase the weapons and equipment from their dungeon raids with guild contribution points. If nobody wanted the items, only then would they occupy the guild warehouse with a reasonably high price tag, allowing other guild members to purchase them. After successfully raiding a Great Lord ranked boss, everyone received a bounty of guild contribution points. However, no one paid attention to the points they had just earned. Instead, their attention was focused on Shifeng. Every one of them prepared to go for broke today within Zero Wing's main force. Aside from players such as Fire Dance, Aqua Rose, Violet Cloud, Cola, Yi Wumian, Blackie, Minor Wind, and a few others, none of their items could compare to the dropped equipment from a large-scale Hell Mode team dungeon. This was because Shifeng had given Fire Dance and the others a complete Tier 1 set equipment, the best equipment available for Tier 1 classes that was only inferior to Epic set equipment. Hence, until they became a Tier 2 class, they would not need to replace their equipment unless they procured a set of Epic set equipment for themselves. A short moment later, Shifeng finished appraising the loot. A total of 33 items had dropped, and among them, 19 were materials such as magic crystals, 100. Beast wood, which was required to construct stables, essence of mana, which was required to construct teleportation magic arrays, and several other super rare materials. Normally, one would not obtain these materials even if they defeated Great Lord ranked bosses. Now, however, they had actually gained 2 or 3 of each. The benefits of obtaining the first clear of Hell Mode are impressive, Shifeng stated. He could not help but smile as he gazed at the weapons and equipment inside his bag. Guild leader, what items dropped to make you this happy? Aqua Rose knew of Shifeng's tastes. Items that could excite Shifeng would definitely be something extraordinarily good. That's right. Guild leader, share the stats. Although Blackie wielded an epic staff, he still liked seeing the attributes of excellent weapons and equipment. I won't waste your time. Here. Look at this item first, then. Shifeng took out a deep red two-handed sword that emitted pale blue flames. Not only was the weapon extremely attractive, but it also felt as if it possessed extraordinary power. Blue fire double-edged sword, two-handed sword, dark gold rank. Level 30. Level 35. Attack power plus 702, currently level 30. Strength plus 54. Agility plus 41. Endurance plus 44. Attack speed plus 2. Ignore levels plus 10. Attacks have 30% chance to trigger blue fire attack, causing an additional 120% flame damage to the target and reducing the target's defense by 30% for 7 seconds. 20% chance to cause 200% damage. 10% chance to trigger blue fire dance, causing 300% flame damage in a cone. Although the blue fire double-edged sword did not have any active skills, It had plenty of passive skills. Its attack power alone was more impressive than the level 30 Abyssal Blade. It was a weapon made for violence. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air upon seeing the blue fire double-edged sword's attributes. Crap. Even epic weapons aren't any better than this. Blackie was stunned. He possessed an epic weapon himself, so he could tell just how excellent of a weapon the blue fire double-edged sword was. It was of the same caliber as the true Fireblade's fire dance wielded. If one of the team's berserkers equipped this two-handed sword, their DPS would soar by several levels. Their damage would be close to Fire Dance's. Moreover, the blue fire double-edged sword could be upgraded to level 35. It could rank at the top even amongst level 40 weapons. In other words, if one equipped the two-handed sword, they would not have to worry about replacing their weapon even when they reached level 40 immediately. The berserkers within the team started drooling, staring at the blue fire double-edged sword with burning gazes. Such powerful attributes. This sword alone could push a berserker's damage to the top of the team, Fire Dance said in awe. Don't be so shocked by this item. The blue fire double-edged sword only ranks third out of the weapons and equipment we obtained. Shi Feng shook his head as he chuckled. He then revealed a red and black buckler, saying, "This is the second best item." Hearing Shi Feng's claim, everyone was surprised. Such an excellent weapon was not the best piece of equipment that dropped. The red and black buckler was only 1/3 the size of an ordinary shield. However, the image of the blue fire crow king had been engraved onto the shield, surrounded by many runes. With a single glance, one could tell that this buckler was extraordinary. Divine blue fire shield, dark gold rank. Level 30. Level 35. Defense plus 1950. Currently level 30. Equipment requirement. Strength 220. Defense plus 550. Block rate 42%. Strength plus 31. Endurance plus 47. Evasion plus 15. Attack speed plus 2. Additional passive skill dash. Blue fire shield. Absorbs 30% of the damage taken and converts it into blue fire. When accumulated damage reaches 5,000 points, causes 150% damage to an area of 3 by 10 yards in front of user. Additional active skill dash. Rising fire. When activated, sacrifice 20% HP to transform blue fire into the armor of flames, increasing defense by 150% and strength by 40% for 30 seconds. Cooldown, 30 minutes. Chapter 628. Guild Mount. The moment the divine blue fire shield appeared, hunger burned in the eyes of every MT on the team. Even Cola drooled. The shield was crucial to any MT. It was the equivalent of half of an MT's life. Not a single MT would pass up an excellent shield. The best shield Zero Wing currently had was a level 25 dark gold shield. However, compared to the divine blue fire shield, it was no more than scrap metal. Not only did the divine blue fire shield possess extremely high defense, but it also had a powerful attack skill and berserk skill. If an MT equipped it, they would no longer be just a meat shield. The damage they could deal would be no less than what a normal DPS classes could do. This divine blue fire shield's attributes are better than even the current first-ranking shield, the Blue Dawn. Aqua Rose was greatly shocked when she examined the red-black buckler. Most likely, this is the best shield currently available throughout God's domain. As the manager of a guild, Aqua Rose normally collected information on the various large guilds throughout God's domain. For example, she knew which guilds had been active recently, members of the main force of various large guilds, experts, and the latest powerful equipment. Blue Dawn was a level 30 dark gold shield. However, a super guild had obtained this shield through a quest, and it had made many other super guilds jealous. Many corporations had even offered an astronomical price of 1,000 gold for it. On the other hand, the divine blue fire shield was a dark gold shield that would improve to level 35. Setting aside its basic attributes, just the passive skill blue fire shield and active skill rising fire were excellent skills. The blue fire shield was clearly more valuable than the Blue Dawn. Not including epic shields, it would not be an exaggeration to call it the most powerful shield currently available in God's domain. However, Aqua Rose very quickly realized something. If the divine blue fire shield, something that was so important to a guild, only ranked second among the loot they had obtained, what kind of item ranked first? Very quickly, the rest of the team reached the same conclusion. Their gazes darted back to Shi Feng, expectation written all over their faces. All right, then. I'll unveil the first ranking item. Shi Feng laughed. He then took out a purple-blue crystal necklace. Chances are that every magical class will go crazy over this. Blue Fire Heart, Necklace, dark gold rank. Equipment requirement. Intelligence 200. Level 30. Level 40. Currently level 30. Strength plus 10, agility plus 10, endurance plus 10, intelligence plus 40, vitality plus 35. Casting speed increased by 20%, magic damage and healing effects increased by 20%, passive skill dash. Mana heart. Maximum mana increased by 15% and mana recovery rate increased by 50%. Active skill 1 dash. Blue fire devour. Burn 30% of your mana in exchange for the power of blue fire, increasing all skill effects by 200% and mana consumption rate by 200% for 30 seconds cooldown, 30 minutes. Active skill 2 dash. Blue fire summon. Summons 3 elite ranked blue fire crows to battle for you for 30 minutes cooldown, 5 hours. The blue fire heart's basic attributes were average at best. However, the necklace's skills increased its value tremendously. The skills almost made up for all of the weaknesses a magical class possessed and enhanced their firepower. Most importantly, the blue fire heart was a necklace. Ornament-type items were extremely rare in God's domain. The value of one was multiple times that of a weapon or other equipment of the same quality and level. In the case of the blue fire heart, even a tier 3 class would continue to use it. Hence, it was significantly more valuable than the divine blue fire shield. Since you have seen the items for yourselves, you can start bidding for them, Shifeng said, grinning at everyone's dumbfounded expressions. First up is the blue fire double-edged sword. The starting price is 20,000 GCP. Currently, Zero Wing's contribution points were worth roughly 30 copper per point. In other words, 20,000 contribution points was around 60 gold. However, this price didn't surprise any of them for a weapon of the blue fire double-edged sword's caliber. This was considerably cheap. If it were on the auction house, it would sell for at least 200 or 300 gold. 21,000. 24,000. 26,000. For a time, the berserkers and swordsmen began fervently outbidding each other. As the members of the guild's main force, they frequently raided dungeons, especially small-scale team dungeons. Furthermore, they were the guild's frontline when it came to pioneering team dungeons. They would exchange most of their unwanted equipment for guild contribution points. In addition, they also completed the various high-level guild quests. Hence, they had accumulated quite a lot of guild contribution points in the end. However, the guild's current number 1 berserker, Rampant Blade, won the weapon for 40,000 contribution points. Kola won the second item, the Divine Blue Fire Shield, for 90,000 contribution points. However, this was practically Kola's entire fortune. It would be some time before he could compete with others for equipment. Aqua Rose bought the third item, the Blue Fire Heart, using 150,000 contribution points. As the guild's vice leader, Aqua Rose enjoyed certain benefits. In addition, she also frequently participated in dungeon raids and guild quests, so she had accumulated an extraordinarily high number of guild contribution points. Not even the commander of Zero Wing's main force, Fire Dance, could hold a candle to Aqua Rose. In Zero Wing, only Shifeng was a match for the woman. Everyone on the team envied these 3 players. These 3 pieces of equipment were definitely among the best currently available in God's domain. Equipping them would significantly boost their combat power. After all, no other guild in God's domain had managed to clear the hell mode of a 50-man team dungeon, following which, various members of the team purchased other dark gold and fine gold equipment, increasing the overall strength of the entire team significantly. As for the other materials, he stored them in the guild warehouse. Everyone, head back to the city and get some rest. Our next goal is to challenge a 100-man team dungeon, Shifeng said slowly. Blackie, Fire Dance, Kola, Violet, and Aqua, stay behind. I'll need you guys to accompany me on a quest. Quest. Everyone could not help but grow interested. Shifeng was the publicly acknowledged number 1 expert in Star Moon Kingdom. Just what kind of quest would he need help with? However, everyone only wondered about it. None of them volunteered to assist. After all, weaklings like them would never survive a quest that even Shifeng would need help to complete. They needed a certain amount of strength before they could embark on such a quest. Otherwise, Shifeng would not have called the top-ranking experts of the guild to join him after everyone else returned to the city. Blackie, who could no longer hold back his curiosity, asked, "Guild leader, what kind of quest are we doing? Why the need for such secrecy?" Guild leader, is it an epic quest? I've been wanting to give an epic quest a try. Kola's eyes glowed. Epic quests. No one, other than Shi Feng, in the guild had taken on an epic quest yet. First of all, ignoring how rare an epic quest was, they were simply too difficult. Moreover, in the event that one failed an epic quest, the consequences would be extremely severe. However, if one completed the quest, the rewards would be astonishing. Although I call it a quest, I need help capturing a wild beast. Shi Feng shook his head and laughed. Capturing a wild beast? Everyone grew confused. It was possible to capture wild beasts in God's domain. However, capture was far more difficult than simply killing it for EXP. Even if one captured a wild beast, there was nothing they could do with it. At most, they could leave it in a corner and look at it. Most importantly, players had to spend a lot of money to capture a wild beast. Hence, at present, nobody was willing to spend their time on something so costly. Don't you want to capture a wild beast and ride it as a mount? Shi Feng said, smiling upon hearing these words. A hint of anticipation flashed in everyone's eyes. However, I heard that, in order to capture a wild beast to tame it into a mount, a guild first needs a stable, Aqua Rose stated. Guild leader, we don't have a stable. We'll have to challenge 100-man team dungeons to obtain one. Shi Feng simply laughed without offering a reply. Guild leader, don't tell me that you already have the design. Aqua Rose asked in disbelief, her beautiful eyes widening as she stared at Shi Feng. Chapter 629. 5-Star Mount. Aside from Aqua Rose, no one understood the value of the stable design. However, this was expected of those present, aside from Aqua Rose, who was the guild's manager, and Blackie, who managed the workshop's affairs. Everyone had immersed themselves in improving their combat techniques. Why would they have noticed the guild's potential constructions? Seeing Shi Feng silently nodded his head, Aqua Rose involuntarily began trembling. In the past, why had various large guilds desperately tried to raid large-scale team dungeons, going so far as to invest massive sums of money into gearing up their respective guilds' MTs and utilizing all items capable of assisting their raid of a large-scale team dungeon? There was only one main reason: guild mounts. God's domain's maps were extremely large. Once players began arriving at level 30 and higher maps, they would have to spend a large chunk of their time traveling. The maps would also only grow larger the further one progressed into the game. Meanwhile, a powerful mount would help players save a lot of time. However, the more important function of guild mounts was that they could attract more players to join a guild. The common mounts sold in cities not only required players to have sufficient reputation, but they also required a significant sum of money to purchase. A common mount cost a full 40 gold. Even after players reached level 40, it would still be extremely difficult to procure that much money, unless, of course, one was willing to purchase coins with credits. In the end, however, they could still only purchase a common mount. However, guild mounts were different. Although players were required to collect a certain amount of guild contribution points before they could purchase a guild mount, which was more expensive than a common mount. Unlike the common mounts, guild mounts could be nurtured and upgraded. Moreover, they possessed varying and much better-looking appearances. This was fatally tempting to many independent players, and wealthy players' guilds could take this opportunity to develop and expand themselves, obtaining a large sum of funds. After all, guild members were also required to spend money when purchasing guild mounts. Meanwhile, a portion of that money would flow into the guild's coffers. Due to this, the various large guilds in the past had desperately attempted to raid 100-man team dungeons. It wasn't just because they had aimed for the weapons and equipment available inside the dungeon, but more because they hoped to obtain the stable design as soon as possible. Aqua Rose had never imagined that Shi Feng would actually obtain a stable design, one of the greatest money-earning tools of a guild. So quickly, it seems that my decision had really been the right one. I want to see just what father will have to say in the future. Aqua Rose's lips curled up slightly. She could not help but recall the reason why she had left Twilight Echo. I will make sure Zero Wing surpasses Twilight Echo. Originally, Aqua Rose had not believed that Zero Wing could surpass Twilight Echo. After all, Twilight Echo was a long-standing, first-rate guild. Whether it was in terms of background, funding, contacts or human resources, Twilight Echo was far superior to Zero Wing. Although Zero Wing was currently far ahead of the other guilds, the guild's weaknesses were glaring. The guild simply had no background. Even though Zero Wing was so far ahead of the other guilds right now, it would still have to accumulate power for a relatively long time in order to fully operate this machine known as a guild. However, the situation had changed since they could build a stable, one of the core components of a guild, so soon, they could accumulate power several times faster, following which, Shi Feng wasted no more time as he sent the group back to White River City to prepare some necessary hunting tools. Meanwhile, Shifeng made a trip to the candlelight trading firm. Capturing wild beasts in God's domain was not an easy task. It was also a major field of study in the past. There had even been a specialized class for this task, the tamer. In the past, there had been players who specialized in researching methods to capture rare wild beasts. They would also sell the beasts they captured to various large guilds, earning huge sums of money. Meanwhile, the most important item required to capture wild beasts was a cage. However, NPCs did not sell these cages, requiring players to produce them. Hence, many players would learn forging to craft the cages themselves. Fortunately, the NPC-run forging associations sold the forging designs for cages. Moreover, they were very cheap. However, Shifeng did not bother purchasing these forging designs as he had a method of producing a cage of even higher quality. Shifeng quickly hurried back to the candlelight trading firm and entered a forging room. He then retrieved a pile of materials from his bag and began to refine them. Cages were sorted into ranks, with 1 star being the lowest and 10 star being the highest. Different ranks could capture beasts of a corresponding rank. In other words, a 1-star cage could be used to capture a 1-star beast at maximum. It could not be used to capture a 2-star beast. One had to use a 2-star cage in order to capture a 2-star beast. The wild beast Shifeng planned to capture was at the highest rank he could capture currently, a 5-star beast. Hence, he required a 5-star cage. Meanwhile, a 5-star cage cost almost 2 gold to craft. Moreover, there was no certainty he could capture a 5-star beast with a single try. This was also one of the reasons why capturing wild beasts was a costly endeavor. Shifeng was currently a basic forger, so he had almost a 30% success rate of producing a 5-star cage. Half an hour later, Shifeng managed to forge 4 5-star cages. The total raw materials he had spent on these 4 cages cost over 30 gold. He had also instructed Aqua Rose and the others to purchase a large number of hunting scrolls and storage space scrolls, both costing more than 3 gold. Just as Shifeng was about to leave the forging room, the sound of his communicator reached his ears. Phoenix Rain? Shifeng could not help his surprise when he saw the caller. Ever since Phoenix Rain invested into the candlelight training firm, she had left practically all cooperation matters to her subordinates. She no longer contacted him directly. Or to put it in another way, she did not find it worthwhile to keep in touch. After all, in the wide world of God's domain, the guild leader of Zero Wing was an insignificant character compared to a grand player like Phoenix Rain. To the young lady, the candlelight trading firm was only one of her many small investments. Since her business with the trading firm had been completed, she would not bother entangling herself in the matter anymore. Guild leader Black Flame, congratulations on obtaining the first clear of the hell mode ruins of the Crow God, Phoenix Rain said as she laughed softly. I had jumped in surprise when I heard the system announcement. I had not realized that you had hidden your strength so deeply. It's nothing. Shifeng laughed as well. Doing away with pleasantries, he asked, since Miss Phoenix is contacting me personally, do you have some business you wish to discuss? Sure enough, guild leader Black Flame understands people well. Would you be free to meet up at the Blueberry restaurant? Phoenix Rain smiled mysteriously. Guild leader Black Flame might receive another boon. Shifeng was surprised when he heard her mention the Blueberry restaurant. Blueberry restaurant was one of White River City's ordinary restaurants. This meant that Phoenix Rain had personally made a trip to White River City. It was clear that she wished to discuss something quite important. Okay, I'll head over there now. Shifeng agreed. During his previous meeting with Phoenix Rain, the latter had brought him an epic chest and allowed him to earn a hefty profit. Since Phoenix Rain offered another business opportunity, he had no choice but to meet with her again. In truth, Shifeng could more or less guess why Phoenix Rain wanted to meet him. As soon as he cleared a 50-man Hell Mode team dungeon, she had come knocking on his door. This showed that it must be something related to the strength of the guild's team. She might very well be looking for Zero Wing to help her complete some sort of quest. He might even be able to take the opportunity to earn a large sum of credits from her before, in order to purchase the necessary training facilities. He had spent most of the credits in his account. If he could lure Phoenix Rain into an alliance with Zero Wing, it could save Zero Wing many years of work. Chapter 630. Proof of Strength. White River City, Blueberry Restaurant. The moment Shifeng entered the restaurant, he immediately felt several gazes land on him. Phoenix Rain sure knows how to put on a display. Shifeng looked around the restaurant, noticing that the establishment's customers were not simple at all. The players sitting around were unanimously level 30. In the current God's domain, they ranked at the very top. Moreover, judging by the feeling these people gave off, it was obvious that they were not virtual gaming experts. Rather, they felt like experts who were proficient in martial arts. Among these people, some had cold and sinister auras, While others had a violent auras however, they all shared a common aspect. They were all independent players. None of them were members of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. After glancing at Shi Feng, these people turned back to their own interests. Guild leader Black Flame, please come upstairs. A beautiful, young lady asked softly as she walked down from the restaurant's second floor. Shi Feng also knew this beautiful woman. She was Phoenix Rain's capable assistant, Pure Fragrance. She was also one of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's top-tier experts and was quite famous. She ranked within the top 600 on the God's Domain experts list. Not only did she possess impressive strength, but she was also quite talented. In the past, she had been a Tier 5 powerhouse during her peak. Shi Feng simply nodded and followed Pure Fragrance to the second floor. At this moment, Phoenix Rain was the only other person on the second floor. She sat at a table near the window, quietly overlooking the street outside as she toyed with a black leather book. Miss Phoenix, may I know what you wish to discuss with me? Shi Feng asked in response. Phoenix Rain smiled leisurely as she handed the black leather book to Shi Feng. Guild leader Black Flame, please take a look at this, Phoenix Rain said unhurriedly. The black leather book was not a quest prop or anything similar. Instead, it contained the written records of players. However, after reading through a few pages, Shi Feng's surprise grew as he continued to read. This black leather book contained information on the Dark Arena. To be precise, the book held information regarding the official members of the many battle teams participating in the Dark Arena. Moreover, the information was extremely detailed, so much so that even the participants' life stories had been recorded. There was even a brief introduction to their current equipment. Beyond that, there was an assessment of every battle team member's combat power. These assessments were also very detailed. These players' strengths and weaknesses had been recorded in detail. Guild leader Black Flame, how do you feel about this information? Phoenix Rain asked gently, a pleasant smile on her face. Miss Phoenix, why are you giving me this information? Shi Feng was slightly confused about Phoenix Rain's intentions. I've heard that your guild has been in contact with the Glorious Lions battle team, so I believe that guild leader Black Flame should understand the Dark Arena's value by now. Phoenix Rain smiled sweetly as she collected the leather book from Shi Feng. Unfortunately, ordinary players do not qualify to participate in this game. However, I am, so I hope to establish a battle team myself to have some fun in the Dark Arena. Initially, I intended to seek cooperation with Pantheon's guild leader, but I suddenly changed my mind. Now, I wish to cooperate with guild leader Black Flame instead. May I know if you are interested in cooperating with this young lady? Miss Phoenix must be joking. How could Zero Wing possibly hope to compare with a super guild? Wouldn't working with Pantheon be a better choice? Although Shi Feng was so calm on the surface, inwardly, he was stunned. He had not expected Phoenix Rain to be capable of obtaining the participation rights to the Dark Arena. However, Shi Feng did not believe that Phoenix Rain would hand over such an opportunity so easily. After all, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had countless experts, not to mention a super guild like Pantheon. It would be child's play for Phoenix Rain to gather 10 apex experts. Why would she need Zero Wing? I sought you out precisely because Zero Wing is not very famous. That way, the opposing team will not bother to investigate you in detail. With guild leader Black Flame's power, it should not be hard to earn some achievements in the Dark Arena, Phoenix Rain said, smiling. After all, it should not be that easy to obtain the first clear of the Hell Mode ruins of the Crow God. Phoenix Rain had personally entered a 50-man Hell Mode team dungeon before, so she understood just how difficult raiding one was. Even a super guild's main force had zero chance of raiding a 50-man Hell Mode team dungeon successfully. Much less the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Raiding a dungeon was different from PvP. Successfully raiding a 50-man Hell Mode team dungeon was proof of one's strength. Moreover, she had conducted an investigation of Zero Wing's experts. Not to mention Hell Mode, even clearing Hard Mode would be a challenging endeavor. Yet Zero Wing had done just that. What did this mean? Black Flame was not as simple as he appeared. Hence, she had abruptly changed her plans and immediately made her way to White River City. I presume that guild leader Black Flame has already seen the experts downstairs. None of them were professional gamers before God's Domain launched. They are experts that I have nurtured secretly, and none of the other battle teams have any information on these people. With the element of surprise, we might be able to compete for the top 100 rankings. As for the remuneration, guild leader Black Flame will earn 10% of all of our winnings. If you lead the team into the top 100 spots, I'll give you 20% of the winnings. What do you think? Phoenix Rain's offer was extremely generous. It was much better than everlasting wars. Most importantly, there were no restrictions on his freedom. He would only partner with Phoenix Rain. Phoenix Rain would provide the participation qualifications, while he would fight the Dark Arena's battles with the fastest method to earn credits. Moreover, After he gained fame in the Dark Arena, he could form plenty of influential connections. In the future, he would have a much easier time purchasing S-rank nutrient fluids, various training materials, and virtual gaming cabins. Most importantly, the Dark Arena was the perfect place to improve one's strength. Even the Divine Colosseum could not compare. After all, the Divine Colosseum was a place for ordinary players to battle each other or the system. Compared to battles against experts, players gained fewer benefits in the Divine Colosseum. What if I get us into the top 30? Although Shi Feng was already satisfied with the 10% and 20% remuneration Phoenix Rain offered, he instinctively tried to strive for more. Top 30? Phoenix Rain could not help but chuckle. If guild leader Black Flame really manages to get the battle team into the Dark Arena's top 30, then I'll increase the remuneration to 40%. In Phoenix Rain's opinion, entering the top 100 would be extremely difficult, not to mention the top 30. After all, this was a competition between the battle teams that various major international corporations had formed. None of those teams could be underestimated. Okay, let's see a contract, then. Shi Feng grinned. Although he, too, doubted that they could achieve such a feat, he had not accepted the epic guild quest, Ancient Battlefield. If he could allow the guild's few top experts to train there for a time, they might have a chance of getting into the top 30. A moment later, Phoenix Rain and Shi Feng established a contract. Let's go then. I'll introduce you to your team members. Phoenix Rain stored the contract and walked downstairs. The moment Phoenix Rain arrived downstairs, the tens of people seated on the first floor of Blueberry Restaurant stood and greeted her respectfully. None of them displayed the temperament of an expert as they had with Shi Feng. Even though several experts that had exuded violence had sheathed their auras, as expected of the woman known as the Demon Queen. She sure knows how to put on a powerful display. Shi Feng was inwardly astonished. Chapter 631. Trial of Strength. Every player here was an expert, and as experts, they all had their own pride and principles they abided to. It would not be easy to get these experts to submit. Yet, looking into these experts' eyes, Shi Feng could see the reverence that filled their hearts, proving that their actions were not due to Phoenix Rain's demands. Miss, all 20 members are present, Pure Fragrance said in a low, but respectful tone. Phoenix Rain nodded in response. Turning to Shi Feng, Phoenix Rain asked, Guild Leader Black Flame, how do you feel about these experts? Of the 20 players present, all were level 30. Their equipment also consisted of level 25 to level 30 top-tier equipment. In White River City, these players would rank at the very top. Clearly, their skill spoke for itself. Every one of them was an expert who had experienced the baptism of live combat many times. Noobs like Fire Dance and Zero Wing's other core members, who had only gained their strength through arduous training, could not compare to these experts. One could feel the hostility they radiated from far away. Amazing. You will not find many in Star Moon Kingdom who can match them, Shi Feng replied truthfully. However, Shi Feng's words instantly earned the ire of these 20 people. They glared at Shi Feng, killing intent filling their eyes. They were all experts who Phoenix Rain had carefully nurtured. How could the lowly experts of Star Moon Kingdom possibly hope to be their equals? Guild Leader Black Flame, you may not realize this, but despite none of these people having any fame, they are not much weaker than the experts on the God's Domain experts list. They are even stronger than some of those experts, Pure Fragrance said contemptuously. Just how many people in Star Moon Kingdom ranked on the God's Domain experts list? On the other hand, if the 20 people present displayed their strength, every one of them could definitely rank on the experts list. One could just imagine how immense their strengths were. They were far beyond Star Moon Kingdom's top-tier expert. Shi Feng did not refute Pure Fragrance's words. The God's Domain experts list had initially served as an analysis of experts who had publicly displayed their strengths. It did not record every expert within the game. At most, the list could be used as a reference. However, he also wasn't wrong. Although these people were strong, in White River City alone, there were plenty of experts who were much stronger. For example, there was War Wolf and Ghost Shadow. There was also no need to mention those unknown experts hidden throughout Star Moon Kingdom. While God's Domain was very large, Star Moon Kingdom was not small. How could it possibly be that easy to become one of the top experts in a kingdom? Fragrance. Enough. Have everyone introduce themselves so that Guild Leader Black Flame can establish the battle team more easily, Phoenix Raid softly instructed. There is no need for all of that. Anyone who can block my sword without using any skills will be admitted into the battle team. Of course, I won't use any skills either, Shi Feng declared. Not wanting to waste too much time, it seems that we are all going to become official members of the battle team today. A thin assassin in black snorted. The others similarly revealed annoyed sneers. Shi Feng actually dared to underestimate them to such a degree initially. Shi Feng had similarly surprised Phoenix Rain. However, she smiled and said, Guild leader Black Flame's suggestion will also work. Let's do as he asks then. Following which, everyone left the Blueberry restaurant and headed towards the Divine Coliseum. The Divine Coliseum was situated in White River City's central district. The Divine Coliseum was a massive tower that stood in the city's center. Although the Divine Coliseum had only recently been constructed, a sea of players flowed to and from the building. Ha ha ha. I passed the second floor today. I can finally take part in Zero Wing's entrance exam. Recruiting members for a level 25 team dungeon. Must have skill completion rate of 70% and above. Equipment must be at least Mysterious Iron rank. Heaven's Burial is recruiting guild members. Our guild has already cleared the hard mode ruins of the Crow God. If you wish to join, you must be able to clear the Divine Coliseum's first floor before you can take the entrance exam. In the Divine Coliseum's first floor hall, many independent teams shouted, recruiting members in the past. These players usually recruited at the teleportation hall. Now, however, they had all come to the Divine Coliseum because they could determine a player's strength here. That way, they could be more at ease when they raided dungeons. Similarly, ever since the Divine Coliseum had emerged, guilds no longer looked at a player's level and equipment when allowing players to take part in their entrance exams. Instead, they determined the player's qualifications through their progress in the Divine Coliseum, and ordinary players' techniques would not even be enough to pass the first floor of the Divine Coliseum. If one passed the second floor, they would be roughly as strong as an elite player. Meanwhile, one was definitely considered an expert if they could clear the third floor. Hence, it was very easy to determine the exact standard of a player upon arriving at the Divine Coliseum. Pure Fragrance spent 5 magic crystals to rent an amphitheater. In the amphitheater, players could fight however they wanted. The combat inside an amphitheater and the combat in the underground arena were different. In an amphitheater, players could set the rules of combat to their liking. For example, they could allow only melee combat, prohibiting the use of skills or tools. This would make fights much more realistic. On the other hand, such privileges were not available in the underground arena. After setting the rules, Shifeng and the 20 reserve members entered the amphitheater. Miss, Black Flame is simply too arrogant. I'm going to enjoy watching him embarrass himself. Pure Fragrance gloated as she smirked at Shifeng. Fragrance, you're underestimating Black Flame. The fact that he could become the #1 expert of Star Moon Kingdom and remain undefeated is already enough proof of his strength. Don't forget, even Martial Dragon was helpless against him. You will see just how skilled he is, Phoenix Raid said, smiling when Pure Fragrance thought about the monster known as Martial Dragon. She could not help but tremble. An expert who had mastered a domain was an inhuman existence in the entire Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Very few were capable of blocking Martial Dragon's attacks. After the last war between the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and Zero Wing, the various large guilds at the time had investigated Black Flame in detail. After all, a person capable of lasting against Martial Dragon in battle was extremely rare, not to mention someone capable of killing the Berserker. Although Black Flame was not responsible for killing Martial Dragon in the end, the fact that he fought Martial Dragon as an equal was an astounding feat. However, the investigation's results shocked everyone. Black Flame's basic attributes were simply tyrannical. He had relied on pure destructive power to survive against Martial Dragon. To put it simply, Black Flame's equipment was excellent. Now, however, things were different. Since that battle, the various large guilds had improved their equipment constantly, strengthening their top-tier experts' basic attributes. Martial Dragon's basic attributes had grown significantly. If he faced Black Flame now, most likely, Black Flame would last only a few exchanges before dying. Meanwhile, the 20 reserve members present wore top-tier equipment. Their equipment also held Tier 2 gemstones. Every one of them wore 3 intermediate mana armor kits. In terms of attributes, they had eliminated their weaknesses. On the contrary, one could even say that attributes were their strong points. Hence, it was no longer possible for Black Flame to rely on pure destructive force to win his battles. Just as Pure Fragrance fantasized about the 20 reserve members toying with Shifeng, a shocking scene suddenly played out before her eyes before anyone realized it. Shifeng's first opponent fell to the ground, lying there motionlessly. What happened? Pure Fragrance muttered in disbelief. She was only distracted for a moment, yet the battle was already over. Chapter 632. Grey Eagle. Above the wide and spacious stone platform, Shifeng slowly sheathed the abyssal blade, not even bothering to look at the level 30 berserker who had fallen to the ground next. Shifeng said calmly. The rules of the amphitheater were set so that when a vital point was struck, death and defeat were certain. Even a shield warrior with high HP and defense was no exception to this rule, not to mention a berserker. Seeing Shifeng's calm expression, everyone who had felt insulted immediately shut their mouths, a hint of fear appearing in their eyes. although the Berserker class was not a speed-based class, it was not easily defeated. Not to mention, the Berserker that had served as Shifeng's opponent was an expert who had experienced countless live battles. Moreover, they were all companions, so they understood each other's strengths quite well. Although the Berserker Shifeng had defeated did not rank within the top 5 of their group, his combat power could still rank within the top 10. The fact that Shifeng had defeated the Berserker with a single attack, giving the Berserker no time to react, was simply inconceivable as expected of someone chosen by the Pavilion Master. You indeed possess some ability. Let me, Grey Eagle, learn something from you then. A middle-aged man with a lean body and eyes as sharp as an eagle stepped out from the crowd. When the crowd saw the Berserker named Grey Eagle step forward, the shock from Shifeng's one-sided victory immediately dissipated. Their arrogance and confidence returning. Eagle, we're counting on you. We can't let him look down on us. The others showed their support from the side. Grey Eagle was the #1 expert among their group. Although the man was already in his 40s, his keen skills and bountiful combat experience were unmatched by ordinary, young players. I'll do my best. Grey Eagle nodded as he slowly walked up to Shifeng. Meanwhile, Phoenix Rain smiled pleasantly as she watched from the stands. We didn't have the chance to see Black Flame's true strength in the previous match. Now that Grey Eagle has stepped forward, we should get to see his limits, Phoenix Rain said, smiling as she watched a playback video of Shifeng's prior battle miss. Even in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, Grey Eagle is an expert who ranks at the very top. He has a good chance of defeating anyone among the younger generation, other than Martial Dragon. How could he not be a match for Black Flame? Pure Fragrance could not help her surprise when she heard Phoenix Rain's words. Pure Fragrance believed that Phoenix Rain overestimated Shifeng's strength. She had not been paying attention, so she had not seen the moment when Shifeng had drawn his sword. However, after watching the battle's recording, she could tell that his attack was not so fast that it was unblockable. Only, Shifeng's attack was crafty, suddenly changing its trajectory to target his opponent's blind spot. As a result, the Berserker was unable to react in time and received a hit to his vital point. Dying. However, Grey Eagle was different. The combat experience he possessed was several times greater compared to the other reserve members. Even if Shifeng abruptly changed the trajectory of his attack once more, it would be no threat to Grey Eagle. We'll know once the battle begins. Naturally, Phoenix Rain knew how powerful Grey Eagle was. She had initially wanted Grey Eagle to lead the battle team. If Black Flame had not succeeded in conquering the Hell Mode ruins of the Crow God, she would not be here today. The moment Phoenix Rain finished speaking, the countdown timer above the stone platform also ended. Let me see just how strong you are. Grey Eagle retrieved his two-handed saber. Suddenly, his eyes grew cold. Even the surrounding temperature dropped. It seemed as if nothing could escape his frosty gaze before Shifeng could move. Grey Eagle sent his saber slashing at Shifeng's shoulder. Grey Eagle's attack was not fast. On the contrary, it was very slow. Even an ordinary player could react to and block the attack. It was as if Grey Eagle's attack were tempting his opponent to block it. In addition, Grey Eagle's saber targeted a vital point. Facing this attack, one would have no choice but to either block or dodge it. If Shifeng did not defend against this attack, choosing to attack Grey Eagle's vital point instead, the battle would end in mutual destruction. One could say that this was a suicidal blow at this moment. Those who were familiar with Grey Eagle laughed. They all knew that Grey Eagle was not trying to pit his life against his opponent's. Rather, he was using this attack to probe for his opponent's weaknesses. Normally, experts rarely had any weak points when they were on guard. However, the instant they launched an attack, they would reveal their greatest weak point. Hence, Grey Eagle tempted Shifeng to expose his weak point of his own accord. Then he would strike. Although Grey Eagle would also reveal his weak point, with his superior insight and abundant combat experience, he could easily suppress his opponent. In other words, Grey Eagle lured Shifeng to fight within his comfort zone. Due to this ability, many top-tier experts in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion were helpless against Grey Eagle going all in. Shifeng laughed. You'll regret it. In the next moment, Shifeng recklessly dove forward, towards Grey Eagle's purple-black saber. He did not even bother using his sword to block the oncoming weapon. Has he gone mad? Grey Eagle was dumbfounded as he watched Shifeng's insane behavior. Does he think I'll show mercy? Or does he think he can avoid my saber at the last moment? Grey Eagle was very experienced in combat. Seeing as Shifeng was not a lunatic, the only possibility for such reckless behavior was that Shifeng believed he could evade his attack at the very last moment and take the opportunity to strike at his weak point. You underestimate me. Grey Eagle's expression chilled further as he used more of his arm strength. Suddenly, the speed of his saber increased. At such a close distance, it was simply impossible for anyone to avoid this attack immediately after. Grey Eagle's saber passed through Shifeng's body. This is? Grey Eagle was dumbfounded as he saw his saber cut across Shifeng's face, discovering that his weapon only struck an afterimage. What's going on here? Pure Fragrance gaped at this scene. No matter how she looked at it, Grey Eagle's saber should have struck Shifeng. Yet, for some unknown reason, despite a short distance of 1 meter between the berserker and swordsman, the 1.3-meter-long two-handed saber had failed to reach its target. Sitting beside Pure Fragrance, Phoenix Rain squinted her eyes at this scene. With a heavy expression she said, "Treating retreat as advance. I didn't imagine that Black Flame had already reached such a realm." Treating retreat as an advance? How does he know that? Pure Fragrance was shocked when she heard her superior's comment. Treating retreat as an advance was an attack technique. Against this technique, one would notice their opponent rush towards them, while in reality, their opponent was retreating. In actual combat, one would discover that they could not make contact with their opponent's body despite their opponent remaining right in front of them. It was as if they were haunted by a ghost, and they could not get rid of this ghost no matter what they did. This was a technique that could mentally exhaust the other party. Treating retreat as an advance was Martial Dragon's specialty. However, the reason Martial Dragon could use such a technique was his domain. He was only capable of using such a combat technique due to his absolute control over his surroundings. Could he have learned it after his fight with Martial Dragon? How can that be? Thinking up to this point, Pure Fragrance felt a chill crawl down her spine, following which, Grey Eagle brandished his sword over a dozen times at Shifeng. Every attack was swift and precise. Ordinary players could not defend against these attacks at all. Yet, no matter how hard the berserker swung his saber, his weapon never struck the swordsman before him. His attacks would always be off by a small thread. However, he could not stop his desperate and suicidal attacks. With such a short distance between them, if Shifeng attacked, he would not have enough time to react. No wonder the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's men were so confident when Grey Eagle stepped up. He's an expert who has entered the refinement realm. If I had not gained some enlightenment from the Darkness Shrine, fighting him would have really been troublesome. At this moment, Shifeng already had a general grasp of Grey Eagle's standard. Time to end things. Chapter 633. Capturing a Demonic Beast. Shifeng suddenly disappeared. Is this the rumored Void Steps? Grey Eagle was surprised. He had, more or less, watched the videos of Shifeng using his specialty move, Void Steps. Only, he had not imagined that a live human being could actually disappear right before his eyes. Not even his acute 5 senses could find any trace of Shifeng's presence. However, Void Step's weakness was also blatantly obvious, and that was the instant when Shifeng attacked. Facing a fatal strike, the brain would not ignore such vital information. However, it was also very difficult to block such an attack as the distance between them was simply too short. The most common method to counter Void Steps was to adapt to it gradually, allowing one's brain to stop ignoring the transmission of information. That way, Shifeng's Void Steps would be rendered useless. However, it was extremely difficult to achieve this. It was like trying to remember the faces of the hundreds of pedestrians one walked by every day. Remembering the faces of a few people was already a difficult feat, as the brain would automatically ignore the majority of such information. Hence, it was extremely difficult to unravel Shifeng's Void Steps. However, you still underestimate me. Grey Eagle grinned as he shifted the trajectory of his saber, swinging the weapon towards a vacant location. Dang. Sparks scattered as the sound of clashing metal echoed throughout the amphitheater. Suddenly, Shifeng appeared above the stone platform. Sure enough, he can grasp my general location. Shifeng was not at all surprised by Grey Eagle's performance. After all, the berserker had already entered the refinement realm. Grey Eagle's observational skills should be exceptional. Even with a lack of information, Grey Eagle should be able to grasp his general location. It was like his fight with Martial Dragon. With his domain, Martial Dragon was capable of processing all information within his domain without missing even the tiniest of detail. If Martial Dragon concentrated on observing his surroundings, he could render Void Steps utterly useless. Unfortunately, you only have a single weapon, whereas I have two. Shifeng increased the force he exerted with the Abyssal Blade, pinning down Grey Eagle's two-handed saber. Meanwhile, Purgatory's shadow, which he wielded with his other hand, completed a perfect arc as it slid through Grey Eagle's heart, leaving behind small and unnoticeable seam. Damn it. Grey Eagle clutched at his heart as he fell to the stone floor of the platform, reluctance filling his eyes as he died. Grey Eagle's defeat stunned the venue into silence. Although this match had appeared uneventful, most battles between experts were like this. Tiny differences usually decided the outcome of these battles. What a pity. If Grey Eagle could use 2 weapons as well, Black Flame would not have one so easily. Pure Fragrance sighed. No matter what anyone said or did, Grey Eagle was a part of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. The fact that Grey Eagle was defeated so easily was not a good thing for the pavilion's reputation. Would 2 weapons really solve the problem? Phoenix Rain wore a complex expression as she watched Shi Feng. He really is a hateful person. Grey Eagle was a berserker, a class that was known for its strength. The class's strength growth was the highest of any class, yet Shi Feng had suppressed Grey Eagle with a single hand. This was enough to show just how high Shi Feng's strength attribute was. With such an advantage, Shi Feng could easily decide the outcome the moment the battle began. Still, Shi Feng had chosen to waste so much time with Grey Eagle. Why? There could only be one explanation. He wanted to determine Grey Eagle's strength. Originally, Phoenix Rain had thought to use Grey Eagle to uncover the depths of Shi Feng's strength. However, not only had they failed to do so, but they had also allowed Shi Feng to study them in turn, following which, Shi Feng proceeded with testing the remaining 18 reserve members, and sure enough, not a single one passed. Shi Feng finished off everyone with a single hit. Miss Phoenix, I'm sorry to say this, but none of these people passed. It seems that I can only recruit members on my own, Shi Feng said, smiling at Phoenix Rain. Hearing Shi Feng's declaration, the reserve members instantly paled. Shi Feng had extinguished their previous arrogance and confidence. They could not even bring themselves to muster a retort. If none of them passed, it can't be helped. I still have to deal with some procedures regarding the participation rights. As for the battle team members, I'll leave it to guild leader Black Flame. Phoenix Rain inwardly rolled her eyes at Shi Feng. It was obvious that Shi Feng had no intentions of letting her subordinates join the battle team. Finished speaking, Phoenix Rain left the Divine Coliseum with her group. Meanwhile, Shi Feng hailed a horse carriage and hurried towards White River City's teleportation hall. Phoenix Rain can't be underestimated. She was actually able to recruit 3 refinement realm experts. It seems that I'll have to hasten Fire Dance and the others' training. Shi Feng had a clear understanding of his companion's strength. If not for his intention to widen the guild's core members' horizons in the Dark Arena, Phoenix Rain's top 3 reserve members definitely qualified to become official members. After all, refinement realm experts were rare in God's domain. A battle team with 3 of such experts could definitely rank in the middle among all battle teams participating in the Dark Arena. This was also why Phoenix Rain believed that the battle team had the chance to rank within the top 100. Of course, that was not to say that Fire Dance and the others were weaker than Grey Eagle's Group A players'. Combat power could not be determined by combat techniques alone. Attributes and skills also made up a rather large ratio. Upon arriving at the teleportation hall, Shi Feng quickly discovered Fire Dance and the others, who had been waiting for him for quite some time. Guild leader, we brought what you asked for. However, haven't we bought a few too many? Aqua Rose asked, feeling a slight sting to her heart. Hunting scrolls and storage space scrolls were already very expensive. A single hunting scroll cost 3 gold, 50 silver, whereas a storage space scroll cost a full 5 gold. If they only needed to purchase a few, Aqua Rose would not have minded. After all, the guild's member count had increased significantly in recent days. The money a 2-star guild could earn through guild quests was quite significant as well. In addition, they also had the profits from the candlelight trading firm. Hence, spending 100 or 200 gold wouldn't be an issue. However, Shi Feng had requested 100 hunting scrolls and 50 storage space scrolls. Furthermore, hunting required other items as well. In total, they had spent more than 800 gold to prepare for this hunting trip. Not even a bronze mount cost that much. You'll understand when the time comes. This amount is nothing considerable. Shi Feng laughed. In the past, to obtain a slightly better guild mount, various large guilds had spent astronomical sums of money. In comparison, they had only spent around 800 gold. Aqua Rose grew frustrated by Shi Feng's response. Fortunately, Zero Wing still had the candlelight trading firm to support it. Otherwise, this hunting trip would have punched a huge hole in the guild's finances. Let's head to the Great Forest of Soria. Saying so, Shi Feng approached the teleportation magic array. Upon discovering their destination, everyone involuntarily trembled. The Great Forest of Soria. Anyone who researched high-level maps knew that the Great Forest of Soria was a level 50 map. To current players, it was a death trap. Furthermore, the Great Forest of Soria was different from ordinary leveling maps. It was a forbidden land for the human race. Chapter 634. Starfall City. Very quickly, Shi Feng paid the party's teleportation fees. Each person cost 80 silver for a total of 4 gold, 80 silver for the whole party. An ordinary party could not afford to spend that much money even if they bankrupted themselves. The Great Forest of Soria was a neutral area situated between the Black Dragon Empire and the Star Moon Kingdom. Current players were not nearly strong enough to survive. The area players also knew the Great Forest of Soria as the Forest of Death. It was a level 50 to level 70 leveling map, and it was 3 to 4 times larger than ordinary leveling maps of the same level. However, the map's high level wasn't the greatest threat. The reason behind the Forest of Death nickname was the utter lack of fortresses or safe gathering locations for humans. Instead, the map was a haven for demonic beasts and half-orcs. The Great Forest of Soria was a kingdom of half-orcs, and it posed a great threat to players as the half-orc race was highly prejudiced against outsiders. Players could encounter the half-orc patrol squads at any time inside the Great Forest. Not only were these patrol squads extremely powerful, but they would also call for their other companions to ambush players. Hence, survival within the Great Forest was, to say the least, challenging. Through the teleportation array, Shifeng's party quickly arrived at Starfall City, a city near Star Moon Kingdom's border. Starfall City was the second largest city in Star Moon Kingdom's northern region. Although the city was near the kingdom's border, it was the most prosperous of all the cities in the northern region. Starfall City was of similar rank to White River City. Only, the city had a few more Tier 4 NPCs guarding it than White River City. There were a total of 7 Tier 4 NPCs. The city's defensive power greatly surpassed White River City and was only weaker than Star Moon City. This place is impressive. Blackie could not help his shock when he saw the busy street. There were a lot of NPC guards patrolling the streets, at least twice that of White River City. Other than the NPC guards, there were also plenty of merchants roaming about. One could also see many horse carriages carrying cargo coming and going. Moreover, these merchants were not limited to NPCs. There were also plenty of player merchants. These player merchants similarly rode horse carriages around the city. There were also plenty of player merchants who had parked their carriages in one place and hawked and bought various items. What are they doing? Cola noticed that these player merchants were frantically purchasing various materials and equipment from other players. There were even some who purchased common items from NPC merchants. Moreover, these player merchants purchased these common items in large quantities, costing up to dozens, or even more than 100 gold. Such an amount would be enough to fund a small guild for a relatively long time. None of White River City's players would be so insane as to purchase so many common items from NPC merchants. Those people are reselling goods and making a profit through the price differences. Shifeng explained. Making a profit through the price differences? Blackie was confused. But the NPC's prices are the same throughout Star Moon Kingdom. Only some unique items can be resold for a profit. Even so, there aren't usually many of those items available for sale, and normally, when the NPCs restock, large guilds usually buy everything, keeping them for their own use. Who are they planning to sell these common items to? To players, of course, Shifeng said, laughing. Although NPCs' common items in Star Moon Kingdom have uniform prices, the prices may be different in other kingdoms and empires. Some items sold in Star Moon Kingdom might be more expensive in the Black Dragon Empire, while some items might be cheaper. Meanwhile, these people are trying to make a profit through the difference in prices. Then, aren't there teleportation arrays? Wouldn't it be easier just to deliver their products using teleportation arrays? Blackie asked curiously. Why must they use horse carriages? Very simple. The transportation fees would be too high if they used the teleportation arrays. Moreover, only the capital city has an array that enables teleportation between other kingdoms and empires, and each teleportation would cost more than 1 gold. Their profit margin is not high. Moreover, a player can't carry enough items. They might even incur losses if they use teleportation arrays to conduct their trades. Meanwhile, a horse carriage can carry more than a dozen times that of players. Some good horse carriages can even carry up to 20 or 30 times. Although one may waste some time and encounter some dangers if they travel to the Black Dragon Empire via a horse carriage, in general, they can earn a lot of money with a single trip. These player merchants earn even more money than our guild's elite players. Shifeng had some knowledge regarding the merchant subclass. In the past, his guild had frequently organized caravans to conduct cross-border trade, earning significant funds for the guild. Meanwhile, Starfall City offered a natural advantage for cross-border trade. This was also why many merchants throughout Star Moon Kingdom specifically traveled all the way to Starfall City to develop themselves. Everyone came to a realization upon hearing Shifeng's explanation. They had never imagined that the cross-border trade was such a profitable business. The wages Zero Wing offered were among the highest of all guilds in Star Moon Kingdom. The money its elite members earned each day was several times more than the elite members of other guilds. The money they earned could even rival that of ordinary experts. These merchant players actually made more money than Zero Wing's elite members. In other words, these merchant players made more money than even the ordinary experts in God's domain. Alright, split up and look for any caravans that are about to depart, Shi Feng ordered. There was a great distance between Starfall City and the Great Forest of Soria. If a player relied on their own 2 feet to travel, it would take over 10 hours to reach the Great Forest. If Shi Feng were traveling alone, he could simply teleport to the Great Forest with the aid of the 7 Luminaries ring, saving him a lot of hassle. Unfortunately, none of his other party members possessed the 7 Luminaries ring. Hence, they would have no choice but to travel to the Great Forest on foot. Meanwhile, if a caravan were about to embark from Starfall City to the Black Dragon Empire, they would have to pass through the outermost region of the Great Forest of Soria. If one traveled via horse carriage, the journey to the Great Forest would only take 3 or 4 hours. It was much faster than even common mounts. However, the road to the Black Dragon Empire was not easy for a caravan. A caravan normally required an escort of guards. Meanwhile, powerful players would often accept such escort quests as they were extremely profitable. The money one could earn from these quests was several times higher than ordinary high-level quests. Only, one would have to invest a lot of time to complete the quest. A dozen minutes or so later, Aqua Rose located a caravan that was about to depart for the Black Dragon Empire. This caravan was not particularly large. In total, there were only a dozen or so horse carriages. Moreover, it was a caravan that consisted entirely of players. It was far less safe than NPC caravans. After leaving the city, caravans could encounter all sorts of trouble such as monster attacks and player robberies. In the past, Shi Feng had even tragically been mugged by a Tier 4 Sword Emperor NPC. Meanwhile, in an NPC-organized caravan, there would usually be some NPC guards escorting the caravan. Ordinary players would not dare consider robbing such caravans. Monsters offered the greatest danger. These caravans. Player-organized caravans, on the other hand, were often the targets of players who had joined the dark forces. Of course, with risk comes opportunity. If player merchants joined an NPC-organized caravan, their profits would decrease sharply. The maximum amount of money they could earn from a single trade was only 1/3 of the money they could make if they joined a player-organized caravan. Of course, even this was still a significant amount of money to an ordinary player. In other words, a player-organized caravan's profits were 3 times that of an NPC-organized caravan. Naturally, courageous or strong players would take this risk. Our Red Rain caravan is not some weak caravan. We don't welcome weaklings here. Not to mention, you guys are only planning to join us to the Great Forest of Soria. You will occupy our guard slots for nothing. A female ranger with a charming and flirtatious look sneered. This female ranger had black, shoulder-length hair and wore a black and red tight-fitting leather jacket. Chapter 635. Rainless Sword. Just as the female ranger had said, the Red Rain caravan's strength could not be underestimated. Although the Red Rain caravan was slightly weaker than the other caravans that consisted of over 30 horse carriages, their horse carriages were of higher quality. 2 horses pulled the Red Rain caravan's carriages, unlike the normal horse carriages that other caravans used, which were only pulled by 1 horse. Not only were the Red Rain caravan's carriages faster, but they could also hold considerably more cargo, with each carriage holding up to 24 times that of an ordinary player's bag space. Moreover, due to the horse carriages being of a higher rank, they could hire 2 more guards than ordinary carriages. Forming such a powerful caravan at this stage of the game displayed the great capability of this player group guild leader. Although there are several other caravans that are about to leave, we'll have to wait for another 3 to 4 hours for them to resupply before they set out. However, this caravan doesn't want guards that will quit halfway through the journey, Aqua Rose reported. Although there were many caravans in Starfall City, that did not mean that a caravan was available to set off at any time. It's their loss for not picking powerful guards like us, Cola snorted. He had just replaced his old shield with a divine blue fire shield, his strength increasing significantly, so he felt somewhat irritated by the fact that the Red Rain caravan had ignored him. Shi Feng swept a glance over the Red Rain caravan that was recruiting guards some distance away. The Red Rain caravan consisted of a total of 16 bronze carriages, each holding a maximum of 5 people. That was 2 more than common carriages. In other words, the Red Rain caravan could carry a total of 80 people. After including the caravan's merchants, they could recruit up to a maximum of 50 guards. If the caravan allowed Shi Feng's party of 6 to take up 1/8 of the remaining slots, it would greatly strengthen the caravan. Currently, Shi Feng's group wore black cloaks to hide their identities. Outsiders could not discern their appearances at all, not to mention their guild with Zero Wing's influence in Star Moon Kingdom. The Red Rain caravan would definitely show some deference and allow their party to join. However, Shifeng did not wish to expose their tracks. Every large guild had their own investigation team that was responsible for collecting information on and tracking the important members of other large guilds, taking the opportunity to investigate their movements or seek opportunities to assassinate these members. Everyone in Star Moon Kingdom knew of Zero Wing. Naturally, their actions would attract the attention of many parties. Not to mention, Zero Wing had plenty of enemies. If someone discovered their tracks, some of these enemies might go out of their way to deal with them. Although Shifeng was not afraid of his enemies, he did not wish to risk exposing the location of a rare guild mount and the method of capturing it. That would be a huge loss for him. Therefore, Shifeng had everyone in his party hide their identities. I'll negotiate with them. Shifeng shook his head and smiled. He then walked towards the lead female ranger. Why are you here again? Haven't I said that our guard slots are precious and that we can't afford to hire people that will quit halfway through the trip? The female ranger named Red Rain said, we don't want any remunerations. I'll even give you 1 gold as a traveling expense. How about it? Shifeng took out a shining gold coin from his bag. Although the Red Rain caravan transported a lot of goods, they could not earn much. To the caravan, 1 gold was a significant amount of money. Hearing Shifeng's offer, Red Rain hesitated. Although the Great Forest of Soria is only halfway, most of the dangers on the way to the Empire come from the Great Forest itself. As long as you get through the Great Forest, you shouldn't encounter any problems on the remaining journey. We'll part ways only after we exit the Great Forest. How about that? Shifeng offered another suggestion. This? Red Rain was clearly tempted indeed. Just as Shifeng had stated, the truly dangerous area from Starfall City to the Black Dragon Empire was the Great Forest of Soria. The Great Forest was the best place for players to set up an ambush. At the same time, the Great Forest was also where caravans would most likely encounter monster attacks. As long as they passed through the Great Forest, their trip to the Black Dragon Empire could basically be considered a success. Just agree to their offer. Our Red Rain caravan is famous in Starfall City. Those bandit players normally take the long way around to avoid us. What's wrong with earning a little more money? A level 29 swordsman youth asked. Even if we encounter some trouble on the second half of the journey, doesn't the caravan still have me? While the swordsman youth was speaking, Shifeng activated omniscient eyes to size up the young man's. Swordsman's name was displayed as Rainless Path. The majority of his equipment was level 25 fine gold rank with a few pieces of level 30 secret silver equipment. There was even a piece of level 25 dark gold equipment. Rainless Path? When Shifeng saw this name, he suddenly recalled something about this swordsman in the past. Rainless Path had been a famous swordsman in Star Moon Kingdom. At his peak, he had ranked within the top 30 swordsmen in Star Moon Kingdom. Back then, he had also been known as Rainless Sword. His name had shaken the entire Star Moon Kingdom. Unfortunately, his growth had been limited by the fact that he was an independent player. For an independent player like Rainless Path to place within the top 30 of the Kingdom swordsmen was an amazing feat. Alright, then. I accept your offer. However, we have to make a contract first, Red Rain sighed as she conceded. She thought that she was behaving too conservatively. After all, the Red Rain caravan was a well-known caravan in Starfall City. Bandit players normally would not try to make an enemy of their caravan. Even in the off chance that someone did try to rob them, they still had an expert like Rainless Path. Okay. Shifeng did not object to signing a contract. With a contract, both sides could feel at ease afterward. Shifeng and his party entered into a contract with the Red Rain caravan. The contract required Shifeng's party to pay a remuneration of 1 gold to the Red Rain caravan. In return, the Red Rain caravan would transport his party to the Great Forest of Soria. The two groups would part ways once they exited the Great Forest. After another dozen or so minutes, the Red Rain caravan recruited enough players to fill the remaining guard spots. Shortly after, the caravan departed from Starfall City. The bronze carriages were very fast. Moving along the highway, it took only 2 hours for the Red Rain caravan to reach the Great Forest of Soria. Level 50 monsters roamed the Great Forest's outermost region. However, due to the Star Moon Kingdom and the Black Dragon Empire armies often clearing the monsters around the highway, the Great Forest's monsters did not dare approach the highway casually. This allowed players to organize their own caravans to travel between these two countries. Moreover, with the current level of players, as long as they possessed some equipment that had the Ignore levels attribute and the protection skills unique to caravans, even a player caravan could pose a certain degree of threat to level 50 monsters. As long as there were not too many monsters, a player caravan could even kill off the level 50 monsters. Only, during transport, the players in a caravan would not get any loot or EXP from the monsters they killed. Hence, players were unable to take advantage of the caravan's strength to grind for EXP and items. Moreover, the carriages could only travel on commercial roads. They could not travel to other locations. Otherwise, players would not need to purchase mounts. Shortly after the Red Rain caravan entered the great forest of Soria, a thinly built ranger hiding in a towering tree noticed the caravan. This ranger then activated Eagle Eyes and carefully observed his target boss. Another caravan has arrived, the ranger said through the team chat. Which caravan is it? A rough and barbaric voice came from the other side looking at the symbol. It seems to be the Red Rain caravan, the thinly built ranger said, licking his lips. Red Rain caravan. Excellent. I'll show that slut, Red Rain, that struggling is useless, even if she has Rainless Path. Send me their coordinates. Today, the 1,000-mile killers will take this opportunity to lay our hands on the Red Rain caravan for never paying tolls. The thinly built ranger immediately sent the Red Rain caravan's coordinates to his boss. Ha ha ha. We're going to make a fortune. I heard that the Red Rain caravan is as rich as an oil baron. The caravan has even given Rainless Path a dark gold weapon. Their riches will be ours, the 1,000-mile killers. The thinly built ranger drooled as he watched the bronze carriages of the Red Rain caravan. Chapter 636. Dark Guild. The Red Rain caravan did not have an easy journey through the great forest of Soria. They oftentimes encountered attacks from 1 or 2 level 50 wind leopards, forcing the caravan to halt their advance and face these demonic beasts. Wind leopard, demonic beast, common rank. Level 50. HP 50. 000/50. 000. Although the wind leopard was only a common monster and its HP was very low, its speed and damage could rival even that of a level 30 chieftain. Ordinary players would not survive more than 3 hits from this monster. If an ordinary player encountered a wind leopard, only death awaited them. They would not even have a chance to escape. However, when a caravan was in the process of delivering goods, it gained special skills. There was no need for players to risk their lives to defend their cargo. They could deal significant damage to these monsters just by relying on the bronze carriage's attack skills. The bronze carriages could also enhance players' attributes within a certain range. A level 30 player could receive such a massive buff that it gave them the attributes of a level 40 player. Hence, as long as a player was somewhat skilled, it was not entirely impossible for them to defeat level 50 monsters. Before Shifeng's party even descended from their carriages, Rainless Path was already charging towards the 2 wind leopards. And before the 2 wind leopards could react, Rainless Path activated Chop and dealt 3 damages of over -1,000 points to one of the demonic beasts. AOO. The injured wind leopard released an angry howl. It then pounced at Rainless Path, brandishing its sharp claws at the swordsman. At the same time, the other wind leopard darted towards Rainless Path with its fangs bared. However, before the 2 wind leopards could touch Rainless Path, the 6 frontmost bronze carriages each fired a blue beam at the 2 monsters. The beams were extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, they struck the wind leopards, knocking them back. Each beam dealt -3,000 damage and severely injured the 2 monsters. Rainless Path circled to the wind leopards' backs, aiming Earth Splitter at their hind legs. The keen edge of a dark gold longsword was extraordinary. Immediately, Rainless Path's weapon sliced through the leopard's thick hide, damaging the tendons and greatly reducing the monster's mobility, following which, the other bronze carriages fired beams as well, and in a short moment, the 2 wind leopards were dead. Meanwhile, Rainless Path had even not received a single point of damage. The coordination between player and carriages was perfect. Shifeng and the other guards had no chance to display their skill at all. Sheathing his long sword, Rainless Path leaped back onto his carriage and said, "Let's go." This scene shocked many of the caravan's guards. Rainless Path was able to defeat 2 level 50 wind leopards without suffering any damage. In all of Starfall City, very few were capable of such a feat as expected of Red Rain caravan's Rainless Path. It seems that the only thing we'll do on this trip is fill our pockets with money, many of the guard players said in celebration. Although the remuneration and EXP for a caravan's escort quest were abundant, the quest itself was not an easy one. One would encounter many life-threatening dangers on the road. Hence, not many players in Starfall City were willing to accept an escort quest. However, it was a different story if the escort quest was for a powerful caravan. In such cases, taking on the quest would be the equivalent of free money and EXP. If he already has such precise physical control now, chances are that, among those in the guild, only Fire Dance and Violet Cloud can defeat him. It's no wonder why he was able to make a name for himself in Star Moon Kingdom despite being an independent player. Feng was able to gauge Rainless Path's combat standards during his previous battle. The current Rainless Path was many times stronger than Feng when he had first logged into God's domain in this life. At a stone bridge in the Great Forest of Soria's outer region, multiple level 27 and higher players hid in the surrounding forest at such a distance. Ordinary players traveling the road could easily discover these players. However, they had used isolation scrolls. Although they were not invisible, the scrolls blurred their bodies, making it very difficult to notice them by sight alone while they hid in the forest. The person leading this team was a level 29 berserker wearing black scale armor and wielding a silver greatsword. Watching the quickly approaching caravan, he sneered as he said, "They're finally here. Get into position." Upon receiving this man's command, every team member took out an earthy yellow magic scroll from their bags. The moment the Red Rain caravan's carriages entered their encirclement, the leading berserker shouted "Go." The members of 1,000-Mile Killers immediately activated the yellow magic scrolls. In the next moment, thick walls rose from the road, sealing off the path ahead and behind the Red Rain caravan, preventing the carriages from advancing or retreating. The ambush took the Red Rain caravan's players by surprise before anyone could react. Nearly 100 players burst from the forest on both sides of the road normally, when attempting to plunder a caravan. One could not have too many players because if too many players joined the fight, the caravan's special skills would grow stronger, making the caravan far more difficult to deal with. When attacking a caravan consisting of a dozen or so carriages, a small army of 100 players offered the best results. 1,000-Mile Bear. Red Rain's expression sank, her beautiful eyes glaring at the berserker amidst the crowd. "We have never interfered with each other's business. What is the meaning of this?" The 1,000-Mile Killers was a red name team that had already plundered countless caravans. 1,000-Mile Bear was their leader. However, the 1,000-Mile Killers had never attempted to rob Starfall City's famous caravans. Hence, the various famous caravans had never bothered to join hands to deal with the 1,000-Mile Killers. Red Rain had never thought that 1,000-Mile Bear would break the unwritten rule after all this time and target their Red Rain caravan. Red Rain, do you really think that I don't normally target you guys because I'm afraid of you? 1,000-Mile Bear grinned. Coldly he said, "Hand over 1 piece of dark gold equipment and 5 pieces of fine gold equipment. Oh, and leave your carriages behind. Otherwise, none of you will leave here alive." 1,000-Mile Bear, do you think that our Red Rain caravan is that easy to bully? If you're strong enough, take it yourself. Red Rain unslung the dark blue longbow from her back and fired multiple arrows consecutively at the level 29 berserker. Although an arrow was not as powerful as a spell, it was much faster. Rainless Path also unsheathed his long sword and swiftly charged towards 1,000-Mile Bear. In order to round up bandits, one must first catch their ringleader. If 1,000-Mile Bear died, the other members of his team would fall into disarray. Since you don't know when to give up, don't blame me for not showing mercy. 1,000-Mile Bear swung his great sword, deflecting the incoming arrows. He then called out to the 12 black-robed players behind him, saying, "It's up to you guys now." All 12 black-robed players hid their identities. Their appearances were also indiscernible. However, all 12 radiated a bone-chilling aura. The 12 players nodded silently before splitting up and charging towards the caravan. They did not bother dealing with Rainless Path as a group. "I heard that you are a swordsman expert. I want to see just how strong you are." One of the robed players, a swordsman, unsheathed his pair of swords as he approached Rainless Path, wearing a playful expression. The black-robed swordsman activated Wind Blade, arriving before and brandishing his swords at Rainless Path. As if they were venomous snakes, the black-robed swordsman's 2 swords struck at Rainless Path's heart and neck with deadly precision. The attacks were so fast that Rainless Path barely saw the weapons. After images. "Who are you?" Rainless Path was shocked. Hurriedly, he swung his long sword to block the attack. Throughout Starfall City, only a few players were capable of such speed and accuracy, and Rainless Path knew practically every swordsman in the city who could achieve such a feat. However, he could not remember anyone who matched the size and aura of the black-robed swordsman. Dang! Dang! 2 rings of metal clashing resounded. Although Rainless Path blocked the black-robed swordsman's attacks, he had been forced to retreat by 2 steps. The black-robed swordsman was slightly stronger than Rainless Path. However, Rainless Path did not lack speed as he slashed at his opponent's black cloak, revealing the mysterious swordsman's true identity. The mysterious swordsman was actually a severely emaciated youth. However, the youth's character ID was as crimson as a deep pool of blood. A black skull also graced the boy's silver armor, and his entire body radiated a faint bloody glow. "What is the Dark Guild, the Million Ghosts, doing here?" Rainless Path could not help his shock when he saw the skull-shaped guild emblem. "You really are powerful. However, what do you think of this? The swordsman youth laughed. In the next moment, he swung his swords and sent 10 sword images towards Rainless Path. All 10 sword images appeared before Rainless Path's body simultaneously, making them impossible to block or dodge. Chapter 637. Are the million ghosts very strong? Facing 10 sword images, even an ordinary expert would be surprised, failing to defend themselves. However, instead of moving to block the attacks, Rainless Path activated Defensive Blade and charged towards the sword images. Rainless Path then used the Tier 1 Swordsman skill, 5 consecutive slashes. On the Swordsman Youth, 5 consecutive slashes was not a particularly powerful skill among Tier 1 Swordsman skills. However, this skill increased his attack speed more than any other in his arsenal. When executing the skill, the user would send out a total of 5 slashes, with each subsequent slash receiving a 20% attack speed and damage increase. Hence, each subsequent slash was faster and more powerful than the prior one, making it extremely difficult to counter. Both Rainless Path and the mysterious youth were swordsmen, and both parties were level 29. Although they had extraordinary attack power, their defenses were average. However, in terms of attributes, the youth was stronger. The boy had over 7,300 HP, whereas Rainless Path only had over 6,800 HP. If either swordsman failed to defend his opponent's attack, even if they did not die instantly, they would not have much HP remaining. Facing Rainless Path's suicidal attack, the swordsman youth had no choice but to activate Defensive Blade. Pung, pung, pung. After sparks scattered, both swordsmen pulled away from each other. Though neither received any damage, their defensive blades had been exhausted. For a short time, neither swordsman could use the life-saving skill again. After a series of exchanges, neither side managed to grasp an advantage over each other. Although the swordsman youth had the advantage in attributes, Rainless Path's combat techniques were superior. For a time, the swordsmen were helpless against each other. However, the same could not be said for the battles happening elsewhere. Arrows and spells flew through the air. The bronze carriages added their own magic attacks into the mix, as well. At the rear line, the healers of both sides concentrated on keeping their allies alive. The bridge had transformed into a miniature battlefield. Players could die at any time. When the Red Rain Caravan's guards were killed by red names, they would lose 1 level and drop 2 or 3 pieces of equipment. On the other hand, the ambushing red names suffered a more severe fate. When they died, not only did they lose 2 or 3 levels, but they also dropped the majority of their equipment. There were even some red names who dropped every single piece of equipment they had upon death. However, the black-robed players who had emerged were frighteningly strong. Killing the Red Rain Caravan's guards was like child's play to these players. In a short moment, these black-robed players had killed 8 guards. How could this be? Red Rain suddenly felt a wave of despair. They should not have had any problems dealing with the 1,000-mile killers. However, these 12 powerful experts had rendered even the Red Rain Caravan powerless. Moreover, these 12 experts were members of the Million Ghosts, a dark guild. Dark guilds were different from ordinary guilds in that they focused on slaughtering other players. The members of dark guilds were all red names. Meanwhile, the Million Ghosts was one of the famous dark guilds in the Black Dragon Empire. The dark guild's strength could rival even that of a first-rate guild. Only, the guild had far fewer members than a first-rate guild. Red Rain had never imagined that the Million Ghosts would lay their hands on this place as well. Rainless Path was similarly anxious. After all, as his fight against the swordsman youth drug on, more people in the caravan would die. Ha ha ha. From today onwards, the trade route between Star Moon Kingdom and the Black Dragon Empire belongs to the Million Ghosts. You people from Red Rain Caravan, when you return to Starfall City, make sure to tell all the caravans in the city that anyone who crosses this bridge will have to pay a toll. Otherwise, they will share your fate. 1,000-Mile Bear arrogantly declared as he overlooked the battling crowd. The Red Rain Caravan's members could not help but despair at these words. The Million Ghosts intended to use them as an example for the people of Starfall City, so that's the case. However, are the Million Ghosts very strong? Shifeng asked, chuckling as he looked down on the level 29 Berserker. Dark guilds would normally occupy some high-traffic routes, making a fortune in tolls. However, Shifeng had never imagined that the Million Ghosts Guild would discover the importance of trade routes and begin claiming them so quickly. It was just like how the Candlelight Trading Firm was charged an export fee when selling their products in other cities. If they exported products to other countries, however, the fees were much higher, charging 30% of the item's price. Hence, once players established a shop in other countries, they normally formed their own caravans to transport their goods. Saving a lot on travel expenses, the Candlelight Trading Firm already possessed shops in a few cities within the Black Dragon Empire. The trading firm similarly had a shop in Starfall City. However, as the level of current players was still somewhat low, Shifeng had not planned to establish his own caravan just yet since the Million Ghosts was already eyeing trade routes. Shifeng could not sit idle and do nothing. How dare you provoke the Million Ghosts? A level 29 black-robed berserker charged towards Shifeng, sending a heavy strike at Shifeng's head in response. Shifeng remained motionless as he allowed the berserker's axe to descend on him. Before anyone knew it, Fire Dance appeared beside a black-robed berserker and used sneak attack, forcing the berserker into a fainted state for 3 seconds. Immediately after, she used the most powerful burst skill an assassin had, Absolute Strike. When her dagger penetrated the berserker's back, the attack threw the latter forward by 10-yard system. Absolute Strike completion rate 85%, resulting in 100% of skill's effect. Skill proficiency plus 3 to 12,056. The black-robed berserker, who had less than 8,000 HP, dropped like a stone as the berserker slammed heavily into the ground. He dropped 3 pieces of equipment since the berserker was a member of a dark guild. Even though he was a red name and his name was nearly black, his punishment from the system would not be too severe. Only, he would drop slightly more items than an ordinary player. As for his lost levels, he would only lose 1 level like everyone else. However, the black-robed berserker's death immediately silenced the battlefield. Everyone's attention shifted towards Fire Dance, who currently wore a black cloak that blurred her appearance. Who are you? Thousand Mile Bear asked, his expression turning grave as he stared at Shifeng. The 12 experts the Million Ghosts had sent were all core members of the Dark Guild. Every one of them was extremely powerful. Meanwhile, the berserker that Fire Dance had killed ranked 5th out of the 12 experts. If such a person died from a single hit, even an idiot could tell that Shifeng's group was not ordinary. Red Rain, who had begun to despair, also stared at Shifeng's party in disbelief. So strong. Rainless Path could not help but shiver when he recalled Fire Dance killing the black-robed berserker instantly. When he placed himself in the berserker's shoes, he felt that he would not have even had time to activate Defensive Blade, dying instantly. With such strength, Fire Dance could definitely rank at the very top of Starfall City. She was not someone that he could hope to contend with at this moment. Shifeng waved his hand and said, "Get rid of them. Teach the Million Ghosts that there are some things that they are not allowed to touch." Fire Dance and the others nodded as they dashed towards the Million Ghosts experts. Although there was not much of a level difference between them, in terms of equipment, Fire Dance and the others were leaps and bounds above the Million Ghosts experts. Not to mention the Dark Guild's core members, even the Million Ghosts Guild leader would not have equipment that could compare with a Tier 1 set equipment. Cola charged at a level 29 black-robed assassin and used Divine Shield Strike. The Divine Blue Fire Shield transformed into a blue meteor that struck the assassin and dealt minus 2,748 damage. In response, the assassin hurriedly spun to Cola's back and used Backstab on the Guardian Knight. However, shifting his feet slightly, Cola easily blocked the attack with the Blue Fire Shield, receiving no damage. Immediately after, Cola followed up with a Hammer of Sanctions and Punishment, finishing off the black-robed assassin. The entire battle was over in a flash. If even an MT like Cola could defeat his opponent so swiftly, there was no need to mention the rest of Shifeng's party. With a wave of her staff, Aqua Rose cast Flame Explosion and finished off one of the bandits instantly. As for Fire Dance, she activated Wind Steps, and like Death Scythe, she harvested her enemy's head easily. After a short moment, only a few of the 1,000-mile killers remained. As for the Million Ghosts members, only 4 of the black-robed experts still stood. Nobody would have thought that a party of players could actually render these red name experts utterly powerless. You guys are digging your own graves. 1,000-Mile Bear's eyes bulged from his anger. The Million Ghosts will not let you off the hook. We're retreating. Saying so, 1,000-Mile Bear turned and fled. However, activating Silent Steps, Shifeng immediately appeared behind 1,000-Mile Bear and sent a chop at the berserker. Shifeng's sword drawing speed was astonishing, and all everyone saw was a silver flash. In the next moment, 1,000-Mile Bear's body fell to the ground. The berserker could not believe that someone could actually execute such a fast attack. It was so fast that he had no chance to react. The only thing he could do was watch as his HP descend until it reached 0. Chapter 638. Forming a Caravan. 1,000-Mile Bear's instant death stupefied the Million Ghosts members who had been fleeing for their lives. Shifeng was simply too fast. They had only heard 1,000-Mile Bear finish his words, and in the next moment, his body hit the ground. And before anyone had noticed, Shifeng stood beside 1,000-Mile Bear like the god of death monster. This thought immediately possessed the minds of the Million Ghosts members. They finally understood why Shifeng looked down on the Million Ghosts with such strength. Not even the big three in their guild would be his match. Both Red Rain and Rainless Path stared in shock at Shifeng quietly standing in the distance. They were very familiar with Thousand Mile Bear's strength. Even if they worked together, they would need to expend a lot of effort to defeat him. Thousand Mile Bear might even escape. However, as if he stepped on an ant, Shifeng only needed an instant to kill the berserker. They could no longer fathom just how strong Shifeng was. And here I thought that his companions were strong enough. I never imagined that the man himself would be even stronger. Thank goodness I accepted his request. Red Rain was somewhat afraid as she thought back to how she had taken a gold coin from Shifeng. Fortunately, she had not offended Shifeng with her words or actions. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. So that's what a real expert looks like. An indescribable excitement rose in Rainless Path's heart when he recalled Shifeng's attack, which had been as quick as lightning in Starfall City. He was already considered one of the city's peak experts. There were not many worthy opponents for him in the city. However, upon seeing Shifeng's stunning performance, he finally understood what a real expert was. A real expert was someone who could exert their body and techniques to their limits, someone who could utilize their strength with maximum efficiency, and someone who was more than just slightly stronger than an ordinary player. After Thousand Mile Bear died, Fire Dance and the others swiftly dispatched the remaining Million Ghosts members and collected some excellent equipment. Although these Level 25 dark gold and fine gold items were of no use to Fire Dance and the others, there were a bunch of people in the guild who would fight over for them. Hence, the party silently pocketed the equipment, not bothering to leave any for the Red Rain caravan. Many thanks for Big Brother Expert's help. Without you taking action, our Red Rain caravan would have been obliterated. Red Rain repeatedly expressed her gratitude to Shifeng. Although Shifeng hid his name, from the vague appearance Red Rain saw beyond the cloak, she could tell that Shifeng was not a child. Hence, she referred to Shifeng as Big Brother Expert. There is no need to thank me. I am only doing my job as a guard. Shifeng waved his hand. He then shifted his eyes to the Million Ghosts' corpses, commenting softly, "A dark guild is already targeting this trade route. In the future, any caravans that pass through here will have to pay a toll. I wonder what plans Miss Red has for the future?" Compared to ordinary guilds, dark guilds were far more overbearing. They would not give up a potential source of income just because of one failure. They would mobilize their forces, attacking again and again like a pack of hungry wolves. They would not give up before achieving their goals. After all, dark guilds had significantly fewer sources of income than ordinary guilds. In order to develop themselves, it was a necessity to resort to such desperate actions. Moreover, as players' levels increased, trade routes would become increasingly prosperous. One could collect astronomical tolls. Moreover, it was a costless business. If a dark guild managed to take control of multiple important trade routes, its income would most likely exceed even the candlelight trading firms, which was why it was impossible for the Million Ghosts to give up on the trade routes. For a caravan of independent players like the Red Rain caravan, there was no safety to speak of. Even an expert like Rainless Path could not change the outcome. After all, an independent expert's strength was limited. In the past, after Violet Cloud left Ouroboros, she had similarly established her own workshop to serve as her foundation. Otherwise, she would not have become a Tier 6 cleric god. Being questioned by Shifeng in such a way, Red Rain quickly realized the severity of the situation. Even if an independent caravan were powerful, it could not stand against a large guild. If this path is too risky, then our Red Rain caravan can only move to other cities to develop ourselves. Red Rain could not help but sigh. She had never imagined that, shortly after the Red Rain caravan improved and was about to follow a profitable path, an incident like this would happen. Move to other cities, huh? Very quickly, Rainless Path noticed a crucial point. Shaking his head, he said, "Sis, I think the other cities will have the same issue. It's only a matter of how high the tolls they are." Red Rain's mood soured further upon hearing Rainless Path's logic. If that were the case, independent players could no longer survive. "Miss Red, if you still wish to continue transporting goods, I know of a good option. I'm just not sure if you will be interested," Shifeng said, smiling. "Big Brother Expert, please, tell us." Red Rain was definitely interested in what Shifeng had to say. The candlelight trading firm has recently begun to hire caravans to ship its goods to other kingdoms and empires. With the backing of the trading firm, you won't have to worry about large guilds robbing you when transporting goods in the future. Shifeng finally revealed his true goal. Red Rain and her group were experienced in the transportation of goods. As the candlelight trading firm continued to develop, sooner or later, it would require its own caravan. By recruiting the Red Rain caravan, Not only would he establish a foundation for the trading firm in advance, but he could also deepen his connection with Red Rain and Rainless Path, the candlelight trading firm? Is that the famous trading firm that Zero Wing established? Red Rain's breathing grew a little rushed. If the candlelight trading firm were really hiring caravans to transport goods, this would be a heaven-sent opportunity for them. With the support of the trading firm, they would gain an additional layer of protection. The only issue was that they would have to prioritize the candlelight trading firm's goods. However, in the future, the Red Rain caravan would no longer have to worry about robberies. Zero Wing was currently like the midday sun throughout Star Moon Kingdom. It was a guild that even the super first-rate guild, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, was helpless against. There was no need to mention the other guilds in Star Moon Kingdom. Thank you for the advice. I'll begin preparing once we return to Star Moon Kingdom. Red Rain repeatedly thanked Shifeng, following which, Red Rain and the others began to clear the battlefield. After completing this shipment, they intended to try their luck with the candlelight trading firm. Standing beside Shifeng, Aqua Rose asked curiously, "Guild leader, since when did Candlelight begin recruiting caravans? Why didn't you tell me about this before?" It was not an easy task for a caravan to transport goods. The previous battle made this obvious. There were many problems involved in such an operation, and they were extremely troublesome to deal with. I just decided it. Shifeng laughed. Aqua Rose was speechless. She could not help but shift her gaze towards Red Rain, before returning her gaze to Shifeng, a meaningful smile appearing on her face. She looked at Shifeng as if saying, "I see." Half an hour later, the Red Rain caravan arrived at the exit of the Great Forest of Soria. Reaching this point, Shifeng and the others had fulfilled their agreement. After parting with Red Rain and the others, the party advanced into the inner regions of the Great Forest. Roughly 4 hours later, Shifeng's party arrived at a small lake. In the forest. Guild leader, aren't we trying to capture a guild mount? Why aren't there any monsters here? Blackie glanced at his surroundings, failing to find a single monster around the lake. No matter how he looked at it, this was not an area for capturing mounts. Shortly after Blackie finished speaking, the sound of wings reached his ears. Turning to the source of the sound, Blackie noticed a golden-winged lion that was over 20 meters long descending from the sky, landing beside the clear lake. A great lord. Blackie gaped as he saw this monster. Every member of the party was shocked. Chapter 639. Rare Mount. Guild leader, don't tell me we're going to capture that? Blackie inquired. He gulped audibly as he stared at the massive figure in the distance. The golden-winged Lion King before him was a bona fide Great Lord. Moreover, it was no ordinary Great Lord. It was a level 60 Great Lord. It was definitely part of the ruling class of monsters. It could obliterate them with a sneeze. Golden-winged Lion King, demonic beast, Great Lord. Level 60. HP 30, 000, 000/30, 000, 000. Capture it. Shifeng rolled his eyes at Blackie, saying, "You must be crazy." Although the golden-winged Lion King could be captured, it was a level 60 Great Lord. He wasn't that good. Unless they had a 100-man team of level 70 Tier 2 players or above, they had absolutely no chance of capturing the Great Lord. Shifeng's reply left Blackie speechless. However, the other members of the party released a sigh of relief. Capturing a monster was several times more difficult than killing one. We'll head over once it leaves, Shifeng said in the team chat. This golden-winged Lion King was this area's overlord. Hence, no other monsters dared to approach the area around the lake. However, nobody would have thought that not only was the golden-winged Lion King a field boss, but it was also a guardian boss. It was a boss specifically tasked with guarding a treasure in the past. After Fantasy Extinguisher led a team of players to exterminate this golden-winged Lion King, they discovered a secret. When that secret got out, it shocked the various large guilds throughout God's domain. Back then, even ordinary players had their own mounts. The various large guilds had also realized the importance of rare mounts and constantly searched for their own unique monster. The commotion these guilds caused as a result had disrupted God's domain's peace and tranquility. However, nobody would have imagined that the Fantasy Shrine had actually managed to obtain a 5-star mount. The star ranking of a mount represented its growth potential. A guild mount's rank could be upgraded when properly nurtured. Furthermore, with a higher star rank, a mount had a higher promotion success rate. The majority of the guild mounts throughout God's domain were 1-star mounts. A 1-star mount started out as a common mount. It was a general mount, and most guilds would not capture a 1-star mount for a guild mount as there was only a 10% chance for it to become a bronze mount. A 2-star mount started out slightly stronger than a 1-star mount, and there was a 20% chance that it could become a bronze mount. As long as guild members were willing to pay the price, they could nurture their 2-star mount into a bronze mount. It was much cheaper than just purchasing a bronze mount, as for 3-star mounts, they were rarely seen. Not only could the additional movement speed they provided initially reach 110%, but there was also a 30% chance that they could nurture them to become bronze mounts. However, few guilds were capable of obtaining 3-star mounts. A 4-star mount was a rare mount. Not only could its initial movement speed reach 115%, but there was also a 50% chance for it to become a bronze mount. Impressively, there was a 15% chance for it to become a mysterious iron mount. This was a potential that 1-star to 3-star mounts did not possess. Hence, 4-star mounts and above were considered rare mounts. Various large guilds throughout God's domain drooled over the idea of their own 4-star mount. Although there was only a difference of 1 rank between a bronze mount and a mysterious iron mount, the latter possessed storage capabilities. Moreover, unlike bronze mounts, mysterious iron mounts' combat capabilities allowed them to make a difference in a battle. 5-star mounts were even more powerful. The additional movement speed they provided initially could reach 120%. Its speed was practically equivalent to an ordinary bronze mount. Only, it did not possess any combat capabilities. However, 5-star mounts had a 70% chance to become bronze mounts. Not only could they be upgraded within a short amount of time, but they also had a 30% chance to become mysterious iron mounts and a 3% chance to become secret silver mounts. The most powerful guild mount Shifeng had seen in the past was a 6-star mount. Its rarity could even rival that of a legendary item. There was a 90% that it could become a bronze mount, 50% chance for mysterious iron rank, and 10% chance for secret silver rank. Just the thought of a guild outfitting its members with secret silver mounts was frightening. After all, unlike mysterious iron mounts or below, secret silver mounts possessed skills that could assist players in battle, increasing their combat power significantly. This was also why so many guilds had been so desperate to collect rare mounts in the past. After Fantasy Extinguisher's team killed the Golden-Winged Lion King, they discovered a 5-star mount and became one of the few large guilds throughout God's domain to possess one. After over an hour, the Golden-Winged Lion King finally quenched its thirst and finished its rest. It then flew from the clear lake. "All right, everyone, drink your potions and follow me." Shifeng did not bother to explain much. Immediately, he retrieved a deep blue potion from his bag and emptied the bottle's contents. The underwater breathing potion allowed players to breathe underwater for 2 hours. After drinking the potion, Shifeng led his team and dove into the lake. Although the Golden-Winged Lion King was a guardian monster, it did not guard this place constantly. It normally left the area for an hour or so, giving players a loophole to exploit. Otherwise, Shifeng would not have been confident of capturing 5-star mount that hid behind a great lord. After swimming for about a dozen minutes or so, the party discovered the ruins of a shrine. However, the shrine's thick, stone doors were currently shut tight. Even after combining their strength, they could not open the doors. It was obvious that they needed some sort of item to gain passage, just as everyone was at a loss on what to do. Shifeng activated the 7 Luminaries Ring space movement and entered the space beyond the stone doors. A minute later, the stone doors slowly opened. Everyone was amazed by this scene. They had not thought that the doors could be opened like this. "I wish I had an item with space movement. I could easily teleport into any shrine I find without wasting effort looking for a way to open the doors," Blackie said enviously. "This method is only viable for shrines that are not magically sealed. You wouldn't be able to teleport into shrines with magic seals or their own spaces." Shifeng wished the same, but there were very few non-magically sealed shrines throughout God's domain. There were even fewer items with skills similar to space movement normally. In order to enter this shrine beneath the lake, players were required to obtain the key by killing the Golden-Winged Lion King. "All right, we don't have much time left. We have around 40 minutes before the Lion King returns. We need to finish the job within these 40 minutes. Shifeng no longer bothered to explain. Immediately, he swam further into the shrine. The shrine was not large, being only 3 stories tall. The first floor was completely flooded. There was nothing special about the second floor beyond the various idols that cluttered the space. However, upon reaching the 3rd floor of the shrine, the party felt as if they had entered a different space entirely. The 3rd floor was actually a forest. Various wild beasts and demonic beasts lived here, and the monsters were all level 50. However, the beasts living here would not actively attack players. Meanwhile, slumbering in this forest heart was a blue wolf that stood over 3 meters tall. Despite being asleep, blue arcs of electricity flashed around the wolf's body, preventing others from approaching it. Thunder Wolf, Demonic Beast, Lord. Level 50. HP 9, 000, 000/9, 000, 000, Such a handsome wolf. Cola was immediately mesmerized by the Thunder Wolf in comparison. The horses of the Red Rain Caravan's bronze carriages looked like ugly toads. The Thunder Wolf was twice as large as a horse. If he could ride the beast through the city, he would become the envy of all. We only have 30 minutes left. Get into position as I taught you. If we fail, we'll have to spend a long time running back to this place. Shifeng hurriedly commanded quickly. Everyone stealthily approached the Thunder Wolf under Shifeng's command. Chapter 640. Astonishing Attack Power. The Thunder Wolf cracked opened its eyes upon detecting Shifeng's party. It then emitted a low growl, warning the approaching humans. Although the demonic beasts on the third floor would not actively attack players, they would give warnings when players got too close. If the players refused to heed their warning, they would attack Cola. Make sure you're ready to aggro the wolf. Blackie, focus on using Guardian of Light. Violet, focus on healing. Everyone else, use the hunting scroll when the time arrives. Shifeng hurriedly commanded his team when he noticed the Thunderwolf beginning to stand normally. It was practically impossible for them to capture a level 50 lord. However, the Thunderwolf was slightly special. One could use a special method to capture it. The first condition for capturing a wild beast or demonic beast was to lower the monster's HP to exactly 10%. If its HP were above or below 10%, one could not capture the monster. It was a stringent condition, and it was one of the reasons why killing a monster was much easier than capturing one. Cola was currently level 30 and wore a complete Tier 1 set equipment. He also had the Divine Blue Fire Shield. Even so, he could not hope to tank a level 50 lord finished with his commands. Shifeng revealed the Bible of Darkness and began activating Demon Summoning Emerge. Demon. When Shifeng finished chanting the incantation's final verse, the demon gate slowly opened. From behind the gates, a human-shaped demon, an evil blade spirit, stepped out. Sharp spikes and black scales covered the demon's body. This demon was a pure attack type and would not possess any support spells like the Heart Devourer. Evil Blade Spirit, Evil Spirit. Level 36. HP 3, 000, 000/3, 000, 000. Not bad. At least it's a Tier 2 demon. Shifeng smiled at the evil blade spirit in satisfaction. Although it was not as strong as the Thunderwolf, it would still be of significant help. It was fully capable of pinning down the Thunderwolf for a long period. Everyone, assist the evil blade spirit and attack the Thunderwolf. Make sure you dodge the wolf's lightning attacks. Shifeng then commanded the evil blade spirit to charge at the Thunderwolf. The evil blade spirit fought like a berserker. Activating Shadow Charge, it appeared before the Thunderwolf like a ghost. The blade spirit's sword-like arms then sliced fiercely at the Thunderwolf's body. 17, 519-16, 749. Two damages that were over minus 10,000 points appeared above the Lord's head, shocking the team. Such a high attack power. Shifeng was also surprised. We lucked out. This to me, a level 36 Lord had no chance against a level 50 Lord. The latter's defense was many times higher. The Thunderwolf's defense was even greater than an ordinary level 35 Great Lord. For Shifeng, he would have to enter his twofold berserk state to inflict more than minus 10,000 damage to the Thunderwolf. Yet, the similarly Lord-ranked Evil Blade Spirit could easily deal more than minus 10,000 damage. The demon's attack power was stronger than even a high lord of the same level. The Thunderwolf howled. Countless blue arcs of electricity suddenly appeared and surrounded its body, significantly increasing its speed. It then swung its claws at the Evil Blade Spirit. The Tier 2 Evil Spirit had no opportunity to block or evade before the attack struck and sent it flying backward by more than 10 yards. As it crashed to the ground, the resulting impact formed a large crater. The Thunderwolf's claws easily sliced through the Evil Blade Spirit's scale armor, leaving multiple scorched scratch marks. The Evil Blade Spirit's HP instantly fell by 41,864. The difference in strength between them was instantly obvious. I sent its attack a little too powerful? If I don't activate life-saving skills, I'll most likely die with a single hit. Standing a short distance away, Cola gulped when he saw the Thunderwolf's damage. He no longer dared underestimate the demonic beast. The Thunderwolf's attack power was many times stronger than even the Great Lord-ranked Blue Fire Crow King. Just how were they supposed to lower this monster's HP to 10%? Violet, heal the Evil Blade Spirit. Everyone else, attack from a distance. Shifeng was not particularly surprised by this result. Level 50 was another great divide of levels. At level 50, players could become Tier 2 classes. Hence, monsters would become a lot more powerful after reaching level 50 as well. Moreover, the Thunderwolf was a super attack-type demonic beast. Naturally, its attack power was dismaying. However, this astonishing attack power was the key factor in capturing the Thunderwolf, following which, Shifeng controlled the evil blade spirit and began to lure the Thunderwolf elsewhere. At the same time, Violet Cloud continuously healed the evil blade spirit. Although each of her heals could only recover several thousand HP for the Tier 2 evil spirit, they added up. As long as the evil blade spirit fought while it fled, it will soon recover to full HP. Meanwhile, Blackie and Aqua Rose were the party's main damage dealers. Unfortunately, when Aqua Rose used the Tier 1 spell, Fire Dragon's Dance, she only caused a little over -1,500 damage. As for Blackie, who wielded an epic staff, he only dealt over -2,000 damage with the Tier 1 spell, Darkness Ball. Against the Thunderwolf's 9 million HP, their attacks were practically negligible. Only after including the evil blade spirit's attacks did their damage surpass the Lord's battle recovery. After Shifeng lured the Thunderwolf to a low-lying area, he stopped actively controlling the evil blade spirit and allowed it to attack on its own. This should be the place. Shifeng observed his surroundings. After confirming that there were no problems, he recovered a dark blue Tier 2 magic scroll from his bag. Everyone, distance yourselves 50 yards from the Thunderwolf. Hearing Shifeng's command, although Blackie and Aqua Rose wondered why he wanted them to stop attacking, they had no choice but to back away from the Thunderwolf. After seeing Blackie and Aqua Rose retreat, Shifeng unfurled the magic scroll and began chanting the incantation recorded within. At this moment, the evil blade spirit, which confronted the Thunderwolf head-on, lost HP rapidly. Each of the Thunderwolf's attacks dealt over -40,000 HP, while its skills dealt over -70,000 damage. The evil blade spirit only had 3 million HP. Very quickly, the demon's HP fell below 2 million. On the other hand, the Thunderwolf had only lost around 100,000 HP. Blackie, use Guardian of Light on the blade spirit. Shifeng said sternly through the party chat. After completing his preparations immediately, Blackie cast Guardian of Light on the evil blade spirit. Guardian of Light was an additional skill of Mavis's guard. When activated, the skill granted immunity to all magic damage, reduced physical damage taken by 80%, and recovered 5% HP every second for 20 seconds. It was one of the most powerful life-saving skills at this stage of the game. After receiving Guardian of Light, the damage the evil blade spirit received fell sharply from over -40,000 points to just over -2,000 points. Moreover, it also recovered 5% of its HP every second. For the evil blade spirit, that was 150,000 HP every second. Not only did the evil blade spirit stop losing HP, but its HP also recovered rapidly. What's going on? Aqua Rose was surprised. The Thunderwolf had initially dealt over -40,000 damage to the evil blade spirit. Even if its damage were reduced by 80%, it should still deal over -8,000 damage. Yet now its attacks only inflicted over -2,000 damage. Before Aqua Rose could make sense of the situation, Shifeng activated the Tier 2 magic scroll, Waterfall, in his hands. Suddenly, a massive magic array appeared above the Thunderwolf. A torrent of water then gushed out of the magic array, pummeling the Thunderwolf and causing damages of over -4,000 points to appear above the Lord's head. The magic scroll's effect lasted for 4 seconds. We're finally done. All we need to do now is to watch the show. Shifeng smiled faintly. Watch the show? Doubt flashed in Fire Dance's eyes. Everyone was clearly confused. They did not understand Shifeng's actions. It was merely a Tier 2 magic scroll. Moreover, it wasn't dealing much damage in the next moment. However, everyone's eyes nearly fell out of their sockets. Suddenly, damages of more than -60,000 points started appearing above the Thunderwolf's head. This is when Fire Dance noticed the Thunderwolf's claws falling into the pooled water from the waterfall and it receiving massive amounts of damages as a result. She immediately came to a realization. That's right. The Thunder Beast's attacks are mainly lightning-type magical attacks. Using the electrical conductivity of water, although the water will amplify the power of its attacks, it will also become a victim of its own power, Shifeng explained, grinning. If it were any other monster, he would have no method to capture it. Unfortunately for the Thunderwolf, its attacks were lightning-based, so its greatest weakness was water. Hence, when the Fantasy Shrine had faced enemies with water-type AoE spells, they would not utilize their Thunderwolf mounts to assist them in battle, as doing so would cause more harm than good. For a time, the Thunderwolf's 9 million HP rapidly decreased. Everyone, get ready. Watching the Thunderwolf's HP about to reach 10%, Shifeng immediately ordered everyone to retrieve a hunting scroll and begin the capturing process. Chapter 641. Battle Demon. Black Dragon Empire, Sandstone Town. Sandstone Town occupied the Black Dragon Empire's southern border, and was the nearest town to the Star Moon Kingdom. Unfortunately, the forces of darkness occupied this town, so ordinary players could not venture here. Only players who had joined the forces of darkness could enter the town safely. The forces of darkness controlled very few towns, so many dark guilds were based in Sandstone Town. Among them, the most powerful dark guild was the Million Ghosts. One could say that the Million Ghosts was Sandstone Town's absolute overlord. 1,000 Miles team was defeated? Impossible! We sent 12 core members to assist them. With the strength of the independent caravans that travel between Starfall City and Copper Mountain City, how could they possibly lose? Inside the conference hall of the Million Ghosts, the Dark Guild's upper echelons were flabbergasted when they received news of Thunder Mile Bear's defeat. Dark Guilds were different from ordinary guilds. Their members relied on strength to raise their positions within the guild. Meanwhile, every person who became a core member was an expert who had fought hundreds and thousands of guild members to get to there. There were only slightly more than 100 core members in the Million Ghosts. If these core members were members of any of the ordinary large guilds, everyone would easily become one of the top few experts within the guild. Yet, of the 12 core members they dispatched, not a single one managed to return alive. It was simply inconceivable. What did the 12 that died have to say? The middle-aged man, who occupied the guild leader's seat, asked. This middle-aged man had dark eyes, a stalwart body, bronze skin, and a chiseled face. When this man spoke, the conference hall immediately fell silent. Nobody dared to act presumptuously before this man. This man was the Million Ghosts guild leader, Lifestealer. He was also an intimidating character who the various large guilds and Black Dragon Emperor had nicknamed Battle Demon. In an ordinary guild, the position of guild leader was only a symbol of status, not a symbol of strength. This held true for most guilds in God's domain. However, for dark guilds, the position of guild leader was the symbol of both status and strength. The fact that Lifestealer had become the Million Ghosts guild leader proved that his strength ranked number 1 in the entire guild. Due to Lifestealer's presence in the Million Ghosts, the various large guilds in the several nearby cities avoided provoking the Million Ghosts at all. Even the guild ruling over Bronze Mountain City, the Holy Church of War, deferred to the Million Ghosts. The Holy Church of War was a second-rate guild with control over 5 cities. It was a top-tier second-rate guild that had over 300,000 members. The guild also had 2 experts who ranked on the God's Domain experts list. Yet, such a guild still allowed the Million Ghosts to manage the trade route to Star Moon Kingdom freely. This was all due to the Battle Demon Lifestealer. Their opponents wore cloaks, so they did not see who they were fighting. However, judging by the enemy's tone, it seems that they looked down on the Million Ghosts. They even warned us not to touch the trade routes. They're taking us too lightly. Guild leader, let me lead some men and hunt down those bastards. If we don't do anything about this, the reputation our guild has built will be ruined. Guild leader, I'll go as well. The nearby large guilds should have learned of this by now. The Holy Church will also be watching. If we show them what the consequences are for messing with us, the Holy Church won't dare consider vying for dominance. The elders in the conference hall began stepping up, one after another, all wanting to teach those who dared provoke the Million Ghosts a lesson. It seems that our guild's reputation isn't as well known as it should be, to think that even the people from Star Moon Kingdom dare provoke us. However, there is no need to be anxious. Since they have done such a thing, it shows that they possess certain confidence and background. Have our members stationed in Starfall City investigate this matter. Once we know who we're dealing with, we'll give them a taste of hell. Lifestealer revealed a malicious grin. Seeing the smile on Lifestealer's face, everyone involuntarily shuddered back when the third-rate guild, Divine Flurry, had provoked their guild. Their guild leader had revealed this exact smile. 4 days after the initial incident, every core member of Divine Flurry died over a dozen times, and the guild disbanded as a result. Now that Lifestealer wore this smile once more, Starfall City would most likely fall into chaos. Meanwhile, inside the shrine in the Great Forest of Soria. Watching the Thunderwolf's HP rapidly approach 10%, tension grew in the party. This was the crucial moment to capture the Thunderwolf, and any mistakes could waste all of their previous efforts. Suddenly, Surefong controlled the evil blade spirit to leave the flooded area. Meanwhile, Fire Dance and the others dashed towards the Thunderwolf, each holding a hunting scroll. 12%. 11%. 10%. Start. Surefong immediately lured the Thunderwolf out of the flooded area, the Lord's HP stopping at precisely 10% upon reaching her position. Fire Dance chanted the last verse of the incantation and activated the hunting scroll Xiao. A pitch-black chain emerged from the hunting scroll and bound one of the Thunder Wolf's hind legs. Meanwhile, Fire Dance affixed the scroll on the ground. The hunting scroll's purpose was to trap the targeted beast. However, its effect only lasted 1 short minute. At the same time, everyone else in the party also activated their hunting scrolls, binding all 4 of the Thunder Wolf's limbs and preventing the demonic beast from moving a woo. The Thunder Wolf howled in anger suddenly. Dense dark clouds condensed above the fight, releasing blue strikes of lightning towards the affixed hunting scrolls. Reacting quickly, Fire Dance activated Wind Steps, utilizing the skill's nearly 1 second invulnerability to block the oncoming lightning strike. However, though she was unscathed from the attack, the hunting scroll was obliterated. Continue using hunting scrolls. Do not let it go no matter what. Shifeng also retrieved a 5-star cage from his bag and charged at the Thunder Wolf. The second key aspect when capturing a beast was timing. Cages required time to activate. During this period, the target must not escape the cage's range. Otherwise, the capture will fail, rendering the cage useless. Fire Dance and the others understood what they needed to do. They retrieved more hunting scrolls from their bags and activated them. Meanwhile, the Thunder Wolf continuously destroyed the affixed hunting scrolls in a fit of rage. At this moment, Shifeng found an opportunity as he abruptly leaped into the air. Jumping above the Thunder Wolf and activating the cage. Fixing the cage to a specific location required approximately 2 full seconds. However, the 5-star cage's enclosure was not large. The Thunder Wolf released an angry howl. Suddenly, more dark clouds collected in the sky, the lightning strikes increasing in number as well. Immediately, 2 of the 5 affixed hunting scrolls were destroyed. The Thunder Wolf then made an angled jump, escaping the cage's enclosure in the nick of time. Capture failed. Following which, Fire Dance and the others hurriedly used more hunting scrolls to pin down the demonic beast. However, Shifeng's second capture attempt also failed. Meanwhile, Shifeng only had 2 5-star cages remaining. In other words, he only had 2 chances to capture the Thunder Wolf left as expected of a 5-star rare mount. It really is lively. This was the first time Shifeng had attempted to capture a 5-star mount in either life. The Thunder Wolf was far more difficult to capture than he had expected. However, Shifeng was not someone to be trifled with. For his third attempt, he activated one of the Abyssal Blade's skills, Abyssal Curse, preventing all targets within a 30-yard radius from moving for 5 seconds. Although the Thunder Wolf was a level 50 lord, the skill would still affect it somewhat suddenly. The Thunder Wolf's movements visibly slowed. Shifeng then activated Heavenly Dragon's power and used Thunderflame Explosion on the demonic beast. 679. Although his damage was negligible, Thunderflame Explosion had a movement speed reduction effect. As a result, the Thunder Wolf's speed dropped. Further use the hunting scrolls quickly. Shifeng shouted anxiously. Hearing Shifeng's command, Fire Dance and the others activated their hunting scrolls. This time, 5 chains simultaneously bound the Thunder Wolf. Still not satisfied, Shifeng activated Abyssal Bind as well. 9 chains suddenly sprouted from the ground, locking the Thunder Wolf in place. However, despite the many restrictions, the chains began to shatter. One after another, Shifeng began setting a cage into position once more. For a moment, everyone forgot to breathe just to hold the Thunder Wolf in position. They had used more than 60 hunting scrolls. Each person only had a few hunting scrolls remaining. The cage's channeling time slowly decreased 2 seconds. 1 second. In you go! Shifeng roared. Immediately, a massive steel cage fell from the sky, trapping the Thunder Wolf within. Chapter 642. Formation of the Dark God's Legion. The Thunder Wolf struggled desperately inside the cage, repeatedly slamming its body against its steel bars. The 5-star prison even began showing signs of strain. Seeing this scene, Shifeng hurriedly chanted an incantation. In the next moment, the magic runes carved into the cage glowed. The cage itself then proceeded to shrink, only stopping when it was squeezing the Thunder Wolf. At this point, the Thunder Wolf no longer had space to generate enough momentum for a powerful charge. It sure is difficult to capture a demonic beast. Aqua Rose swept a glance at the numerous little craters around her, the aftermath of the Thunder Wolf's attacks on the anchors of the chains binding it. Fortunately, the few of them managed to react and evade the Lord's lightning attacks quickly, allowing them to capture the Thunder Wolf without any fatalities. Let's get ready to leave then. Shifeng took a look at the time. They were cutting things fine. The golden-winged Lion King would return soon. He then retrieved a bunch of storage space scrolls from his bag. Although they had already captured the Thunder Wolf, the demonic beast's massive frame was over 3 meters tall. In addition, There was the massive steel cage. Transporting the Thunder Wolf out of this place would be extremely troublesome. They would require many players with high strength just to lift the cage and the Thunder Wolf. And even if they did manage to lift them, their movement speed would be significantly reduced. They would also encounter many dangers while carrying the demonic beast. Who knew just how much time they would have to waste conveying the Thunder Wolf back to White River City? Hence, storage space scrolls were available for purchase in God's domain. These scrolls could be used to store large items. Not only was the Thunder Wolf massive, but it was also a living creature. Feng had to use a total of 20 storage space scrolls in order to fit the Thunder Wolf into his bag space. The Thunder Wolf instantly took up 20 slots there. However, the duration of the storage space scrolls was not indefinite. They could only be used to store items for up to half an hour, following which, everyone used returned scrolls and departed from the shrine. White River City, Zero Wings Guild residence. After Aqua Rose and the others went to rest, Feng went to the warehouse inside the guild residence by himself. He then placed the Thunder Wolf inside the warehouse, as well as took out several magic crystals from his bag and put them inside the Thunder Wolf's cage. Demonic beasts were different from wild beasts. Their primary source of food was magic crystals. Just a single crystal could sustain a demonic beast for a long time. Now that I've obtained a rare mount, next up will be constructing a stable. When Feng looked at the ferocious Thunder Wolf, he grew eager to construct a stable as soon as possible. Only after he had a stable could he begin taming the Thunder Wolf. Demonic beasts were much more difficult to tame than wild beasts. Moreover, the higher the star ranking of a creature, the longer the time required to gentle it. Complete taming of the Thunder Wolf would need at least 10 to 15 days. If he could finish the stable even a day sooner, he might be able to have the Thunder Wolf trained by the time the guild's core members reached level 40. If he could pair every core member with a Thunder Beast, their combat power would soar through the roof. Only too many materials were required to construct a stable. The stable was different from the other structures inside the guild residence, which needed only money to build. Moreover, many of the materials required for a stable were obtainable only from large-scale team dungeons. I need to speed things up a little bit. Feng then thought about forming the Dark Gods Legion. Whether it was the collection of the materials for the stable or for the Candlelight Trading Firm's future development, he needed to form a powerful Dark Gods Legion right away. Feng had already experienced the development process of God's domain before, so he knew full well that as players reached higher levels, battles between players would occur more frequently. Guild wars would also grow increasingly intense. If a guild did not possess a formidable legion that could serve as a deterrence, said guild would get embroiled in many wars in the future, following which, Feng instructed Aqua Rose to pick roughly 300 elites to form the Dark Gods Legion. Meanwhile, the equipment provided to the members of the Legion would be inferior only to that of Zero Wing's main force. Shortly after Feng began establishing the Dark Gods Legion, news of this matter spread like wildfire throughout the entire White River City. The development immediately attracted the attention of the many guilds in the city. However, the ones paying the most attention to this matter were still the independent players at this point. Zero Wing was no longer the small guild it was in the past. Not only did it have over 100,000 members, but it also had the strength to clear the hell mode ruins of the Crow God. Whether it was grinding monsters or questing out in the fields, not a single guild dared to do anything to the members of Zero Wing within the region of White River City. This situation had made many independent players envious of the members of Zero Wing at this stage of the game. Large guilds already occupied all available high-resource maps. As independent players, even when they were out doing a high-level quest, there was a chance that guild players would target and kill them. As a result, leveling up and upgrading equipment became extremely difficult for them. Hence, many independent players were considering joining a powerful guild. Meanwhile, Zero Wing was currently forming a Dark Gods Legion. Moreover, the members of the Legion received treatment that was inferior only to the guild's main force. It should be known that, while every guild had plenty of ordinary teams in its midst, there would be only one main force. Zero Wing's formation of a legion was equivalent to establishing a second main force. This situation tempted many independent players to join Zero Wing for a time. The number of players trying to enter Zero Wing surged once more. Feng spent 2 whole days carefully choosing the members of the Dark Gods Legion. After all, the number of people he could use Light of Darkness on was limited. Even though he could take back the power of darkness he bestowed, he still preferred not to flaunt it. Meanwhile, during this period, Feng produced quite a number of intermediate mana armor kits, which were all meant for the members of the Dark Gods Legion. During these 2 days, many things happened throughout God's domain as well. One of these developments was that many guilds had succeeded in raiding 50-man team dungeons and had moved their competition onto 100-man team dungeons. However, 100 Man dungeons were significantly different from 50-man dungeons. One could say that 50-man dungeons were warm-ups for 100-man dungeons. The number of monsters and the monster strength inside a 100-man dungeon were both significantly higher than in a 50-man dungeon. Of course, the loot from a 100-man dungeon would also make many players drool initially. Level 30 fine gold equipment was extremely difficult to obtain. However, it much easier to get in a 100-man hard mode dungeon. Even the chieftain ranked monsters inside the dungeon would drop it. There was also fine gold set equipment specifically meant for the various classes. Nevertheless, the most attractive part about 100-man dungeons would still have to be the forging designs and various sorts of rare potion recipes that were not obtainable from any other place. Getting even a single design or recipe would mean endless riches. Meanwhile, Zero Wing was also desperately trying to raid a 100-man dungeon. However, despite obtaining the power of darkness, the progress of Zero Wing's main force was only subpar at best. A 100-man dungeon had a total of 6 main bosses. Currently, Zero Wing had managed to defeat only 2 of them. They had yet to see what the final boss looked like. Aside from competing over 100-man dungeons, the next thing that excited players the most was the activation of the Colosseum list to experts. This was a relatively good benefit. The Colosseum list also served as an incentive for players to improve their skill completion rates and combat power. The Colosseum list was the combat power rankings of the Divine Colosseum. As long as one managed to rank within the list, they would obtain the corresponding Colosseum points. Players could use these points to exchange for many items such as equipment, skills, potions, rare materials, and many more items. Among them, the greatest attraction was the equipment available. Not only was there level 30 dark gold equipment available, but even level 30 dark gold set equipment was also up for exchange. Due to this reason, divine colosseums throughout God's domain became extremely popular. Many players fought desperately to raise their rankings on the Colosseum list. Large guilds sent their core members one after another to challenge the divine Colosseum. For a time, many hidden experts emerged throughout God's domain, giving players a great shock. Nobody had thought that there were actually so many experts in God's domain. Meanwhile, Shifeng was currently seated in a large private room in the Divine Colosseum of White River City. Chapter 643. Astonishing Financial Resources. Inside the towering Divine Colosseum, dozens of large screens hung inside the main hall of the Divine Colosseum were currently displaying the battle videos of experts who had managed to reach the 4th floor of the Colosseum. The challenges inside the Divine Colosseum were purely meant to test how much combat power a player could exert. The quality of a player's equipment was irrelevant in these challenges. Even a player wearing only bronze equipment could get past the 4th floor. However, ordinary players would have a difficult time just getting through the 1st floor of the Divine Colosseum, not to mention the 4th. In White River City, experts capable of breaking through the 4th floor were as rare as a phoenix's feather. As for players who did not have any magic crystals to challenge the Divine Colosseum, they could also watch the battle videos of experts at the main hall. Of course, these videos were only released with the consent of the players involved. Players could also use this opportunity to make a name for themselves. Look, Heaven's Burial is here again. Everyone in the hall quickly noticed the arrival of a group of players. These players were uniformly level 30, and they were members of Heaven's Burial's current main force. If not for the fact that they were aiming to obtain the first clear of a 100-man dungeon, these players would have long since leveled up. Even so, their levels were currently far ahead of ordinary players. Besides their levels, the equipment of Heaven's Burial's members was also extremely eye-catching. Most of them boasted level 30 fine gold and dark gold equipment, with the most inferior being level 25 dark gold equipment. In contrast, the typical equipment of current ordinary players was only level 25 mysterious iron equipment. Only elite players possessed several pieces of level 25 secret silver equipment. Not only does Heaven's Burial have so many experts, but these experts also come here to train multiple times each day. It makes you wonder just how strong they are. What do you even know? Having more experts in a guild is better, of course. Moreover, by training here, they can increase their rankings on the Colosseum list and earn points to exchange for dark gold equipment. Aside from improving their combat techniques, that's killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Why wouldn't they do it? Recently, Heaven's Burial has been growing increasingly stronger. Initially, they had less than 10 members who managed to pass the 4th floor. Now, after only a few days, that number is up to 20. 2 members of the guild even have managed to get to the 6th floor. In the entire White River City, Heaven's Burial is only slightly inferior to Overwhelming Smile and Zero Wing. Isn't that only because the guild is rich? Challenging the trial tower costs 1 magic crystal each time. Normally, when we raid dungeons, we will only get 1 magic crystal after a lot of difficulties. Even then, we still have to split it among several people. After raiding dungeons all day, our turn to get a crystal might still not come. Meanwhile, the members of Heaven's Burial's main force get a daily allowance of 5 magic crystals, so they get to challenge the trial tower 5 times a day. With 100 members in the main force, Heaven's Burial has to spend 500 magic crystals per day. Due to the Divine Colosseum, the current price of magic crystals has long since gone up by several fold. Right now, each crystal is worth 20 silver. Yet there is a shortage. There is still room for prices to rise. That's right. I knew I should have stocked up on some magic crystals. I would have been able to make a small fortune by now. It would be great if I could become a member of Heaven's Burial's main force. Many players looked on with envy as the members of Heaven's Burial walked towards the trial tower. Not even the wealthy overwhelming smile could afford such extravagance. Currently, 500 magic crystals were equivalent to 100 gold. Of course, a majority of these magic crystals came from the dungeons raided by the guild. Otherwise, even Heaven's Burial would find it extremely taxing to fork out 100 gold every day. Meanwhile, Shi Feng, who had rented a large private room in the Divine Colosseum, was currently standing before 300 people. These people were all players he had selected for the Dark Gods Legion currently. Everyone in the Dark Gods Legion was feeling excited. These members had not expected to be able to meet their legendary guild leader, Black Flame, in person. Moreover, Black Flame was even going to nurture them himself. This training was a privilege that was not available anywhere else in the entire Star Moon Kingdom. Nobody in Star Moon Kingdom did not know of one Hitazura, the publicly acknowledged #1 expert of Star Moon Kingdom. Tuition with the #1 expert of Star Moon Kingdom was a privilege beyond price. I'll put this out first. Although you all official members of the Dark Gods Legion and get to enjoy extremely high benefits, the Dark Gods Legion operates on an elimination system. Waiting behind you are 700 reserve members. If your strength is found wanting, a reserve member will take your place, Shi Feng said in a somber tone. From today onwards, each of you will receive 10 magic crystals daily to challenge the trial tower. I will rank you based on your battle record in the trial tower. At the end of each week, I will compare the last 30 official members with the top 30 reserve members. The winners will be official members, while the losers will go on the reserve team. Everyone could not help but gasp. The competition was incredibly intense. Up to 30 people might switch out each week. However, everyone was also shocked at Zero Wing's generosity. The Dark Gods Legion had 300 members in all. If every member could spend 10 magic crystals a day, that meant that Zero Wing would expend a total of 3,000 crystals, or 600 gold, daily. This outlay was simply inconceivable. Even a first-rate guild did not boast such frightening financial resources. What no one knew was that, even if Zero Wing had that much money, it was impossible to purchase so many magic crystals. Currently, the various large guilds were treating magic crystals like strategic resources. They would not sell any of their magic crystals at all. One could only purchase a small amount from independent players. However, even before the release of the Divine Colosseum, Shi Feng had already tasked Melancholic Smile with purchasing magic crystals in bulk. They had spent practically all the coins they earned stocking up on magic crystals. Currently, the Candlelight Trading Firm had several warehouses full of magic crystals. Right? I forgot to mention one more thing. The top 30 people will receive an invitation to undergo training together with the guild's top-tier experts, Shi Feng laughed. I believe that all of you have probably heard how Zero Wing has a special training ground. Whether you will be able to go there and train will depend on your efforts. Guild leader, you're not tricking us, right? Can we really go to that place? Many Dark Gods members asked in anticipation. They had indeed heard that Zero Wing possessed a specialized training facility in the real world. There one could ramp up their combat techniques. One could also learn the rumored advanced combat techniques and become a true top-tier expert. Originally, training at that place was a privilege available to only a limited number of core members. Nobody had expected that even official members of the Dark Gods Legion could receive such a treatment. As long as you can enter the top 30, you can naturally go. Shi Feng shook his head and laughed. The Big Dipper Training Center completed the renovation of the Greenwater Villa only recently. The villa was outfitted with all kinds of training apparatuses and could now accommodate more people. Otherwise, he really would not be able to extend its use to the members of the Dark Gods Legion. When Shi Feng was done speaking, the atmosphere inside the private room instantly changed. Everyone there was flushed with fighting spirit, and they could not help but want to dash to the trial tower right this instant to raise their rankings. After Shi Feng distributed the magic crystals and concluded the meeting, Everyone promptly rushed out of the private room and ran as fast as they could towards the trial tower. This scene stupefied the players inside the main hall. Chapter 643. Astonishing Financial Resources. Chapter 644. Secret Competition. How rich is Zero Wing? They're actually sending so many people to the trial tower all at once. They should be members of the newly formed Dark Gods Legion. I heard that the benefits they receive are only beneath what Zero Wing's main force enjoys. Being a guild's core member must be great. They get to enter the trial tower every day. On the other hand, independent players like us can only enter once in a long while. I know, right? Magic crystals drop rate is simply too low in party dungeons. It's only higher in team dungeons. As expected of the #1 guild of White River City. Even Overwhelming Smile can only send 200 members each day, while Heaven's Burial only sends 100 members. On the other hand, Zero Wing is sending 300 people in one go. Moreover, they are only members of the Dark Gods Legion. Everyone was incredibly jealous. Only the members of large guilds had access to such a large supply of magic crystals each day. Independent players had to struggle just to obtain a single crystal. As for small guilds, although they could also afford to supply their members with magic crystals, they could not afford to offer a large amount every day. One could gauge a guild's financial strength in White River City by the number of members that entered the trial tower. What's so amazing about Zero Wing? Can its financial strength compare to Overwhelming Smile? The level 30 Guardian Knight, Lone Tyrant, sneered as he entered the Divine Coliseum. Ever since the Dark Star's disbandment, Lone Tyrant held firm to his hatred of Zero Wing. If not for Zero Wing, Dark Star would have been White River City's ruler, and he would have stood as its emperor. Due to Zero Wing's constant rise, he was now only one of Overwhelming Smile's core members. He was not even the guild's chief MT, he was nothing more than cannon fodder. However, it was also because of this that he was able to experience just how frightening Underworld was. Particularly, after the third evolution of God's Domain, Underworld had increased its investment in God's Domain by several folds, pouring a massive sum of money into the game. Not only did the organization begin recruiting a large number of experts, but it had also collected a large stock of magic crystals, which were extremely important to current players. Even a first-rate guild could not compete with Underworld's financial resources. Underworld's influence covered a vast expanse of God's Domain. It could purchase magic crystals through several avenues. This was an advantage that many first-rate guilds did not possess. With all these magic crystals, Underworld could quickly nurture plenty of experts through the Divine Coliseum. God's Domain was not a game that could be dominated by a single player's strength. Even if Shurfeng were stronger, he could only defend White River City. However, White River City was not the only city in Starmoon Kingdom, much less God's Domain. As far as Lone Tyrant knew, Underworld had yet to give up on the feast that White River City offered. Hence, the organization had once more invested significant funding in magic crystals, enough to even put a first-rate guild to shame on the surface. Overwhelming Smile sent only 200 members to the trial tower each day. Moreover, every member could only challenge the trial tower 3 times a day. In reality, however, Overwhelming Smile secretly sent a large number of hidden experts to challenge the trial tower as well. This group of experts consisted of nearly 400 people, double that of what the guild sent openly in total. Overwhelming Smile sent nearly 600 people to the trial tower every day, affording each member 3 challenges. The public was already astounded by Heaven's Burial's financial strength. Unfortunately, compared to Overwhelming Smile, Heaven's Burial was nothing. After including the additional resources that Warwolf and his group of top-tier experts had received, Overwhelming Smile was spending nearly 2,000 magic crystals every day. What did Heaven's Burial's expenditure of 500 magic crystals amount to? Lone Tyrant, control your mouth. It is not the time for Overwhelming Smile to display its strength. Let Zero Wing and Heaven's Burial bask in the limelight. Watching the Dark Gods Legion enter the trial tower, a faint smile appeared on Feng Xuanyang's face. With pride and arrogance he said, "Black Flame, your complacency won't last." In truth, Feng Xuanyang had not expected Underworld to continue investing in White River City. He had thought that the organization would just let Overwhelming Smile, the guild he controlled, fend for itself. Currently, there were extremely few experts who had managed to pass the 4th floor of the Divine Coliseum. Among them, Zero Wing had the most with a total of 36 people. Overwhelming Smile came in second. It had 29 people in total. Next up was Heaven's Burial. It had 20 people. Assassin's Alliance stood in 4th place. The guild only had 14 people at 5th place. Cloud9 had 12 people at 6th place. Yin Yang Court had 11 people. However, Overwhelming Smile had hidden a large fraction of its forces. For example, their 29 experts did not include Warwolf and his team. In reality, the guild had more than 50 people who had passed the 4th floor. Overwhelming Smile had long since surpassed Zero Wing by leaps and bounds. Moreover, as time passed, that number would only increase. Soon, it would be Overwhelming Smile's turn to rule over White River City. While the various large guilds in White River City competed over the first clear of a 100-man dungeon and compared their progression in the Divine Colosseum, Shifeng had used the Bible of Darkness to travel to the Evil Ghost domain after his 2-day absence. Shifeng found that District 1 had developed rapidly. The shelter had annexed 6 other shelters and invested all of the soul crystals they obtained into promoting the Lion's Bar, upgrading it to a 2-star bar now. The 100-berry wine's production had increased to 50 bottles per day according to Shifeng's arrangements. 20 bottles would be held for District 1's shelter, while he would take the remaining 30 with him. Shifeng had been away for 2 days now, so he had a stockpile of 60 bottles. Shifeng had also brought with him a huge stock of light stones for Blue Frost, and the others. The nights in the dark den were longer than the days. Hence, light stones were far more useful to these players. Having a guild is awesome. I never imagined that we would get our hands on an item like this. Even at night, our top 10 parties will be able to grind safely. Blue Frost expressed his shock as he stared at the light stone in his hand. Not a single shelter in the dark den had anything like the light stones other than grinding and questing. The light stones could also be used during monster attacks to weaken the monsters, making it much easier to defend the shelter. Right. My main goal in coming here this time is to give this to you, Shifeng said as he retrieved the chapter of shelter from his bag. The chapter of shelter was an item that could promote a shelter by a single rank, up to a maximum of large shelter. When everyone saw the chapter of shelter, they were stupefied. Up until now, large shelters were something that only guild forces possessed. Although they had thought of upgrading District 1's shelter to a large shelter countless times before, it was simply too difficult for independent players. They would require at least a month to gather the required manpower and resources. That time might be extended further depending on their progression on the quests involved. Now, however, with the chapter of shelter, they could upgrade District 1's shelter into a large shelter without going through all that trouble. They would then qualify to compete for dominance in the Dark Den. Zero Wing was astonishing. Shifeng's generosity had engraved this notion on Blue Frost and everyone else's hearts. The many guild forces in the Dark Den had spent a ridiculous amount of effort to upgrade a medium shelter to a large shelter. They had gathered all of the resources from the shelters under their control and had spent significant time to do so. On the other hand, Shifeng had completed a similar feat by casually revealing a chapter of shelter. If the other guild forces discovered this, they would definitely be dumbfounded. Lotus, begin the preparations. We're going to upgrade the shelter, Blue Frost proclaimed, grinning at the chapter of shelter in Shifeng's hand. Chapter 645. Administrator. The Evil Ghost domain was vast. It was roughly the 1/5 the size of Star Moon Kingdom. There were also several shelters within the domain. Among these shelters, some were under the control of large guilds. However, not a single shelter within the Evil Ghost domain had been promoted to a large shelter until today. One could just imagine how difficult it was to promote a medium shelter to a large shelter. When a medium shelter became a large shelter, its player capacity increased from 30,000 to 100,000. Not only would this increase the shelter's defensive capabilities, but the larger population would also improve collection speed of soul crystals by several times. Most importantly, upon becoming a large shelter, a shelter could have 3 specialties, which was 2 more than a medium shelter. Moreover, these specialties' production volumes would increase significantly. Originally, the 1-star Lion's Bar only produced 20 bottles of 100-berry wine per day. After becoming a large shelter, the Lion's Bar's production of 50 bottles a day doubled. In other words, the 2-star Lion's Bar could produce 100 bottles of 100-berry wine each day. The 100-berry wine was a rare tool that could increase a player's compatibility rate with their weapons for a short time, allowing players to grasp the feeling and subtlety of improved compatibility rates. It was the best item for cultivating experts. The 100-berry wine was far more effective than the trial tower of the Divine Colosseum. Otherwise, with no Divine Colosseums inside the Dark Den, these players would stagnate and fall far behind players elsewhere. Half an hour later, the heavenly crystal pillar inside District 1's shelter released a dazzling red light that shot into the sky. A faint red barrier then began to form around the shelter. For a time, aside from Shifeng and the others who were currently inside the heavenly crystal pillar, every player was teleported out of the shelter. In the next moment, the shelter began to expand. At the same time, new buildings began appearing, one after another. A short while later, the medium shelter size had increased by 10-fold. When the shelter stopped expanding, A system announcement reached out to every player inside the Evil Ghost Domain system announcement. Congratulations to the shelter of District 1 for becoming the first in the Evil Ghost Domain to become a large shelter. Rewarding 1,000 soul crystals to the shelter. All players of District 1 will receive a 2-day protected buff that increases all attributes by 10%. Production volume of the shelter's specialties will be increased by 100% for 7 days. The system announcement excited District 1 stun players. Our District 1 is too amazing. We actually became a large shelter. We won't have to worry about getting mounts once we reach level 40. Everyone celebrated the new achievement currently. The shelter's players were nearing level 40. It wouldn't be long before they reached that milestone, however. Upgrading a medium shelter to a large shelter was not achievable in a short amount of time. If they wanted to obtain mounts, they would have no choice but to travel to other large shelters and pay an exorbitant fee to purchase one. Moreover, they had to obtain permission from the ruling parties of said shelters beforehand. Otherwise, they would not be able to purchase a mount even if they could afford one now. However, they no longer had to worry about such problems. They could just buy a mount at cost price from their own shelter. Meanwhile, the various other shelters in the Evil Ghost Domain were stupefied normally. To promote a medium shelter to a large shelter, one had to pool the majority of the resources available within a domain and invest a lot of time. Although District 1 was one of the strongest shelters in the Evil Ghost Domain and had annexed several competitors, it should still require a long time before becoming a large shelter yet. After only a few days since District 1 began annexing other shelters, it had successfully upgraded to a large shelter. It was simply inconceivable. Contact the leader of District 1's first party, Blue Frost, immediately. Tell him that our District 9 is willing to submit. How did they manage this so quickly? Wouldn't it be more beneficial to join District 1, rather than joining a guild force now? We need to head to District 1 and discuss an alliance. Shortly after the system announcement, the top 10 parties of many shelters discussed currying favor with District 1. When a medium shelter became a large shelter, it could hold 70,000 more players than before. It could easily fit the population of 2 or 3 medium shelters. If they could obtain a slot for themselves, they would not have to worry about obtaining mounts in the future. They could also enjoy the various benefits only available in a large shelter. Meanwhile, inside District 1's Heavenly Crystal Pillar, Blue Frost and the others were similarly surprised. Although they had expected the shelter's promotion, they had never expected their hold over the shelter to become more powerful. All along, the shelter belonged to all of its residents. Meanwhile, they, the shelter's top 10 parties, only acted as managers. They were not the owners. The managers were determined through contribution shares. If another party possessed more contribution shares than they did, they would be replaced immediately. Normally, this rule held fast even after a shelter was upgraded. Only, after a shelter's promotion, the top 10 ranking parties would receive a massive amount of contribution shares, making it more difficult for other parties to compete for the top 10 positions. However, while it might be difficult for a guild force to take over a powerful shelter by force, it was not entirely impossible. However, after Shifeng used the chapter of shelter, the management system had changed. Shifeng had become the shelter's administrator, and administrator was far more powerful than the managers. Shifeng could now arbitrarily delist players from District 1, exiling them from the district and the benefits the shelter offered. No other player possessed this authority, of course. This was useless against the shelter's top 10 parties. Moreover, there was a limit to the number of players an administrator could delist each day. Even so, an administrator's authority was plenty frightening. Now they had the ability to remove potential threats easily, preventing other shelters from scheming against their shelter. More importantly, an administrator had the authority to veto a decision. For example, if the top 10 parties wished to construct something, even if all 10 parties agreed, the administrator could voice their refusal, and the matter would end there. Moreover, the position of administrator was unrelated to contribution shares. In other words, even if someone else accumulated more contribution shares than the administrator, they could not replace the administrator. The only way to overthrow an administrator and take over a shelter was to assault the entire shelter and destroy it. However, it was not easy to assault a large shelter. In other words, currently, the shelter of District 1 was under Zero Wing's complete control. Outsiders could not steal it, so the chapter of shelter has such a function as well. Shifeng also only learned this after using the chapter of shelter. However, with this, he would not have to worry about losing the shelter to other guilds. He could rule with an iron fist. With that out of the way, he could invest more resources in District 1's shelter, transforming it into an iron fortress, following which, Shifeng left the shelter's management to Blue Frost. He then purchased all of the available bottles of 100-berry wine from the Lion's Bar and took the massive batch of gemstones Blue Frost had prepared before returning to White River City. As the shelter had just upgraded to a large shelter, its specialties production had improved. As a result of the 7-day bonus, the Lion's Bar could produce up to 200 bottles of 100-berry wine each day. However, as Blue Frost and the others had already purchased 50 bottles, there were only 150 bottles remaining. Even so, Shifeng was satisfied with this amount. Even one bottle of 100-berry wine could tempt many experts, not to mention 210 bottles. With this many, he could raise the combat power of Zero Wing's core members to a whole new level. Chapter 646. Killing multiple birds with one stone. Shortly after Shifeng used a return scroll and returned to White River City, the shelter of District 1 hummed with activity now that the shelter's population potential had increased so drastically. Many players in the Evil Ghost domain planned to migrate to District 1 to enjoy the benefits of a large shelter. Hence, reviewing the invitations demanded a considerable amount of work. In addition, the promotion to a large shelter did not mean that players could purchase mounts immediately. There was a need to construct a taming facility first, and the construction of a taming facility required a massive amount of soul crystals. Meanwhile, after District 1's shelter became a large shelter, many guild forces based in the Evil Ghost domain began to consider it a target. They all wished to conquer the large shelter in the past, although District 1 occupied valuable land, and the shelter was relatively strong. To guild forces, it had been a trivial opponent. After all, independent players ran District 1. It was of no threat to guild forces. Now, however, things had changed. District 1 had become the first district to own a large shelter in the Evil Ghost domain. This would greatly affect the situation in the Evil Ghost domain. The medium shelters under their control held no advantage against a large shelter if they could take control of District 1. Not only could they extinguish any looming threats, but they could also increase their own strength. They also wouldn't have to waste effort collecting and pooling their guild's resources to obtain a large shelter for themselves. Most importantly, District 1's large shelter had not been promoted by a guild force. As far as they were concerned, District 1 was like a heap of loose sand. Its residents were not united. They could take advantage of this and take the shelter by storm. With this, they could kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Why wouldn't they do it? For a time, the many guild forces in the Evil Ghost domain secretly plotted to insert their own men into District 1's shelter. Meanwhile, although Blue Frost and the others had predicted these guild forces' intentions, not only did they not attempt to stop them, but they also actively encouraged it. After all, they were not afraid of anyone trying to replace them. They earnestly wished the various guild forces would come and offer them more resources. The matter of District 1 joining Zero Wing was only known by a few of District 1's upper echelons. In the eyes of outsiders, District 1 had only obtained a large shelter due to its managers being very united, powerful, and lucky. Moreover, there were only so many guild forces in the Evil Ghost domain. Everyone knew which shelters belonged to which guild forces. Hence, everyone believed that District 1's shelter had yet to ally themselves with a guild. Normally, if players wished to join a shelter, the shelter's managers would welcome them with open arms. After all, more players would strengthen the shelter itself and increase the number of soul crystals the shelter could obtain. For District 1, however, other than those who had been recruited by the shelter's upper echelons, any player who wished to join District 1 was required to pay a fee of 1 soul crystal. Although the price was high, current players were much higher level than before. As a result, the difficulty of obtaining soul crystals and the price of soul crystals had decreased. Compared to Shifeng's initial arrival in the Dark Den, soul crystals' prices had fallen by 2 to 3 times. Currently, every elite party had at least 1 soul crystal on hand at all times. If they worked hard for a week or so, they could collect 6 soul crystals. Obviously, Guild Force's elite teams had a far easier time of collecting the crystals. Even after Blue Frost and the others recruited some players, there should still be 50,000 spots remaining. Charging 1 soul crystal per person, if they managed to fill all 50,000 slots, they would receive an additional 50,000 soul crystals. A player's ownership of 50,000 soul crystals was vastly different from a shelter's ownership. Take the Lion's Bar's promotion for example. If Blue Frost and the others funded the promotion themselves, they would only have to spend 500 soul crystals to promote the bar to 3 stars. However, if they used the shelter's cumulative resources, they would have to spend 10,000 crystals with 50,000 soul crystals. Not only could they easily construct a taming facility, but they could also construct 2 more buildings that supplied specialties and upgrade both buildings to 2 stars. In addition, they would have enough leftovers to upgrade the Lion's Bar to 3 stars, increasing the production volume of the 100-berry wine once more. Meanwhile, Feng had returned with a large stock of gemstones, and 100-berry wine to White River City gemstones were extremely rare. Ordinary players would be reluctant to embed the gemstones they had obtained into their equipment. If the item were destroyed, the gemstones would similarly be destroyed. Players would generally only embed gemstones in top-tier equipment as it was a safer option. When the need arose, they could simply remove the gemstones and reuse them with other top-tier equipment currently. Tier 1 gemstones were very cheap in the Evil Ghost domain. Each crystal only cost 3 silver. In Star Moon Kingdom, however, each Tier 1 gemstone sold for 9 silver. As for Tier 2 gemstones, each sold for 30 silver in the Evil Ghost domain, while prices in Star Moon Kingdom fluctuated around 1 gold. Star Moon Kingdom's prices were at least 3 times higher. Feng had obtained 30,000 Tier 1 gemstones from Blue Frost. These gemstones had either been secretly purchased from the various shelters in the Evil Ghost domain or traded for light stones. A single stack contained 20 gemstones. Feng had returned with a total of 1,500 stacks of Tier 1 gemstones, valued at a total of 900 gold, which practically filled his entire bag. As for Tier 2 gemstones, he had not bothered taking any as he had the Philosopher's Stone. Through alchemy synthesis, he could produce Tier 2 gemstones from Tier 1 gemstones after returning to White River City. Feng first headed towards the Candlelight Trading Firm at this point. The Candlelight Trading Firm was the most lively location in White River City. It could be considered the business center of all of Star Moon Kingdom. The trading firm was the organization with the highest number of forgers and other lifestyle classes in the entire kingdom. There were all sorts of player-made advanced products for sale on its shelves. If it were available in Star Moon Kingdom, the Candlelight Trading Firm would almost certainly have it. Only certain exclusive items such as the overwhelming trading firm's Fire Dragon Potion were not available, as not even Zero Wing could obtain the designs and recipes for these items. Even so, the wide variety of products they offered was enough to overwhelm players other than Star Moon Kingdom. Thanks to Phoenix Rain's help, the Candlelight Trading Firm had also set up branch shops in the major cities of neighboring kingdoms and empires. The trading firm's daily profits reached several thousand gold. However, this placed a heavy burden on the firm's manager. Melancholic Smile. The Candlelight Trading Firm's ability to earn money far surpassed even first-rate guilds. Only super first-rate guilds and super guilds could rival the trading firm now. However, as time progressed, super first-rate guilds and super guilds would definitely surpass the Candlelight Trading Firm due to their massive range of influence in God's domain. The resources and contacts they possess far surpass the Candlelight Trading Firm. Although the Candlelight Trading Firm could continue to expand, Zero Wing simply did not possess the required strength and manpower to keep up with it. Fortunately, Feng had long since prepared for this situation. He had not been the guild leader of a second-rate guild in the past for nothing. Since the first day he logged into God's domain in this life, he had been thinking of ways to improve his guild's background and had come up with a series of plans. At this point, his plans had finally produced some results. Feng retrieved the Philosopher's Stone from his personal warehouse and arrived at his exclusive advanced forging room in the Candlelight Trading Firm. He then began to synthesize the Tier 2 gemstones. If he sought out the aid of NPC alchemists to synthesize high-tier gemstones, not only would he have to foot an exorbitant labor fee, but the success rate was also not particularly high. For Tier 2 gemstones, NPCs only had a 30% success rate. Synthesizing a Tier 2 gemstone required 4 Tier 1 gemstones. With acceptable luck, he might obtain 1 Tier 2 gemstone for every 12 Tier 1 gemstones. However, the Tier 2 gemstones was only 10 times more valuable than Tier 1 gemstones. Hence, it was not profitable to synthesize high-tiered gemstones. On the other hand, the Philosopher's Stone in Feng's possession had a 100% success rate for synthesizing Tier 2 gemstones. If he synthesized Tier 2 gemstones using the Philosopher's Stone, he could easily multiply his profit. Naturally, Feng could not let this opportunity escape him. Only, Feng's goal was not to earn money. Tier 2 gemstones have already become a mainstream item among large guilds. If I want Zero Wing's main force to clear a 100-man dungeon even a day sooner, I will have to set Tier 3 gemstones as the standard. Feng took out his Tier 1 gemstones and began the alchemy synthesis. Chapter 647. Realm of Experts. Currently, the highest tier gemstone one could obtain from monsters in God's domain was a Tier 2. As for Tier 3 gemstones, they only dropped from level 30 and above large-scale dungeons. Meanwhile, NPC alchemists only had a 20% success rate to synthesize Tier 3 gemstones. The cost involved was massive. Currently, Tier 2 gemstones sold for 1 gold. Ignoring the labor fees and with average luck, One would require at least 20 Tier 2 gemstones to synthesize a Tier 3 gemstone. The cost alone was 20 gold. It was simply not realistic for a guild to supply its main force with Tier 3 gemstones. However, the attributes Tier 3 gemstones provided were significantly higher than Tier 2 gemstones. Tier 1 gemstones only increased a single attribute by 3 points. Tier 2 gemstones increased a single attribute by 6 points. As for Tier 3 gemstones, they increased a single attribute by 12 points. If one embedded every piece of equipment they had with Tier 3 gemstones, it would be the equivalent of wearing an additional piece of top-tier equipment. This would significantly increase a player's combat power to the large guild's main forces. Upgrading attributes was limited because their equipment had already reached a certain level. If an ordinary player swapped out their full set of bronze equipment for a full set of mysterious iron equipment, their strength would rise by a single level. However, a large guild's main force usually wore the highest quality equipment they could get their hands on. If it were not dark gold rank, then, at the very minimum, they would wear fine gold rank. Hence, it was extremely difficult to upgrade their equipment. If they could receive a bonus to their attributes that had as large of an impact as another piece of dark gold equipment, it would make a huge difference without rest. Shifeng spent half the day synthesizing Tier 2 gemstones. In the end, he transformed the 30,000 Tier 1 gemstones into 7,500 Tier 2 gemstones. The success rate for synthesizing Tier 3 gemstones is actually as high as 80%. Shifeng could not help but grin when he saw the message that the Philosopher's Stone displayed initially. Shifeng would have been satisfied with a 60% success rate. After all, NPC Alchemist's success rate was only 20%. Furthermore, Shifeng's luck attribute was also relatively high. That would most likely lower his expenditure even further. 4 hours later, Shifeng had a total of 1,674 Tier 3 gemstones, 174 more than his initial estimation. If I sold all these Tier 3 gemstones, just how many more plots of land could I buy for the candlelight trading firm? Shifeng sighed as he stared at the Tier 3 gemstones cluttering the table. It was no wonder why the Philosopher's Stone was a treasure that could incite war between kingdoms and empires. Moreover, it was currently incomplete. Shifeng could not even begin to fathom just how powerful the complete Philosopher's Stone would be in the past. During God's Domain's initial stages, a Tier 3 gemstone could sell for 25 gold. Its price was more than 10 times higher than Tier 2 gemstones. If Shifeng sold all 1,674 Tier 3 gemstones, he could earn over 40,000 gold. That was enough money to purchase 3 or 4 golden lands. Meanwhile, he had only spent 900 gold on the gemstones. However, Shifeng had no intentions of selling the Tier 3 gemstones. What Zero Wing lacked right now was a large group of experts. With these Tier 3 gemstones, he could elevate Zero Wing's strength to a whole new level. That way, the guild would have the power to support and stabilize the candlelight trading firm's development. Just as Shifeng was excitedly contacting Aqua Rose and preparing to replace the main force's Tier 2 gemstones with Tier 3 gemstones, the situation at White River City's Divine Coliseum had reached a boiling point. More experts from Heaven's Burial suddenly broke through the 4th floor of the trial tower. Currently, the guild had a total of 42 members who had reached the 5th floor, double that of their previous record and surpassing Zero Wing's previous record of 36 people. Although 3 more people from Zero Wing have passed through the 4th floor, Heaven's Burial is superior. Another 22 of their people have passed the 4th floor within the same time span. It really makes you wonder just how they have nurtured so many experts. It seems that Heaven's Burial has a chance of replacing Zero Wing as White River City's overlord. Overwhelming Smile isn't doing too bad, either. Today, another 8 people have reached the 5th floor, pushing their total to 37. Right now, Overwhelming Smile is only behind Zero Wing by 2 people. In another 1 or 2 days, Overwhelming Smile's number of experts will probably surpass Zero Wing as well. Due to the increase of each guild's number of experts in the Divine Coliseum, many players had begun changing their opinions of Heaven's Burial and Overwhelming Smile. Although one could not tell much by the number of experts, it could indicate a guild's potential in the God's Domain of today. Due to Shifeng repeatedly shattering the concept of strength by numbers, the public no longer evaluated a guild based on how many members it possessed. Then, how could one judge a guild's strength? The first method was by examining the guild's raid progression of large-scale team dungeons. This was the best way to judge the comprehensive strength of a guild. The second method was by reviewing the number of experts a guild possessed. At present, passing the 4th floor was the commonly accepted standard for an expert very quickly. This matter attracted the attention of the various large guilds in White River City. Originally, Zero Wing had been White River City's sole ruler. Now, however, it would seem that 3 rulers would sit on the city's throne. Heaven's Burial, in particular, was very mysterious. The guild developed as fast as Zero Wing had in the past. Even the famous Ghost Shadow Workshop had joined Heaven's Burial. One could just imagine how powerful the guild's backing was previously. Zero Wing had relied on Shi Feng to shoulder its success. Now, however, Heaven's Burial's potential was even greater than Zero Wing's. Not only did it possess well-known top-tier experts, but it also had the financial strength to rival Overwhelming Smile. Heaven's Burial was definitely a powerful competitor for a time. Many players were tempted to take part in Heaven's Burial's entrance examination. Heaven's Burial was constantly recruiting guild members. Moreover, its entry requirements were a lot lower than Zero Wing's. If they joined Heaven's Burial now, by the time the guild grew into its power and became White River City's overlord, their statuses would rise with the tide. It was just like the Zero Wing of today. Currently, even a normal member of Zero Wing was enviable. Zero Wing's guild residence. The members of the main force had gathered in the conference hall after receiving Shi Feng's summons. At this moment, they discussed events among themselves. Did guild leader summon us because of the Divine Colosseum? Probably. After all, this is a matter concerning the guild's reputation. Zero Wing is the #1 guild in White River City. Yet right now, we have fewer experts who have passed the 4th floor than the newly established Heaven's Burial. We have to do something to restore our reputation. How could the Trial Tower's 4th floor be so easy to break through? I am still stuck in the 4th floor's middle sector, not to mention the end. Indeed. Based on what I heard from guild leader, if one cannot display 50% of their actual combat power, they will not be able to overcome the 4th floor. Everyone felt disheartened when they spoke about the Divine Colosseum's Trial Tower. They all were members of Zero Wing's main force and were the envy of ordinary players. In reality, however, they knew that, without breaking through the Trial Tower's 4th floor, they could not be considered as true experts despite Zero Wing providing far better resources than Heaven's Burial or Overwhelming Smile. For some reason, only a small number of people had managed to reach the realm of experts. As everyone chatted, Shi Feng entered the conference hall. Leading Aqua Rose and Fire Dance, the conference hall suddenly fell silent, everyone in the room shifting their gazes towards the black-cloaked Shi Feng. Chapter 648. Rapid Improvement. As Shi Feng appeared, the atmosphere inside the conference hall became extraordinarily heavy. The benefits that this Zero Wing team enjoyed were far more generous than what Overwhelming Smile and Heaven's Burial offered. Not only had everyone received their own rooms, allowing them to store up the double EXP buff easily, but they also had access to an extravagant number of magic crystals. Each of them received 10 magic crystals each day. This was double what Heaven's Burial's main force received. Yet, in the end, Heaven's Burial had more members reach the 5th floor. If the public learned about the benefits that Zero Wing's main force enjoyed, they would ridicule the team as a bunch of trash. Knowing this, everyone had prepared themselves to receive Shi Feng's scolding. Shi Feng took his seat on the guild leader's throne. Without saying a word, he took out a cyan wine bottle and placed it on the table. Everyone shifted their gaze to the bottle curiously. The wine bottle's information displayed the name, 100 Berry Wine. It was only a bottle of wine. Guild leader. You're not forcing them to get drunk as a punishment, are you? Aqua Rose could not figure out what Shi Feng intended to do. At this moment, rather than admonishing everyone for their arrogance, which had led to their complacency, Shi Feng instead revealed a bottle of fine wine. Just what was he trying to do? I am not that extravagant. Shi Feng shook his head and laughed. I've prepared this bottle of 100 Berry Wine as a reward. As for the matter regarding Zero Wing's performance falling behind Overwhelming Smile and Heaven's Burial, it had not surprised Shi Feng whatsoever. These two guilds were not as simple as they appeared. Both guilds had been recruiting talents from everywhere, not just White River City. In addition, both guilds possessed powerful backgrounds with long histories. Now that these two guilds had familiarized themselves with God's domain, their advantage began to reveal itself. It would still be a while before a newly established guild like Zero Wing would catch up to these two. This was also why first-rate and second-rate guilds looked down on upstart guilds like Zero Wing. Every time a new game came out, many upstart guilds would appear. They rose very quickly and fell very quickly. These newly recognized guilds were like the nouveau riche. How could they possibly compare to the wealthy aristocrats who had been tested over time? Only those capable of withstanding the test of time were able to set foot into this realm. Reward? Everyone curiously stared at the bottle of 100 Berry Wine on the table. Every player here was a core member of Zero Wing. They would usually have plenty of excess money to spend, and normally, they would treat themselves at high-class bars and restaurants. After all, The food and wine that these establishments served were far superior to those in the outside world. It had become a trend for many wealthy princes and princesses to dine at these establishments. However, despite frequently enjoying those delicacies, none of them had ever heard of a wine named the 100-berry wine. Moreover, what could they do with only one bottle of wine? This 100-berry wine can assist you with improving your combat techniques. I doubt any of you will take my word for it, so I intend to allow each of you to test it. Everyone will receive one bottle. When you have reached your limit inside the trial tower, drink the whole bottle. At that time, you'll see what I mean, Shifeng laughed. He then took out another 99 bottles from his bag. After this, if any of you want the 100-berry wine again, that will depend on your improvement speed and strength. Once every 3 days, I will reward at least one bottle to the top 10 ranking members in the trial tower. The first place will receive 3 bottles, second and third will receive 2 bottles, and the rest will receive 1. The top 10 to improve the most during the 3 days will also be rewarded. At that time, how many bottles you receive will depend on your own ability. Although Shifeng wished to supply everyone with a bottle of 100-berry wine, enabling them to search for that feeling, the wine's production volume was simply too low. He could only offer it to very few of the guild's elites. Guild leader, can this item really improve a person's combat techniques? Aqua Rose also knew quite a bit about God's domain. However, she had never heard of an item capable of improving a player's combat techniques. If the 100-berry wine was truly capable of such a feat, the rest of the team similarly doubted Shifeng's claim. Improving combat techniques was not something that could be done overnight. The process involved a lot of learning and practice. The Divine Colosseum's trial tower also offered suggestions on how to improve one's combat techniques. Although the guidance was minimal, everyone considered it very helpful. You'll find out once you test it. Shifeng smiled, not bothering to explain. Inside the Divine Colosseum. In order to promote their guilds, Heaven's Burial and Overwhelming Smile publicized their battle videos through the screens in the Colosseum's main hall for free. Many players took the time to study these videos. Zero Wings members are here. Are they trying to wrestle back their glory? Probably. However, the likelihood of them succeeding is slim. Some time ago, a few more experts from Heaven's Burial and Overwhelming Smile broke through the 4th floor. Currently, Heaven's Burial has 49 people who have reached the 5th floor. The guild even has 8 people who have reached the 6th floor. Their position as White River City's #1 guild is solid now. Meanwhile, Overwhelming Smile is closely following behind, with 45 people who have reached the 5th floor and 6 who have reached the 6th. Both guilds are way above Zero Wing, who only has 39 people on the 5th floor and 4 on the 6th. Many players were not optimistic about Zero Wing's chances. Whether it was the members of the guild's main force or the Dark God's Legion, both had already challenged the trial tower today. I never thought that there would be a moment when Black Flame would panic. However, his actions only bring him more despair. Seated in a room on the 2nd floor, Feng Xianyang quickly noticed Shifeng enter the Divine Colosseum with the other members of Zero Wing's main force. With excitement filling his eyes, he said, "Go, notify Warwolf's team. It's time to show the public who the true ruler of White River City is." Originally, Feng Xianyang had intended to keep Overwhelming Smile's strength hidden for a little while longer. However, after seeing Shifeng personally show up at the Divine Colosseum, he could not suppress the hatred in his heart. Although he could not do anything to Shifeng directly, it would soothe his heart if he could strike a mental blow to Shifeng. As long as Warwolf's team took action, Overwhelming Smile would immediately have a large group of experts pass through the 4th floor. At that time, Zero Wing's efforts to make a comeback would be rendered futile. Its reputation would be in tatters. Meanwhile, the members of Zero Wing's main force, who had just entered the trial tower, felt a burden of expectation. Everyone clearly understood their own combat power. To put it simply, it was extremely difficult for them to break through the 4th floor. However, since Shifeng had told them to give it a try, they could only grit their teeth and follow his commands very quickly. The members of Zero Wing's main force passed through one floor after another. Upon reaching the 4th floor, everyone grew anxious. The trial tower's tests were set according to the player's strength. For every test, the system would generate a perfect doppelganger of the challenger. The doppelganger possessed the same combat power as the challenger. However, the doppelganger's actual combat power varied depending on one's progression in the trial tower. Each floor was also divided into 3 stages: early, middle, and late. Through the battles with their own doppelgangers, players could learn their own shortcomings. Meanwhile, Players who were capable of defeating the doppelganger during the fourth floor's late stage would basically be able to display 50% of their actual combat power. These players were regarded as experts of God's domain, however, based on the standard of the current players of God's domain and the time they had to develop themselves. Very few were capable of reaching the standard of an expert. Hopefully I can pass through the late stage this time, Blackie prayed as watched his doppelganger before him. He then took out the 100-berry wine from his bag and emptied the bottle's contents, swallowing every last drop. Suddenly, his mind felt clear. Moreover, his compatibility rate with his weapon and equipment began to rise rapidly. The items felt like an extension of his own body. This is amazing! The others were similarly shocked after drinking a bottle of 100-berry wine. Their perception of the world had undergone a complete change when everyone casually used a skill. They immediately discovered their skill completion rates had significantly improved. Even Shadow Sword and the others, who had been stuck at around an 80% completion rate, could now easily achieve an 85% skill completion rate. Their combat power soaring after familiarizing themselves with this new sensation, everyone tackled their respective opponents. Chapter 649. The Number 1 Guild's Background. Shortly after Zero Wing's main force entered the trial tower, both Overwhelming Smile and Heaven's Burial simultaneously dispatched a large number of players to challenge the trial tower as well. Due to the competition between these three guilds, the originally quiet Divine Colosseum suddenly grew lively. Many players who had returned to the city to rest had quickly made their way to the Divine Colosseum, hoping to witness this competition's outcome and watch the exciting battle videos compared to the battle videos of normal PvP battles. These battle videos were far more valuable as references. It was especially true for the battle videos after the fourth floor. This was because the system would specifically display the fighting styles of the various classes, making the battle videos much more instructive. Normally, guilds would not release such instructive battle videos to the public, keeping them for their own members. Some experts would even earn money with their battle videos. Other players would have to pay these experts a fee to watch. Many players who wished to improve themselves usually went for this option. As for those who did not wish to spend money, they would come to the Divine Colosseum to observe the battle videos for free. However, that which one can obtain for free lacked value. One would not learn the truly powerful techniques from a free battle video. As a result, the gap between paying and non-paying players widened, little by little. Meanwhile, the three great guilds of White River City occupied themselves with their competition. Although the battle videos these guilds publicized was limited to the fourth floor, it was enough to excite many players. I wonder which guild will obtain first place this time. I'm betting on Heaven's Burial. Of the members of Heaven's Burial I saw going in to challenge the trial tower a moment ago, a few were well-known experts of other virtual reality games. Heaven's Burial really is amazing. It has actually recruited so many experts. It won't be long before they try to claim the seat of White River City's overlord. That's right. Now that Ghost Shadow Workshop has joined Heaven's Burial, the guild's strength has soared by leaps and bounds. Ghost Shadow himself still maintains the highest record in the trial tower. Ghost Shadow indeed deserves to be called one of the virtual gaming world's top-tier experts. Even now, no one else has reached the 7th floor. Moreover, he even reached the middle stage of the 7th floor. I heard that Star Moon City's best record stopped at the 6th floor's middle stage. This is simply madness. I'm an elite member of the Assassin's Alliance, but even until now, I am still stuck on the 3rd floor. The 4th floor is still out of my reach. It really makes you wonder just how those experts manage to do it. However, isn't Black Flame Star Moon Kingdom's #1 expert? Did Black Flame fail to reach the 7th floor? I'm not sure. However, Black Flame's name isn't on the trial list. Maybe he hasn't challenged the trial tower yet. Hasn't challenged it yet? He must be afraid of embarrassing himself. If he fails to surpass Ghost Shadow, he will lose his title as Star Moon Kingdom's #1 expert. Everyone grew excited as they examined the trial tower's ranking list. Normally, it was extremely difficult for ordinary players to meet experts like Ghost Shadow. They lived in two completely different worlds. Now, not only did they have the chance to see these experts in person, but they also got to watch these famous experts compete against the main force of White River City's #1 guild, Zero Wing. How could they not be excited? Just as everyone chatted about which guild was stronger and which expert was more powerful, something changed on the trial list quick. Someone just passed the 4th floor and reached the 5th. A perceptive player quickly discovered the change. There were two ranking lists posted in the Divine Colosseum. One was the tournament list, which catered towards PvP battles, while the other was the trial list. Trial list held the names of the players who managed to clear each floor and the name of the guild they belonged to. However, only the top 300 players on each floor would be displayed. For those who cleared the same floor, they would be ranked based on their clear time. However, the clear time held no particular meaning, as everyone only paid attention to the players on the highest floors. Nobody would care about how fast a person could clear the first 3 floors. Meanwhile, as there had yet to be a total of 300 players in White River City who had reached the 5th floor, it was very easy for players to notice a change to the number of players currently on the 5th floor and identify the person responsible for the change. Werewolf? Who is that? Why haven't I heard of him before? Really though, his clear time sure is short. His clear time for the 4th floor is only longer than Ghost Shadow's. I never thought that Overwhelming Smile would have such a powerful expert. If he has cleared the 4th floor so quickly, he should be able to reach the 6th floor. Suddenly, the crowd fell into a heated discussion in White River City. The players who could reach the 6th floor were as rare as a phoenix's feather. There were less than 20 as of this moment. Moreover, these experts were members of the 3 great guilds. Meanwhile, there was only one person who had managed to reach the 7th floor, and that was the famous Ghost Shadow 6th floor? Feng Xianyang was filled with disdain when he heard the players chattering downstairs. What does the 6th floor amount to? The number 1 spot on the trial list will belong to Overwhelming Smile. A moment later, Werewolf cleared the 5th floor, his name entering the 6th floor's list. The 6th floor's list housed very few people, so a new addition was bound to attract attention. At the same time, 5 more players passed through the 4th floor. Among them, 2 were members of Heaven's Burial, 2 were Overwhelming Smile's members, and the last person was Zero Wing's Blackie, who had once ranked number 1 on White River City's ranking list. It seems Zero Wing really is crap. 3 more experts from Overwhelming Smile have reached the 5th floor, and 1 has even reached the 6th. As for Heaven's Burial, 2 of their players have passed through the 4th floor as well. On the other hand, despite sending so many people in, only 1 person from Zero Wing has managed to reach the 5th floor. It seems that Zero Wing is no match for the 2 other guilds when it comes to nurturing experts. Everyone made their own judgments upon seeing the obvious differences between the 3 guilds. Ha ha ha. Black Flame, do you see now? This is the difference between our guilds. No matter how amazing you are, do you think a guild with the support of only 1 person can surpass a real large guild? Feng Xianyang celebrated as he looked towards the room Sure Feng resided in. Time slowly passed. Suddenly, something inconceivable happened. The 7th floor's list, which originally only had 1 lonely name on it, suddenly had 2. Who is Werewolf? He has actually passed through the 6th floor and entered the 7th floor. This is madness. It would be awesome if he released his battle video. The main hall suddenly exploded with activity. To the majority of current players, the 7th floor was a legend. It was a floor they could never reach. Meanwhile, sitting in one of the rooms on the 2nd floor, Ghost Shadow frowned when he saw this change. So, there's still such an expert in White River City. A hint of excitement flashed in Ghost Shadow's eyes. It was very lonely being an expert of his caliber. It was extremely difficult to find someone to compete with throughout White River City. There were only 2 experts who he was interested in. The first was Black Flame, while the second was Flame Blood. Now, 1 more had caught his interest. Werewolf. However, while everyone committed Werewolf's name to memory, another name suddenly joined his on the 7th floor's list. Fire Dance. Everyone knew this name, the commander of Zero Wing's main force. Many of Overwhelming Smile's experts had died at her hands. She had even fought valiantly in the Great War with the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Making a name for herself, nobody would have thought that she would once more appear in the limelight. Sure enough, Zero Wing will not be replaced so easily. Ghost Shadow could not help his elation when he saw another person reach the 7th floor. How is this possible? Feng Xianyang stared at the name on the 7th floor's list in disbelief. Fire Dance, Assassin, Affiliated Guild, Zero Wing. No matter how he looked at it, the name belonged to Fire Dance of Zero Wing. However, a short moment later, another new name appeared on the 7th floor's list. Violet Cloud, Cleric, Affiliated Guild, Zero Wing. Chapter 650. Breaking the Record. Chapter 650. Breaking the Record. The appearance of a 4th name on the trial list's 7th floor instantly plunged the Divine Colosseum's main hall into silence. Everyone's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets when they saw Violet Cloud's name. How? Feng Xianyang, who occupied a VIP room, also stared, slack-jawed. Having lost his previous calm, he could barely accept Fire Dance reaching the 7th floor. After all, she was the commander of Zero Wing's main force. However, he could not bring himself to accept Violet Cloud's victory aside from the difficulty of reaching the 7th floor. Just the fact that there were 2 people in Zero Wing capable of this success was shocking yet. The second person from Zero Wing to reach the 7th floor was not even a combat class. Instead, she was a cleric, one of the healer classes. It was commonly known that, out of the 12 main classes in God's domain, the healer classes possessed the weakest combat power. It was also a lot more difficult for healer classes to advance in the trial tower as most of their skills focused on healing rather than dealing damage. Hence, healers never ranked particularly high in the trial tower. Yet, Violet Cloud, a cleric, had actually managed to reach the 7th floor. However, what everyone did not know was that, in reality, Violet Cloud possessed a hidden class. She was not purely a cleric. Regarding combat capabilities, Violet Cloud was slightly stronger than ordinary combat classes. Moreover, Violet Cloud had a bit more control over her own body than Fire Dance. Since Fire Dance had reached the 7th floor, Violet Cloud would naturally be able to do so as well. One could say that this was expected when comparing top combat power. It was obvious with a glance which guild was superior. Zero Wing grasped a complete victory. Zero Wing really is the #1 guild. They actually have 2 top-tier experts capable of reaching the 7th floor. If Black Flame also competes, Zero Wing will most likely have 3 people on the 7th floor. Even Overwhelming Smile and Heaven's Burial combined are no match for Zero Wing. But it's still too early to determine anything. Zero Wing has always had many top-tier experts. It is reasonable that they are superior to Heaven's Burial and Overwhelming Smile in this aspect. However, a guild cannot survive by relying on a handful of people. It has to rely on its main force, the guild's backbone. Take a look at Zero Wing's backbone. It is clearly inferior to the other 2 guilds. Zero Wing's potential is still no match for the other 2. We are no longer living in the past. Before, Zero Wing was White River City's absolute overlord. Now, however, just look. The person occupying the top 1 position on the trial list is Heaven's Burial's Ghost Shadow. Zero Wing might not necessarily hold the overlord's seat in the future. Many players in the main hall began discussing the matter, and the majority did not have a favorable view of Zero Wing's future. A guild had to depend on a powerful team for support. Even if an individual was stronger, how much of a difference could they make by themselves? Not to mention, Zero Wing had yet to obtain the #1 position on the trial list. Right? This should be Zero Wing's last remaining card. What's there for me worry about? White River City will definitely be mine. Feng Xianyang calmed himself down. He had too much riding on White River City. At this point, he had already invested everything he had into White River City. As long as he succeeded, he would become the first heir to his family after being repeatedly defeated by Zero Wing. It had become an instinct of sorts to worry. However, after calming himself and giving the matter some thought, he realized that he had nothing to worry about. There were only so many experts in Zero Wing. On the other hand, in order to take control of White River City, Underworld had invested blood and sweat and had sent the experts it recruited from all over the virtual gaming world to White River City. With White River City under its control, how could Zero Wing possibly hope to compare with Underworld when it came to recruiting talent? This was only the beginning. Now that Overwhelming Smile had surpassed Zero Wing in terms of their respective guilds' backbones, in the future, this gap would only grow. It was only a matter of time before Overwhelming Smile took control of White River City. Time gradually ticked by. Although it had been quite a shock to the spectators that 2 people from Zero Wing had reached the 7th floor, everyone's attention quickly shifted back to the 5th floor's list. To ordinary players, reaching the 7th floor was an impossible dream. The 5th floor, on the other hand, was not completely out of their reach. Hence, they paid more attention to the 5th floor's list. Look, 2 more people from Heaven's Burial have passed. 3 more from Overwhelming Smile have passed as well. Just as everyone was focused on the 5th floor's list, the list suddenly began to change multiple times. What's going on? I'm not seeing things right. Why did more than a dozen names suddenly appear on the list? Wow, it's true. The total number of people on the list was 224. Now it's 242. I wonder which guild or independent player succeeded. Many among the spectators greatly admire the independent experts who had reached the 5th floor at this point. There were only a few experts in White River City who had reached the 5th floor. If one were an independent expert, large guilds would shower them with invitations and various offers. They would become famous overnight and would no longer have to live an ordinary life. This situation had driven many independent players into a frenzy. It was one of the reasons why so many independent players were desperately challenging the trial tower. Today's mainstream experts were already on the 5th floor. After some more time passed, when these experts reached the 6th floor, it would be far more difficult for independent players to experience such overnight fame. As everyone began searching for the identity of those 18 experts, they suddenly realized that something amiss. Why does it seem like these people are from Zero Wing? This is a lie, right? All 18 people are actually from Zero Wing. None of the spectators dared to believe their own eyes. They immediately began counting the total number of players Zero Wing had on the 5th floor. In the end, they discovered that there were indeed 18 more 5th floor experts in the guild. Instantly, Zero Wing became the guild with the most experts on the trial tower's 5th floor. However, just as they finished counting, another group of experts managed to pass through the 4th floor. This time, the numbers were even more frightening, with a total of 45 people. Moreover, all 45 were members of Zero Wing. Suddenly, the Divine Colosseum fell silent. Just what was this? Nobody in the main hall could make sense of what was happening in the morning. Zero Wing's main force had challenged the trial tower. At that time, however, not a single person had passed through the 4th floor. Yet, now, every single one of them passed. Zero Wing now had a total of 103 people on the trial tower's 5th floor, far ahead of Heaven's Burial and Overwhelming Smile. Impossible. This is not possible. Something must have gone wrong with the trial tower. Feng Xianyang abruptly stood, his eyes bulging as he stared at the trial list. If it were just an additional dozen or so people, he would have at most been surprised. However, if every single member of Zero Wing's main force was an expert who passed the 4th floor, the term shock was no longer appropriate. This was simply terrifying. To obtain more experts who could pass through the 4th floor, Feng Xianyang had scoured and poached talents from various other cities. He had also received a continuous supply of experts from Underworld. Yet, even so, he still couldn't produce a 100-man team of such experts. What about Zero Wing? Not only was it a guild without any backing whatsoever, but it also lacked a wide array of connections. How did such a guild manage to obtain so many experts? Zero Wing really knows how to hide its strength. Ghost Shadow squinted his eyes at the 5th floor's list. He, too, felt a heavy pressure weigh on him. There was no longer anybody who dared to look down on Zero Wing. Nobody dared disparage the guild anymore, claiming that its position as White River City's overlord was no longer stable. What a joke. If Zero Wing's entire main force consisted of 5th floor experts, which guild in White River City could contend with it? Not to mention White River City, even in all of Star Moon Kingdom, there was not a single guild that was a match for Zero Wing. However, before everyone could recover from their daze, another change occurred on the trial list's 7th floor. This time, however, there was no addition to the list itself. Instead, the rankings had changed. The lofty and overweening Ghost Shadow, who had stood at the very top of the trial list, had fallen. Moreover, he had fallen not just 1, but 2 places, taking the 3rd place on the 7th floor. Meanwhile, the 1st and 2nd ranks on the trial tower's 7th floor now belonged to Fire Dance and Violet Cloud, respectively. Chapter 651. Sensational. Chapter 651. Sensational. The floors of the trial tower were divided into 3 stages for the trial tower's first 4 floors. The difference between each stage was small. However, from the 5th floor onwards, the required combat power would increase significantly with each subsequent stage. Hence, every time a player passed a stage after reaching the 5th floor, they had to undergo a relatively long period of training to proceed further in the Divine Colosseum. Only experts who had passed through the 4th floor would know how difficult it was to overcome each stage from the 5th floor onwards. Not to mention, Fire Dance and Violet Cloud had only recently passed the 6th floor, arriving on the 7th floor. However, of everyone in the Divine Colosseum, the situation shocked Ghost Shadow the most. The record he maintained so far was the middle stage of the 7th floor. In other words, both girls from Zero Wing had at least reached the 7th floor's middle stage and had performed better than he had. He knew full well just how difficult the battles on the 7th floor were. That was no longer a challenge that an ordinary human being could tackle. Not only did the 7th floor have a relatively high requirement of one's skill completion rate, but more importantly, it also required one perfect application, executing skills as if they were executing a normal attack. For example, if an ordinary person and a martial arts master were given identical swords, although the weapons were the same, each person's capabilities with the blade were miles apart. Similarly, the combat power each individual could display was miles apart from each other. In this case, skill completion rate was the weapon. The higher the skill completion rate was, the more power the weapon could display. However, how much of that power was actually displayed still depended on the individual's application. Ghost Shadow recognized himself as one of the top players in the virtual gaming world. He was also a talented individual. After coming into contact with God's domain, he had continuously researched and explored ways to better integrate his skills into his basic attacks, displaying the maximum effect of his skills and eliminating any hindrance in battle yet. Now, 2 little girls had surpassed him so quickly. It was inconceivable. Have they been holding back all this time? Ghost Shadow wondered. In fact, Ghost Shadow wasn't the only one with such thoughts. Everyone wondered. There was no other explanation. Something like a breakthrough in the face of a crisis was legendary. It might be a coincidence if it were just one person, but it was impossible for 2 people to encounter such a coincidence at the same time. The effect of the 100-berry wine is really impressive. It's a pity that I can only get my hands on so many bottles. Relaxing in a room, Shifeng nodded and smiled as he watched the trial list. Shifeng was not surprised that every member had managed to pass the 4th floor. After all, that was the system-acknowledged standard for an ordinary expert. After drinking the 100-berry wine, a player's compatibility rate would increase significantly. Normally, the wine was capable of increasing a player's skill completion rate by roughly 10%, though the effects grew weaker as one progressed. However, to Zero Wing's core members whose skill completion rates hovered around 70%, their skill completion rates would increase to 80% or more upon drinking the 100-berry wine. Normally, one would pass through the 4th floor so long as they could maintain a stable skill completion rate of 75%. Hence, it was only natural for everyone to reach the 5th floor. Meanwhile, Fire Dance and Violet Cloud were capable of reaching 85% completion rate with their skills. After drinking the 100-berry wine, their skill completion rates could increase to roughly 90%. Although it was only a meager increase of 5%, the power they could display with their skills would improve by 20% or 30%. The basic requirement for reaching the 7th floor was a skill completion rate of 85%, displaying 100% of a skill's effect. In addition, if one were capable of skillfully applying their skills into their basic attacks, they could normally pass through the 7th floor's early stage. Although Fire Dance and Violet Cloud might still lack actual combat experience and were not proficient with skill application, a skill completion rate of 90% would be sufficient to get them through even the middle stage and pushing them into the 7th floor's late stage. Hence, the fact that the 2 girls had managed to surpass a veteran top-tier expert like Ghost Shadow did not surprise Shifeng at all. If Ghost Shadow could achieve a 90% completion rate with his skills right now, at the very minimum, he could set foot on the 8th floor. It's unfortunate that the 100-berry wine only improves a person's combat power temporarily. A person's comprehension depends on the person. Shifeng sighed as he glanced at the remaining 110 bottles of 100-berry wine in his bag. The 100-berry wine was a strategic tool in nurturing experts. It was no wonder why the fantasy shrine had managed to rise to power so quickly in the past. The 100-berry wine had definitely contributed to this achievement. Shortly after every member of Zero Wing's main force passed through the trial tower's 4th floor, news spread at the speed of light. This reminded everyone just how powerful Zero Wing was. Upon receiving this information, many guilds gave up on their development in White River City, shifting their attention to other cities instead. Against Zero Wing, whose main force consisted entirely of experts who could clear the 4th floor, their guild stood no chance. Rather than wait for their extermination, it would be better for them to develop themselves elsewhere. Who knew? Their chances of achieving success might even be higher somewhere else. Meanwhile, in Heaven's Burial's guild residence, just how did Zero Wing manage to recruit so many experts? Flame Blood frowned upon receiving news of the Divine Colosseum's latest events. What happened? A short and chubby middle-aged man beside Flame Blood asked in a low tone. Zero Wing just sent its main force to challenge the trial tower. In the end, every member has managed to reach the 5th floor. Among them, 2 have even surpassed Ghost Shadow's record, Flame Blood said, not showing any signs of the arrogance he usually displayed as the commander of Heaven's Burial's main force. On the contrary, he had lowered his posture when he spoke to the chubby middle-aged man. Although the man before Flame Blood was not adept with virtual reality games, the man's position in the real world allowed him to remove Flame Blood from Heaven's Burial easily should he ever wish to. Even the guild leader of Heaven's Burial, Singular Burial, had to treat this middle-aged man with great respect. Interesting. It seems that we won't be able to avoid a confrontation with Zero Wing if we wish to obtain this treasured land, the chubby man said as he caressed his goatee. After a moment of silence he continued, since we can't beat them with numbers, let's improve the guild's overall strength. Flame Blood, notify Ghost Shadow and tell him that I'll send Daybreak Fog to help out. We need to obtain the first clear of a 100-man dungeon as soon as possible. Daybreak Fog. Flame Blood could not help his surprise at the mention of this name. Are we giving up on Star Moon City? Heaven's Burial's ambition was colossal. The guild aimed to control all of Star Moon Kingdom. The best way to do so was to take control of the kingdom's lifeline first. Its players, the two cities with the largest player population in the kingdom, were Star Moon City and White River City. Both also had the largest gathering of elite players. As long as Heaven's Burial took control of these two cities, controlling the rest of the kingdom was only a matter of time of these two cities. Flame Blood spearheaded the White River City takeover, while Star Moon City was spearheaded by Daybreak Fog. If one compared these two people's fame, Daybreak Fog was superior. Flame Blood was merely one of the previous year's top 10 newcomers. On the other hand, Daybreak Fog had been one of the top 10 newcomers of the virtual gaming world 2 years ago. Afterward, she had continued to perform magnificently in many virtual reality games. Her fame was only slightly inferior to the snow goddess Gentle Snow, as she had made her debut roughly 2 years later than Gentle Snow had in terms of strength. Daybreak Fog ranked third within Heaven's Burial. If they really sent Daybreak Fog to White River City as support, with her strength and her team, Heaven's Burial might actually have a chance of clearing a 100-man team dungeon after all. During this period, everyone mostly understood the difficulty of a 100-man team dungeon. From the experience of clearing 50-man team dungeons, they had thought up of plenty of strategies. Now, all they needed to do was to take action. White River City has become Star Moon Kingdom's business center. The number of elite players migrating to the city increases by the day. Star Moon City is no match in this aspect. Hence, we have to prioritize this side for now. Moreover, when comparing the difficulty of 100-man dungeons, White River Cities is easier. If we allow Zero Wing to continue developing unhindered, it will become impossible to take control of White River City in the future. Suddenly, Shifeng received a communication request from a friend. Gentle Snow? Chapter 652. Azura Mode Dungeon. Miss Snow, long time no see. You look tired, Shifeng said, slightly surprised as he saw Gentle Snow's haggard expression through the video chat. Gentle Snow was a well-known superwoman in the virtual gaming world. She also had plenty of capable subordinates under her. After not seeing each other for only a few days, Gentle Snow looked so exhausted. It was surprising, had been quite a few years since Gentle Snow had made her debut. She should be quite competent at managing a guild by now. In addition, the majority of Ouroboros' elders supported Gentle Snow right now, so managing the guild should not be difficult. I've been busy with guild affairs these past few days, so I haven't gotten much rest. Gentle Snow laughed softly, sweeping the matter under the rug with a single sentence. Inwardly, she envied Shifeng, who could push the majority of guild affairs onto Aqua Rose. Moreover, he only had to focus on White River City. Ouroboros, on the other hand, was competing over dozens of cities, both large and small. However, these cities were still the least of her problems. Star Moon City was the issue. Ouroboros and the Star Alliance had been consolidating their positions in Star Moon City. In addition to several other powerful second-rate guilds, things had become extremely hectic for Gentle Snow. It was especially true for the 3 upstart guilds that had recently appeared in Star Moon City. Cloud9, Inyang Court, Heaven's Burial. All 3 possessed extraordinary backgrounds. They even had multiple guild residences in Star Moon Kingdom's major cities. They were developing as fast as a plague. Among the affected cities, Star Moon City received the greatest impact, and White River City was not far behind. Particularly, the manager of Star Moon City's Heaven's Burial, Daybreak Fog, was far more difficult of an opponent than even Galaxy Past of the Star Alliance. So far, Ouroboros had clashed with Heaven's Burial dozens of times, the battles ranging from small skirmishes to large-scale battles. Although Gentle Snow still held the advantage, Ouroboros did not have only one enemy. Both Cloud9 and the Inyang Court eyed Ouroboros like fresh meat. Ouroboros had already been unstable due to Chao Qinghua's theft of several of the guild's core and elite members. Now, before she could settle the turmoil within the guild, she faced so much trouble. In such a precarious situation, how could set aside time to rest? She had not even upgraded her equipment recently, as Gentle Snow knew that Shifeng disliked playing with words. After their casual greetings, she got straight to the point and said, "We have discovered a hidden treasured land near Star Moon City. The area is rich in magic crystals, and I wish to invite Zero Wing to pioneer this treasured land by our side. Are you interested?" Before the Divine Colosseum had been released, magic crystals had not been particularly valuable. Now, however, they were a strategic commodity that every large guild fought over frantically. Although every large guild had a large number of players and was capable of dispatching many teams to raid dungeons each day, team dungeons could only be raided once every 3 days. There were only so many team dungeons available. They could not acquire nearly as many magic crystals as they consumed. Meanwhile, If there was another option, other than team dungeons, for one to obtain magic crystals, this was not an opportunity one could miss a hidden treasured land? When Shifeng heard these words, the first place that popped up in his mind was the Stoneclaw Mountains in the past. When Stoneclaw Mountain had been discovered, it incited a great war between every guild in Star Moon Kingdom. The war had been the first kingdom-level war in Star Moon Kingdom. Hundreds of guilds involved themselves, all wanting to get their hands on a share of the profits. That war had caused every guild in Star Moon Kingdom to suffer massive damages. Moreover, Ouroboros and the Star Alliance had even started an all-out war with each other. In the end, taking advantage of the situation, Heaven's Burial, the Yin Yang Court, Cloud9, and several other second-rate guilds had banded together to form a massive alliance and took over the Stoneclaw Mountains, splitting the profits. Afterward, any players who wished to enter the mountains were required to sign a contract, agreeing to hand over 30% of the magic crystals they harvested. In addition, players were required to pay a fixed fee before they could enter. The various large guilds then split the profits. The Stoneclaw Mountains was a regional dungeon that had formed a space of its own. However, it was not just any dungeon, but an Azura mode dungeon. Ordinary team dungeons were divided into 3 difficulties: normal, hard, and hell. However, regional dungeons were divided into 5 difficulties: normal, hard, hell, Azura, and God. The Stoneclaw Mountains existed within the 4th difficulty level of regional dungeons. The dungeon was level 30 to level 49. In other words, only players that were within the range of level 30 to level 49 could enter the dungeon. Unlike team dungeons, however, there was no limit to the number of players who could enter. It was like White Fog Canyon. Inside the dungeon, players could obtain items that were normally unattainable elsewhere. In White Fog Canyon, players could obtain Starfire, or that increased the success rate of forging. There was also the Warfire set equipment. Unfortunately, Shifeng had already ruined White Fog Canyon. As of this moment, the level 35 Great Lord, Anubis's gatekeeper, still roamed the map. As a result, no players dared to approach. Meanwhile, White Fog Canyon was merely a hard mode regional dungeon, whereas the Stoneclaw Mountains was an Azura mode regional dungeon. Survival was far more difficult in the Stoneclaw Mountains. However, magic crystals were vastly important. They must be obtained, regardless of the sacrifices. Even Zero Wing was no exception to this. Currently, several guilds from Star Moon Kingdom are contesting over the rights of this hidden treasured land. If Zero Wing is willing to help, I can offer 50% of the income. Gentle Snow offered a relatively attractive price to Gentle Snow. Offering 50% of the profits was a big concession on her part. The Stoneclaw Mountains were within the Star Moon City region. It was impossible for Zero Wing to send a large number of players to supervise the map. Hence, the responsibility of supervising the map would fall to Ouroboros. However, Zero Wing possessed extraordinary strength. As of this moment, even Shifeng's strength was a mystery. If Ouroboros and Zero Wing banded together, their chances of coming out on top would be a lot higher. Furthermore, working with other guilds was simply not an option for Ouroboros. "All right, but I have a condition," Shifeng responded after giving it some thought. Zero Wing was based in White River City. There was a limit to how much combat power it could display in the faraway Star Moon City. Even though the guild was powerful, it could not move on the Stoneclaw Mountains by itself. Moreover, it was not realistic for a single guild to monopolize the Stoneclaw Mountains. "Tell me." Gentle Snow rolled her eyes at Shifeng. Her offer had already been bountiful, yet Shifeng still had conditions of his own. "It's not really a condition. I just need Ouroboros to help me obtain some materials. I'll even purchase them for 20% above market value." Shifeng laughed. He currently had very few of the materials required to construct the stable and teleportation magic array. It would take a long time to gather the necessary materials if he relied on Zero Wing. However, it would be much easier if he used Gentle Snow's connections to purchase the materials, because most of these materials could only be obtained by large guilds. It was practically an impossible task for independent players. Yet, even if he tried purchasing these materials, other guilds would only sell them to their allies. "Give me the list, then." Gentle Snow released a sigh of relief upon hearing Shifeng's condition. She had thought Shifeng intended to take advantage of her current predicament, but it turned out that he still had some humanity left in him. "I'll send it to you now." Shifeng then sent a list of the materials required to construct the stable and teleportation magic array to Gentle Snow. "You really are daring. Most of these materials are rare drops from large-scale team dungeons. Although my guild can obtain some, 20% above market value is too cheap. I'll need 50% at least." Surprise flashed across Gentle Snow's eyes when she read the list Shifeng had provided. Even if she worked with the Star Alliance, the two guilds could not gather all the materials listed. The cost alone was more than 2,000 gold. Okay, just get them as soon as possible. Shifeng did not care about spending a little more money. If he could get his hands on the materials, he could earn back the money in the blink of an eye. Hearing Shifeng's lack of hesitation, Gentle Snow was slightly shocked. A 50% increase in price would mean more than 3,000 gold. Even to a first-rate guild like Ouroboros, that was a massive amount of money. Yet, Shifeng thought nothing of it. After both sides established a contract, Shifeng contacted Aqua Rose and the others, instructing them to gather the Stone Claw Mountains could only be dealt with sooner, and not later. The earlier they occupied a favorable location, the greater their advantage would be when the war began. Chapter 653. Overall Improvement. Although the Trial Towers competition ended with Zero Wing's victory, the members of Zero Wing's main force were well aware that it had been due to the 100-berry wine. Otherwise, they would not have achieved such frightening results during the challenge. Everyone had discovered many of their own imperfections, their combat power improving slightly as a result. What a pity. If I could experience that kind of feeling once more, I might reach a stable skill completion rate at 87% and pass the stage. After the 100-berry wine's effects dissipated, Fire Dance challenged the 6th floor's late stage again. This time, she passed it without any issues and could now reach the 7th floor with her own power. Unfortunately, she suffered defeat in the 7th floor's early stage. But the 100-berry wine did allow me to gain an initial understanding of how to use void steps. Guild leader will be surprised if he finds out. Void steps was an advanced style of footwork and Shifeng's trademark technique. Just gaining an initial understanding of how to use the skill was extremely difficult. If Shifeng learned that Fire Dance could use void steps, he would definitely be surprised. He had spent many years in order to learn the technique, yet Fire Dance had managed to grasp it in such a short time. Although Shifeng's guidance largely contributed to her success, the fact that she had learned the technique in such a short time certainly had something to do with her innate talent, huh? Return to the residence? Fire Dance muttered as she read the message Aqua Rose had sent to her. She then chose to teleport out of the trial tower. Inside the conference hall of Zero Wing's guild residence. Without wasting time, Shifeng retrieved all of the synthesized Tier 3 gemstones from his bag. All of you. Equip these Tier 3 gemstones. Shifeng had already replaced all his Tier 2 gemstones with Tier 3 strength-attributed gemstones. As a result, his strength attribute had increased by more than 100 points. At this moment, even without activating Heavenly Dragon's power, his strength could match a chieftain of the same level. Even a lord of the same level would struggle to push him back if the main force replaced their Tier 2 gemstones with Tier 3 gemstones as well. Although they would not be as strong as he was, they could still contend with a special elite of the same level. Some, such as Fire Dance and the others, who wore a Tier 1 set equipment, might be capable of more. Ordinary players' attributes were inferior to common monsters of the same level. They would only be slightly stronger with a full set of bronze equipment. At that time, the only advantage common monsters would have was their higher HP. If a player was fully equipped with secret silver equipment, their attribute should be roughly equal to an elite monster of the same level. Only when one wore a full set of dark gold equipment would they have the same amount of attributes as a special elite of the same rank. As for Zero Wing's main force, although their equipment was a mix of level 30 fine gold and dark gold equipment, they had the intermediate mana armor kits to make up for the difference. If they embedded Tier 3 gemstones into every item, their attribute should be roughly the same as if they wore a set of level 30 dark gold equipment. None of the main forces members dared to believe their eyes as they stared at the Tier 3 gemstones on the table. Every jaw hit the floor. Aqua Rose was similarly stunned, speechless. She knew full well just how valuable Tier 3 gemstones were. Moreover, no one had found a source for these gemstones yet. One could only obtain them from alchemy synthesis. However, synthesizing a Tier 3 gemstone would cost at least 20 gold. Meanwhile, there were over 1,000 shining gemstones on the table. In other words, the gemstones scattered across this table were worth over 20,000 gold at the very least. We're in a hurry, so equip them quickly. Shifeng had already received a status report about the Stone Claw Mountains. Although things seemed calm on the surface, and the various guilds were busy killing monsters and grinding for magic crystals, the number of guild players gathering in the mountains increased by the minute. Every guild was rapidly mobilizing their forces. Even Stone Forest Town, the closest town to the Stone Claw Mountains, was surrounded by players. All of these players were members of various large guilds. It seemed that these guilds intended to capture Stone Forest Town, the nearest teleportation array to the Stoneclaw Mountains was over 10 hours on foot. On the other hand, Stone Forest Town was only an hour from the Azura Mode dungeon. The town was an absolute treasure whether it was for repairing equipment or purchasing consumables. Stone Forest Town was the best option otherwise. They would have to waste a day to travel back and forth between Starmoon City and the Stoneclaw Mountains. Meanwhile, Stone Forest Town was not under Starmoon Kingdom's control. Instead, the forces of darkness held it. It was one of the towns that players could capture and occupy. As long as the town fell under a guild's control, said guild could hire an army of NPCs to defend the town for 15 days. Even if every guild in Starmoon Kingdom banded together, they would not be able to do anything to the captured Stone Forest Town. After a guild successfully captured Stone Forest Town, said guild would also receive an additional advantage. They could select a resurrection point when players died. They would revive in their own cities. Of course, players could also choose to revive at the nearest resurrection point. Meanwhile, Stone Forest Town was the nearest resurrection point to the Stoneclaw Mountains. However, the precondition for reviving in Stone Forest Town was that one needed to capture it. Moreover, only members of the guild that held the town, or those given explicit permission by said guild, could revive there. This would be a huge advantage for capturing the Stoneclaw Mountains in the future. Since Shi Feng had learned that the Stoneclaw Mountains had been activated, he would not waste any time. He intended to capture Stone Forest Town with Zero Wing's greatest forces. Unfortunately, other guilds shared the same thoughts. For now though, he needed to occupy a strategic location as quickly as possible. Otherwise, their tasks would be far more difficult. A short moment later, every member of the main force had replaced their Tier 2 gemstones with Tier 3 gemstones, their attributes increasing significantly, following which, Shi Feng led the main force and the Dark God's Legion mightily towards the teleportation hall. Wow, what's Zero Wing up to? Whoa! That's so impressive. I'm actually having trouble breathing right now. Is Zero Wing planning to start a war? The players on the streets could not help but wonder when they saw Zero Wing's frightening momentum. Over 400 players, fully equipped with the current best equipment, marched down the street. No matter where this army went, they would be a force to be reckoned with. They could easily trample a large guild. Not to mention, over 100 of these players were experts who had surpassed the 4th floor of the trial tower. If they participated in a field battle, they could easily stand against several thousand elite players. Meanwhile, a single large guild only had several thousand elite players. Suddenly, the various large guilds in White River City began to panic. Although an army of over 400 players seemed small, its strength was no laughing matter. If they wanted to, they could easily obliterate any guild team that was grinding out in the fields. Does Black Flame intend to move against us? Feng Xianyang trembled upon receiving this news. He was so shocked that he nearly jumped out of his seat. But why? We haven't provoked Zero Wing recently. We even yielded a few high-resource areas to them. They shouldn't have any reason to deal with us. Did some fool go and provoke Black Flame again? At this moment, the upper echelons of the various large guilds in White River City felt threatened. Every one of them immediately withdrew from the fields, returning either to White River City or the nearest town as fast as possible. Chapter 654. Town Capturing. Starmoon City, Stone Forest Town. Ever since the Stoneclaw Mountains had been discovered, the upper echelons of the various large guilds had realized the importance of Stone Forest Town. As a result, the various large guilds in Starmoon City had frantically gathered their members around the town. Upon receiving information regarding the Stoneclaw Mountains, large guilds from other cities also mobilized their forces to Stone Forest Town. However, as the teleportation fees were a problem, they could not dispatch too many members. Most of the members they sent were the guild's elites. After arriving at Stone Forest Town, these guilds would send their main forces to the Stoneclaw Mountains to grind for magic crystals, while leaving behind the majority of their elites to stand guard a short distance away from Stone Forest Town to observe other guilds. At this moment, Stone Forest Town was surrounded. There were over 300,000 players watching the town, making the town's resident players quite uncomfortable. These 300,000 plus players were not ordinary players. They all were the elite members of various large guilds. They were stronger than even 3 million ordinary players. If these elites surged into Stone Forest Town at the same time, although the town was protected by level 55 dark NPCs, these NPCs would most likely fall under the fierce assault of so many elite players. The only fortunate advantage that they had was that these elite players belonged to multiple large guilds. They were not united, each guild having their own intentions, and here I thought this was our chance as dark guilds to rise to power. I didn't think that the Starmoon City's guilds would find out about the Stoneclaw Mountains so soon. Now, we won't even have a place to level up. What are you worried about? Don't forget that Stone Forest Town has the 3 great leaders. Furthermore, the guilds outside are not united. Unless some guild is looking to get itself killed and benefit the other guilds, they won't invade. You're not exactly wrong, but Star Moon City's first-rate guilds, Ouroboros and the Star Alliance, have dispatched most of their elites already. Of the 300,000-plus elite players out there, over 1/3 belong to those 2 guilds. Even if the other guilds don't make a move, those 2 alone are enough to capture the town. Stone Forest Town's red names discussed their current predicament. They were at a loss on what they should do next originally. They had simply lived here in peace. When they had nothing better to do, they would kill some players to earn some money or complete some high-level quests. They lived carefree lives. Hence, they had never imagined that such a massive issue would arrive on their doorsteps one day. On a hilltop a short distance away from Stone Forest Town, a group of players quietly observed the town below. These players were uniformly level 30 and wore level 30 fine gold or above equipment. Not far behind these players, there were more than 70,000 players standing at attention. The majority of the players in this army were level 28, with the lowest being level 27. They were 2 or 3 levels higher than the current average level of players. These players were none other than the members of the Star Alliance led by Galaxy Past. Star Alliance was also the guild that had dispatched the most players to Stone Forest Town, an army of 70,000 elite players. This was the strength of a first-rate guild. It was not something a second-rate guild could hope to compete with. Ordinary second-rate guilds would only have over 100,000 members, while a more powerful one would have up to 200,000 or 300,000 players. Of these players, only a maximum of 30,000 or 40,000 would be elite players. After deploying these elites across multiple cities, it would be amazing enough if a second-rate guild could dispatch 20,000 elites for a single expedition. However, compared to a first-rate guild like the Star Alliance, second-rate guilds were not worth mentioning. Guild leader: I've put together a detailed report on Stone Forest Town with the results from my investigation. There are roughly over 1,000 NPCs in the town, and the majority are level 55 elite guards. There are over 100 level 60 tier 1 NPCs and roughly 30 level 60 tier 2 NPCs. If a fight breaks out, more NPCs might show up. However, the largest challenge of capturing the town will be Stone Forest Town's 3 great leaders. Flourishing Willow, who wore dark blue leather armor, reported softly, "Are the 3 great leaders very powerful?" Galaxy Past asked. According to the information I obtained from the red names living there, these leaders are only tier 2 NPCs. However, they possessed very high intelligence. They are far more powerful than ordinary tier 2 NPCs regarding combat power. It is especially true for the great leader, Saria. He is a tier 2 professional mage, and I have heard that he knows how to use large-scale destruction spells. Hearing Flourishing Willow mentioning large-scale destruction spells, everyone frowned. Large-scale destruction spells were Zerg tactics' Achilles' heel. Moreover, a high-intelligence NPC's combat techniques were far more powerful than ordinary players. Based on the settings of God's domain, Saria should be capable of displaying more than 50% of his actual combat power. In other words, he was at least as skilled as an ordinary expert. If a player possessed the attributes of a level 60 tier 2 NPC and large-scale destruction spells, said player would be a natural disaster to the current players of God's domain. Right. I've also received news that White River City's Zero Wing has sent people over. It seems that they have designs on this area as well. Flourishing Willow said. Zero Wing? Galaxy Past laughed. This is the Star Alliance's home ground. Do they think that they can just show up and take a slice of the pie as well? Zero Wing was indeed powerful. However, that was limited to White River City. Stone Forest Town was in the Star Moon City region. How many people could Zero Wing possibly dispatch? Moreover, the ordinary guards one hired could not be used in the fields. Only personal guards could be used. On the off chance that a personal guard died, it would be extremely difficult to revive them. Hence, players would not use their personal guards casually. Even if Zero Wing sent its personal guards, their impact would be minimal. Ignore them. Since we can't capture Stone Forest Town in a short time, have the main force grind for magic crystals for now. However, we can't let Ouroboros relax, either. Look for opportunities to kill some of its members. After all, the Stoneclaw Mountains still belong to our 2 guilds. Galaxy Past smiled lightly. It truly is fortunate that Chao Chunghua stole a large number of experts and elite players from Ouroboros. The Stoneclaw Mountains will belong to the Star Alliance. In Star Moon City, the Star Alliance had far more experts and elite players than Ouroboros. Currently, Ouroboros barely held on. As for the other guilds in Star Moon City, they were nothing to the Star Alliance at this moment. Many guilds that had completed their investigation of Stone Forest Town had decided to give up on the idea of capturing the town. Instead, they shifted their focus towards grinding for magic crystals in the Stone Claw Mountains. However, as the majority of their elite members had yet to reach level 30 and could not enter the Stone Claw Mountains, these elite members were tasked with leveling up as fast as possible. Meanwhile, at Ouroboros' base camp, Shi Feng had just arrived with his team. Very quickly, Shi Feng's group became the center of attention. The group was simply too impressive. Not only were the members of Zero Wing's main force uniformly level 30, but many in the Dark Gods Legion were also level 30. In addition, the most inferior piece of equipment worn by the group was fine gold rank. Most importantly, every member's aura inflicted a deep fear. They felt like a group of primordial beasts. Even those standing quite a distance away could not help but tremble when they glanced at this group of players. This is Zero Wing? Sure enough, their reputation is well deserved. Zero Wing is simply too powerful. We don't even have so much top-tier equipment. The members of Ouroboros could not help discuss Zero Wing's members. Meanwhile, when Gentle Snow emerged to welcome Shi Feng and the others, she was similarly surprised. How did Zero Wing manage to recruit so many experts? Gentle Snow could clearly feel that, among the 400 players Shi Feng had brought with him, many radiated an intense pressure. There were even a dozen or so people who felt extremely dangerous. Although she had been busy settling the guild's internal affairs, she had not fallen behind or neglected her own development. Throughout Star Moon City, extremely few players were capable of making her feel nervous. There were even fewer experts who felt dangerous to her. Star Moon City should only contain a handful of such experts. Yet, Zero Wing had over a dozen such people. It was simply inconceivable. Chapter 655. Flame Shaman. It had been a relatively long time since God's Domain launched. During this period, even an ordinary player's sensitivity towards danger had increased significantly. Not to mention experts. Many a time, experts of God's Domain would not judge an opponent's strength based solely on the other party's weapons and equipment. They also judged their opponent's strength based on the degree of danger they felt from their opponents. An expert's combat power was not limited to their weapons and equipment. Combat techniques and powerful skills also affected a person's combat power. These were hidden aspects, not visible until combat. Hence, one had to rely on intuition to judge a person's strength. Gentle Snow was very confident of her own perception because, up until this day, her intuition had never failed her. It reminded her of her first encounter Yi Feng. Although Yi Feng's equipment had been pathetic, his level had been very low, and he had not felt threatening in the least. Her intuition had told her that Shi Feng was extraordinary. And indeed, her intuition had not been wrong. Time had proven that Shi Feng was truly extraordinary. Meanwhile, Gentle Snow's intuition currently told her that the group of people in front of her was very deadly. They were not as simple as they appeared. It felt as if every single player had a ferocious beast hidden inside their bodies. Only, these beasts had yet to expose their true nature. Zero Wing is growing more mysterious by the minute. Gentle Snow laughed bitterly as she subtly examined the crowd from Zero Wing. In the past, Zero Wing had been no more than a small weak guild. Yet, before anyone realized it, the guild had grown into a towering existence. Even Ouroboros had to treat Zero Wing seriously. Fortunately, their two guilds had long since formed an alliance. Otherwise, Zero Wing would be a formidable enemy. Let's talk inside, Gentle Snow said as she led the way to a large tent. Shi Feng nodded and entered the tent with Aqua Rose and Fire danced. During God's Domain's early stages, players only had needed to travel for a short time to arrive at their destination. However, as players reached higher levels, the time they spent on travel increased. When going out to the fields to level up, it was typical for players to not return to their respective cities for several days. Meanwhile, when players wished to rest, they could rely on these field tents. HP and mana would recover quickly when consuming food and beverages. However, concentration and stamina would not. Generally, players had to return to a city to rest and recover. With a field tent, however, there was no need to do so. Although the recovery speed while inside a tent could not compare to resting in a city, it was sufficient. Only, ordinary players could not afford a field tent. Just an ordinary 6-man tent sold for 10 gold at NPC shops, not to mention 20-man, 50-man, or 100-man tents. Not only did one need enough money to purchase a 100-man tent, but they also needed a certain amount of reputation. The large tent before them was a 100-man tent, and it had cost 200 gold. If one had sufficiently high reputation, they could receive a small discount. However, even then, a 100-man tent would still cost more than 150 gold inside. The tent looked like a guild residence's conference hall currently. More than a dozen people sat inside the tent, and every one of them was a member of Ouroboros's upper echelon. They were uniformly level 30, and their equipment was among the best one could find. Meanwhile, the beautiful and vibrant Zhao Yueru relaxed amongst these players, currently dressed in white and red luxurious mage robes. In her hand, she wielded a red jade staff covered in runes. Looking at the faint red glow that surrounded the staff, one could immediately tell it was an extraordinary item. Furthermore, a faint flame-red aura surrounded the caster. She looked like a goddess of fire-flame shaman? Shifeng concealed his surprise when he saw Zhao Yueru, who had undergone a massive change since the last time they met. Flame Shaman was a hidden class, and its legacy rank was similar to the Astromancer. It was considered an advanced legacy. As the name suggested, it was a class that specialized in controlling flames. However, a Flame Shaman was not as balanced as an Elementalist. The class specialized in attacking and destroying everything. In terms of damage output, the class was far superior to an Astromancer. It was an extremely violent class in the past. Zhao Yueru's fame had only started to soar after she class changed into a Flame Shaman. The public had known her as the Flame Witch. Shifeng never imagined that Zhao Yueru would become a Flame Shaman so quickly, even against an MT of the same level geared with top-tier equipment. A Flame Shaman could finish them off in 2 or 3 moves. A Flame Shaman could practically one-shot an ordinary MT. However, although the class's damage was astounding, it was also because of this that Flame Shamans had very few survival and life-saving abilities. In dungeons and team battles though, they were beyond scary. They were practically tomahawk cruise missiles. After sweeping a glance over everyone present, Shifeng understood the general situation regarding Ouroboros's top combat power. Although Ouroboros had lost many of its top combatants, the guild was still much stronger than second-rate guilds with its remaining forces. This is the data we collected on Stone Forest Town, Gentle Snow said as she handed Shifeng a folder. Slowly, she explained, currently, every guild is trying to occupy the town. However, the town is strong enough to avoid capture. Even if we combine our guild's strengths, I suggest that we strike at the Stoneclaw Mountains first, harvesting magic crystals and building our strength. With both of our guild's experts, we should be able to occupy the high-resource areas within the mountains quickly. We can then use the opportunity to widen the gap between us and the other guilds. Currently, nobody could do strike against Stone Forest Town. The best option right now was to accumulate their strength. This was also why Gentle Snow had asked for Zero Wing's help. There is no need to go through all that trouble. We can just capture Stone Forest Town. Once we occupy the town, it will be simple to obtain the rights over the Stoneclaw Mountains, Shifeng said, shaking his head. He did not agree with Gentle Snow's idea in the past. It was precisely such thinking that had led to the various large guilds ending in a deadlock with each other. As a result, more guilds had involved themselves in the situation in the Stoneclaw Mountains. Once that happened, they would lose the chance to capture Stone Forest Town. At this moment, the various large guilds were still helpless against Stone Forest Town, so they would focus their attention on the Stoneclaw Mountains. This was the best chance to capture Stone Forest Town. Otherwise, if time dragged on, the number of guilds in the area would increase. At that time, the number of experts who were interested in this area would also increase, and their chances of capturing Stone Forest Town would decrease. Hearing Shifeng's resolve, Gentle Snow was momentarily stunned. That was suicide. Immediately, she explained, you should have seen the information regarding the 3 great leaders for yourself. All 3 are high-intelligence NPCs. They are equivalent to expert players who have reached the 5th floor. They also possess large-scale destruction spells. Furthermore, if we attack Stone Forest Town, the other guilds will not sit by and do nothing. They will take advantage of the situation and try to annihilate us. What if we don't give them the chance? Shifeng smiled confidently on his way here. Shifeng had considered the matter of Stone Forest Town extensively. It was extremely difficult to deal with the 3 great leaders. Not to mention, they would have to give the other guilds the slip. However, there was a simpler method of capturing Stone Forest Town. Chapter 656. Crazy Decision. Don't give them the chance? Gentle Snow grew curious. There were over 300,000 guild elites stationed close to Stone Forest Town. Of them, 70,000 belonged to the Star Alliance, while Ouroboros only had 50,000. Even if both first-rate guilds banded together, they still wouldn't be able to do anything to the other guilds. Hence, every guild was maintaining this temporary peace. Nobody dared provoke anybody else. However, if a guild decided to attack Stone Forest Town, So much commotion would attract the other guild's attention. At that time, no one would not sit by and let someone else capture the town. The other guilds would definitely work together to exterminate the mutual enemy. Because of this, even Star Alliance, with its numerical advantage, would not dare to take action now. However, Shifeng insisted that they attack Stone Forest Town without giving the other guilds the opportunity to retaliate. How would that even be possible? There were level 55 and level 60 NPCs defending the town. Among them, there were even Tier 2 NPCs. A level 60 Tier 2 NPC was even stronger than a level 30 Great Lord. Not to mention, there was more than just one level 60 Tier 2 NPC defending the town. The great leader Saria, who wielded large-scale destruction spells, also defended the town with Ouroboros's 50,000 elites. It would be a bitter battle to capture Stone Forest Town. There was also no certainty that they would succeed. Yes, don't give them the chance, Shifeng nodded as he repeated himself. When the time comes, everyone needs to dispose of the town's NPCs as quickly as possible and leave the rest to me. Shifeng had conquered many towns in the past, so he was quite familiar with the method. It was not an easy task for a guild to gain control of a town first. Players had to dispose of every NPC within the town. Leaving even one NPC alive would result in failure. Second, players had to obtain the town token that the leader of the town guarded. After completing these two tasks, one would obtain the authority to rule over the town. Hence, it was extremely difficult to capture a town with a large number of competitors nearby. In the past, after the Stoneclaw Mountain's profits had been distributed, no guild bothered with capturing Stone Forest Town. However, things were slightly different in this life. Currently, various large guilds' main forces and elite members had gathered near the Stoneclaw Mountains, making this the perfect opportunity to capture Stone Forest Town. However, they only had a small time frame to do so, as it took less than 2 hours to travel from the Stoneclaw Mountains to Stone Forest Town on foot or 30 minutes on a mount. Fortunately, no one had reached level 40 yet. Are you planning to hold off all of those guilds by yourself? Gentle Snow asked, flabbergasted. She highly doubted that Shifeng could achieve this feat. They were talking about more than 250,000 elite players. How could one person possibly hold off that many players? Shifeng's words stupefied everyone else in the tent as well. Although they had long since realized that Shifeng was crazy, they had not thought that he was this crazy. Sitting beside Shifeng, Fire Dance and Aqua Rose were similarly shocked. Shortly after, however, they both smiled bitterly. Although they had no doubts that Shifeng could escape the clutches of 250,000 elite players, no matter how they racked their brains, it was impossible to fend off 250,000 elite players, preventing this army from harassing them while they attacked Stone Forest Town. Yet, Shifeng had never once failed to keep his word, regardless of how insane his claim sounded. He would never give his word if he were not confident of keeping it. One man holding off 250,000 elite players. Just thinking about it gave them goosebumps. Relax. It'll be fine. However, whether or not we succeed will depend on how fast you can clear the NPCs in the town, Shifeng said confidently, following which, Shifeng gave Fire Dance and Aqua Rose their respective orders. In the upcoming battle, Fire Dance was tasked with leading the main force, while Aqua Rose was tasked with leading the Dark Gods Legion. As for Gentle Snow and the others, they still hesitated to make a decision. Snow, are we really going to do this? You know how insane this is, right? Zhao Yueru asked softly. Gentle Snow took a deep breath. In the next moment, cold determination flashed in her eyes as she said, "We have no other options. The Star Alliance grows stronger by the day. Other guilds constantly harass us as well. At this rate, the Star Alliance will overtake us." Afterward, Gentle Snow began organizing her guild's forces, preparing for battle. Shifeng, however, was in no hurry. First, he investigated the various large guilds, particularly their main forces before they took action. Shifeng used the Bible of Darkness to summon a Tier 2 demon. 3 hours later, Shifeng summoned another Tier 2 demon. The two level 35 Tier 2 demons were as large as small hills. Tier 2 demons were the equivalent of Lord-ranked monsters. It was quite reassuring to have two level 35 lords on their side. I never imagined that Black Flame would have something like this. It's no wonder he was so confident of fending off the other guilds. Gentle Snow was stunned when she saw the two powerful Tier 2 demons. Even a 100-man team could deal with an ordinary Tier 2 demon, although they might struggle. However, a Tier 2 demon under a player's control was far more terrifying. It could annihilate even a 1,000-man elite team. If two Tier 2 demons banded together, their impact would be multiplied several folds. With these two Tier 2 demons, Shifeng could successfully delay the other guilds for some time. Just as Zero Wing and Ouroboros were about to mobilize their forces, the various large guilds received news of this matter. The various large guild each had their own information network. With Ouroboros mobilizing such a large army, how could news of it escape the eyes and ears of the various large guilds? Has Gentle Snow gone mad? She really believed Black Flame? Does she think Black Flame is a god that can fend off an army of 250,000 players? Galaxy Past, who was currently in the Stoneclaw Mountains, laughed madly when he received this information. Notify the others immediately. If Ouroboros dares attack Stone Forest Town, find an opportunity to strike. Galaxy Past wasn't the only person with such thoughts. The other guild leaders similarly thought that Gentle Snow had lost her mind. Black Flame was similarly insane. Did he really think that their guild's elite members were blockheads that would just stand by and die for him? If all 250,000 players worked together, the ranged attacks alone could kill a lord of the same level instantly. Not to mention a player suddenly, the various large guilds surrounding Stone Forest Town began mobilizing their forces, preparing to take action at a moment's notice. Now all that was left was for Ouroboros and Zero Wing to move. As for the various large guilds' main forces and elite members, they all continued grinding for magic crystals in the Stoneclaw Mountains. News sure flies. However, this isn't too bad, either. It would have bothered me if they didn't make a move, Sherfong chuckled. He then activated the aura of Wind's Wind Rider, transforming into a blur as he flew to Stone Forest Town. What is he trying to do? Gentle Snow muttered in confusion. Sherfeng's actions even confused Fire Dance and Aqua Rose as Sherfong had not revealed his true plans. Let's begin then. Sherfong grinned. Immediately, he swapped the aura of wind for the aura of fire. He then cast Firestorm on Stone Forest Town's NPC stronghold. Suddenly, flames engulfed the third and highest floor of the stronghold. Some nearby players turned to ash instantly. As for the NPCs inside the stronghold, they sustained heavy damage as well in the blink of an eye. The stronghold's third floor was nothing more than scorched ruins. The crowd watching from afar was stupefied. Sherfong had actually attacked the NPC stronghold by himself. He was seeking death. At this moment, a white-haired old man in black robes emerged from the ruins. This old man was Saria, a level 60 tier 2 NPC. Looking at Sherfong, Saria shouted angrily, saying, "Intruder! You actually dare to provoke me? I will show you how terrifying it is to anger a mage." Saria, Great Leader, Professional Mage. Level 60. HP 5, 500, 000/5, 500, 000. In addition, two NPCs with imposing auras stood beside Saria, and they were the second leader, Lime, and third leader, Padolime, second leader, Swordmaster. Level 60. HP 6, 500, 000/6, 500, 000. Pado, third leader, Berserker Master. Level 60. HP 7, 000, 000/7, 000, 000. Sherfeng's Firestorm had only dealt around -80,000 damage to the three leaders, a meager amount comparing to the millions of HP they possessed. However, their stronghold's destruction was what truly infuriated the three leaders at this moment. The three leaders glared at Sherfong, their eyes containing the promise of a painful death. Laughing, Sherfong turned and flew away. "Nobody can escape our fury." Saria and the other two leaders summoned their mounts and chased after Sherfong. The difference between having a mount and not having a mount was massive. Despite Sherfong having activated Windrider, the three NPCs caught up with him very quickly. "Shit, they're heading towards us." The spectating guilds quickly noticed that something was off as Sherfong flew towards them. Windrider only had a short duration of 24 seconds. Sherfong could cover just enough distance in that time to land right in the middle of the various large guilds. At this moment Saria, who rode his horse, drew line after line of runes in the air. He then flicked his finger, and suddenly, thunderclouds began to condensing above the army of players turned to ash. Saria revealed a sinister smile as he cast the Tier 2 spell, Lightning Storm, on Sherfeng's location. Chapter 657, Pits of Despair. Hearing the rolling thunder above him, Sherfong activated Defensive Blade. He then dashed towards the largest crowd. Although the Tier 2 spell, Lightning Storm, was not a large-scale destruction spell that dealt ridiculously high damage, the spell covered a very wide area, up to a radius of 100 yards. After the Tier 2 professional mage had chanted the spell's full incantation, even Sherfong could not withstand or evade the attack. "Hurry! Get rid of Black Flame!" The upper echelons of the various large guilds saw through Shifeng's ploy. He intended to kill them with a borrowed sword. Hence, as long as they killed Shifeng first, their problems would be solved. However, Shifeng's attributes were far above the standard of current players. Even the strongest powerhouses of the various guilds could not compete with Shifeng in terms of basic attributes. Moreover, as Shifeng had buried himself in the crowd, nobody dared to launch casual attacks. It was especially true for the ranged classes. It would be very easy for their attacks to hit their allies. Only the melee classes could attempt to pin Shifeng down. However, could elite players possibly predict Shifeng's actions? Moreover, Shifeng was extremely cunning as he dashed towards the healer's hurry up. Use control skills. Don't worry about friendly fire. The upper echelons hurriedly commanded as the magical classes began chanting their spells. The thunderclouds in the sky reached their climax. In the next moment, blue lightning descended from the sky. For a moment, it looked as if the end of the world were upon them as bright lightning and booming thunder took over the field. When the lightning strike stopped, silence fell. Everyone was stupefied. All players that were within spell's range had received over -5,000 damage each time the lightning descended. After more than a dozen lightning strikes, even the high HP MTs who had activated shield wall and such life-saving skills gave up the ghost. Meanwhile, with his extreme speed, Shifeng managed to escape Saria's lightning storm after receiving a couple of lightning strikes. Everyone else, however, met a tragic end. In order to deal with Zero Wing and Ouroboros, the various large guilds had prepared and gathered together. Shifeng just so happened to land in the middle of that crowd. After the lightning storm ended, nobody within the spell's effective radius of 100 yards had lived. Instead, only weapons and equipment occupied the space. This scene caused witnesses to gasp and shiver. Is this the power of a Tier 2 NPC mage? Gentle Snow's expression turned grim as she looked at the hollowed, scorched area that had previously held a sea of people. Previously, Gentle Snow had thought it was feasible to capture Stone Forest Town with only 50,000 elite players if they did not have to worry about the other guilds' harassment. After watching this, however, even if they had an army several times larger, capturing the town was utterly impossible. From a rough estimate, around 8,000 people must have died from that single spell. When Saria saw that Shifeng was still alive, unharmed even, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. He then began chanting another Tier 2 spell. Meanwhile, the two other leaders of Stone Forest Town began to massacre the players before them as they charged towards Shifeng. Against level 28 and level 29 elite players, the two level 60 Tier 2 NPCs only needed one hit to end their lives. The two NPCs were like meat grinders as they butchered the various guilds' elites. As for Shifeng, he did not bother putting up a heroic fight against the NPCs. Instead, he simply turned around and fled, running to the highest concentration of players. Not only could he reduce the number of enemies this way, but he could also utilize the elite players to pin down the three great leaders, giving him more time to escape with his life. The strength of level 60 Tier 2 NPCs with high intelligence was no laughing matter. Even a level 35 Great Lord would not be a match for these NPCs. Otherwise, the various large guilds would not have hesitated to capture the town. Black Flame, are you trying to make an enemy of every guild here? An upper echelon from one of the guilds shouted, veins popping from anger. Everyone had already witnessed the three great leaders' strength. If they did not stop Shifeng, their guilds would suffer tremendous losses. The guild members that had accompanied them were not normal members. These members were their guild's foundations. If even a fraction of these players died, it would set their guilds back tremendously. Not to mention if they lost half or even 3/4. Losing half or more of their members would deal an irrecoverable blow. Black Flame, even if Zero Wing is more powerful, your guild will pay if you oppose every guild present. We can still negotiate for peace if you stop now. Don't make the wrong decision here. Watching the slaughter of their guild members, the upper echelons of the various large guilds tried their best to stop Shifeng. Unfortunately, their efforts were in vain. Shifeng was simply too fast. Their guild's experts were currently grinding in the faraway Stone Claw Mountains. With just their elite members present, they could not pin down Shifeng. Sure. Don't say I never gave you a chance. Instruct your guild leaders sign a contract stating that your guilds will no longer meddle with matters pertaining to Stone Forest Town immediately. Shifeng replied. Black Flame, don't go overboard. If you don't stop now, don't blame us for taking action against Zero Wing's members. Walk away from Stone Forest Town? Even without reporting Shifeng's demands to their higher-ups, they knew it was impossible. If Zero Wing and Ouroboros occupied a strategic location like Stone Forest Town, it would only be a matter of time before the Stone Claw Mountains would fell their hands as well. Hence, they could not agree to this condition at this point. None of the large guilds dared to strike the three great leaders in fear of shifting the NPCs' aggro towards themselves. As for having their members scatter and flee, although they could reduce their losses by doing so, once scattered, they would no longer be a threat to Ouroboros and Zero Wing. However, dealing with Zero Wing's 400 members would be a piece of cake for their armies. Even Shi Feng could not save his allies. At that time, both sides would end in mutual destruction, with neither side obtaining any benefits. What a pity. You leave me with no choice then. Shi Feng then proceeded to dash towards the next crowd of players. You will regret this. The upper echelons of the various guilds had never imagined that Shi Feng would be so decisive and unafraid of their mutual destruction. At this moment, the guild leaders of the various guilds, who currently resided in the faraway Stoneclaw Mountains, had received news of the attack. Black Flame has truly lost his mind this time. He actually dares to declare war against all of our guilds. Since he wants to play, let's play. Tell them to send a small detachment to take out Black Flame. Everyone else is to split up and delay Ouroboros and Zero Wing as much as possible. I doubt that Black Flame will lead the three great leaders towards his own allies. Galaxy Past laughed. Immediately he commanded, everyone, retreat from the Stoneclaw Mountains and hurry to Stone Forest Town. Also, contact the other guild leaders. I want to show Black Flame and Gentle Snow that they are doing nothing more than digging their own graves. Before this occurred, the Star Alliance and Ouroboros had both been intimidating guilds. Hence, none of the other guilds would have worked with either one of them. Now, however, the situation changed as Ouroboros actively stirred up trouble. The nail that stuck out would be hammered down if the Star Alliance could band together with the other guilds to deal with Ouroboros. Not only could they obliterate Ouroboros in one fell swoop, but it would also have a better chance of obtaining Stone Forest Town. After all, within the Star Moon Kingdom, no other guild could possibly stand against the Star Alliance. Once Ouroboros was gone, the Star Alliance's word would become law. A short moment later, sure enough, the guild leaders of the various large guilds had formed an alliance with the Star Alliance to deal with both Ouroboros and Zero Wing. After the various large guilds surrounding Stone Forest Town banded together, according to Galaxy Past's plans, they sent out a force of 80,000 players to suppress Ouroboros and Zero Wing. As for the remaining forces, they scattered and circled the town, preventing anyone from escaping Black Flame. It's too late. Today, we'll teach you the consequences for antagonizing the masses. The upper echelons of the various guilds directed their members to suppress Ouroboros and Zero Wing. Even if the three great leaders were more powerful, with everyone spreading out, even if the NPCs had free reign, they would only kill a limited number. Against an army of 250,000, that number would only be a drop in the bucket. Meanwhile, the various large guilds had forced Ouroboros and Zero Wing into a corner. It was extremely easy for an army of 250,000 elites to suppress 50,000 elites. Not to mention, the experts of each respective guild were on their way. When their main forces arrived, Ouroboros and Zero Wing would be finished. They banded together as expected. Shi Feng frowned. However, he just shook his head and laughed. Since you want to go for mutual destruction, I'll show you the pits of despair. The three great leaders protecting Stone Forest Town had not revealed all of their strength. Stone Forest Town was in such close proximity to the Stoneclaw Mountains. With the massive benefits from the mountains, how could Stone Forest Town possibly be an ordinary town? Chapter 658. Nightmare descends. Aqua, lead everyone away from the town immediately, Shi Feng said through a whisper. Understood. Aqua Rose was slightly stunned by this command. Originally, she had thought Shi Feng would use Zero Wing's trump card. She had not expected him to order a retreat and give up on Stone Forest Town. However, since Shi Feng had given the command, Aqua Rose had no choice but to lead everyone away. Gentle Snow's army similarly retreated throughout Star Moon Kingdom. There was not a single guild that could stand against an army of 250,000 elite players. If they continued fighting, only death awaited them. In truth, though, even if they did fight, their enemy would not leave unscathed either. Both sides would be destroyed in terms of equipment. Zero Wing's main force was far superior to the other guild's experts, not to mention their elite players. After the main force had swapped out their Tier 2 gemstones for Tier 3 gemstones, their attributes were simply overwhelming. In addition, there were currently no enemy experts to pin them down. As a result, the Zero Wing's main force swept like a scythe across the enemy forces, leaving only devastation in its wake. Spell after spell bombarded Cola, Yi Wumian, and Turtle Dove, who stood at the forefront of the team. However, these spells had not even tickled the 3 MTs. Even the most powerful attack only dealt slightly over -1,000 damage. However, all 3 MTs had over 10,000 HP each. Moreover, The majority of their enemies' attacks had not even landed. These MTs only needed a single heal to recover to full HP. There were also the two Tier 2 demons. Both Tier 2 demons were melee fighters with over 3 million HP each. Under Shifeng's control, both demons were like gods of destruction. The two demons were unstoppable as they targeted the enemy healers. Also, although Shifeng could not control the two demons perfectly, he could maneuver them to avoid as many attacks as possible. In terms of basic attributes, the two level 35 Tier 2 demons were much stronger than even Shifeng. Even their strength was superior to Shifeng's, who wore Tier 3 strength-attributed gemstones. So, how could ordinary players hope to touch them? Only if everyone concentrated their attacks on the two demons and sealed off their escape routes would the two demons receive some form of damage. However, with Zero Wing's healers and the demons' innate battle recovery, they could very quickly recover the lost HP against the two Tier 2 demons' assault. The various large guilds suffered scores of deaths with every passing second. After only a few minutes of battle, the coalition of guilds had lost nearly 7,000 elite players. Zero Wing claimed just as many lives as the three great leaders. The members of the various large guilds felt like a knife had been plunged into their hearts as they watched. Without any of their guild's experts, they were helpless against a team like this. This was also why the various large guilds were desperately trying to nurture experts and frantically fighting over the Stone Claw Mountains. The only consolation was that Ouroboros suffered similar losses. Since the battle had begun, Ouroboros had lost over 2,000 members as both sides watched their companions die. An intense fighting spirit began to fill their hearts. At this moment, the area around Stone Forest Town was like an ancient battlefield. Meanwhile, the red names in Stone Forest Town were dumbfounded. Players were killing each other all over the place. There were players dying every second. Even experts would be insignificant in a war of this scale. In comparison, their kill counts were a joke. While Ouroboros and Zero Wing retreated from Stone Forest Town, Shifeng activated Windwalk and crushed a speed scroll as he dashed towards the town. Meanwhile, the three great leaders followed closely behind. Black Flame is finally scared. Too bad that it's too late for regrets. Brothers, charge. Don't let anyone from Ouroboros or Zero Wing get away. With the Star Alliance taking the lead, the other guilds enthusiastically chased after Ouroboros and Zero Wing's remaining members. However, as the two guilds charged at the enemy encirclement, everyone finally witnessed Zero Wing's strength. With just 400 members, Zero Wing had easily torn apart the encirclement of over 10,000 players. Casting stars of light, over 1,000 players died by Blackie's hand in the blink of an eye. As for Fire Dance, she was like a ferocious beast as she charged into the enemy crowd. With a swing of her short swords, she easily sent players flying and dispersed the crowd. There was even less need to mention the strength-based classes like Cola and Rampant Blade crashing into the enemy front lines with his shield. Cola easily sent 5 level 28 and level 29 MTs flying, damages of over -1,000 points appearing above the enemy players' heads. After absorbing an accumulated damage of 5,000 points, he then activated Blue Fire Shield, causing 150% damage to an area of 3 by 10 yards in front of him. The enemy players before him lost over half of their HPAs for Rampant Blade. He brandished his Blue Fire double-edged sword, killing an enemy player with each hit. From time to time, he would also trigger the Blue Fire Dance, instantly wiping out a group of elites. However, when it came to group killing capabilities, Aqua Rose was the strongest of them all. Not only was she a glass cannon, but she also had the Blue Fire Heart. She could summon 3 elite-ranked Blue Fire Crows to assist her in battle. Although the Blue Fire Crows were only elite-ranked and were the same level as Aqua Rose, level 30, their attack power would increase based on Aqua Rose's intelligence attribute. Meanwhile, Aqua Rose currently wore a complete Tier 1 set equipment. In addition, she was also fully equipped with Tier 3 gemstones. Her total intelligence was over 400 points. Overall, each elite-ranked Blue Fire Crow could rival a special elite of the same level. However, the Blue Fire Crow's most impressive aspect was their growth skill. 1 minute after the Blue Fire Crows had been summoned, they could grow from elites to special elites. After 5 minutes, they would become chieftains. After 10 minutes, they would become lords. After 18 minutes, they would become high lords. Finally, at 27 minutes, they would become great lords. At that time, even though the Blue Fire Crows would only last for 3 more minutes, 3 level 30 great lords could easily wipe out an army of 1,000 level 30 elite players by this point. 18 minutes had passed since the Blue Fire Crow summoning, so all 3 were already high lords. Their damage could rival even great lords. Aside from MT classes, the blue fire crows only needed one strike to kill the other classes. How is Zero Wing so strong? Even though they have so few people, they've killed over 10,000 of our troops. Yet, we've only managed to claim over a dozen or so lives. For a time, after seeing how powerful Fire Dance and the other members of Zero Wing were, the enemy guild members refused charge forward, afraid that they would die instantly as well. Before this, everyone had only heard that Zero Wing was very strong. However, no one had ever actually witnessed their exact strength. Now, however, these guilds finally saw it for themselves. An army of 10,000 elite players was nothing to these experts. This scene also shocked Ouroboros' members. With just 400 players, they had instilled fear into tens of thousands of players. As an enemy, they were a frightening force to reckon with. As an ally, however, they were incredibly dependable. Very easily, Zero Wing punched a hole through the encirclement of the various large guilds, creating a path of escape. However, facing the encirclement of over 200,000 players, even Zero Wing's members could only do so much. Ouroboros, which had started this war with an army of 50,000 players, had less than 30,000 members remaining. Should they continue fighting, they would most likely suffer complete and utter annihilation. Meanwhile, Stone Forest Town suddenly began to collapse, the buildings within the town crumbling. One after another, a massive obelisk then emerged in the heart of the town, and Shi Feng stood atop this obelisk. What's going on? This commotion instantly attracted everyone's attention as they felt the ground beneath their feet quake. It was like an earthquake measuring 7 on the Richter scale had hit the area around Stone Forest Town. What are you trying to do? Surya shouted anxiously at Shi Feng, an expression of horror on his face. The two other leaders similarly stopped their pursuit as they glared at Shi Feng. This obelisk was their group's greatest secret. They had never imagined that Shi Feng would know about it or to rush into their stronghold to activate it. Of course, I want to witness the depths of hell. At this moment, Shi Feng looked ragged. Not only had he needed to avoid all the traps inside the stronghold, but he also had to dodge the 3 great leaders. Only after using all his usable life-saving skills had he managed to activate the greatest taboo obelisk in the Star Moon City region. Saying so, Shi Feng swung the abyssal blade, shattering the dazzling crystal ball on top of the obelisk. Stop! The 3 great leaders shouted in horror. Chapter 659. Town Token. What's going on? Seeing the 3 great leaders' panicked expressions, the players in Stone Forest Town turned to Shi Feng, who stood on top of the obelisk. The 3 great leaders were level 60 tier 2 NPCs. At this stage of the game, these NPCs could squish players like ants, yet such powerful NPCs were actually afraid. What was going on? After Shi Feng shattered the crystal ball, he switched the 7 luminaries ring to the aura of space and used space movement to escape the town. In the next moment, a massive 5-fold magic array appeared above Stone Forest Town, enveloping it. Suddenly, mana rain began to fall on the town. Such a high mana density. My spell effects have doubled. This feels awesome. Many magical class players in the down grew excited at this moment. The members of Ouroboros and the various large guilds had stopped fighting as they shifted their gazes towards the phenomenon in Stone Forest Town. The 5-fold magic array covered the sky above the town and currently released a colorful brilliance. Even from so far away, they could feel the dense mana filling the city. Suddenly, Stone Forest Town became a paradise for players. The higher the density of mana in the environment, the clearer and more active a player's mind was. These areas were helpful for improving a person's skill completion rate. Unfortunately, locations with high mana density were extremely rare in God's domain. Although the environmental mana in the Divine Colosseum's Trial Tower was quite dense, it was nothing compared to Stone Forest Town. Seeing that Stone Forest Town had such a valuable atmosphere, the various guilds' upper echelons began to drool. Regardless of the sacrifice, we must have a guild residence in Stone Forest Town. Ruthless greed flashed in these echelons' eyes. Setting aside the mana crystals of the Stone Claw Mountains, capturing Stone Forest Town for its atmosphere was worth every sacrifice. If they possessed Stone Forest Town, they could send their guild's elites here to improve themselves. Although development here would not be as efficient as in the Divine Colosseum, they would not have to spend a single mana crystal on training. They could save a lot of money. Moreover, if they allowed their members to train in Stone Forest Town for long periods, the rate at which they nurtured experts would definitely surpass the other guilds. With a large group of experts, becoming even a super first-rate guild would be entirely possible without hesitation. The upper echelons of the various large guilds immediately reported this to their respective guild leaders. I never imagined that Stone Forest Town would have such a secret. I don't care what it takes. We must obtain Stone Forest Town. Hearing this news, the various guild leaders gave their orders. For a time, none of these guilds paid Ouroboros or Zero Wing any attention. Their members began to surge into Stone Forest Town. Moreover, with the dense mana surrounding the town, The closer these players got to the town, the stronger their combat power became. It was especially true for magical class players. Their combat power more than doubled. At this moment, it would be a piece of cake to clear out Stone Forest Town's NPCs. Although the NPCs in the city had also grown stronger due to the environmental mana, only the magical class NPCs received a damage buff. Their skill completion rates had not changed. However, that was not the case for players. The dense mana created a conducive environment that improved both spell effects and skill completion rate. Players had received a much greater boost to their combat power than the NPCs. Hence, capturing the town became much easier. Guild leader. Just what did you do to Stone Forest Town? Aqua Rose could not bring herself to believe what she saw. Stone Forest Town was practically a cultivating heaven for players now. In addition, there were also the Stone Claw Mountain's magic crystals. Any guild that claimed the town would definitely become Star Moon Kingdom's overlord. Don't ask. Order everyone retreat from the town this instant, Shifeng said sternly. He had long since distanced himself from the town in the past. When the Stone Claw Mountains came into being, the dungeon had incited a war between Star Moon City's large guilds. Back then, however, nobody had claimed Stone Forest Town for themselves. Only after a long time had passed did the Star Alliance launch an assault on Stone Forest Town. Naturally, Stone Forest Town had not been a match for the first-rate guild. However, just before the guild captured the town, Saria had activated the obelisk. Shortly after, Star Alliance's army was obliterated initially. When Shifeng planned the attack on Stone Forest Town, he had intended to finish off Saria quickly, giving him no opportunity to activate the obelisk. However, since the situation no longer permitted that, he had no choice but to activate the obelisk himself under Shifeng's command. Even though Aqua Rose and the others were reluctant, they quickly retreated from Stone Forest Town. Snow, let's go. As long as we snatch the town token dropped by the Great Leader, Stone Forest Town will belong to us. At that time, even if the Star Alliance and the other guilds band together, they will not be a match for us, Zhao Yueru suggested anxiously as she watched the guilds frantically surge into Stone Forest Town. If the other guilds obtained Stone Forest Town, Ouroboros would struggle to survive in Star Moon City. Glancing at Aqua Rose and the others, who gradually fled the town, Gentle Snow shook her head and said, let's retreat. But what about Stone Forest Town? With that many elite players, they could definitely exhaust the three great leaders to death. Not to mention, the other guild's experts are currently making their way here. Zhao Yueru asked curiously. Black Flame told us to leave Stone Forest Town. He must have a reason. Otherwise, with Zero Wing's strength, they could compete for the town token. Since they aren't trying to fight over it, there must be something wrong with Stone Forest Town. Moreover, Black Flame caused this himself. He must know more than we do. It's best that we retreat and observe the situation for now. Stone Forest Town tempted Gentle Snow as well, but she chose to maintain her calm because she knew that a calm mind was the strongest weapon in such a situation. Zhao Yueru sighed. Although she was disappointed, her friend had never been wrong. In the end, she could only turn and retreat after glancing at Stone Forest Town. Ouroboros' other members also began to retreat. Time passed. Little by little the battle inside Stone Forest Town grew more intense as time passed. The environmental mana also grew denser. The players in the town fought madly in the thick mana. After more than 10 minutes of frantic battle, the majority of the NPCs inside Stone Forest Town had died. Only a few Tier 2 NPCs remained, desperately fighting for their lives. The elite players that surged into the town in waves were simply too much to handle, even for the three great leaders. At this moment, the three NPCs each had less than 30% of their HP remaining. On the other hand, there were still over 150,000 elite players in the city. Victory was in sight for the various guilds. Kill. Saria only has about 1 million HP left. Focus on avoiding his large-scale destruction spells. Guild leader has issued the command. Whoever secures the town token will be directly promoted to a guild elder, rewarded with a set of top-tier equipment and 5 million credits. The guild's upper echelons secretly sent commands through their respective guild channels. Aside from the guild elder position, owning a set of top-tier equipment was everyone's dreams. In addition, there was also the reward of 5 million credits. The town token's importance was obvious. To ordinary players, 5 million credits was an astronomical amount. If they had that kind of money, they wouldn't have to work a single day for the rest of their lives. In addition to the position of elder, they could enjoy a life of luxury. Suddenly, everyone began attacking with even greater enthusiasm. Meanwhile, Ouroboros and Zero Wings members, who watched from afar, grew anxious. Guild leader, at this rate, some other guild will claim the town token. Aqua Rose said anxiously as she looked to Shifeng, who maintained an extraordinary calm. However, as soon as Aqua Rose finished speaking, Saria, who was inside Stone Forest Town, suddenly bellowed, the sound wave sending all players within a radius of 30 yards flying before anyone noticed it. Saria's white hair had become a lustrous black, as if he had grown younger by several decades. His appearance morphed from one of an old man to that of a handsome youth. However, unlike ordinary people, this youth's eyes were pure black like two black pits. Those eyes contained no emotion, and just looking at them would send shivers down one's spine. It's finally coming. Shifeng grew serious as he watched the distant Saria. Aqua, have everyone prepare. Chapter 660. Awakened. The obelisk functioned as a seal. Meanwhile, crushing the crystal ball on top of the obelisk was equivalent to undoing the seal sealed inside the obelisk was something horrifying. Players only discovered later on that the thing sealed inside the obelisk was an awakened. It was akin to mutants among monsters. However, while a mutant was a mutation of a monster, an awakened was a mutation of an NPC. The probability of an awakened appearing was extremely low. Even Shifeng had never personally witnessed an awakened during his decade of experience playing God's Domain. He had only heard bits of information about them. What followed the emergence of every awakened was a disaster. After the Star Alliance had accidentally triggered one such disaster in the past, more than 100,000 of its elites had crossed the river Styx. Even Galaxy Past had failed to escape back then. Compared to mutants, an awakened was much more frightening. Unlike mutants, an awakened was born with extremely high intelligence. It was the enemy of all living creatures. In addition, an awakened could rival even a fallen angel, a higher being, of the same tier. So it was ridiculously powerful. The person sealed inside the obelisk was originally a Tier 5 divine mage. As the person was also an awakened, his strength was the equal of a fallen angel's of the same tier. Only Tier 6 gods could suppress him. Fortunately, with the awakened's body already obliterated and just its soul remaining in existence, it could only possess the body of another NPC, even after the removal of the seal. Meanwhile, at this moment, the awakened had taken over Saria's body and devoured the old man's soul. Becoming the new owner of the body after the possession, Saria's strength underwent a heaven-defying change. He was no longer an existence that the old Saria could compare to. Are we really going to take action now? Aqua Rose's eyes widened as she stared at Saria, who was hovering in midair in the distance. Unconsciously, she had started holding her breath at this moment. Saria was no longer a level 60 Tier 2 NPC but already a true monster. Just looking at Saria from a distance, Aqua Rose instinctively felt the need to run as far away as possible from him. Saria, awakened, Great Mage. Level 50. HP 30, 000, 000/30, 000, 000. Not only had Saria's body suddenly undergone a massive transformation, but even his statistics had also experienced an earth-shaking change. Although the NPC's level had fallen quite a bit, his HP had recovered back to full status. His class had even risen from a Tier 2 professional mage to a Tier 3 great mage, his strength increasing disproportionately. A Tier 3 NPC was equivalent to a great lord of the same level. On the other hand, a Tier 3 awakened NPC possessed a strength that could rival even a Tier 4 NPC of the same level. A Tier 4 NPC was not an existence that current players could challenge at all at this moment. The members of the various large guilds, who had been frantically attacking Saria before, were similarly stunned after his transformation was complete. Saria flexed his body tentatively. A moment later, the surrounding air began trembling. Immediately after, Saria pointed a finger towards the sky. Suddenly, countless lightning bolts flashed down and gathered around Saria's fingertip, forming a 2-story tall ball of lightning. Prepare to dodge. With so many people remaining, even a Tier 3 great mage is no match for us. A commanding level 29 elementalist shouted. However, as soon as the elementalist finished speaking, Saria pointed his finger towards this elementalist. The massive ball of lightning promptly transformed into a rushing river that poured down onto the elementalist, devouring the elementalist and all the players around him under the effects of the Tier 3 spell lightning stream. No players within an area of 15 by 100 yards survived in the blink of an eye. Several hundred people died. However, Saria was still not satisfied. He then proceeded to use multiple Tier 3 spells in quick succession. Whether it was the players or NPCs inside Stone Forest Town, Saria did not let a single person off the hook. In the awakened NPC's hands, Tier 3 spells were like simple toys. He could forego chanting incantations, immediately casting his spells, not giving his targets any time to dodge at all. After just a short moment, Despite everyone standing sparsely apart from each other, Saria still managed to kill nearly 6,000 players. Meanwhile, the attacking players discovered that far from damaging the awakened NPC, their onslaught couldn't even penetrate Saria's magical shield at all. Suddenly, the players inside Stone Forest Town fell silent. No longer did they possess the enthusiasm from before. Run. Everyone, retreat from this place quickly. Many guilds finally realized that they were nothing against the Tier 3 Great Mage at all, and that the only thing they could do was run for their lives. Otherwise, none of them would leave this place alive. Guild leader, that monster is too scary. Look, the other guilds are all retreating. If we charge ahead right now, only death awaits us. Aqua Rose was deeply pessimistic about defeating such a powerful NPC. They would only suffer like the other guilds had if they tried fighting that monstrous existence. Who says we need to defeat him? We just need to seal him again. Shifeng laughed. In the past, when the seal on the obelisk was undone, the Awakened had gone on a rampage, throwing the players within the Star Moon City region into a panic. Moreover, as time passed, the Awakened had continuously risen in both levels and tiers. Even a coalition of the various guilds residing in Star Moon City had been utterly helpless against the Awakened in the end. However, this incident was still solved back then. A player had discovered inside the obelisk the method to reseal the Awakened, utilizing an immense amount of magic crystals to repair the sealing crystal ball. Otherwise, with the strength of the players back then, it would have been absolutely impossible to stop the roaming Awakened. Should they encounter him, the only fate that awaited them was death. Meanwhile, now that Saria was busy butchering the members of the various large guilds, it was the perfect opportunity to reseal the Awakened NPC. Shifeng spent about 10 minutes running back to Stone Forest Town. During this period, Saria slaughtered over 100,000 players. At this moment, less than 50,000 players of the original 150,000 plus remained. When the various guild leaders learned of this death toll, they nearly vomited blood and passed out. Meanwhile, the guild that suffered the greatest loss was the Star Alliance. From their initial 70,000 elite members, less than 20,000 remained. Moreover, this number continued to decrease. With this, the Star Alliance is finished. After losing so many elite members, they will take a long time recovering from this loss. Zhao Yueru giggled as she pressed her hand to her chest. Although Ouroboros had suffered severe casualties in this war as well, having less than 30,000 elite members surviving out of the original 50,000, those were inconsequential compared to the losses of the other guilds. With this, Ouroboros would become the #1 guild of Star Moon City. Is this Black Flame's true plan? This moment drove home to Gentle Snow how fearsome Shifeng was. Just a single Stone Forest Town had plunged so many elite members of the various large guilds to their deaths. If not for them working together with Zero Wing, Ouroboros would most likely have been one of those guilds right now. While Saria was hunting the members of the various guilds, Shifeng took the opportunity to dash towards the obelisk. Arriving at the top of the obelisk, Shifeng immediately retrieved 10,000 magic crystals from his bag and placed them atop the altar on which the crystal ball had originally sat. To any guild, 10,000 magic crystals was a massive sum. Fortunately, Shifeng had tasked Melancholic Smile to purchase them in bulk before the appearance of the Divine Colosseum. If not for capturing Stone Forest Town, Shifeng would not have readily parted with 10,000 magic crystals. In the next moment, the 10,000 magic crystals transformed into droplets of transparent liquid that quickly agglomerated into a sealing crystal ball. Despicable human. Saria panicked when he noticed the reformation of the crystal ball that had kept him sealed all this time. Using instantaneous movement, he flashed towards Shifeng. "You best return to where you came from," Shifeng muttered in a low tone as he looked at the rapidly approaching Saria. He then pressed his hand on the sealing crystal ball, muttering, "Five-fold seal, activate." All at once, a five-fold magic array appeared above Stone Forest Town once more, illuminating the area around the town. "No!" Saria shouted defiantly as he attempted to use Tier 3 spells to attack the sealing crystal ball. Unfortunately for him, under the suppression of the five-fold magic array, he failed to cast even a single spell. In the next moment, golden chains descended from the magic array and wrapped around Saria's body. Shifeng had seen these golden chains before. Chains of order. Even gods were helpless against them. What more of Saria? These chains then dragged Saria above the obelisk. Suddenly, a blue chain emerged from the tip of the obelisk and pierced through his body. In the next moment, Saria released an agonized scream as the blue chain dragged a half-transparent soul out of his body and into the sealing crystal ball. Meanwhile, Saria's body, which had long since lost its original soul, died with the sealing of the awakened soul. A pile of loot also showered the ground along with the NPC's death. Chapter 661. Harvest after the battle. He died. Everyone looked at the corpse of Saria, which had fallen on top of the obelisk like a broken rag doll. In disbelief, the Saria that had sent over 200,000 elite players running for their lives like dogs had perished almost instantly. It was like waking up to find that everything that happened before had been merely a bad dream. Just what did he do? Gentle Snow did not dare believe the situation was real. Such a powerful NPC like Saria had actually been no more than a toy for Shifeng. All this time, the various large guilds had been dancing on the palm of Shifeng's hand, as if these large guilds were at his beck and call. This feat was much more frightening than just relying on pure strength to defeat the various guilds. With this ability of his alone, he could easily instill fear in every guild in Star Moon Kingdom. While everyone was still stunned at the sudden development, some of the guild upper echelons quickly reacted. The town token. The town token was an item that dropped only from the leader of the town. Now that Saria had died, he would naturally drop the town token. As long as they obtained the town token, they could turn Stone Forest Town into a guild town. They would also receive protection from the kingdom for a limited time, during which they could set up shops and establish their own guild residences, allowing a smooth transfer of town management. In addition, the maps around Stone Forest Town ranged from level 30 to level 50. Players were sure to come to this area in the future, meaning the town had a very strategic location. Not to mention, the Stone Claw Mountains were only a short distance away. Everyone, charge! We must get that town token no matter what. The upper echelons of the various guilds issued commands one after another, passing down the same order from their respective guild leaders. The various large guilds had already suffered tremendous losses from the war. If they still failed to obtain the town token, then wouldn't all their efforts have benefited their enemy instead? Under a unified command, everyone charged madly towards the heart of Stone Forest Town, all fully intent on killing Shifeng and taking the town token. At this time, Gentle Snow had also reacted, immediately shouting, "Everyone, protect Black Flame as he retreats. Don't let the enemy succeed." After the town token dropped, a marker would appear on the player who picked it up. The marker would disappear only after 2 hours. The town token would also drop upon death. Moreover, during this period, the player holding the town token would not be able to use return scrolls and similar items. Hence, Shifeng could not escape to the city using a return scroll. He could only endure and survive through the 2 hours. At this point, Shifeng was the closest to Saria's corpse. Everyone else was still quite a distance away. It was obvious to everyone that the town token would fall into Shifeng's hands. Although the opposing guilds had less than 50,000 elite members left alive, these still posed a threat to Shifeng. Not to mention, there was still a large group of experts on their way to the town. Fortunately, with 30,000 elite members, protecting Shifeng's retreat would be a walk in the park for Ouroboros. Once he was out of harm's way, he only needed to hide in a secluded location and wait out the 2 hours. Meanwhile, with the sealing of the Awaken now completed, the obelisk had also begun sinking back into the ground, disappearing from view. As for Shifeng himself, he was leisurely picking up the loot Saria dropped, paying no mind to the rapidly approaching army. Once an item was in his hands, it was practically impossible for anybody to steal it from him. Despite being only a Tier 2 NPC, the loot Saria dropped was quite bountiful. Saria had dropped more than 20 items, though the majority of them were magic crystals and some rare materials. Of the items dropped, the most valuable was the town token. The next was a magic array design. The rest were some level 50 weapons and equipment. However, the items were of low quality, uniformly of secret silver rank. Moreover, current players could not equip these items. Although this basic mana-gathering magic array is a good item, unfortunately, it costs too many magic crystals to operate. At present, no guild will be able to sustain a magic array like this. Shifeng inwardly felt disappointed as he looked at the tattered design in his hand. The basic mana-gathering magic array could gather and condense mana into an area of 30 by 30 yards, allowing players to meditate and improve on their skill completion rates within it. Although the density of the mana inside the magic array would be slightly higher than in the Divine Colosseum's Trial Tower, the magic array cost 50 magic crystals per hour to maintain. In terms of development functions, the Trial Tower had the main god system showing players the perfect combat style of each class. This aspect of the Trial Tower was superior to the basic mana-gathering magic array, which did not supply players with any opponents. However, the magic array provided a perfect environment when players wished to train in the usage of their skills. After all, the Trial Tower would not give players any time to drill their skills. Unfortunately, the optimum number of players the basic mana-gathering magic array could accommodate was roughly 8 to 10. This capacity made the magic array very costly. Moreover, There would not be any noticeable effects if one only trained for 1 or 2 hours. Players usually had to train within the magic array for 5 or 6 hours. In other words, a guild would have to expend around 30 magic crystals per person. An exorbitant price for the current Guilds of Gods domain storing away the basic mana-gathering magic array design. Shifeng took out a golden key from his bag. Of the items Saria dropped, this was the third most valuable treasure. The key to Stone Forest Town's treasury. Every town occupied by a force of darkness would have its own treasury, just like the time when Zero Wing had raided Creek Town. However, as they had been on a crusade quest back then, the system had reduced the amount of treasure they could obtain significantly. Even so, it had still been a considerable harvest. On the other hand, since they had managed to actually capture Stone Forest Town without the aid of a crusade quest, the amount of treasure they could obtain would no doubt be enough to make guilds go crazy over it. However, this was a secret known only to players who had captured a town. Currently, the various large guilds of Star Moon City were still ignorant of this matter. Aqua, I'll leave this key with you. Take the main force and the Dark God's Legion, and clean out the treasury. Afterwards, reconvene back at White River City. Saying so, Shifeng passed the golden key to Aqua Rose. He then made a straight dash out of Stone Forest Town. Although he could easily shake off the various large guilds, he had no choice but to spend some time playing around with these guilds to buy some time for Aqua Rose and the others' shit. Black Flames escaped. After him. We can't let Black Flame get away no matter what. When the various large guilds saw Shifeng exiting Stone Forest Town and running towards the Limestone Hills, they immediately changed their course and headed in that direction as well, looking at the elite army chasing behind him. Shifeng reduced his speed to give his pursuers some false hope as he slowly lured them away from the town. Guild leader, the town token has already fallen into Zero Wings and Ouroboros' hands. Our men most likely won't be able to keep up with Black Flame's speed. With this, it will become a lot more difficult for us to compete for the Stoneclaw Mountains. Purple Eye frowned when she watched the video from the members at Stone Forest Town. Stone Forest Town provided a geographical advantage in capturing the Stoneclaw Mountains. Now that Zero Wing and Ouroboros had secured the town, they had at least a 50% chance of claiming the dungeon for themselves. Not to mention, with the massive loss that the various guilds of Star Moon City had just suffered, nobody was capable of hindering Ouroboros and Zero Wing. Given some time, the odds that the two guilds would claim the Stoneclaw Mountains would rise to 70% to 80%. It seems that I really underestimated Black Flame. However, ultimately, Star Moon City is still the Star Alliance's territory. Even if Zero Wing and Ouroboros have obtained Stone Forest Town, they should not even dream of monopolizing the Stoneclaw Mountains, Galaxy Past said, a cold glint flashing across his eyes. Let's return to Star Moon City for now. Purple, contact the other guilds and have them spread the news about the Stoneclaw Mountains. I want to see just how Zero Wing and Ouroboros intend to swallow up the Stoneclaw Mountains. Time passed quickly. After Shifeng toyed around with the various large guilds for 2 hours, he immediately used a return scroll and teleported back to White River City. However, Shifeng did not return directly to the guild residence. Instead, he brought the town token of Stone Forest Town to the Adventurers Association. Chapter 662. Guild Town. Ever since players had started paying attention to the guard system, the Adventurers Association had seen increased traffic with every passing day. Many players who were not proficient in battles had focused their attention on NPC guards. Many were also taking advantage of this growing popularity to make a fortune for themselves. At this point, physical class bronze guards sold for 120 gold. The selling price for a magical class bronze guard, on the other hand, was over 300 gold. Meanwhile, physical class mysterious iron guards sold for 600 gold, not to mention magical class mysterious iron guards. As long as one managed to obtain a physical class mysterious iron guard, a player could easily get rich overnight if they sold said guard. Hence, more and more players came to the Adventurers Association to test their foresight and luck. As a result, the Adventurers Association was packed every day with players who would chat idly while waiting for their turn, and the Adventurers Association had become the #1 source of information in every city. Many independent players would come to the Adventurers Association to either exchange or collect information regarding God's domain. Before Shifeng even entered the building, he had already heard plenty of people discussing the Stoneclaw Mountains. A regional dungeon appeared over at Star Moon City. I heard that even the small mobs there drop magic crystals. It can't be true, right? Shouldn't it just have a slightly higher drop rate compared to team dungeons? Ha ha ha. This is something else that I heard from a friend of mine over at Star Moon City. Because of the Stoneclaw Mountains, every guild in Star Moon City is in chaos. The guilds even waged war a few hours ago. In the end, the various large guilds suffered tremendous losses. For now, the Stoneclaw Mountains remain unclaimed. Currently, as long as you are level 30, even an independent player can enter the dungeon freely. It's a pity that my level is still too low. Otherwise, I would have been grinding for magic crystals there already. I've also found out about this matter from one of my friends who's in a guild. According to him, you can obtain 1 or 2 magic crystals just by grinding inside the Stoneclaw Mountains for an hour. The efficiency there is higher than even in a 20-man hard mode team dungeon. Currently, guilds in the various cities across the kingdom are organizing teams to set out for the Stoneclaw Mountains. All of you have outdated information. There aren't just magic crystals inside the Stoneclaw Mountains. The monsters inside also drop plenty of level 30 or above top-tier equipment. The potential income there is much higher than even from large-scale team dungeons. Not to mention the cities in Star Moon Kingdom, many players from the surrounding kingdoms and Black Dragon Empire are also heading towards the Stoneclaw Mountains. The rumors immediately tempted the many players inside the association who heard about the Stoneclaw Mountains. Unfortunately, none of them had reached level 30 yet. Otherwise they, too, could get a share of the pie. They've released news about it already? Shifeng smirked faintly. Unfortunately, doing so is useless with Stone Forest Town under his control. The Stoneclaw Mountains were practically in his hands already. There were bound to be unreconciled guilds that would try to stir up some trouble. However, these guilds did not truly know what Stone Forest Town's becoming a guild town signified. Upon Shifeng's entry into the Adventurers Association's reception hall, Aqua Rose, who had long since been waiting for him, immediately walked up to him. Smiling sweetly, she said, "Guild leader, we've struck gold this time." Shifeng simply laughed in response, not bothering to probe deeper into Aqua Rose's words as he led the woman up to the second floor. The hall on the first floor catered to individual players, while the one on the second floor specialized in managing guild affairs. Guild leader, are you not curious about what we found inside the treasury? Aqua Rose pouted slightly. Originally, she had wanted to tease Shifeng a little bit with the answer. She had not expected Shifeng to be completely uninterested. The harvest they gained from Stone Forest Town this time was more bountiful than the one from Creek Town. Just the amount of coins they obtained exceeded 3,000 gold. There were also more than 400 Tier 1 magic scrolls, over 100 Tier 2 magic scrolls, over 2,000 magic crystals, over 1,000 Tier 1 gemstones, and over 300 Tier 2 gemstones. In addition, they had found a large number of rare materials as well as many level 50 bronze and mysterious iron equipment. Normally, such a harvest would require a very long time for Zero Wing to amass. However, they had managed to get it from just a single town battle. If the other guilds knew, the various guild leaders would most likely die from anger. Yet Shifeng remained utterly indifferent to it. "Have you brought the money?" Shifeng turned around and asked Aqua Rose. "Ivia retrieved the money from the guild and the candlelight trading firm." Aqua Rose nodded, then handed all the coins to Shifeng. Before she had come to the Adventurers Association, Shifeng had tasked her with making a trip to the candlelight trading firm to collect all the funds the trading firm had earned recently. She had also retrieved Zero Wing's income from guild quests when Aqua Rose was collecting the money. Despite having been an honorary elder of Twilight Echo, a long-established first-rate guild, even she received a fright. She had never imagined that Zero Wing actually possessed that much money. There was a total of 13,000 gold. Not to mention one first-rate guild, even 3 or 4 first-rate guilds combined would not possess that much liquid funds. Including what I have here, it should be enough. Shifeng accepted the money and quickly arrived before a Count. "Greetings, Lord Count. How may I be of service to you today?" The blonde NPC beauty asked with a smile. "I wish to construct a guild town." "Here is the town token," Shifeng said, placing the town token on the countertop. "A moment, please." After the NPC clerk accepted the town token, she began manipulating the crystal ball on the counter. "This is the town token for Stone Forest Town. Stone Forest Town is situated within the Star Moon City region. If you wish to construct a guild town, you will have to pay a registration fee of 6,000 gold as well as a basic construction fee of 5,000 gold. In the future, you will also have to pay a monthly management fee of 5,000 gold. Does my lord wish to hire any guards?" "Yes." Shifeng nodded. "Okay. The offers we have here are as follows. 10 level 150 common guards for 10 gold per 3 days. 10 level 150 elite guards for 50 gold per 3 days. 10 level 150 tier 1 guards for 100 gold per 3 days. And 10 level 150 tier 2 guards for 300 gold per 3 days. May I know how many guards my lord wishes to employ?" The NPC clerk reported meanwhile, standing beside Shifeng, Aqua Rose was shocked when she heard these prices. She never imagined that hiring guards would be so costly, however. What Aqua Rose did not know was that their guild could get these guards only because they had just established the town. Once 15 days passed, they would no longer receive such a treatment. I'll hire 300 common guards, 40 elite guards, and 10 Tier 1 guards for 15 days. Shifeng replied after making a rough estimate based on the size of Stone Forest Town. Normally, a town of such a size required around 500 NPCs. However, he lacked funds at the moment. Thus he could hire only this many. Okay. The total is 15,000 gold. However, as my lord is a count of the city, you receive a 10% discount, lowering the total to 13,500 gold, the NPC clerk said, smiling in contrast to the sincere smile on the female NPC's face. Aqua Rose had an extraordinarily gloomy expression on her face right now. If Shifeng were not a count of White River City, entitling him to a 10% discount, the money she brought definitely would not have been sufficient. However, Shifeng paid the 13,500 gold without hesitation. After all, he knew full well that, compared to the money he just spent, he would earn even more money from Stone Forest Town in the future. The wealth a guild town could bring was originally quite daunting already. Not to mention Stone Forest Town with its close proximity to the Stone Claw Mountains. Chapter 663. Preparing a Town. After handing over 13,500 gold, the NPC clerk handed Shifeng a deed. With this deed, Stone Forest Town would only belong to Shifeng from this point forward. He could construct any building he desired within the town's confines without restriction. I finally have some capital. Shifeng was inwardly overjoyed as he looked at the deed of Stone Forest Town. There were countless guilds in God's domain. If a guild wanted to stand on its own feet, it first needed its own guild residents. If a guild wanted to develop and flourish, then it needed its own guild town. A guild was a massive machine. A machine that required a large sum of money to operate and maintain. Although a guild could earn a lot of money through trading firms during the early stages of the game, it was chump change compared to what a guild town could generate. However, as players reached higher levels, they would have more sources to earn an income. Hence, coins would depreciate as time passed. Meanwhile, guild towns were different. A guild could construct various establishments in their own town. A town also offered a wide array of business models for the guild. Guild towns were different from NPC towns that only accepted coins. In guild towns, the ruling guild could even require credits as payment. In God's domain, NPC towns were very restricting. For example, it was extremely difficult for players to purchase their own houses or shops. However, guild towns did not have those restrictions. Only money was necessary. Furthermore, guild towns were generally constructed off the beaten path, providing players on the front lines a place to rest and reorganize without needing waste time traveling back to cities. It was especially true for a strategic town like Stone Forest Town. It was very easy to lure players to the town. Most likely, once the town began operating, its player traffic would even surpass White River City. One could easily earn a ton of money just by opening a small shop there, not to mention the money one could earn from controlling the entire town. Unfortunately, in order to develop the town, Shifeng needed to construct various buildings such as restaurants, an auction house, an adventurers association, shops, bars, hotels, and other establishments. The cost would be significant. I need more money. Shifeng could not help but sigh as he considered the cost. The various large guilds in Starmoon City were of the mind that, as long as they obtained Stone Forest Town, they could easily earn a large sum of money. If these guilds really had obtained Stone Forest City, most likely, the only thing they would have done was stare at it. Aside from the construction cost of various lifestyle buildings, just the basic construction and registration fees were enough to bleed a first-rate guild dry. Even with Zero Wing's financial strength, it would be extremely taxing to operate Stone Forest Town. Afterward, the cost would continue to climb as they prepared to open Stone Forest Town to the public. Time passed quickly. Unknowingly, 2 days had gone by. For people in the real world, 2 days was nothing. To players in Starmoon Kingdom, however, they had spent every waking moment grinding to reach level 30 and enter the Stone Claw Mountains for magic crystals. During these 2 short days, the number of players that had entered the Stone Claw Mountains had increased significantly. Every guild in Starmoon City had fallen silent as they busied themselves with their own agendas, acting as if the war at Stone Forest Town had never occurred. Shifeng had focused solely on reconstructing Stone Forest Town, executing his initial plans for the town. Although Shifeng could have relegated this task to Aqua Rose, for assurance's sake, he chose to do it himself. After all, he had several carefully considered plans in mind. He was also more familiar with the town's layout. Furthermore, he had his own plans for his guild's future. Hence, it was best if he dealt with the town's reconstruction in the meantime. Aqua Rose tagged along with Fire Dance's team to raid the 100-man team dungeon. Frost Prison as a 100-man team dungeon. Ordinary dungeons could not compare to the Frost Prison. The bosses inside were all great lords. The least valuable items that dropped in the dungeon were level 30 fine gold equipment. There was also a high chance for dark gold equipment to drop. To current players, such equipment was among the best. Hence, the various large guilds desperately raided dungeons. Of course, they focused on these dungeons for the fame of obtaining first clears, but they also did so to prepare for the Stoneclaw Mountains as an Azura mode regional dungeon. How could the Stoneclaw Mountains be easy? Even these guilds' main forces would find the dungeon difficult to survive. Moreover, they could only grind in the dungeon's outermost region to obtain a large number of magic crystals. They needed to venture further into the Stoneclaw Mountains. Hence, the various large guilds focused on avenues to improve their equipment. The fastest way to do so was through 100-man team dungeons. Meanwhile, Zero Wing's dungeon progression thus far was quite efficient with the power of darkness and the improvements they had gained from challenging the Trial Tower repeatedly. Zero Wing's main force had reached the final boss, the Frost Giant. At this moment, they only needed a little luck to clear the dungeon. The basics should be finished by now. With this, I can finally launch Stone Forest Town. Shurfeng glanced at the time, feeling that construction of the town's basic infrastructure should be complete normally. After a guild obtained a town, the town would have to undergo a construction period of 2 or 3 days. However, in truth, Shurfeng had spent most of the time completing Zero Wing's guild residence in Stone Forest Town. Compared to Zero Wing's guild residence in White River City, the guild residence in Stone Forest Town was larger and more extravagant, while Zero Wing's residence in White River City could only accommodate a few tens of thousands of people at one time. The newly constructed guild residence in Stone Forest Town could accommodate up to 100,000 people. Moreover, as Zero Wing was a 2-star guild, there were plenty of 2-star private rooms in the new residence. In comparison, White River City's guild residence did not even have enough private rooms for the guild's core members. Guild leader, here are the materials you requested, Melancholic Smile said as she entered the advanced forging room and unloaded the collection of rare materials onto the large stone table. By this point, Melancholic Smile had become an intermediate forger thanks to the large amount of resources that she had been given access to. Currently, she was very close to becoming an advanced forger. In addition, she was also one of the 8 great intermediate forgers in Star Moon Kingdom. Among these 8 great intermediate forgers, 4 belonged to the Candlelight Trading Firm. Throughout Star Moon Kingdom, not a single trading firm could compete with Candlelight. Good. Notify Coco and the others. We'll be going on a trip in a moment. Shurfeng nodded as he stored his plans. He then took inventory of the materials. Melancholic Smile nodded in confusion. She did not understand why Shurfeng suddenly wanted her and the others to accompany him. They were simply forgers. They had no combat capabilities whatsoever. Gathering these materials sure took a lot of time. If not for Gentle Snow, who knows how long it would have taken. After confirming that nothing was missing, Shurfeng smiled satisfactorily. These were the materials he needed to construct a teleportation magic array. Every one of these items was extremely rare, even to large guilds. Gentle Snow had only obtained these materials for Shurfeng after using her personal connections, following which, Shurfeng stored the materials and led Melancholic Smile and the others towards Stone Forest Town. Arriving in Stone Forest Town, the town was no longer a gathering place for red names. All around, one could see level 150 guards patrolling the streets. Any player who wished to attack Stone Forest Town had to go through them first. Level 150 guards. Even a common guard at this level could kill current players instantly. Not to mention Tier 1 and Tier 2 guards. Even an army of hundreds of thousands of players would fail to capture the town now. Chapter 664. New Residents. The construction of Stone Forest Town's basic infrastructure was finally complete. A massive, 8-story tall building dominated the town's heart. Zero Wing's 6-winged guild emblem graced the front of this building, and even from afar, one could see it clearly. This fortress-like superstructure was none other than Zero Wing's new guild residence. Aside from Zero Wing's residence, the second most eye-catching architecture was a 7-story shop. Shurfeng had prepared this for the Candlelight Trading Firm. To construct this shop, Shurfeng had paid a total of 1,500 gold in material fees. Fortunately, he was in charge of the town. Otherwise, the price of the land alone would have emptied Zero Wing's coffers. The town also possessed plenty of 2-story buildings for other players to use. If not for his lack of funds, Shurfeng would have preferred 5-story buildings rather than 2-story. After all, These buildings were all within Stone Forest Town's golden area. The taller the building was, the more he could charge, and Rent Shifeng had specifically designed the town to allow its main street to lead towards the Stone Claw Mountains. Any players that entered the town with intentions of heading towards the Stone Claw Mountains would have to travel down the main street. Hence, the flow of traffic would have to pass by these shops, ensuring that they would not go unnoticed. Furthermore, Shifeng had also constructed a hotel and smithy, infrastructures that were most important to players. Only, as his funds were limited at the moment, the hotel and smithy were quite ordinary. He could only reconstruct them in the future. When Melancholic Smile saw the town, her eyes instantly lit up. Although she did not participate in any combat, she was well informed. She had long since known that Zero Wing had taken control of Stone Forest Town. However, she had never imagined that Zero Wing would be capable of so much. The Candlelight Trading Firm's 2-star shop in White River City was only 5 stories tall, yet the shop here was 7 stories tall. Moreover, it occupied a much larger area. Not only could the shop here accommodate many more lifestyle players, but there was also no need to fuss about lacking space for a warehouse at this point. The Candlelight Trading Firm was developing faster and faster. Although they had set up branches in many important cities, there was simply not enough space to store the materials they collected due to Shifeng's hoarding requests. After they had filled their shop's warehouses, they had no choice but to rent warehouses from the bank. However, such a massive shop in Stone Forest Town would solve much of their storage problem. Shifeng quickly led Melancholic Smile and the others to Zero Wing's new guild residence. This is the design for the teleportation magic array. Take a look. I hope that you can manufacture it as soon as possible, Shifeng said as he revealed the design. Any player, regardless of class, could manufacture the teleportation magic array. Only, as the manufacturing process was too complex and cumbersome, it was not a job for a single person. Moreover, highly skilled forging players would have a higher success rate with the teleportation array. Hence, Shifeng asked Melancholic Smile and the other intermediate forgers to construct it for him. Teleportation magic array design? Everyone was thunderstruck. Although they were not combat players, they knew full well just how valuable a teleportation magic array was. Their trip to Stone Forest Town had proven this. In total, they had spent over 10 hours traveling from White River City to Stone Forest Town. There were only 48 hours in a day in God's domain, and most players would only be online for roughly 20 to 30 of those hours. Hence, it was extremely frustrating to spend more than 10 hours on travel. Unfortunately, players had no choice but to travel here, as this was the leveling map for players level 30 and above. The Stone Claw Mountains also loomed nearby, reminding players of the benefits it offered if there were a teleportation magic array. However, many things would become easier if they constructed a teleportation magic array in Stone Forest Town. They could teleport between the town and other cities. They could save more than 10 hours of travel time. While others wasted more than 10 hours of their day, they could use that time to focus on more important matters. It would be extremely easy to shake off the other guilds. However, what no one knew was that Shifeng had other plans for the teleportation array in this town. The teleportation magic array's manufacturing process is so complex. Cream Coco's interest was more than piqued when forging weapons and equipment. Forgers would often engrave runes or other strange images on the items. She was absolutely clueless about the meaning behind these runes and images. However, as they played an important role in determining her forging success rate, she often retreated to the library for research. Unfortunately, what she could learn from the library was limited. Although she had learned plenty, her understanding of runes and images was still half-baked. The teleportation magic array was intensely magical. The array utilized a massive number of runes and images. The teleportation magic array design was different from ordinary forging designs. The design referred to many concepts that were not available in the library's database. Guild leader, this will be a massive undertaking. With the few of us here, it will take a very long time to complete. Melancholic Smile laughed bitterly after a brief examination of the design. I know. However, the teleportation magic array is exceptionally difficult to manufacture. Even basic forgers will struggle to meet the minimum requirements. Hence, I've asked the few of you. After you discuss and distribute the tasks, make a photocopy of the part of the design you will work on and find me for the materials you require. Shifeng had already predicted that his forgers would need a lot of time to complete the task. However, he would rather waste a little time than deal with unnecessary failures. Fortunately, the teleportation magic array was an assembly of parts. Even if Melancholic Smile and the others failed to manufacture certain parts, they would not need to restart the process from scratch. However, the materials he had on hand were limited. He really did not dare risk letting basic forgers try their hand after melancholic smile and the others finished splitting up the workload and photocopied the teleportation magic array design. Feng stored the design and headed towards the first floor's lounge. The teleportation magic array design was different from ordinary designs. It was not a learning type design. After a player clicked to learn an ordinary design, said design would become useless, and the player would have learned to produce the item recorded. However, the teleportation magic array design could not be learned in such a way. Players could only mimic the procedures recorded. Moreover, the design was a consumable item. Once players completed all procedures and managed to manufacture the teleportation magic array, it would not be functional yet. The actual design was needed to activate the teleportation array because the design itself contains special magic. This special magic was required to fix the teleportation coordinates to the array in question. The teleportation magic array design could be used to fix transfer coordinates up to 10 times. The design did not allow players to learn and produce an unlimited number of teleportation magic arrays. Inside the guild's lounge, Feng retrieved a magic scroll. However, unlike ordinary magic scrolls, which were only the size of a book, this magic scroll was as large as he was. Feng had spent 300 gold to obtain this magic scroll. Its function was to bind coordinates. It allowed guild members to use transfer scrolls to teleport to the guild residence they were bound to previously. As Zero Wing's guild residents occupied White River City, even without using a transfer scroll, Zero Wing's members could just use a return scroll to return to White River City. Hence, this magic scroll would have only been a waste of money. However, things were different now that Zero Wing had a residence in Stone Forest Town. Even if the town did not possess a teleportation array, guild members could simply purchase a transfer scroll from the guild hall and teleport to Stone Forest Town. Chapter 665. New Discovery. The Stone Claw Mountains' outermost region. Due to the Star Alliance's advertising, the stream of players rushing towards the Stone Claw Mountains increased by the minute. Even experts from the surrounding kingdoms and the Black Dragon Empire arrived in droves. Although there was a minimum level requirement of 30 to enter the regional dungeon, easily more than 50,000 players had pushed into the Stone Claw Mountains thus far. Moreover, as time passed, this number would continue to increase. Boss Red, there's a half-orc settlement ahead of us. The settlement houses over 300 elite half-orcs and over 20 special elites. There are also 4 Wolfman chieftains and 1 Wolfman lord. A settlement? Red Feather smiled. Excellent. Notify Willow's team immediately. If we combined our strength, we should be able to take down the settlement. Although the Stone Claw Mountains were a treasured land, that did not mean that players could obtain magic crystals and equipment easily. After experimenting for some time, the various large guilds had discovered certain patterns compared to monsters in settlements. The dungeon's roaming monsters were far less profitable. The difference in drop rate for magic crystals was particularly massive. Often enough, the harvest one could obtain after taking down a single monster settlement could top even an entire day's worth of income for a 100-man team. However, settlements were extremely rare. Moreover, even a 100-man team would find it very difficult to take down a settlement. Normally, when a team managed to discover a settlement, they could only circle and watch. However, the Star Alliance did not need to waste their time. Boss Red, my equipment had already reached the red caution line. I doubt the remaining durability will last me through a big battle, a shield warrior spoke up after seeing the warning sign beside his equipment's durability. The Stoneclaw Mountains terrain was complex. Not only were there a large number of monsters here, but the monsters were also quite powerful individually. If a team were too large, not only would they monsters discover them easily, but they would also set off a chain reaction, making it harder for the team to survive. Ever since the battle for Stone Forest Town, the Star Alliance's overall strength had decreased significantly. Fortunately, their top combatants had not received any damage, so the guild's loss did not affect their progression in 100-man team dungeons and the Stoneclaw Mountains. However, the half-orcs in the Stoneclaw Mountains were very powerful. Their armor breakability had caused players massive headaches. Equipment that normally lasted for a long time would drop to a critical durability after only a dozen or so battles. If an item's durability reached 0, repairing it would no longer be possible. At that time, it could only be disassembled for its raw materials. In truth, it wasn't just the lead MT's equipment that had reached a critical point. The equipment of the other MTs and melee players in Red Feather's team had also reached a critical level. Weapons and equipment were different. One could recover a weapon's durability through advanced whetstones. However, there were no items available that could recover equipment's durability. Players could only bring their equipment to a smithy for repairs. This was also why players did not normally pay much attention to their equipment during battle. Players would typically attack and defend with their weapons. Very rarely would their equipment receive a blow. Hence, their equipment's durability decreased slowly. However, the monsters in the Stoneclaw Mountains were different. Their armor breakability already made them fairly powerful, but they also possessed relatively high intelligence. They would often find opportunities to strike at a player's vital points, quickly decreasing their equipment's durability. What about your backup equipment? Red Feather frowned slightly. I've used it already. This is my final set. The Shield Warrior was also quite frustrated after entering the Stoneclaw Mountains. The various large guilds quickly discovered that the dungeon exhausted their equipment's durability. It was especially true for the MTs. Hence, they had specifically prepared multiple sets of equipment in advance to replace their equipment when needed. However, after one day of grinding, they had exhausted their backup equipment. Damn it. A round trip will take us an entire day. If we wait, some other team will snatch this settlement, Red Feather growled with frustration. He then asked, what about the party that was sent to replace our equipment? Everyone knew how much trouble it was to go back and forth to the Stoneclaw Mountains. Hence, the various large guilds had arranged parties to deliver replacement equipment for their teams to save time. Boss, I just asked, and the supply party says that it'll take them another 8 hours or so to reach the dungeon's entrance. 8 hours? Red Feather doubted that this settlement would remain undiscovered for another 8 hours. At this point, the number of teams that came to grind for magic crystals continuously increased. Although the Star Alliance had the home ground advantage, it was only slightly stronger than the first-rate guilds of the surrounding kingdoms and empires. Not to mention, even the super first-rate guild, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, had joined the party. We'll retreat and meet up with the supply party. Have Willow's team watch over this half-orc settlement. We must not let someone else obtain it. Saying so, Red Feather prepared his team to leave the Stoneclaw Mountains. Since the lead MT's equipment was already in the red, it would not be wise to engage in battle. And since they could not participate in fights, their best option was to meet up with the supply party at the same time. The various teams around the Stoneclaw Mountains struggled with the same headache. If they used level 30 mysterious iron and secret silver equipment, they could replace the items as often as they wanted to. However, the monsters in the Stoneclaw Mountains were just too powerful and numerous. Without level 30 fine gold or above equipment, they would not last long. If they used secret silver equipment, the equipment could become scrap at any given moment. Yet, level 30 fine gold or above equipment was simply too rare. The various large guilds could only secure a limited stock. Hence, each team possessed very little backup equipment. Most teams were usually forced to rest after grinding for half a day, only to resume after their supply parties arrived. Meanwhile, in Stone Forest Town. The town, which had been heavily guarded and had refused entrance to outsiders, suddenly removed the ban. The guards that usually patrol the town's perimeter gone. Hey, look over there. Independent players are entering and leaving Stone Forest Town. The various guild supply parties quickly discovered the change. Unable to help their curiosity, some of these players approached the town. Originally, Stone Forest Town had not possessed a tall exterior wall. Ever since the town fell into Zero Wing's control, the Adventurers Association had automatically built one for the town, making it difficult for players to investigate the situation inside. Zero Wing's guild residence is huge. Isn't that the Candlelight Trading Firm? It's in operation already? There's a hotel over there. Quick, look. There's a smithy. The players who entered the town were immediately mesmerized. Just a few days ago, Stone Forest Town had been a pile of ruins. Yet the town had become brand new and offered far more than it had previously. Crap, I need to notify the guild. Zero Wing is amazing. It's only been a few days, and already, they have a smithy and hotel. Compared to the majestic guild residence and trading firm, the players that entered Stone Forest Town paid more attention to the two facilities that could repair their equipment and allow them to recover their stamina and concentration very quickly. News about Stone Forest Town spread to every team in the Stoneclaw Mountains, shocking the various guilds. After Feng had obtained the town token, the guilds had launched an extensive investigation on the town's construction. However, they were immediately flabbergasted. Nobody could have imagined that constructing a town was actually so expensive. The initial investment alone required cost over 10,000 gold. If one wanted the town to operate properly, they would have to spend even more money most likely. Even though Zero Wing was very wealthy, it would be a long time before the guild could operate Stone Forest Town. None of the guild would have ever imagined that Zero Wing could get the job done in just a few days. Chapter 666. Shocking Income. What? Stone Forest Town is open to outsiders? And it has a smithy that can repair equipment. When the various teams in Stone Claw Mountain received this information, they acted as if they had just found out that the sky was falling. Stone Forest Town was just an hour away from the Stone Claw Mountains. Even a round trip would just take 2 hours. It was far less time compared to the supply parties that took over 10 hours to travel from Star Moon City. Let's go. We're going to Stone Forest Town. The leaders of the various teams immediately issued orders upon receiving this news and quickly made their way to Stone Forest Town. In truth, they were going to Stone Forest Town not just to repair their equipment, but to hasten their stamina and concentration recovery as well. The recovery rate in the field tents was just too slow. In just a few hours, the previously quiet Stone Forest Town became very lively. Guild leader, I understand sheltering Ouroboros' members, but why are you allowing everyone to rest in town? Aren't we giving away our advantage? Aqua Rose asked in confusion. Currently, she stood on the guild residence's observation deck, looking down at the members of the various large guilds. Seeing their merry spirits, it looked as if they were celebrating New Year's Eve. Although more guilds gathered in the Stone Claw Mountains as time passed, none of them had any chance of capturing Stone Forest Town. If they limited entry to Zero Wing and Ouroboros' members, both guilds could obtain far more magic crystals than their competitors. At that time, they could definitely nurture experts much faster than the other guilds and could use the opportunity to widen the gap between themselves and the other guilds. Yet, now, after struggling through so many challenges to reconstruct the town, Shifeng chose to permit entry to everyone. How were they supposed to widen the gap now? You're placing too much importance on the profit right before your eyes. At the end of the day, the Stone Claw Mountains is only a regional dungeon. It is not the only place players can obtain magic crystals. Moreover, as everyone's levels increase, the various guilds' core members will be able to use mounts at level 40. At that time, we will regain our lead, Shifeng said, laughing. Moreover, I didn't build this town just so we could obtain more magic crystals. It's also meant to earn money for the guild. Earn money? Aqua Rose was confused. Although we have the advantage of owning the town, most likely, the various large guilds will use the consumables they produced rather than purchase the items from the candlelight trading firm. How are we supposed to make money? Look at the smithy. Shifeng pointed towards the smithy in the distance. At the moment, there was a very long line outside of the smithy. That's where we'll make our money. Currently, there were several hundred players outside the smithy. Every one of them carried an entire team's worth of equipment. Several hundred players meant several hundred 100-man teams' equipment. One could just imagine how profitable the equipment repair business was. However, we don't claim the smithy's repair fees. We only collect taxes. Aqua Rose was even more confused now. We collect a fixed tax. However, don't forget that all the properties in the town are under our control. I have merely hired NPCs to man the smithy and repair equipment. As for prices, I have the final say, Shifeng explained with satisfaction. Hence, I've tripled the smithy's repair fees. These players can decide whether or not they want to pay the fee to repair their equipment. Aqua Rose gasped. She then said, "Triple? Why would anyone agree to that?" It was not cheap to repair a piece of equipment. Repair fees were a guild's largest expenditure. Raising the fees to 3 times the original price would be fatal to a guild. That's the point. I don't want them to spend coins to repair their equipment because, aside from paying triple the original repair fee, there is another method of payment. This is something that can only be done in a guild town. Not only is it possible to pay for items and services using credits in a guild town, but it is also possible to use certain items such as magic crystals as a form of currency. Shifeng smiled faintly. If they pay with magic crystals, considering the current market value, the repair fees will only cost 1.5 times the usual rate. Meanwhile, all of the magic crystals the smithy receives will belong to us. We just need to pay some coins in return. Before this, Shifeng had already received a report from Ouroboros regarding the income of the various guild teams and had set the repair fees accordingly. If he set the repair fees at market rate, their rival guilds would gain the advantage. Meanwhile, 1.5 times the market rate was just barely within the various large guilds' budgets. Hence, the guilds who had lined up outside the smithy to repair their equipment were gnashing their teeth while they waited with more than 10,000 pieces of equipment needing repairs. Just how many magic crystals would it cost? Doesn't that mean that the various large guilds are currently earning magic crystals for Zero Wing? A realization suddenly struck Aqua Rose. It was no wonder why Shifeng so generously allowed the various guilds to enter Stone Forest Town compared to grinding for magic crystals in the Stone Claw Mountains themselves. Not only would they earn far more magic crystals by letting the various large guilds grind for them, but they could also save plenty of time and manpower. This is just the start. Soon, they will discover that, the moment they set foot in Stone Forest Town, the magic crystals in their inventory cease to belong to them. Shifeng had never intended to monopolize the Stone Claw Mountains for himself. With so much free labor available, why should he waste the time of Zero Wing's core members? In fact, the hotel and leisure centers employed a similar business model as well. These establishments' prices were set according to normal rates if one paid with magic crystals, but double when using coins. In other words, Stone Forest Town had already become a gold mine for magic crystals based on Shifeng's initial estimates. The town could earn more than 2,000 magic crystals in a single day. Moreover, as time progressed and more players entered the town, this number would increase if it were up to Zero Wing's main force and the Dark God's Legion to grind for magic crystals in the Stone Claw Mountains. Even if they slaved all day, they would never obtain 1,000 magic crystals, let alone 2,000 with a steady income of 2,000 magic crystals each day from Stone Forest Town. In addition to the magic crystals the guild normally obtained from dungeons, Shifeng could support Zero Wing's massive daily expenditures. Otherwise, the magic crystals Shifeng had accumulated previously would last for only so long. Meanwhile, the various large guilds in Stone Forest Town were complaining about and gnashing their teeth at Zero Wing. However, they were utterly helpless against the guild as Stone Forest Town was under Zero Wing's control. Helpless, they could only hand over a portion of the magic crystals they had obtained. After all, they could earn more magic crystals during the time they saved by traveling here rather than to Star Moon City. Overall, they would still earn more than they had been after Shifeng finished with Stone Forest Town's affairs. He passed the management of the town's daily affairs to Aqua Rose. He then returned to White River City to focus on claiming the first clear of the Frost Prison as a 100-man team dungeon. The Frost Prison was incredibly difficult even until now. One could count on a single hand the number of guilds that had obtained the first clear of a 100-man hard-mode team dungeon throughout God's domain. As for Star Moon Kingdom, no one had earned this achievement yet. This was not due to everyone lacking appropriate equipment. Rather, it was because everyone's combat techniques were not up to snuff. Even Heaven's Burial and Overwhelming Smiles experts had quite a ways to go before meeting the minimum requirement. Hence, the various large guilds in Star Moon Kingdom were all stuck at the final boss of their respective 100-man team dungeons. Precisely because of this, Shifeng had never bothered leading Zero Wing's team to raid the Frost Prison now. However, the situation had changed. In order to improve the strength of Zero Wing's main force, he had invested a large number of magic crystals into the team, allowing them to practice and improve their combat techniques at the Divine Colosseum undisturbed. He had even given them a taste of the 100-berry wine's effects. After a period of training, every member of the main force was now capable of reaching the Trial Tower's 5th floor by relying on their own abilities, finally becoming experts. Chapter 667 12 Sacred Nights. Inside the Frost Prison. The final boss, the Frost Giant, roared, causing the entire Frost Cavern to shake. In the next moment, countless icicles on the ceiling of the cave abruptly broke off and fell. The 100 level 30 players in the cave desperately dodged the descending icicles. If struck by these icicles, even an MT who had activated a life-saving skill would not be able to survive a single hit, much less any other classes. Everyone, pay attention to dodging, but don't waste too much stamina either. The boss only has 30% HP remaining, Warwolf hurriedly reminded his team after throwing himself to the floor to avoid the Frost Giant's steel hammer. At the moment Warwolf's maximum HP was already more than 9,000. He was only behind Kola, who was equipped with a complete Tier 1 set equipment, by over 1,000 HP. He could definitely be considered one of the highest HP MTs in the game compared to the Frost Giant, which was the size of a small hill. Warwolf's HP was like a mere speck of dust. Frost Giant, elemental being, Great Lord. Level 32. HP 45, 000, 000/45, 000, 000. As the ruler of the Frost Prison, a 100-man team dungeon, the Frost Giant was considerably more powerful than any boss they had faced previously. Not only did it possess extremely high HP, but its massive 5-story tall body could cause great destruction with every action. Even Warwolf would receive nearly -4,000 damage when he blocked one of the Frost Giant's attacks with his shield. If he received a direct hit, his base damage would certainly exceed -6,000 points. In addition, The Great Lord also possessed a frost domain. The frost domain had a coverage area of 200 yards. Not only would everyone within the domain's movement and attack speed reduce by 40%, but the domain would also their stamina consumption rate by several times. It was common knowledge that, in God's domain, every movement a player made consumed stamina. However, as stamina was a hidden attribute, players were unable to check for their own stamina. Once they consumed their stamina to a certain degree, players would no longer be able to fight. They could only resume combat after resting for a time. In ordinary battles, players would not be able to exhaust their stamina completely even after 3 to 4 hours of continuous fighting. However, when a player's movements increased in intensity, their stamina consumption rate would also increase correspondingly. Meanwhile, the battles conducted in a large-scale team dungeon would be undeniably intense. Inside a large-scale team dungeon, even the slightest mistake could lead to a team wipe. Therefore, the burden placed on a player's stamina was incredibly significant. Under the effects of the frost domain, players would only be able to fight for a short time before they collapsed from exhaustion. In such an extreme battle, ordinary players would only last 5 or 6 minutes. Even elite players would last just 2 or 3 minutes longer. Only players who possessed powerful control over their own bodies could minimize their stamina consumption to the very minimum and last more than 12 minutes in the battle against the frost giant. However, very few players were capable of achieving such a high degree of control after being struck by another wave of icicles. Several more players fell flat on the floor from overexhaustion. They were unable to attack the boss, even if they wanted to. How many people are still able to fight? Warwolf asked through the team chat as he lifted his large shield to intercept the frost giant boss Wolf. We just lost another 4 more melees, and 1 ranged. We only have 76 people left. An oracle standing at the rear line replied. 76? Warwolf looked at the frost giant's HP. Currently, the Great Lord still had 27% of its HP remaining, which was roughly 12,150,000 HP. With their current damage output, they would have to continue attacking the boss for another 3 minutes or so to end the battle. However, after experiencing so many battles against this boss, Warwolf knew very clearly that the further they proceeded into the battle, the more players would become overexhausted. It was simply impossible to finish the battle in 3 minutes. Is it still impossible? The frost giant did not have many powerful skills. As long as one familiarized themselves with the Great Lord's skills, they could mostly evade the powerful moves of the boss. However, instead of dying to one of the boss's skills, the team had died from overexhaustion. If this matter were made known to others, they would certainly become a laughingstock. 5 minutes later, a group of people appeared at the resurrection point of the frost prison. This group of people was none other than the members of Overwhelming Smile Boss. The frost giant's combat technique requirement is simply too high. If we want to clear the dungeon, we'll need to have Underworld send more experts to us. It's no solution to continue losing EXP here, Soaring Snake, clad in black armor, suggested. Although Underworld is paying great attention to White River City, its main focus is still on the Frostwolf Kingdom and the Snowstorm Kingdom. The organization won't be willing to dispatch many experts to us. Besides, we can now bring the final boss down to less than 10% HP. As long as we have over a dozen people still alive near the end, we can clear the dungeon. Warwolf shook his head, denying Soaring Snake's suggestion. He then said, "It's a pity Yulan is too busy with managing the trading firm and guild over at Maple City. With her skills and wisdom, we might have already cleared the dungeon by now." Hearing Warwolf say so, everyone could not help but nod their heads in agreement. When one spoke about the experts of Overwhelming Smile, the strongest expert was definitely Warwolf. However, nobody could ever guess that the second strongest expert in the guild was actually Yulan. Yulan's harmless appearance must not fool one. When it came to an actual fight, even the prideful and talented Soaring Snake was not a match for her, so much so that Soaring Snake could not even shave off 1/3 of Yulan's HP before being defeated. The fight between Yulan and Soaring Snake had stupefied everyone. Originally, Soaring Snake was considered one of the top few experts of Ouroboros. After receiving Warwolf's knowledge of numerous combat techniques, Soaring Snake's strength had soared by leaps and bounds. Yet, he was still not a match for Yulan. "Let's head back," Warwolf said through the team chat. He no longer wished to waste any more time here. Just as the members of Overwhelming Smile were about to leave, the sound of a system announcement entered everyone's ears. White River City Region System Announcement. Congratulations to Heaven's Burial for becoming the first team to conquer the hard mode of Frost Prison. All players on the team will be rewarded with 4 million EXP, 70 silver, 100 White River City reputation points, and 40 Star Moon Kingdom reputation points. Star Moon Kingdom Region System Announcement. Congratulations to Heaven's Burial for becoming the first team to conquer the hard mode of Frost Prison. All players on the team will be rewarded with 5 million EXP, 5 Tier 2 gemstones of random attributes, 100 White River City reputation points, and 50 Star Moon Kingdom reputation points. God's Domain Southern Continent System announcement. Congratulations to Heaven's Burial for becoming the first team to conquer the hard mode of Frost Prison. All players on the team will be rewarded with 6 million EXP, 1 Tier 3 gemstone of random attributes, 100 Star Moon Kingdom reputation points, and 10 Humanity reputation points. The announcement repeated 3 times. The teams raiding the Frost Prison were instantly stupefied. Nobody would have thought that the first guild to clear a 100-man team dungeon in Star Moon Kingdom would be the newly established Heaven's Burial. Heaven's Burial? Warwolf's expression turned grim, a hint of confusion flashing across his eyes. Although there were many experts in Heaven's Burial, they should be about equal in strength to overwhelming smile. Yet, Heaven's Burial had actually managed to raid the hard mode Frost Prison so quickly. No matter how he thought about it, there was something fishy. A short moment later, a group of players appeared at the Frost Prison teleportation gate. These people all wore the emblem of Heaven's Burial on their chests, and they were uniformly level 30. Meanwhile, the leader of the team, the cleric, Flame Blood, looked at Warwolf and smiled beside Flame Blood. There were also many faces that Warwolf had never seen before. Meanwhile, every one of these new arrivals emitted sharp and frightening auras that were stronger than even Warwolf's team leader Wolf. It seems that Heaven's Burial has managed to come out slightly on top this time, Flameblood said as he walked up to greet Warwolf. I've always thought that Zero Wing was our greatest opponent. I never thought that Heaven's Burial had hidden its strength so deeply. However, although Overwhelming Smile has lost this time, the results will not necessarily be the same the next time, Warwolf replied, smiling. He could not help but take a look at the few people standing beside Flameblood. This time, he was fully convinced of his loss because even he could not see through the strength of the Guardian Knight beside Flameblood. The man gave off a feeling similar to a mountain. Despite having used an advanced identification skill on the Guardian Knight, all Warwolf managed to see was the fact that the Guardian Knight had over 10,000 HP, nearly 1,000 more than he did. The Guardian Knight's strength was definitely above his own with such a powerful MT, in addition to top-tier experts like Flameblood, Ghost Shadow, and several other experts who were a match for the Guardian Knight expert. It was very reasonable for Heaven's Burial to clear the hard mode Frost Prison. In the middle of the two's conversation, Shifeng had arrived before the dungeon together with his team. The expressions on each of their faces at the moment were very ugly. None of them would have thought that Heaven's Burial would obtain the first clear of the Frost Prison Guild leader Black Flame. It is truly a pity. If you had come here a little earlier, the first clear of this dungeon might have belonged to Zero Wing instead. Flameblood laughed elegantly. The achievement of obtaining the first clear of a 100-man team dungeon this time would lift Heaven's Burial's reputation to a whole new level. Although it still could not become White River City's #1 guild, at the very least, everyone would no longer think that Heaven's Burial was inferior to Zero Wing. In terms of dungeon raiding capabilities, others might even think that Heaven's Burial was slightly superior. Shifeng did not make a response regarding Heaven's Burial's unexpected performance. Sweeping his gaze across the members of Heaven's Burial, his attention immediately fell onto a single person. Why is one of the 12 sacred knights here? Shifeng was inwardly stunned when he saw the Guardian Knight standing beside Flameblood. Chapter 668. Challenge. Other than those extraordinarily rare, God-ranked experts, there had been countless experts in God's domain. There had even been many Tier 5 experts in the past. The top 12 Tier 5 players of every class had been known as the 12 sacred experts. Tier 5 experts were considered treasures to any guild. They were geniuses that could not be ignored. Any guild that managed to nurture a Tier 5 expert would celebrate for days. Meanwhile, the 12 sacred experts were a group of players standing at the very peak of Tier 5 classes. They had been geniuses among geniuses right now. The Guardian Knight standing beside Flameblood had been one of the famous 12 sacred knights, Lightning Blade. Not only was his blade work astonishingly fast, but he was also famous for having an impenetrable defense. In the past, even the 12 sacred assassins had been unable to break through his defense. Lightning Blade had ranked 8th among the 12 sacred knights. However, the most frightening aspect about him was the fact that he had been an independent player. Had Lightning Blade joined a first-rate guild early on in the past, he might have had the chance to join the Tier 6 God-ranked players. Shifeng never imagined that Heaven's Burial could actually rope in such a peerless expert. He was slightly surprised. There was no doubting the importance of an MT to a team. Heaven's Burial had already recruited many experts of the virtual gaming world. Now they had even managed to recruit such a powerful MT. Lightning Blade's entry into the guild instantly elevated the strength of Heaven's Burial's main force by several levels. You are the famous one-hit Azura, Black Flame? Lightning Blade shifted his gaze to Shi Feng. Grinning, he said, I heard that you were Star Moon Kingdom's #1 expert. I have always enjoyed challenging experts. Why don't we have a duel? I want to see whether the rumored one-hit Azura is actually as godly as they say, being able to send anyone to the afterlife with just one hit. Or maybe everything was just a big lie. The moment Lightning Blade finished his words, the surrounding temperature dropped by several degrees. At this moment, every member of Zero Wing radiated an intense killing intent. Shi Feng was their guild leader. How dare anyone just walk up to him and issue a challenge, not to mention doing so with such a disrespectful tone. This was an insult to Zero Wing itself, however, as the leader of Heaven's Burial's team, rather than stopping Lightning Blade, Flame Blood simply stood by his side. Smiling, although it was not wise to provoke Zero Wing, Heaven's Burial's momentum was in full swing. It was also a good thing to have Lightning Blade test the depths of Shi Feng's strength. Not only would this improve the guild's reputation, but it would also serve as a foundation to deal with Shi Feng in the future. Moreover, in the event that Lightning Blade managed to defeat Shi Feng, Heaven's Burial's fame would soar. Standing by the side, Warwolf played the role of an observer in this fight. If Shi Feng refused Lightning Blade's challenge, Heaven's Burial would definitely spread the news of this matter, claiming that Shi Feng was afraid to accept the challenge. Shi Feng's position as the #1 expert of Star Moon Kingdom would definitely be at risk. However, if he accepted the challenge, he would also risk revealing his strength to his enemies. If this happened, he would not have as many hidden advantages in future battles. Violet Cloud suddenly stepped forward and said, Don't you think it's a little too early for you to challenge our guild leader? However, I'll be your opponent. You? A cleric? Lightning Blade glanced at the young and slender Violet Cloud. With disdain, he said, I have no interest in unripened little girls like you. Black Flame, you can't possibly send a little girl into battle just because you're afraid of facing me, right? Little girl. Violet Cloud remained unperturbed by the Guardian Knight's insult. Smiling calmly, she said, If you can't even defeat a little girl like me, what qualifications do you have to face our guild leader? Then, are you saying that, as long as I beat you, your guild leader will fight me? Lightning Blade countered with a question of his own, I guarantee it. Shi Feng nodded. Okay, I look forward to experiencing guild leader Black Flame's brilliant moves, Lightning Blade laughed. He then shifted his gaze towards Violet Cloud, following which, both teams distanced themselves from each other, creating a space for the fighters. Lightning, be careful of that girl. She's not as simple as she looks. She's an expert who has reached the later stage of the 7th floor. She should be just as strong, if not stronger, than Ghost Shadow. Flame Blood warned the empty. Lightning Blade was an expert that Heaven's Burial had spared no expense to recruit. The Guardian Knight's strength spoke for itself. Even Ghost Shadow had failed to damage him, as Lightning Blade had blocked every one of the assassin's attacks. With his exceedingly high HP and lightning-quick attacks, Lightning Blade eventually wore Ghost Shadow down, claiming his life. One could say that Lightning Blade had a massive advantage in PvP battles against a low-damage cleric. It would be child's play for Lightning Blade to secure a victory. However, a little caution never hurt anybody. Relax. I've known about this for a while. I'm just trying to agitate Black Flame so that he will agree to a duel. Lightning Blade no longer had a prideful and arrogant air around himself. On the contrary, he remained calm and attached great importance to this duel. Meanwhile, on the other side, Shi Feng secretly passed a bottle of 100-berry wine to Violet Cloud, saying softly, Drink this before you fight him. Do not let him within 10 yards of you. Though Shi Feng was unsure of Lightning Blade's current strength, he did know one of his weaknesses. While knowing this weakness would do little good to ordinary experts, to Violet Cloud, however, it would help her tremendously in the upcoming battle. Guild leader. Is Lightning Blade so strong that Violet Cloud needs to drink 100-berry wine? Fire Dance was confused by Shi Feng's actions in Zero Wing. When speaking about combat techniques, Violet Cloud was even superior to her. Meanwhile, in terms of strength, she was only slightly superior to Violet Cloud due to the advantage of her class and weapons. They both wore the best available equipment in all of God's domain. With their current standards, there were very few people who could defeat them in Star Moon Kingdom. Even against an expert like Warwolf, Fire Dance was confident that both she and Violet Cloud had more than a 60% chance of defeating him. If we're going to win, we have to win brilliantly, Shi Feng laughed. He did not think that the current Violet Cloud was inferior to Lightning Blade. The girl was even an astromancer, a hidden class. Upon hearing Shi Feng's words, Everyone could not help but roll their eyes at their guild leader. This was simply extravagant. Normally, they had to fight tooth for nail against each other to obtain a single bottle, exhausting themselves. Now, Shifeng let a bottle go to waste just for a flashy win. If they had known something like this would happen, they would have volunteered. That was the 100-berry wine. Drinking just one bottle could allow one to become a top-tier expert. 2 bottles could push one to the apex of Star Moon Kingdom without hesitation. Violet Cloud emptied the bottle of 100-berry wine, a faint blush appearing on her white, delicate cheeks. Tasting her lips, it was obvious she still could not get enough of the beverage. She was adorable. The members of Heaven's Burial were surprised when they saw Zero Wings members watch Violet Cloud enviously. What was going on with Zero Wings members? Was participating in the duel really something to be jealous of? This will be interesting. That young lady easily toyed with Nimblesnake in the past. Wolf wore a playful smile. He then shifted his gaze to Lightning Blade, a cunning spark flashing in his eyes. This is a good chance to see just how powerful that Guardian Knight is. I actually feel a significant pressure from him. Standing by his side, Nimblesnake nodded in agreement with Wolf's words. Violet Cloud's combat techniques were indeed very powerful. She had actually reached the 7th floor of the Trial Tower. However, actual combat and challenging the Trial Tower were 2 entirely different things. Previously, he had lost to Violet Cloud due to the latter having the advantage in tiers. Otherwise, the outcome would not have necessarily ended in Violet Cloud's favor. His strength had improved significantly since then. If they faced each other again, he would definitely win against Violet Cloud. Once both combatants were ready, Lightning Blade and Violet Cloud initiated the duel system countdown. 5-second system countdown, 4 seconds. System. Duel. Start.
Chapter 452. Pick the cotton, pick the cotton. In the morning, Songda called people to work. On the 15th day of the 7th lunar month, the weather was good, and the cotton in Chang and would bloom. If they kept picking, they would be able to pick the cotton until September. Now they picked the big cotton balls and used them to make sanitary pads. They gave back the 4,000 yuan they gave to everyone, and asked them to buy soap, cosmetics and sanitary pads. They bought sanitary pads for all the girls in Pyeongkong Square and used them for free for so long. They took the initiative to spend money. Cotton was needed to make sanitary pads. This year, Li Yi planted a large area and could make more quilts. The people in Zhang family's village came early to help. They made a lot of money from the tourism in summer. Mainly the rich people in Chang, and brought their children here and asked them to look after them. They were safe and assured. Other people came from outside to Chang and the other counties were doing the same thing. In the past they also provided food and lodging. But this time it was more uniform. Everyone followed the requirements. The service in Zhang family's village was the best. People who came by boat and land would hear others talking about Zhang family's village on the way. Li Yi was in charge of their accounts. This year they had to build a lot of greenhouses. They were too busy to do it themselves, so they hired people to do it. The adults in Zhang family's village were also learning to read and write, including the migrant workers. The migrant workers' houses could be moved in half a month and were under renovation. They had already registered with the people in Li family Zhuangzi and were ready to be naturalized. They were no longer unregistered residents. They would pay the rent that they should pay. If they were transferred, they would pay. They would not work for the government. Brother Yi, this year I planted a lot of cotton in Zhuangzi. I made 3 spindles on the spinning wheel. Do you want it? Li Qingqi stood beside Li Yi and watched everyone pick the cotton. No. This year my Zhuangzi will use a large water-powered spinning wheel to spin hemp and silk. Cotton is not very useful, but I have another type. It can spin 60 spindles at the same time. Unfortunately, there is not enough cotton. Otherwise, I can use a new water-powered spinning machine to spin a few hundred spindles at a time. Li Yi watched everyone working and said to Li Qingqi with a smile. The large hydraulic spinning wheel he was going to use could be used for hemp and silk, but not for cotton. In the cotton industry, he modified the Jenny machine to be operated manually. Then he left the manual drawings for others to learn. The design was for 60 ingots, and other people were free to add more if they wanted. The big hydraulic wheel for spinning cotton was a real spinning machine. This equipment was good, but he didn't want to take it out immediately. In another dynasty, if he took out such equipment, there would be problems. Everyone would have to plant hemp and rear silkworms. Tang Chao had nothing to do, so he planted hemp and raised silkworms. The most important thing was the food. The people were not stupid. The mulberry and hemp solved the problem of handing in the food. If there was more, they would sell it to earn some money. If there was not, they would just leave it. For example, if there was a single family, they would still prefer to use 3 spindle carts. Those that had dozens of spindle carts would not be able to use them. After spinning, they would be gone. Brother E, ordinary people can't use those things. They don't have enough hemp and silk. Li Qingqi's mind was active and he thought of a problem. I'm taking out this multi-ingot item to provide assistance to the merchants on this trip. Now that I had taken out my exchange coupons, the price of the silk would naturally decrease, and it would lose its function as a currency. This way more people can wear and use it. The price will be cheaper. There was no way in the past, but now people can buy it. When the imperial court collects it, it will also be used to make clothes for more soldiers. The value of silk is low, and the merchants in this industry feel uncomfortable. I'll help them balance it out. Li was talking about the change in the production structure of the entire society. Paper money was not so easy to take out as it would affect the other currency systems. Li Qingqi stopped looking at other people picking cotton balls. He looked at Li. This cheap brother of his actually started thinking about other things when he took out paper money. Yes, with the appearance of paper money, what about the large amount of silk? Naturally, it would be cheaper and the people would buy it to wear. The merchants who specialized in silk would suffer losses, and they would need new tools to make up for it. No one thought of that. Fortunately, Brother E helped. I have to tell third brother to call the Prime Minister for a meeting. Li family Zhuangzi had printed too many exchange coupons. Silk was not worth much, but there was silk. Li Qingqi thought of his E-League and quickly stopped buying silk. If he sold the clothes, he would lose money if they were to be destroyed. Li Qingqi was thinking about the E-League and Li Yi continued. The people who suffered the most losses are not the common people. How much money can the common people have? They are more willing to exchange it for food and then save copper coins. In the past, there were rich people who hoarded copper coins and silk. Oh, they hoarded grain like squirrels. When the silk became cheaper, they suffered a great loss. Fortunately, it will take 2 to 3 years for the exchange coupons to be popular throughout the Tang dynasty. I have to make more money or else I can't continue printing. This period is a period of relaxation. The imperial court doesn't care about compensation. The imperial court will use the silk. If they don't want so much silk, the common people's mulberry fields can be cancelled. The common people will use it to grow grain, and the imperial court will collect more grain. After hearing this, Li Qingqi stopped thinking about his E-League. The E-League was nothing more than a group of clothing stores. Brother E was talking about the world's major events. Perhaps in Brother Yi's eyes, the E-League and the E-League did not matter. Brother E, how did you make so much money? You have to be as rich as a country and you are always spending money. The amount of money you threw out has exceeded 400,000 yuan. You always donate money to the Grief Field Square and subsidize medicine for the poor. In addition, you gave 250,000 yuan to the students and built the official road to Shu. That's 400,000 yuan. When Li Qingqi said this number, he felt guilty. Many families could not make money for generations, but Brother E threw it away just like that. There are many ways, but I can't do it alone. I have to involve the imperial court. Otherwise, how can the imperial court issue currency in the future? I used the Li family Zhuangzi's wealth and technology as collateral to produce the banknotes for everyone to use. In the future, if the imperial court wants to distribute the country's money, my money will be a problem. Look at my exchange coupons. There is no Li family Zhuangzi on them. The layout is designed so that the imperial court can take over at any time. Therefore, I have to cooperate with the imperial court to make money and accumulate wealth together. When the situation is about right, I will let go and the imperial court can use the new banknotes to exchange for the old exchange coupons. Li Yi's tone was calm, as if he was talking about a very small matter. Li Qingqi wanted to cry. He wanted to find Zhang Shua and spit on his face. Last night, Zhang Shua acted like he was very knowledgeable and said that the Li family Zhuangzi's exchange coupons should not be wasted. Spit. You. Prime Minister? I should really get rid of you. Look at my brother E. He has already thought about it step by step. And Yao Chong and Lu Huaishan, you still agree with Zhang Shua. You should go do odd jobs. You are not suitable for your current position. Fortunately, my brother E is not a foreigner. Otherwise, even if you work together, you can't protect the stability of the Tang dynasty. Brother E, what business do you think? How do you make money? I will write a letter for you. Li Qingqi despised others in his heart and thought of making money. I believe His Majesty has already arranged the use of the salt and gold mines. We can't touch them. Glass and mirrors can make money, but they are mine. If it doesn't involve land, I won't hand them over. Land and coal don't make much money. What if, this is Chang'an? Is there tallow and alchemical fire oil? Li Yi said one by one and eliminated all possibilities. When it came to land he thought of minerals. If coal can't do then oil can. Chang, and is a place similar to Xi'an. There is oil in Shaanxi, the kind that does not need to be drilled. Chapter 453. Li Yi thought of something good. The indigenous oil refining method would cause serious pollution. But was it pollution that he was considering now? It was technological innovation and money. How simple was the indigenous oil refining method? In his time, some people in the oil-producing war-torn countries used a gasoline barrel to refine the oil. When the oil was heated, different temperatures would produce different things. Simple gasoline, kerosene, and diesel could be produced from the beginning to the end by increasing the temperature. The easiest thing to obtain was gasoline. It was not pure enough and there was kerosene in it. After heating, the kerosene would increase and the gasoline would decrease, but diesel would appear. If he wanted to control the entire process, he would need to add other things and change the process. Li Yi did not plan to add other things, nor did he plan to have more advanced processes. It was fine as long as it could be used. At the same time, there were also byproducts such as paraffin and asphalt. As for butane, propane, ethylene and other things, they would be wasted. Compared to those people in the war-torn countries, he was relatively better. At least he could build kilns and add various boilers and condensing chambers. Li Qingqi's understanding of oil was only that it could be used to ignite a fire. It was not easy to get rid of it when it stuck to the body. Brother Yi, didn't we say that we can't use Kongming lanterns and kites to burn the enemy? They will learn from us. Li Qingqi thought of this. No, we won't fly kites. With paraffin we don't need to use alcohol to blow hot air balloons. We can change it to something else. Alcohol can be used to treat the soldiers' injuries. Li Yi did not want to use alcohol. If he changed it to gasoline he would also use a blowtorch. Using a blowtorch for welding was much more convenient than the current welding methods. The welding method used in the Tang dynasty was fusion welding. Two metals were heated, and the parts that needed to be welded would be joined together when they melted. Brazing. Brazing was similar to welding with added materials. It was a type of material that melted more easily and was placed among other materials that did not melt at the same temperature. In addition, pressure welding was where the copper and iron bars were heated red and smashed together with a big hammer. Welding also used the same principle. The filler was placed on the metal and sprayed on it. The filler was then melted. There was no filler. The two metals were directly burned and stuck together. Of course, the welding could also cut the metal. When the pressure was great and the mouth of the welding torch was big, the flamethrower was produced as soon as the switch was released. The more Li Yi thought about it, the happier he became. This flamethrower could be filled with gasoline, add some sugar and spray it on the enemy. Hee 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 hee. Li Yi wanted to laugh at himself. Li Qingqi opened his palm and waved it in front of Brother Yi's eyes. Brother Yi, don't scare me. Is that thing useful? It's easy to use and the key is that it can make a lot of money. As long as others don't know how to handle it, they can't do anything even if they get their hands on it. Li Yi recovered from his reverie and nodded. How much money can we make? Li Qingqi was thinking about the issue of paper money. There must be enough guaranteed items. Oh my God, how much can oil products make now? It depends on how much money the rich family has. Li Yi gave a vague answer. Li Qingqi chuckled. He understood. It was a big deal. The stone that others were unwilling to use would become money in Brother Yi's hands. Oil was not easy to control. It was liquid and float, so it needed to be stored in a jar. If you put too little oil, it would smoke. If you put too much oil, it would still burn when the food was ready. When other firewood and coal fell on the body, it could be touched. The burning oil stained his body, and a large piece of his flesh was burned. It was a frightening sight. Brother Yi, I'll help you think of a way. I'll go back to Jianghu to check on the cotton harvest there. Give me the blueprint of the thing you have here. Li Qingqi said and ran away. He didn't go to Liuli village at all. If the people there weren't stupid, they would already be picking cotton. He went to the palace and told Zhang Shua that he wanted to teach him how to deal with the currency issue. At the same time, he would also explain to Yao Chong and Lu Huaishan what industrial relations were. Prime ministers like you, this prince, was speechless. When he arrived at Xingqing Palace, Yao Chong and the other two had just finished talking and were about to leave. Stop, no, please stay. This prince has something to say. Li Qingqi accidentally lost his manners. Yao Chong was not angry. Instead, he looked up at the tall canopy and sighed, sigh. Lu Huaishan and Zhang Shua looked frightened. Yuanji guessed correctly again? Something big happened? Your Majesty. Li Qingqi decided to bow. Brother, it's better to call me third brother. Li Longji corrected him. Was it important what he called him now? It's like this about the currency, Li Qingqi began to say, wow wow. He mentioned the impact on the current currency system and the issue of currency exchange. Li Longji listened and nodded. At the same time he looked at his 3 prime ministers. The 3 of them blushed. Even if Yao Chong was thick-skinned, he couldn't bear it at this moment. It was clear that Li Yi had already thought of this when he was planning to print the money. He had planned it out before acting. He understood paper money better than anyone else. They were thinking about the next step or the step after that, but Li Yi was thinking about the final result. Your Majesty, please summon Jinzi Guang Lu de Li Yi to the court. Yao Chong couldn't hold back and made a request to Li Longji. Li Longji narrowed his eyes and turned to Li Qingqi. Big brother, did you say that Brother Yi gave out something good again? Yes, I can see the blueprints tonight. There are 2 kinds of new textile products. One is water power and the other is multi-ingot. Li Qingqi gestured a few times and realized that he didn't understand, so he put down his hands. Everyone please tell me the pros and cons of these 2 things. Li Longji threw the question to the 3 prime ministers. Zhang Shuo scratched his head. It wasn't because he was itching but because he was worried. He finally realized that after His Majesty met Li Yi, he would always ask questions. He had a habit of asking questions on the spot and making people answer them on the spot. We're not Li Yi. We can't answer every question and answer every question that comes our way. Your Majesty, we can't do that. We don't have the ability to answer your questions during a meal. Li Yi can introduce the food in the first sentence. After you ask and he answers, he will continue to introduce the food in the next sentence. We're not him. He's not human at all. Yao Chong stood at the side and felt the distress of being questioned. He realized that when he asked Li Yi in the past, he didn't think much of it. Now that he was suddenly asked, it was simply, maybe it will speed up the annexation of land. Lu Huaishan said. Yes, annexation of land, planting mulberry trees, raising silkworms and weaving hemp. Zhang Shuo reacted quickly and said. I thought so too. Yao Chong frowned and thought for a while before agreeing. Can it be solved? Li Longji asked naturally. He was used to asking questions before drinking soup with Brother Yi. There would be an answer when he swallowed the soup. Unless Brother Yi was also drinking soup, he could only speak after he swallowed it. The imperial court has ordered that it is not allowed. Yao Chong replied quickly this time. The imperial court has never allowed it. There are always annexations. Li Qingqi was dissatisfied at the side. The imperial court has stipulated which fields can only be planted with grains and not mulberry hemp. Zhang Shuo said in a low voice. He didn't believe it even after saying it. There were already regulations now. The regulations were the amount of mulberry hemp to be planted. Some people even secretly planted grain and then sold it to buy things to exchange for peace. Thank you for your hard work. Li Longji didn't ask any more. The 3 of them took their leave and prepared to go back and think of a solution. Third brother, I'm going to Jianghu to pick cotton. You go back early today and ask Brother Yi. Li Qingqi left after saying that. Chapter 454. If we want to solve this problem, we have to start with governance. There is a way, but the people below won't carry it out. During dinner, Li Longji asked the same question he asked the prime ministers during the day. As usual, Li Yi accompanied him to drink and talk about governance. What method? Is it not allowed to change the land? Li Qingqi repeated the prime minister's words. There's no need to give orders, it's useless. The essence of land annexation is the corruption of governance taking by force. Another factor is that the rent is too high. If the grain can't be produced and the rent can't be paid, they will be forced to sell the land. If the rent is reduced, the people will have grain. Why would they be willing to sell the land? The people don't care what you want to plant, they have to eat. If the rent is reduced and the people have enough grain to eat, they won't sell the land. Unless there's a problem with the local government and they deliberately cooperate with the rich to harm the people, this is governance. Li Yi picked up a green bean and peeled it. The green beans were the last batch. If they wanted to eat more, they would have to eat in a greenhouse. In the eyes of the earth, they would become ripe soybeans. Other people would wait for the ripe soybeans to be harvested. The soybeans that Li family Zhuangzi planted in the land they bought didn't grow well. If the land didn't work, the bean stalks would be turned into the field to raise the land. Then everyone would eat the green beans. They didn't need to add anything else except cinnamon, bay leaves and ginger slices. It was too expensive, so they didn't use it. The beans were also covered with a lid and boiled with salt first. They were yellow in color and tasted a little noodle. Li Yi wanted to eat green beans at that time, so he boiled water first. Then he washed the beans and blanched them in the water. After blanching, he took them out and added salt. This way they wouldn't turn yellow, but they wouldn't taste good. The land that Li family Zhuangzi bought wasn't fertile enough, so the beans couldn't grow big. There was no other way but to cook the green beans. Reduce the rent. What about the imperial court? Li Longji picked up a green bean and peeled it. I and the imperial court jointly print money and buy what we need. After the commercial tax pilot in Lantian County succeeds, the other 19 counties will also succeed and implement the commercial tax in different ways. Don't the merchants want to annex? After annexation they will turn it into commercial tax and subsidize the people. Taxes are taken from the people and used by the people. Unlike the current left zong and right zong, where the left zong collected rent and used it to assign and hire commoners to work. Where did Zhuazong go? The officials were given salaries, while the army was given food and fodder. Right Tibet was the tribute from the various lands, and it was specially given to the members of the royal family. What was the point of piling it up there? The hidden treasure is the most important thing for His Majesty, because His Majesty doesn't have the final say in the world. Li looked at his two elder brothers. The last sentence was very provocative. Li Longji lowered his head and Li Qingqi raised his head. I see. Li Longji lowered his head and thought for a moment before he understood. Li Longji concluded, Brother Yi, all commoners have to pay taxes. The imperial court takes the money and benefits the poor. That's right. Otherwise we'll rebel. The gap between the rich and the poor is too big. Coupled with the corruption of the government and the inability of the government to fight, people will definitely take advantage of the situation and the common people will follow suit. Li was talking about the situation after the Tang dynasty. The Lushan rebellion was the beginning. How did the rebels emerge from all over the country? For Li Yi, it was meaningless to think about who to blame in the future. He was here and he wouldn't allow such a situation to happen. There are too many changes. His Majesty and the courtiers can't react in time. Li Longji knew the struggle they would face after the implementation. It's still early. It hasn't been opened yet. If there's not enough money, the silk can still be used. The main thing is the army. Next year I don't want to take things out. However, there's no private army that can absolutely intimidate the other forces. No one is afraid. Fortunately, the 16 guards are working hard to train. As long as they are given enough money to live on, they will be stable. The economic base determines the superstructure. Li Yi said a classic sentence. Without money nothing can be done. The economic base determines the superstructure. Li Longji repeated. He took a deep breath. Yes, that's right. We need money. Private army. Private army must be strong. I really need money. Yes. Li Yi nodded with a smile. I have good weapons here. They should be ready by tomorrow. They're very powerful. Uncle, how powerful are the weapons you're talking about? Empress Wang was interested when she heard about war. As she spoke, she looked down at the baby in the small car. The little guy was not asleep. He opened his eyes and looked at the shaking doll hanging on the small car that Tao Hong touched every few breaths. Sister-in-law, the new weapons are powerful not because they can kill enemies, but because they can be trained in a short time. Ordinary crossbowmen, such as the winged knights, were powerful people during the selection. Even Baggage's team is not ordinary. It takes 3 to 5 years to produce a powerful crossbowman. My weapon can be used in 3 to 5 days. After 30 to 50 days they are qualified soldiers. They can fight as soon as they go up. They are not worse than crossbowmen. The new crossbows I gave them can't be reloaded continuously. However, with the new weapons, soldiers can attack continuously without getting tired. Li was talking about the flintlock gun. He didn't know that nitrocellulose was a flintlock gun. There were already lighters, so why would he still use a matchlock gun? The flintlock gun directly ignited the flintlock. If he made nitrocellulose in large quantities, he would need to use a lot of copper to make cartridges. Brother Yi, here's a toast to you. Li Longji raised his wine cup and gulped it down first. Li Yi was helpless and drank as well. Third brother, the main thing is to persuade His Majesty to reorganize the 16 guards and unite everything that can be united. Brother Yi is right. Li Longji poured more wine for Li Yi. Li Yi quickly held the wine cup with both hands. Li Qingqi drank from the side. He was proud of himself. He found Brother Yi. Look how powerful is he. Previously, when he asked the 3 prime ministers in the Xingqing palace, they had stammered about all sorts of nonsense. The prime ministers had to go back and think about it. They couldn't answer on the spot. Brother Yi didn't take this seriously at all. He solved it while eating, drinking, and chatting. Empress Wang listened and smiled. She liked this kind of relaxed atmosphere. It felt like her husband was asking about politics. The little fellow also made sounds. On the 18th of July, a modified water wheel appeared by the Ba River. The craftsmen of the Li family Zhuangzi were adjusting it. There were people who were threshing next to other water wheels curiously watching. The water wheel made by the Li family Zhuangzi was always free to use. Anyone who was willing to come over and thresh the water was fine. In any case, the water wheel couldn't be moved. They didn't mind the distance. When it was delivered, they would work on it. The Li family Zhuangzi didn't want it. However, during the process, there would always be other fragments falling down. This couldn't be taken away. The farmers would collect it. This was good stuff. They would cook it in a pot. Pigs love to eat it. Li woke up late today. After dinner yesterday, he went back to draw the blueprint of the flintlock gun. He didn't draw the shape but the manufacturing blueprint. For the time being, he didn't plan to make the rifling for the barrel. Zhuangzi could pull the rifling. The threads could also be used. The rifling was the same. It was just that it was a bit longer. The inspector of Lantian County, Zhang Sun Xin, also woke up very early. To be precise, he woke up in the middle of the night and didn't sleep. The problem with the Qinggong step bed wasn't the craftsman's problem. It was the problem with the wood he bought. He knew that when craftsmen made such a large wooden object, they would use a lot of wood and choose a good place. Then he bought it one after another. He said it was sandalwood. In the end, he went to buy it himself. It smelled good. When the craftsmen started working, they found that it wasn't sandalwood. It was ebony sprinkled with sandalwood powder. It was better for making coffins. Chapter 455. Inspector Zhang Sun, the two kinds of wood are very different. The craftsman looked at Zhang Sun Xin with that kind of expression. I know. That day. Zhang Sun Xin recalled. That day many pieces of wood were piled together. The color was about the same, and there was a strong sandalwood fragrance. The merchant who sold the wood even treated him to wine. Everyone was very happy. After that, he ordered them to move the wood here. Today he used the wood. Which part went wrong? Zhang Sun Xin looked at the large pile of ebony and was worried. It was small. Many pieces were needed to make a coffin. Who would want to make a coffin like that? Inspector Zhang Sun, we need to buy another batch of wood. The Qinggong step bed requires the largest wooden planks. These small pieces of wood can only be used to make stools and mortise and tenon joints. We saw the gloomy wood. As for the cypress wood, see what you have at home. You're the one who has a coffin made of these small pieces in your house. Zhang Sun Xin did not wait for the craftsman to finish and interrupted him. The craftsman hesitated, shook his head and turned back to work. Zhang Sun Xin looked around the pile of gloomy wood with his hands behind his back and cursed. Don't let me catch you or I'll teach you a lesson. Zhang Sun Xin thought he was cheated and wanted to find the merchant. No, I can't take this loss. The drunken immortal house is building it. They need wood. Guan Xiaotan. After a few more rounds, Zhang Sun Xin thought he had a solution. You guys pile up the wood according to the original shape, quickly. Zhang Sun Xin said to the craftsman and left with his hands behind his back. He returned to his courtyard. Go call Guan Xiaotan. I have something to discuss with him. The servant ran. Not long after, Guan Xiaotan arrived and greeted Zhang Sun Xin with a smile. Inspector Zhang Sun is busy with official business. Xiaotan is honored that you can take the time to meet me. No need. I see that your drunken immortal house needs a lot of wood. Coincidentally, I have some leftovers from the Qinggong step bed. I don't know how to arrange it. Zhang Sun Xin casually mentioned that he had a piece of wood, and even emphasized that the other party needed wood. Great, let me take a look. If it's okay, I'll buy it at a high price. Guan Xiaotan knew that Zhang Sun Xin had invested a lot in making the bed. By now he probably did not have much money. Just give him some. The owner had instructed him to stay in Lantian County. Then she would slowly make the bed. If he ran out of money and stopped paying, what would she do? Let's go. I'll show you. Zhang Sun Xin pulled Guan Xiaotan's sleeve and turned him around. Inspector Zhang Sun, wait a moment. I'll go back and find two people who know the trade. I'm not familiar with blockhead. Guan Xiaotan was anxious. I have craftsmen with me. You can ask them. Zhang Sun Xin suggested. When the two of them arrived, the 16 craftsmen had already piled up and were busy with their work. The pile in front of me is all leftovers. When I bought it, it cost me 70 liang. You can take it away for 50 liang. Zhang Sun Xin points at the pile of wood in front of him. When he bought it, it cost 40 CUN. He wanted to earn 10 CUN and take advantage of the Li family Zhuangzi. Guan Xiaotan did not respond directly. He walked over and circled around. He first looked outside and then peeked in through the gap. Why are there so many pieces of wood lying around? How can a pile of wood be piled up like this? Aren't they afraid of collapsing? After a little calculation, Guan Xiaotan understood that there was bad wood inside. Moreover, even if they were all made of the same type of wood, this pile would not be worth 50 taels. How is it? Zhang Sun Xian asked. Good wood. I'll take advantage of you for 50 liang. Guan Xiaotan admitted that he could make the decision for anything less than 100 liang. He did not ask the craftsman about the quality of the wood. If he did, it would cause trouble for the craftsman. Should the craftsman tell the truth or lie? If they lied, they would offend the Li family Zhuangzi. If they told the truth, they would offend Zhang Sun Xian. Bring the money here. I'll send someone to transport it for you. We'll write it down. Zhang Sun Xian was afraid that Guan Xiaotan would go back on his word, so he pulled him to write a business contract. Guan Xiaotan went back to withdraw the money. 5,010 liang coupons. Zhang Sun Xian found some extra workers to load the cart and transport the wood to the construction site of Drunken Immortal residence. After he left with the workers, Guan Xiaotan called 2 craftsmen to take a look. Xiaotan, this is gloomy wood. It's yellow cypress wood. It's too small and not suitable for making coffins. If there's a place of extreme yang at home that needs to be suppressed, gloomy wood can be used as a decoration. It's not suitable for making other beds, tables, and chairs. The craftsman took a look and introduced it to Guan Xiaotan. Is this thing good? Guan Xiaotan asked. It depends on who uses it. It's good for people who don't know how to use it. Temples and monasteries, they're willing to use it. The carpenter touched the wood with his hand and said, I'll take it back and ask Dongzhu. I'll need your help here. Guan Xiaotan decided to send it back to Zhuangzi. Several carts loaded with gloomy wood that was not very uniform in shape set off. They arrived in Zhuangzi before noon. Dongzhu Zhang Sun Xian insisted on selling me a batch of wood. It looks like sandalwood from the outside, but there's yellow cypress gloomy wood inside. All of them are too small to make coffins. The craftsman said that if there's one at home. Guan Xiaotan found Li Yi and began to report the situation. Where? Let me see. Li Yi shouted excitedly before Guan Xiaotan finished. It's. Guan Xiaotan didn't finish his words before Li Yi rushed out. Soon he found a lot of gloomy wood. He squatted there and touched it. Good stuff. Okay. What coffins? This can be used to make musical instruments. If he uses this kind of wood to make a Qiangong step bed, he'll die miserably. But if it's used to make musical instruments, the value will be different. Li Yi squatted there with a happy expression. Fortunately, it was yellow cypress gloomy wood. If it was Phoebe Nanmu cork, it wouldn't be suitable for making musical instruments. It could be used to make violins, vertical bamboo flutes, huqin and hengqin. Guan Xiaotan came up. Dongzhu, is the wood good? Good. How much did you buy it for? Li Yi nodded. 50 liang and some sandalwood. Guan Xiaotan answered. Go find Steward Song and get the reward. Alright, have you written the contract? Li Yi remembered something important. Yes, Zhang Sun Xian was afraid that I would go back on my word, so she asked me to write it. Guan Xiaotan smiled sneakily. It's not easy for Zhang Sun Xian. Li Yi sighed and felt sorry for Zhang Sun Xian. Yes. Guan Xiaotan echoed. He could imagine how Zhang Sun Xian would feel when this batch of wood was made into musical instruments by Dongzhu and sold at a high price. When you go find Steward Song, tell him to buy more gloomy wood. I don't want cork, only hardwood. I don't make furniture or coffins. Li Yi thought that everyone's understanding of gloomy wood was in terms of coffins, instruments, and so on. When the value wasn't high, buy more. When he made gloomy wood into musical instruments and it became popular, the stock of gloomy wood would be money. Guan Xiaotan happily found Songda. He first said that Li Yi wanted to buy a large amount of gloomy wood, and then mentioned that he had a reward of 100 liang. He didn't take the money and put it on the account. When he needed it, he would buy things from Zhuangzi. For example, when he got married, he would also transfer it to the account. Songda thought about it and found a printing workshop. He asked to advertise in the newspaper that the Li family Zhuangzi was buying hardwood gloomy wood at a high price. The next morning, the newspaper came out and was sent to various places. In Lantian County, Zhang Sun Xian, who had cheated Guan Xiaotan yesterday, was eating breakfast and got today's new newspaper. She first skimmed through the headlines, then picked the content she wanted to read the most, and then. Chapter 456. Inspector Zhang Sun, wake up, it's not good. Inspector Zhang Sun can't hold on anymore, help me. Zhang Sun Xian collapsed when he saw the Li family Zhuangzi buying the gloomy wood at a high price in the newspaper. The servant shouted and a group of people surrounded him, beating him, pinching him and finally resuscitating him. You've gone too far. When Zhang Sun Xian woke up, she muttered these words. Obviously, he couldn't continue eating breakfast, so Zhang Sun Xian's people carried him back to the courtyard. Call Guan Xiaotan, call him here. Zhang Sun Xian sat on the chair with a pale face. The servant ran to find Guan Xiaotan. Something big happened. Zhang Sun Xian waited, but before Guan Xiaotan arrived, the merchant who sold him the wood came. Inspector Zhang Sun, I sold you the wrong batch of wood a few days ago. Some of the wood was sent to the temple. After checking today, I found that it was mixed with the sandalwood. Alas, it's useless for you to keep it. How about this? I'll give you twice the amount of sandalwood, take the wrong batch of wood. The wood merchant said to Zhang Sun Xian with an apologetic and flattering expression. Beat him out, quick, break his legs. Zhang Sun Xian didn't wait for the merchant to finish his words and roared. The merchant turned around and ran away quickly. As he ran, he shouted, Inspector Zhang Sun, it's true that you took the wrong batch of wood, it's useless for you to keep it. Think about it carefully. Alas, you really beat him. The merchant ran away and Guan Xiaotan came with 8 people. Inspector Zhang Sun, you're looking for me? Guan Xiaotan asked with a puzzled expression. Xiaotan, yesterday's wood, I sold you the wrong batch. I want to sell you sandalwood, right? Zhang Sun Xian drank a mouthful of water and said slowly. It's a batch of wood, everything is there. It's written on the contract. Guan Xiaotan corrected Zhang Sun Xian's wrong statement. Yesterday, when Zhang Sun Xian wrote the contract, he was afraid that Guan Xiaotan would find it back, so he deliberately didn't write sandalwood, but a batch of wood. Today he regretted it. No matter why the Li family Zhuangzi wanted to buy in large quantities, the price of gloomy wood would definitely rise. Those who had gloomy wood on hand would go to the Li family Zhuangzi to ask for the price, and then confirm the price of buying it from other places. Little Tan, how about this? I'll buy it back at twice the price. How about that? Zhang Sun Xian took a step back. Inspector Zhang Sun, after my family's Dongzhu saw those logs, he said that I did a good job and rewarded me with 100 pieces of wood. Guan Xiaotan smiled. Zhang Sun Xian's heart twitched and she almost fainted again. How much would that batch of gloomy wood be worth if it was just a reward of one person? Oh my God! How could this be? Zhang Sun Xian sat there in a daze. She didn't even know when Guan Xiaotan left. Half an hour later, he was called back to his senses by his concubine. After drinking a few more sips of tea, he pursed his lips and pondered. No, I can't let myself be at a disadvantage. The reply from the imperial court has already arrived. We can use Lantian County as a pilot to collect business tax. Start collecting. Go and check the accounts with them. For the sake of money, Zhang Sun Xian couldn't care about anything else. He went to the county magistrate with the reply he had given after submitting his petition. When the county magistrate saw it, he asked Zhang Sun Xian to write an official document and stamp it. Lantian County would start collecting business tax. Business tax wasn't just for stone quarrying. It included hotels and tea houses. As long as the business reached a certain scale, everything would be collected. 30% tax, 20% tax, 10% tax, etc. For example, stone quarrying fell under 10% tax. Drunken Immortal Tavern, 20% tax. As for wine shops and tea houses, 30% tax. Those who set up stalls didn't collect money. Those who carried poles and sold things also didn't collect money. The people in the yamen went out and went to each place to tell them that starting from the 1st of August, they would start collecting taxes. The accounts had to be recorded properly. Otherwise they would be severely punished. The people of Lantian County were stunned when they heard the situation. Taxes collected. It's business tax, not head tax. Is 30% tax a lot? The gross profit is more, but the net profit is less. They collect according to the gross profit. The merchants won't have it easy. I heard that it was Inspector Zhang Sun who requested to collect it. He must have thought about it. The people discussed and watched the show. The merchants were unhappy. They didn't need to pay in the past, so why didn't other places pay but only their Lantian County? If they wanted to find someone, they could settle it in court. If they went to the censorate, who would know them? On the morning of the 20th of July, a large group of censors from the censorate brought Zhang Sun Xian out. They said that he had set up a scheme and was competing with the people. They also said that he was harming the people and would cause chaos. Li Longji listened and didn't say anything. He knew that the situation would be like this. A group of officials, those who had connections with merchants, those who did business with their families, those who had business with their families. Once Lantian County started collecting taxes, when there was nothing else to do, other places would learn to collect taxes, and the taxes would fall on their heads. Who would be willing to give their money to the court? The problem was that not collecting business tax and only collecting agricultural tax was something that the farmers couldn't take. Li Longji thought about it. The people from the censorate were finally done with the accusations and waited. This matter will be discussed later, Li Longji said. He didn't mention anything about withdrawing the taxes. Yao Chong immediately said, Tiela Si formed a surname, Mo San, and led his troops south to surrender to the Tang dynasty. This official thinks that he should be given an official title. The topic changed from internal matters to external matters. The Tiela tribe had a total of 9 surnames. Si Jia was a surname, but it wasn't one of the 9. It was an external surname. There was a person called Mo San. He brought his tribesmen to surrender. He went to Chang'an. If the Tang dynasty was willing, he and his tribesmen could enter the Tang dynasty to live. Yao Chang's intention was to give him an official title and let him go back. These people were unreliable. If they surrendered today, they might be in trouble tomorrow. Why did they surrender? Because Zhang Shaosong was helping the Ferganians fight against Aduada. Aduada was a king in the western regions jointly promoted by Tubo and the Abbasid Caliphate. Aduada first went to fight against the Ferganians. The Ferganians paid tribute to the Tang dynasty every year and even sent people to greet them. When he was beaten, he asked for help from the Tang dynasty. This had to be saved. If he didn't save them, they would have come to pay tribute for nothing. Zhang Shaosong led his troops and killed along the way. Every city they came across was taken care of. The war was not over yet. According to history, the war would last until November. In the end, Aduada ran into the mountains and didn't come out. The result was that hundreds of cities were conquered and 3 cities were massacred. Aduada didn't have many people left. After Zhang Shaosong's beating, the others were scared. The previous 10 surnames and the current Si surname were all scared. The Tang dynasty didn't need their soldiers to help the Tang dynasty fight at the border. If they relied on them, the Tang dynasty soldiers wouldn't have a sense of crisis. Once they surrendered, they were given an official title, which meant that it was fine. Don't worry, they won't beat you. Go back. Li Longji didn't need to worry about such a small matter. A tribe could fight against the Tang dynasty easily. Fighting against the Tubo was tiring, but fighting against them was easy. When Li Longji returned to Zhuangzi at night, he told Li Yi about Zhang Sun Xan. I heard that many people from the censorate were impeaching Zhang Sun Xan in the court. They said that he was competing with the people. It's not a big deal. They can't do anything. There's no harm in annexing the land. There are still ways to deal with it. Li Yi wasn't worried about this. Could they run away with annexing the land? They still had to pay the money. Chapter 457. Li Yi knew that after the Inlushan rebellion, the Tang dynasty had no money, so they used 2 tax laws and monopolized salt and iron wine. At that time, the officials did not object. It was the same now. If they objected, they would release the officials. If you have the ability, you can rebel. After killing so many people in recent years, who cares about you? Li Longji heard Li Yi's casual words and felt relieved. I wonder how much money the governor will get from collecting business taxes. Li Longji did not collect any taxes and wanted to get a number from Li Yi. It depends on what kind of taxes are collected, whether the taxes are uniform and how much the local taxes cut. Only then can we determine the tax revenue of the governor. Li Yi could not answer. The trial run was still in progress and the place had not changed. After paying taxes in one place, the merchants could not pay taxes in another place. They needed to show the receipts of one place to the other place. The receipts could not be casually issued and had to be recorded. Li Longji also thought of this problem when he heard the local tax. Brother E, what should we do if the local government casually issues receipts and the merchants bribe the local officials? Easy. I will make a kind of receipt called a triplicate receipt. At the same time, I will use wax to make carbon paper. Each set of 3 receipts has a separate number. When the local government issues the receipt, I will make 3 copies. 1 copy will be given to the merchant, 1 copy will be credited to the account, and 1 copy will be kept as a counterfoil. At the end of the year or the chosen date of settlement, I will check the receipt. I will not be able to pull out any of the receipts as the serial number will not match. There will be anti-counterfeiting measures on the receipt. No one can fake it. When I reach the next place, I will record the receipt. I will leave the date, the person who handled it, and the receipt number. In this way, I will not take out a single cent. I will take as much as I need and leave a portion for corruption and benefit the people. The rest will be handed over to the imperial court. I will use paper money to reduce the losses on the road. This is easy to make. I can even make money. Li Yi, as usual, casually gave a solution. Li Longji smiled and nodded. This was his brother Yi. If he asked the same question to all the civil and military officials, they would not be able to come up with an answer. That's right. When I go to work tomorrow, I will ask the Prime Minister and the others. I will let them think of a solution. After the meal, Li Longji returned to his courtyard to review the memorials. Li Yi went to the workshop. He wanted to design colored pencils, the kind with red and blue lead. Otherwise, with an ordinary pencil, the first couplet could be erased and rewritten. Whether it was the entry in the account or the stub, it was difficult to check. Because the first piece of paper was written with a pencil, he rolled up the second piece of paper and wrote a number first, which then fell onto the third piece. If the third piece is given to a merchant as proof, the merchant will take it away. The pencil mark on the first sheet was erased, the second sheet was opened, and a new number was written on the second sheet. He could only use colored pencils. A ballpoint pen was out of the question. How was he going to make that bead? The quill pen was inconvenient to use. If he used too little strength, he wouldn't be able to make a copy. If he used too much strength, he would tear the paper. Colored carbon paper was easy to make. All he had to do was add color to the wax paper used by the local reporting office. After the workshop heard this, they immediately started working. Pencils were made into pencil cores and then wrapped in paper to replace the wood outside. The printing of the triplet was done on paper of the same color. The craftsman would carve the wooden planks and print one set first. This set would be used for demonstration. The serial numbers were the same. Otherwise he would have to design a copper plate. The next morning when Li Longji left, he brought along a complete set of things. Just like that. During the court meeting, Yao Chong didn't know why, but he felt uneasy. Zhang Shuo and Lu Huaishan weren't in a good state either. It had been a few days and Li Yi had stopped. This didn't make sense. Something was going to happen. The matter of collecting taxes was discussed before, so it didn't count. Sure enough, after everyone finished talking, Li Longji still ignored those who accused Zhang Sun Xian. He didn't dismiss the meeting. His eyes swept over the officials, and the corners of his mouth gradually rose. Everyone was creeped out. What was His Majesty going to do? I want to ask. Collect taxes. If you have a shop, collect taxes. If you can't run away, you can pay it directly. Merchants can't pay taxes every time they arrive at a place, right? How much tax do you have to pay on the way from Hangzhou to Beijing? You are all talents of the Tang dynasty. Do you have any ideas to solve this problem? Li Longji's voice contained a hint of expectation. Do you have any good ideas? If you do, promote your official position. Yao Chong and the other two, including Wei Zhigu, closed their eyes at the same time. His Majesty is looking for trouble. I have a solution. The Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Revenue stood up. The Minister of the Ministry of Revenue was just a title. Zhong Xiaojing was in charge of the Calligraphy Association. Bai Gu had finished his term in Hunan and was about to return to Chang'an. When he came back, he would be the Minister of the Ministry of Revenue. Everyone looked at the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Revenue, but Yao Chong and the other three didn't. They knew that the Assistant Minister was stupid. How could he be so easy to solve? I think we should follow the law of water transport. The local government will issue a document and verify it in Chang'an. If the document doesn't match the local government's data, it will be judged. The Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Revenue talked about the water transport. The local government will put the grain and other things on the ships and verify the numbers. When they arrive at Chang'an, they will verify it again. If the local government is cheating, write a certificate for the merchants and write less of your own. The local government will keep the extra money. Li Longji asked softly. The Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Revenue hesitated. We can ask the local officials to supervise each other. What if they all embezzle? Li Longji's voice was still as soft as ever. Send a trustworthy person to the local government to keep an eye on them. The Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Revenue added. I trust you. Li Longji said with a smile. The Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Revenue lowered his head. I am willing to go. Who else can think of a solution? Li Longji ignored the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Revenue. The Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Revenue heaved a sigh of relief and quickly shrank back. Otherwise he would be sent away. I have a solution. Cui Riyong, the Minister of the Ministry of Personnel, stood up. I asked the Imperial Court to create something that is difficult to imitate. The amount of money will be marked on it and sent to the local government. The local government will verify the tax paid by the merchants and issue a certificate. After a period of time, the remaining certificates will be checked. The amount of tax will naturally be the amount of tax collected. Just like the exchange certificate, the tax will be 12 bushels and 220 coins. The tax will be given to 12 bushels, one for 200 coins and one for 20 coins. Cui Ryong explained his solution. Li Longji nodded. Minister Cui has put in a lot of effort. However, if the merchants take the certificate, can they give it to others and use it next time? They can write down the date on the paper, the day, how many goods, what goods, and how much they are worth. Cui Ryong had a solution. Only the date of tax payment, not the date of arrival. If they write down the location of arrival, how will they verify it with the place where the certificate was issued? If they can't verify it, won't the merchants be able to use the certificate to evade tax? Li Longji raised another problem. You want to write down the date in another place? Good idea. As for how to do it, I can't think of anything. Cui Ryong shook his head. Going back, no, it was too tiring. Li Longji maintained his smile as his gaze slowly swept over the place. Yao Chong directly said, Your Majesty, I can't think of anything. It's too complicated. Why don't we wait for them to enter a place and directly collect the tax? If they don't want to sell, then don't enter the county. Otherwise, no matter what they say, they will all be taxed. Zhang Shua stood up and cupped his fists, nodding in agreement. Then how is the imperial court going to check the place? Li Longji said regretfully. Your Majesty, tell us. What did Jin Ziguang Lu de Li say? Lu Huaishan signaled Li Longji to stop messing around. Chapter 458. The officials in the small court meeting looked helpless. Lu Huaishan had reminded them. His Majesty must have a plan. What's the point of teasing us? What do you think, Li Yi said? We'll just listen. Why bother? Li Yi is not a normal person. He's full of bad ideas. Don't think we don't know that he was the one who suggested collecting taxes. From the night when the curfew was lifted, to collecting management fees, to collecting sanitation fees. He began to think about how to get money from the merchants. He can make money himself and is willing to spend money for the people and soldiers of the Tang dynasty. We don't dare to target him. Zhang Sun Xian has no ability. He's unlucky. Li Shi, bring it to the officials. Li Longji said to Gao Li Shi. Gao Li Shi brought a set of things to the front. He wrote with a colored pencil and placed carbon paper on top of it. As he wrote, he said, the numbers must be written with 2 different characters. They must be the same. There must be a serial number below. In the future, every 3 pieces of paper will have different numbers and can be connected. There will be 3 copies. The upper part will be written with this colored pencil. There will be no writing brush. The lower part will be printed with the same handwriting. Write the date here as well as the person who handled it, the goods, the price, and the taxes. 1 copy will be given to the merchant, 1 copy will be entered into the account, and the last copy will be kept. The receipt for the record cannot be placed in the same place as the receipt for the account. Otherwise, a fire will burn it all. Where will we find it? Wherever we go along the way, the situation will be recorded and the serial number will be recorded. At the same time, a seal will be placed on the merchant's receipt. The same seal cannot be used in the same place. It's the same for the same serial number. When the merchant wants to cheat and collect the accounts, he just needs to keep an eye on a certain merchant and check. The officials looked on, some sweating on their foreheads. There were also some who muttered, Li Yi is evil. From local officials to merchants, no one can escape. Unless the merchant can open up all the channels. Otherwise, if the price is too low, the merchant will take the receipt to another place. The other party won't admit it and will record it. Someone next to him said, the receipt and the stub should be separated. If a fire can burn both places at the same time, the house should also be confiscated. General Gao, what if it's wrong? Zhang Shua asked. Replying to Prime Minister Zhang, if it's wrong, the 3 pieces will be invalid. But you are not allowed to tear them down. If the numbers are connected, missing one will be a big problem. Gao Li Shi continued to speak. He finished a copy for everyone to admire. He had specially practiced this kind of pen before. The Li family Zhuangzi had a carbon strip pen. Good stuff. In this way, the local officials and merchants can't be faked. Amazing. An official said with a look of relief. Yao Chong snorted, it depends on who is the local official and who is the merchant. Change it to. Yao Chong didn't say who it was, but everyone understood. I don't believe that there are still loopholes to exploit. I feel that it is indeed possible. If he can think of this, he must have thought of something else. Why didn't I think of that? You didn't even think of that? Gao Li Shi didn't care what they were talking about. He put down his pen after he finished writing and stood to the side. He was now keeping up with the pace. If the Li family Zhuangzi had anything, he would definitely learn it first. Everyone, is it safe to collect taxes like this? Li Longji's voice rang out softly beside the officials. At the same time he had a loudspeaker in his hand, the one with a recording function. He turned on the recording function. Everyone was lamenting Li Yi's strict design. When they heard His Majesty's question, they all spoke up. Good, it can't run away. How much taxes are collected? Once we check the accounts, we can definitely find out if there is a problem. Not bad, so taxes can be collected like this. In the future, the Tang dynasty will no longer lack money. Merchants are the richest. My family has a merchant, I know. If only we officials of the censorate could come up with a similar method. This 3 copies of tax receipts is simply amazing. Li Longji listened with a smile on his face. The monarch and his officials were harmonious. When almost everyone had praised the tax collection, Li Longji turned around and left. Everyone studied and lamented Li Yi's ingenuity for a while before returning to their seats. There were many people, but there were no chairs. Since everyone agrees to collect taxes, I will follow your wishes. Li Longji's smile did not change. Your Majesty, you can't. Merchants are difficult and have no output. They only facilitate the transportation of goods. How can we collect taxes? The person who agreed just now, who was a merchant in his family, jumped out. Li Longji turned on the loudspeaker and a voice came out. I took a magical weapon from Brother Yi, a real magical weapon. It can record the words of others. Everyone listened to it. Is it fun? I think this is a good item. If anyone says something and suddenly denies it, it will be a crime of deceiving the monarch. Li Longji looked at the official who had a merchant in his family. This person sweated profusely, but he did not bother to wipe it off. Your Majesty, merchants have no output, but they buy low and sell high to make profits. They do not have the hard work of farming, and they do not suffer the hardships of craftsmen. They only know how to trade and do not benefit the country. Heavy taxes should be levied. Good, I will listen to you. Li Longji praised the official who had a strong desire to survive and immediately took action. The others did not say anything. They looked at Li Longji with resentment. Your Majesty, you are not a gentleman. How can you do something like this? What is that? It can even record people's voices. Everyone is busy. Please go and work. The Tang dynasty depends on you to make the people rich and the soldiers at ease. Li Longji stopped laughing and said seriously. All the officials bowed one after another, turned around and left. They knew that the matter of collecting taxes could not be changed. His Majesty's recording was just a joke. If His Majesty said that he wanted to collect taxes, anyone who did not agree would be demoted to a small official. The censorate's impeachment was a test. Seeing that His Majesty had taken out the perfect 3 copies of invoices, they knew that His Majesty's will could not be changed. His Majesty raised 30,000 winged knights in the Forbidden Garden, and also used his private money to provide the 16 guards with delicious food and prizes. The 16 guards practiced every day. They wanted to eat meat, drink wine, and take things. His Majesty was talking to them nicely. If they did not know what was good for them, the officials understood and began to think about how to spend the money in the future when the court had more money. They had to build roads, repair river banks, make more powerful weapons, and increase their own salaries. They could not increase their official salaries, but they could take extra ice in summer, charcoal in winter, vegetables in greenhouses, and rice with more meat. Your Majesty, the printing and manufacturing methods of the 3 copies of invoices and carbon paper cannot be kept in private hands. Yao Chong and the other 2 did not leave. He advised Li Longji to get it. Li Yi could print, so they had to be on guard. Minister Yao, do not worry. Brother Yi will hand it over when the time comes. My brother Yi will not use this method to make money. It is easy for him to make money. Li Longji comforted the officials. He was not worried that Li Yi would use these things for personal gain. There was no need. He felt that Li Yi did not even think about making money when he did not need it. When he needed it, he could amass a large amount of wealth in a short time. Your Majesty, we still have to ask if there are any flaws in this method. Lu Huaishan still felt that Li Yi could take advantage of the loopholes. I will ask tonight. Li Longji agreed. He was also curious if it was possible to cheat with the 3 copies of invoices and records of various places. If it was a local official, how to gain benefits. If it was a merchant, how to avoid paying taxes. Chapter 459. Your accounts are wrong. At the Lantian County mine, Zhang Sun Xan looked at the accounts and roared. What's wrong? Shopkeeper Liang was on duty today. He didn't understand what Zhang Sun Xan meant. Where? I don't understand. What do you mean by 1 table equals 2 tables plus 3 tables, 2 tables equals 4 tables plus 5 tables, 3 tables equals 6 tables plus 7 tables? There are so many tables and your accounts, borrowing and loaning. Aren't you guys annoying? How can you keep accounts like this? Jiang Sun Xian was in a bad mood. The tax hadn't been collected yet, but he came to check first. The mine gave him face. Empress Wang's brother-in-law let him check. The accounts were sent up and there were tables. Jiang Sun Xian was numb. His whole body was numb and his ears were ringing non-stop. It's Li Dongzhu's request. Otherwise it wouldn't be convenient for him to check the accounts. There are also accounting reports. Do you want to take a look? Shopkeeper Liang suddenly felt a sense of superiority and was happy. Every month there would be a monthly accounting report. There would be data and text introduction in it. Did the production increase or decrease? What was the situation? What? Next year there would be a year-on-year comparison. All kinds of data including tables would be provided. Shopkeeper Liang looked at Jiang Sun Xian and thought, so what if you're a fourth-rank official? This is called professionalism. You want to check our accounts with your little ability? Jiang Sun Xian, who was despised, didn't want to look at the accounts. He asked, what are your stones used for? Some can be used as fertilizer. It depends on what kind of plant and the pH of the soil. We have been collecting and crushing them. They haven't been sold yet. When we sell them, there will be a lot of them and we will have to pay a lot of taxes. We don't care if we sell them in advance to avoid taxes. Shopkeeper Liang explained the situation. They would wait for the taxes to start before selling them. Jiang Sun Xian curled his lips. The people don't know. You want to sell them, but can you sell them? Inspector Jiang Sun may not know, but we only need to sell them to the Li family Zhuangzi. When the taxes start, the Li family Zhuangzi isn't a mining place, so they don't need to pay taxes to Lantian County. In the future we can even sell uncrushed fertilizer ores to the Li family Zhuangzi at a low price. The Li family Zhuangzi will process them, mix them with other mineral fertilizers, and sell them to others at a high price. It has nothing to do with us. Shopkeeper Liang was very patient as he slowly explained to Jiang Sun Xian. Tell Jiang Sun Xian that we can easily escape the tax, but we won't. Don't think that you are checking the accounts. Jiang Sun Xian was dumbfounded. So there was such a trick? Since you have a way, why don't you use it? Jiang Sun Xian asked subconsciously. Li Dongzhu took out 250,000 taels to build the road to the Shu lands. He can also take out 100,000 taels to give to the soldiers at the border. Is he short of money? Shopkeeper Liang despised him even more. You're the Empress's brother-in-law. Jiang Sun Xian wanted to cry. What little money. Was it easy for him to earn money? Now he had to buy new sandalwood to make the Qiangong step bed. Sure enough, business tax should be collected. You merchants earn so much, yet you don't take it out. Inspector Jiang Sun, the accounts are complete. Other than fertilizer, there are also additives for making new paper, which are also ores. There were also ores for burning cement, ores for improving the quality of ceramics, and ores for smelting metals. Gold and silver were not included. But some of the associated ores have copper. This copper, in the end, you can't control it. It will be done at Zhuangzi's place. Shopkeeper Liang did not hide anything and said everything. The place they occupied was marked out by Li Yi. There were too many mines in Lantian County, and they all had great uses. I am the inspector. I can restrict your business. Jiang Sun Xian finally found the key. Among the people working in the mines, there are more than 1,100 people from Lantian County. There are more than 600 people in the auxiliary jobs. Adding the others, there are more than 2,000 people working in Lantian County. Behind each mine is a family. The safety of the mines is good and the wages are high. The people have a way to live. Inspector Jiang Sun wants to cut off the livelihood of more than 2,000 people in Lantian County? If you force him, the people will rebel. Shopkeeper Liang looked into Jiang Sun Xian's eyes. His gaze was sincere. He was not lying. The people working in the mines and the auxiliary services earned more than 3 times the money. More than 2,000 households. Lantian County was a county with many households and people, but there were only 2,000 households. How close was Lantian County to Chang'an? If the people were to rebel, not to mention you, a 4th-rank official, ask the Prime Minister if he would be afraid. No such thing. You can't talk nonsense. Jiang Sun Xian's intelligence was finally online. Inspector Jiang Sun, speaking of which, help me take a look at this broken stone. I really don't recognize it. Please take it back and ask someone who knows. Shopkeeper Liang saw that his goal of intimidation was achieved. He immediately took out a piece of jade, Lantian jade. It had not been ground yet, let alone polished. There was a part of the stone outside. The method used to remove the jade was to take a thread. The thread was dipped in water and sawed bit by bit to remove the stone outside. The Lantian mountain of Lantian jade was under the control of the imperial court. It was occasionally found in other places. It was a nephrite jade. It was relatively easy to carve, but hard jade was difficult. To carve hard jade, one needed to use stones from other mountains such as diamond. Zhang Sun Xian did not consider the problem of carving. He looked at the jade in his hand that still had other stones. His breathing became hurried. He suddenly felt that shopkeeper Liang was a good person. This person was just a bit too straightforward. Okay. I'll find someone to ask. I'll let you know when I find it. Zhang Sun Xian smiled. Thank you, Inspector Zhang Sun. Shopkeeper Liang showed a grateful expression. Thus, Zhang Sun Xian, who had come over to do official business, left in a good mood after finishing his official business. Li family Zhuangzi Knight. Brother Yi, if you were an official, would you be able to get money? Li Longji asked on behalf of the officials. Is it from the accounts or from the hands of merchants? Li asked. Both. Li Longji added. It's more troublesome to get money from the accounts. If the goods need to be taxed with 20 taels and 300 taels, I'll just write 20 taels and 200 taels. In the case of 100 taels, the merchants won't haggle. I'll keep the extra 100 taels and have to share it with my colleagues. The accounts are there and can't be changed. This is a tax account. If you don't cooperate with the merchants, don't even think about touching it. Li Yi said that if the triple coupons were carefully examined, there would be no cheating. There were also records of the amount and coupon number outside. How could the tax collected be too little? What about the latter? Li Longji was relieved. Cooperating with the merchants is simple. For example, the merchants transport dried fruits and hazelnuts. The prices are different because of the quality. I cooperate with the merchants and lower the prices. If the price is low, the merchants will share some with me and the merchants will bribe others. The price of a ship is 100 taels. If we bribe the merchants, we will pay 80 taels and the merchants will still earn 20 taels. Li Yi said another method of cooperation to cheat the imperial court. Li Longji frowned. Sure enough, it's still a problem with people. No matter what the law is, it has to be implemented on the people. However, this method can still be investigated. It's not as safe as the first method. Just earn a little money and don't think about getting big. Li Yi said the situation inside. Cooperating with the merchants to cheat, one check will be accurate. Do you think auditing is a waste of time? What if you are a merchant? Li Longji asked from another angle. If I'm a merchant, it's much simpler. I can also sell hazelnuts and I can pay less tax. Li Yi said and laughed. Chapter 461. Bai Gu felt dizzy. The Empress was raising a child on Li Yi's Zhuangzi? Where's His Majesty? Bai Gu rubbed his temples. His Majesty comes to court in the early hours of the morning. In the afternoon he might go to see someone in the imperial harem. In the evening he will return to Li family Zhuangzi. It's close by. He can come back in time if he has something to do. Lu Huaishan put down his chopsticks and rubbed his temples. Have you considered safety? Bai Gu didn't care where the emperor lived. He was worried that Zhuangzi was not as safe as the imperial city. Safety? Yao Chong snorted. Li Yi has a lot of good stuff. That kind of sky-piercing monkey that is arranged in rows. Zhang Shua continued, there are also hot air balloons. Currently there are about 50 of them on Zhuangzi. When the imperial court's craftsmen are done with the outside, they will bring it to Li Yi's Zhuangzi. Zhuangzi will assemble another thing. The winged knights train all day. I don't dare to think about the money they burn. If the situation is urgent, the hot air balloon team will protect His Majesty, the Empress, and the child and escape. Li family Zhuangzi's fighting strength is higher than the imperial cities? Bai Gu seemed to understand. As the Minister of War, Yao Chong nodded. The imperial city is not suitable for cavalry charges. Most of the winged knights are outside the city in the Forbidden Garden in the north. If they want to besiege the Li family Zhuangzi, the Li family Zhuangzi only needs to hold on for 15 minutes. The winged knights will be able to launch an overwhelming echelon attack. The cavalry will go around the imperial plantation, the Li family Zhuangzi, and the Zhang family village. Bai Gu nodded repeatedly. He found that it was true. The imperial city fought with infantry while the outside fought with cavalry. In that case, let's see if the Li family Zhuangzi can hold on for 15 minutes? Bai Gu concluded. The Li family Zhuangzi is next to the Ba River. Later, the Zhang family's village and the Li family Zhuangzi dug artificial canals. There are only 4 small bridges to cross the river. Lu Huaishan gave a water-type explanation. Bai Gu understood. That was the moat. He hadn't been back for 2 years, and now there was a military base beside Chang'an. What do you mean by not being able to know His Majesty? Bai Gu brought up what had just happened. Let me tell you, I'll have to start from when King Song went to the imperial plantation. Zhang Shua began his introduction. By now the dishes had already turned cold. So it wasn't your Majesty who sent Li Yi to Hunan province. He made preparations in advance. Does your Majesty regard him as the foreign minister? As Bai Gu spoke, he looked at the faces of the three prime ministers. There was no anger as he had imagined, only a trace of helplessness. He has many ideas. So what if he's the foreign minister? Zhang Shua said, resigned to his fate. AI. Lu Huaishan sighed. Heat up the dishes. Let's eat. Yao Chong changed the topic. After finishing the past lunch, Bai Gu hurried back to his office at the Ministry of Revenue to check on the situation of the tax collection and the triplet receipt. At night, Zhang Shua pulled Wei Zhigu along to eat at the revolving restaurant in Earthly Paradise. Today he deliberately left a table open. Otherwise it would always be full. There were many rich people. Bai Gu asked about Li Yi in detail. After the banquet ended, he returned home. His family lived in the second row on the west side of Vermilion Bird Avenue. It was the fifth square from south to north, Huaishan Square. It was also the fifth square from north to south. The next day he asked for leave, saying that he had to arrange the affairs of his family. He turned around and ran to Li family Zhuangzi. Old Bai. Li Yi shouted at the bridgehead of the Ba Bridge. Xiao Yi. Bai Gu, who had been given a luxurious carriage as soon as he arrived in the capital, got off and called out. Quick, old Bai, come with me. I'll give you a bite mark. In 2 days I'll inlay it on you. I've inlaid it on Zhuya's golden mountain. Zhuangzi's missing teeth are now using my teeth. No, the teeth I inlaid. Li Yi stepped forward, took Bai Gu's arm and led him inside. Bai Gu's attendant curiously sized up Zhuangzi and carefully followed behind. Bai Gu was also watching. Sure enough, it was as the information he had gathered. There were palace maids and eunuchs following Li Yi. The villagers of Li family Zhuangzi who didn't work wore beautiful clothes. Those who worked wore work clothes. There were guards standing guard, winged knights patrolling back and forth, and hot air balloons floated in the sky. The children who woke up later than the adults and ate later than the children wore the same clothes and entered the classroom. Xiao Yi, it would be great if all the people in the world were like this. Bai Gu was also shocked by Zhuangzi's culture and scenery. There will be, upstairs and downstairs, electric lights and telephones. Li Yi spoke out the thoughts of the older generation. At that time, those people felt that it was a dream to be able to live upstairs and install electric lights and wired telephones. Later, the wired telephones were removed one after another. They were only installed under special requirements. Otherwise they were all mobile phones. Compared to that time, what was Zhuangzi now? Electric lights and telephones? Bai Gu found the key words. There are electric lights in Zhuangzi now. Telephones. I can make them. We'll talk about it later. Right now it's not very useful. It's just something that can talk to each other from a long distance. Li Yi explained briefly and brought Bai Gu into the hospital. First they cleaned up the 3 missing teeth and left bite marks. Okay, I'll install them for you in a few days. You need to put them on the teeth at the side. You don't need to plant them. Even if all the teeth fall out and your mouth is full, I'll still install them for you. You can introduce anyone to me. I'll pay you the same price. Li Yi smiled and said to Bai Gu, who was feeling the treatment of the teeth. Bai Gu also smiled. He knew what Li Yi meant. The people he could find were of similar ranks or had other abilities. Xiao Yi, I'm the Minister of Revenue now. Bai Gu chatted with Li Yi. I know. You're of the same rank as me. I'm also a primary 3rd rank official. Li Yi took out his golden purple light doctor title and said. Bai Gu looked at Li Yi, which meant, don't you know the difference between a civil official and an official with real power? There are many 3rd rank civil officials, but there are 2nd rank civil officials. Can they be compared to the Minister of Revenue? Xiao Yi, take care of the Ministry of Revenue. I just know that you came up with the idea to collect business tax in Lantian County and use the more useful triple coupons. Bai Gu talked about business. The former Minister of Revenue followed the prescribed order. When he came over, what awaited him was business tax. From the Tang dynasty until now, business tax had never been collected. The people paid rent for farming and took the rent. Suddenly business tax came. He didn't know how to play. Minister Bai, about the tax, the local government must leave a certain percentage for the local government to use to build roads and do things that benefit the people. The taxes in the county will be paid to the state government. A portion will be left in the county and 10% will be left for a trial. Lantian County doesn't count. We need to make up for the deficit first. The state government can keep 15% of the tax and the remaining 75% will be handed over to the Ministry of Revenue. Let's see if this ratio is useful. If not, we can adjust it. Li Yi changed the way he addressed him and talked about business. Bai Gu heard and asked, "We already have paper money. It's convenient to transport. Can't we leave some for the local government? We will allocate some for the local government when there's a need. If there's no money, who will collect taxes for you? Let the local officials see the benefits. Only then will they be willing to take action." Li Yi looked at Bai Gu in surprise. "You want them to be corrupt?" Bai Gu was also surprised. Their corruption is the Ministry of Personnel's business. Of course, the Ministry of Revenue can check the accounts. After collecting business tax, the Ministry of Revenue will start to consider canceling the transfer of the people. The local government has money. They will recruit the people in the form of employment. The people will have an extra 20 days of free time. Li Yi had been keeping an eye on the canceling of the transfer. The free 20 days of labor was a scam. They had to prepare their own food and go to designated places. Even if they worked hard for 20 days, they wouldn't be able to recover in half a month. The work was different. An unprofessional person would get half the result with twice the effort. What if the tax left by the local government is not enough to pay the remuneration? Bai Gu didn't oppose the canceling of the transfer. Everyone knew that, but he had no choice. He was worried that the tax was not enough. Chapter 462. If the county does not have enough money, we will see if the project is necessary. If it is necessary, we can apply for funds from the government. Li Yi did not think that this was a problem. If they did not have money, then don't do it. He turned around and said, "The Ministry of Personnel's assessment should be based on the development of the region. The shops in the region have to pay taxes. If the taxes are not collected, it means that the locals have no money. If the locals have no money, we will find ways to make them rich. Take Lantian County for example. If I go there to buy land and collect stones, many people will have money. There are also 20 counties in the capital. I will give a demonstration to each county this year and teach them how to plant greenhouses. If they are willing next year, I will pay for them to buy cloth, build heating roads and even help them sell vegetables. If they have money, they can spend it. The shops will make money and pay taxes. If the taxes are high, the county will have more money. If they have the ability, they can make the people's income double and collect an extra 100,000 coins in taxes. I will let them embezzle 50,000 coins." Li Yi stated his purpose. Bringing the people to live a good life and earning money for the imperial court was the priority. The officials themselves could earn money later. Bai Gu understood. The officials, the people, and the businessmen would earn money together. The officials would find ways to find people like Li Yi to spend money to bring the people to earn money. The more they earn, and they can even be promoted. In the long run, the officials will become corrupt and difficult to control. Bai Gu disagreed. "Aren't the officials now greedy?" Li Yi said lightly. Bai Gu's mouth moved. Translated, it was, "Old Thai, it hurts." They were both greedy. One was when the people had no money, so they took money from the people. The other was when the people earned money, then they got greedier. Both were wrong, but the people preferred the second type. After a while, Bai Gu could finally speak. "What should the local government do? I will take out 2 types of spinning wheels, the hydraulic wheel and the multi-spindle treadmill. Go to various places to process cloth. The people who do farm work will have time to work." Li Yi gave an example. He realized that there were too few new inventions in the Tang dynasty and could not be compared to the Song dynasty. When it was the Ming dynasty, it was even more impressive. New technologies were emerging one after another. In addition, I have new technologies for paper making, coal application, and coking. These will be a boost to the smelting of iron. With more iron, more tools could be made. Weaving more cloth today, farming more tomorrow, improving the axle to transport more, burning cement, repairing roads and building houses faster. Everyone needs manpower. People work and earn money. Only then can the people of the Tang dynasty live a good life. Li Yi explained it to Bai Gu. He realized that many people could not keep up with his train of thought. He understood almost everything. "It's not that easy to come up with ideas and techniques to make money. Why don't you come up with a way to make money now? Otherwise I don't believe you." Bai Gu said loudly to Li Yi as if he was the one who had thought about it for a long time. Yesterday he had heard that when talking to Li Yi, it was important to answer every question. He was used to answering every question that was asked. He didn't believe it. Was he still human? "You're just a 17-year-old boy. You started learning when you were in your mother's womb. How much can you learn?" It wasn't as if there weren't people who could read 10 lines at a glance and remember everything they saw, but even they couldn't do it to that extent. He decided to use the method of provocation. Those questions just now didn't count. He guessed that Li Yi had already thought about it and had to ask new questions. Ha ha ha. Li Yi laughed. Shall we see I'm right? Bai Gu provoked him again. Old Bai, you live in Huaijin Lane, right? Li Yi stopped laughing and asked about Bai Gu's house. Yes, it's just one lane away from Vermilion Bird Avenue. It's very lively. I also have a pavilion and a small forest. Bai Gu said proudly. He was rich. Good, that's a lot of money. I'm relatively poor, so I can only live outside the city. Li Yi was impressed. Bai Gu, this time he thought, my old heart is pierced iron. Old Bai, you tell me something for people of any age. I'll give you a way to make money. Li Yi smiled and said to Bai Gu. Really? Bai Gu was instantly energized. This was awesome. He could choose from it now. I want older ones. Bai Gu thought of one. Good, I want something for older people. I have a game that isn't too intense. It's called Gate Ball. I'll draw a blueprint and let you make it. It's specially sold. Li Yi didn't wait for the other party to finish and continued. I haven't finished. I said I don't want older ones. I want young girls like dancing. Bai Gu changed his words at the last minute. No problem. I have a hula hoop. It's simple. I'll draw a blueprint and sell it. It'll be mass-produced. It'll save more money than making it myself. Oh, Li Yi interrupted again. Having something was not a problem. I haven't finished. I said dancing is also useless. Bai Gu changed his words again. I understand. Old Bai, you can continue. Li Yi understood. He will not interrupt him if he says one more thing. I want something that children can play with. It must be something that children like. It's best if it can be drawn beautifully. Bai Gu increased the difficulty and asked for more details. Are you sure? Do you still want to change it? Li Yi asked. He was waiting for the other party to add another useless. This, you tell me if you have it or not. Bai Gu stared into Li Yi's eyes. Li Yi's eyes flashed with a hint of panic, but he immediately recovered. Yes, are you sure you want this? Yes. Bai Gu smiled. Okay, let's go to the study room. This is the hospital. Li Yi agreed and waved his hand. After entering the study room, Li Yi made tea for Bai Gu first. He took out a pen, a protractor, a ruler and a compass and started to draw. He was drawing big circles and small circles. There were gears outside the circles and gears inside the circles. There were also empty spaces in the small circles. Bai Gu was holding a teacup and watching. He did not understand what Li Yi was drawing for. When Li Yi finished the 10th circle, he stopped. Old Bai, this set of things is called Children's Thousand-Flower Ruler. It can be used to draw many pictures. Even children who do not know how to draw will find that they can draw beautifully with this. I will ask someone to send it to the workshop now. After lunch, you can bring it back to the workshop to sell. I will provide you with red and blue pencils. Those who have newspapers at home can draw on the back. One set will be sold for 5 yuan. After you sell it, you can give me more money. One set will be sold for 4 yuan. You can earn 1 yuan. I will give you 100 sets. You can see how many you can sell in a day. It's best if you can sell it to a rich family. Li Yi introduced the things he drew and gave the price. What if I sell it for 10 yuan? Bai Gu did not believe that anyone would buy it. You sell it for 100 yuan. It is your ability to sell it. Li Yi believed. If Bai Gu went to find someone to sell it, they would buy it even if it was a piece of cake. Shall we look at the place where your water flows? Bai Gu saw that Li Yi was going to ask someone to send the drawings. Since he had nothing to do, he might as well wait for lunch and see the scenery. All right. I will bring it over personally. Li Yi readily agreed. The two of them left. Li Yi brought Bai Gu to the workshop. He was not afraid that the secret would be leaked. After giving the drawings to the craftsman, Li Yi and Bai Gu went to the special garden. In the garden there were students who did not have classes. They found a place to study. They were going to take the imperial examination next year. Li Yi could not change the content of the imperial examination. He could only rely on the students to memorize it. Bai Gu was shocked again. This place not only had mountains, rivers, and forests, but also pavilions. It could be said that there was a scenery with every step. Such a good place. It is good to drink wine under the light at night. Bai Gu praised. There are mosquitoes. They stung me. Li Yi's words ruined the atmosphere. Chapter 463. Li Dongzhu. The two of them walked to the side of a rockery, and the student greeted Li Yi. Then he looked at Bai Gu. Student Shen Hao greets the old man. This is Minister Bai from the Ministry of Revenue. Li Yi saw Shen Hao introduce himself, so he introduced Bai Gu. Greetings, Minister Bai. Xin Hao bowed again, very excited. Good, you look like a kind person. Bai Gu praised. Li Yi nodded to Xin Hao and continued to walk forward with Bai Gu. Xin Hao stopped reading and found someone to spread the news. Very soon, all the students here knew that Li Dongzhu was walking around with the new Minister of Revenue. Next year was stable, so they had to learn quickly and not make any mistakes in the exam. As long as they answered the questions correctly, the rest of the exam would be easy. Previously, he found the Minister of Personnel, and now the Minister of Revenue. Could the minister be found randomly? The Minister of War was the Prime Minister, could he find him? Those who didn't come because they felt bitter and tired the year before last, and those who didn't come because they felt a little embarrassed last year, can they still come this year? Some of the students were talking about the convenience that the village provided to the students. There are enough people, right? Looking at Li Dongzhu, it doesn't look like he wants to continue looking. I regretted it the year before last, so I came last winter. What's the big deal about doing some work? That's right. How can it be compared to the Li family Zhuangzi? We are teaching Zhuangzi's children and working for Zhuangzi in exchange for remuneration. It's not embarrassing. Li Dongzhu taught us so many skills. Shouldn't we work as his disciples? The students found the situation better. How many officials could meet the Minister of Revenue? Not to mention submitting a letter. Xiao Yi, I heard that you brought the students' families here to take care of them so that they can study in peace. It's a great kindness. Bai Gu saw 2 more students and praised Li Yi. It's not that I'm taking care of you. The students' families are here and they still have to do their jobs. It's just that it's closer so you don't have to worry about your family. Li Yi did not claim credit for himself. The student's family was very diligent. 42 the year before last and 220 last year. Are you still recruiting this winter? Bai Gu asked. He could imagine that this year many students would rush to the Li family Zhuangzi. On the first day of August, the construction of the building by the river was completed. The outsiders moved in and registered, so there were still rooms left. Students could stay if they wanted to, but there was no free food. I arranged work for those who were willing to work and paid the rent. When their family members come, they also have work to do. They are not allowed to enter the manor to prevent spies from taking the opportunity to sneak in. Li Yi pointed to the place where the migrant workers lived. No one was allowed to enter this year. He wanted to provide low-rent housing, the kind that came with job introductions. Bai Gu looked over and saw part of the 4-story building. He nodded. The students who did not come 2 years ago and did not pass the exam will definitely regret it. However, they can't enter Zhuangzi. I'm afraid they are not willing to come. Then they will continue to regret it. Li Yi smiled. There are arrangements? Bai Gu could understand. Yes. This year is the last time. After this year there will be no more opportunities. Li Yi nodded. What? Bai Gu was curious. Because Her Majesty is rich. She is digging salt wells in Sichuan so it is not too cold in winter. Next year, a large amount of money will belong to Her Majesty. Her Majesty should take care of the examinees entering Chang, and not me. There is no more space around Zhuangzi. She should build a large number of 4-story buildings in the west or south of the city. If they are not close to me, will I take the initiative to take care of them? Li Yi told him about the salt wells in Sichuan. A large amount of money would be earned next year, and Li Longji would have enough money to use. Next year, when the promotion of the capital's business tax was completed, Li Longji would not need to spend money for the imperial court. There was no need to mention how many merchants there were in the capital. Bai Gu listened to Li Yi and thought of the same thing. He had a creepy feeling. Li Yi was steadily advancing step by step. Was it Lu Buwei? No, Lu Buwei's actions were not for the benefit of the people. He was fighting for power among the upper echelons. Was it Fan Li? No, Fan Li was a powerful merchant and was willing to spend all his wealth. However, after helping Go Jian defeat the Wu kingdom, he ran away. Otherwise he would have been killed. The young man beside him, Li Yi, was different from them. When it came to tactics he was always making arrangements. When it came to making money, Fan Li's speed of making money? Thinking of this, Bai Gu asked, Xiao Yi, if Her Majesty asks you to hand over the workshop and everything, will you do it? Of course I will. I don't want it anymore. If I take it all, what's the use of the workshop? I will change to another place and build another workshop. It will be better than this one. Li Yi acted as if he could take whatever he wanted, as if it did not matter. What if Her Majesty wants to kill you? Bai Gu whispered. Old Bai, why are you asking this without confidence? You can get the eggs by killing a chicken. What's the use of killing me? If Her Majesty hears this, she will chop off your head. I will not be able to save you. If you drink a cup of poison wine, you will run to me quickly. I will guarantee your safety. Ah. Li laughed. Bai Gu was too cowardly. Haha. Bai Gu laughed along. Let's go, old Bai. Let's go eat. Li walked around and looked at the height of the sun. He invited Bai Gu to the canteen. Yesterday I ate at Earthly Paradise. Earthly Paradise gave me a membership card. On the way, Bai Gu mentioned the membership card. Li nodded. It's not a bribe. I am the nominal owner. Her Majesty is in charge of it. There are even third-rank officials with real power. Her Majesty means that you should not delay state affairs for a card. Some money can be taken, some money can't be taken. What kind of money can be taken? Bai Gu followed the topic and asked. People like me can come to me freely. If your family is in trouble and short of money, just tell me and I will take care of it. I don't need to make money through bribery. If you take things and money from me, Her Majesty will not reprimand you, and the censorate will not impeach you. I am willing to pay you a high salary. As long as you think about the people of the Tang dynasty, I am willing to give you money. Li Yi's voice was very light, as if he was willing to give money casually. Bai Shu heard it like a clap of thunder in his ears. He stood still. When Li Yi found that Bai Gu did not follow, he stopped and turned his head. Bai Gu bowed deeply. I thank Li Dongzhu on behalf of the people of the world. Li Yi frowned and returned the salute. Old Bai, don't be like this. After returning the salute, he went to take Bai Gu's arm. He could not salute back and forth anymore. It was tiring. When the two arrived at the entrance of the canteen, Tao Hong was waiting there. Dongzhu, Mrs. Li said it was inconvenient for her to meet guests, so she ate in the courtyard. Well, sister-in-law is short of money. You must take care of her. Li Yi responded. Bai Gu breathed a sigh of relief. Great, I don't have to meet Empress Wang. Otherwise, how can I eat this meal? When they entered the canteen, one room after another. There was a big passage in the middle and a hall. Bai Gu was dazzled. Especially when Li Yi took him to the buffet area, he could not help but say, why are there so few dishes in Heavenly World? Old Bai, don't misunderstand. It's not that we are neglecting the customers. There are new dishes. The farmers will try them first and then give them to Heavenly World. Li Yi looked as if he was telling the truth. I believe you. Xiaoyi, I believe you. Bai Gu looked as if he believed him. When Bai Gu chose his favorite dishes and sat down with Li Yi in a single room, he looked around. There was only a palace maid and a eunuch. Xiaoyi, tell me the truth. Zhuangzi suddenly encountered an attack. How long can you last? Bai Gu lowered his voice. How many people came? If there were 10,000, I killed them directly. If there were more than 20,000, I could slowly kill them. Li Yi was still so casual. Chapter 464. Bai Gu left with 100 sets of children's kaleidoscope after dinner. He didn't drink, but he was a bit absent-minded. When they were eating, Li Yi told him that when the explosives in the village were detonated, the enemy's corpses would fill up this section of the Ba River. Li Yi didn't say how many other things there were in Zhuangzi. Bai Gu understood that the enemies Li Yi mentioned were people like the Winged Knights. It had nothing to do with ordinary soldiers. Li Yi didn't see the enemies below the Winged Knights as threats. How is this Zhuangzi? It's clearly a military fortress. The gunpowder has been produced all the time. The imperial court doesn't even have it. It's all in Zhuangzi. Bai Gu sighed with emotion as he walked back in the car. He finally knew why His Majesty used Zhuangzi as a place to rest. It was a safe place. After so many killings in the imperial city didn't give people a sense of security. The gate of Xuanwu seemed to always have the smell of blood. The flickering of candles in the inner palace was like the shadows of swords. His Majesty had killed so many people in the palace. How could he not be worried about being killed? Xingqing Palace was being renovated. It should be the place where His Majesty stayed at night after the renovation. Xingqing Palace was next to the east wall of Chang'an. There was an extra barrier. If one wanted to leave, he could climb up with a rope. After pondering for a while, Bai Xiang finally understood. His Majesty didn't just ask about politics with Xiao Yi. His Majesty treated Li family Zhuangzi as his home. No wonder His Majesty looked so energetic when he saw His Majesty. He could sleep well at night. Xiao Yi did give people a sense of security. When I was with him, I always felt that he could solve any trouble at any time. Bai Gu commented again. He understood Li Longji. Li Longji was born in 1965. He didn't know the situation when he was too young. Since she was 4 years old, she had felt the killing intent. Wu Ziqian had killed many people in the past 8 years. King of Han Li Yuanjia, King of Lu Li Lingkue, Duke of Huang Li Zui, Duke of Dingguan Li Rong and Princess Chang Lu. When Li Longji was 9 years old, Wu Ziqian killed Li Dan's concubines, Madame Lu and Madame Dou. At the same time, Li Longji's eldest brother Li Qingqi and Prince Hung Li Qingyi were demoted to dukes. After that, Emperor Zhongzong of the Tang dynasty, Li Xian, was poisoned to death by Empress Wei and Princess Annal. He also had to deal with Li Dan's family, including Li Longji. Li Longji had no choice but to take the initiative to attack. Afterwards, in the struggle for the throne, Princess Taiping would also secretly make a move, and Li Longji would then kill her. Ever since he was young, he had always lived in a tense environment. Kill, kill, kill. After such a struggle, Li Longji, who had become the emperor, stopped killing. He stopped killing his brothers. Baigu thought that His Majesty was not ordinary. The struggle was very cruel. At the same time, he felt that His Majesty was a little pitiful. He could not even sleep well. Only in the Li family Zhuangzi would His Majesty feel comfortable. So Xiao Yi is not an external minister, he is. Dongzhu, His Majesty is calling for you. Baigu was analyzing when the car stopped. The steward said from outside the car. Entered the palace? Baigu was puzzled. We met His Majesty's car. His Majesty has left the city. We are less than 1 li away from the city gate. The steward replied. Ah. Baigu came back to his senses. He got off the car and ran to Li Longji's car. Have you visited Zhuangzi? Li Longji personally brewed tea for Baigu. Baigu received it with both hands. Good Zhuangzi, the world's #1 village. The old are taken care of, the young are educated, the neighbors are harmonious, the villagers are hardworking, and Dongzhu is kind. In addition, there are hundreds of skills that benefit both the people and themselves. Students are educated, pigs are fat, and cattle are strong. Grain is stored in bunches, silk is stored in a warehouse, and weapons are prepared in an armory. There is the sound of chanting and also the sound of flowing water. Its flowers are bright, its seedlings are peaceful, it stands like a mountain, and it moves like a stream. Baigu's praise was so good that he wished he could push the Li family Zhuangzi to the top. Li Longji listened and nodded slightly. Did you ask about the strategy? Yes, I did. I learned a lot, and it is beneficial for the Ministry of Revenue. Baigu told the truth. Chatting with Li Yi really did increase his knowledge. Did you ask about something else? For example, provoking him. Li Longji asked again. Baigu wiped his sweat. How did your Majesty know? All they do is think about how to make things difficult for Brother Yi. If you go eat with them, they will definitely give you ideas or give you hints. Li Longji said angrily, as if he was dissatisfied that Brother Yi still had to deal with so many messy things. Yes, I accidentally asked. Baigu continued to wipe his sweat while looking at Yao Chong and the others with disdain. You guys are too bad. No wonder when we were drinking you said that Li Yi would answer all my questions. So it was a trap for me. They just have nothing better to do. No matter what Brother Yi asks, I guarantee that they will give you a good answer. They just don't know how to learn their lesson. Li Longji never thought that Li Yi would be troubled. He just felt that the Prime Minister was not behaving like a Prime Minister, and it was annoying. Your Majesty is right. If Li Yi asked, just answer. It is very useful. Baigu said, but deep down he understood Yao Chong and the others. He was addicted. If he had any doubts, he could just ask Li Yi when he saw him. What did Minister Bai ask? Li Longji found the key point. I talked to Li Yi about making money and then... Baigu explained the process, his voice getting softer and softer. Li Longji became more and more speechless. Was this a question? You are clearly making things difficult. Why don't you join the regiment? The patrol regiment of the Tang dynasty needs you. This thing is for the children to play with. Baigu said guiltily, then asked someone to bring a children's Wanhua ruler from his carriage. Minister Bai, you asked about the gate ball and the Huala hoop. Bring them together. Forget it, they are not fated to be with you. Later I will ask my elder brother to get them. Go back and sell them in the square. Must be very interesting. For the Tang dynasty's business tax, send someone to keep an eye on Lantian County. If there are any mistakes, quickly discuss it with my brother Yi. Don't be stubborn. Minister Bai, you have worked hard. Li Longji felt that Baigu was stubborn. He asked for everything and brought it all. I will take my leave. Baigu understood that His Majesty was leaving. After saying that, he got out of the carriage and watched Li Longji's carriage leave. He waited until it was out of sight before returning to the carriage and starting it. He was melancholy. Is your Majesty so confident in Xiao Yi? And Yao Chong, Zhang Shua, Lu Huaishan, Wei Jigu, just you wait. Baigu did not go to the imperial city and went straight home. When he passed by earthly paradise, he packed some food for his family and ordered takeout for the evening. When he returned to Huaishan Square, Baigu thought for a while and found a servant at home. Go, take 50 sets out and give them to someone else. Tell them to give us 6 coins for each set and we don't care how much they sell for. The servant accepted the order and left. In less than an hour, someone came looking for him and the servant went to ask. Boss, that person came back after selling them and asked if there were any more. He was willing to buy them for 10 coins each. This is the 500 coins he brought back. He said to round it up. The servant ran over and told Baigu. Tell him that there are no more. We'll talk about it later. Baigu was sad. He went to make things difficult for Li Yi. Li Yi looked so casual, but in the end he could really make money. What is it? I don't know. Take one out and let me see. Baigu took out a set gloomily. He found a newspaper and put a big circle and a small circle on it. He chose a red and blue pencil wrapped around a bamboo leaf and chose the red end. He drew on it and waited until he picked it up to take a look. A beautiful pattern appeared. It was a circle, and inside the circle were lines that formed an orderly pattern. He looked at the other 8 components. It's really interesting. A child can draw it casually. Chapter 465. Sanlang Baigu is too much. If you want to ask something, just ask it. Don't play tricks with me. When Li Longji arrived at Zhuangzi, he didn't see Li Yi, so he went back to the courtyard to find his wife. When they just met, Empress Wang was helping Li Longji change into comfortable home clothes while bad-mouthing Baigu. Li Longji saw Baigu just now and knew the relationship between Baigu and Li Yi. Otherwise, based on Empress Wang's words, any other minister would probably be finished. When I came back, I met Long Zhe and said a few words. Long Zhe was obviously deceived by Yuanji last night. Li Longji spoke up for Baigu. They are not good people. When they want to make money, they don't have the ability to make money. When they want good weapons, they don't have the ability to research good weapons. That position is 100 times better than all of them combined. No, 10,000 times better. It's a pity that they are all trivial matters. It's a waste of my talent to go there. I'm busy all day and can't produce anything. It's better to write medical books. Empress Wang talked about Yao Chong and the others. She firmly believed that it was a waste of talent to put Li Yi in the position of prime minister. Even if I give him the throne, he can't be lazy. Li Longji joked. If he couldn't be the prime minister, he could only be the emperor. Sanlang, I think you're right. Even if I give him the throne, he won't sit on it. Look at how busy you are every day. Only when we return to Zhuangzi can I have a good rest. I haven't returned to the harem for many days. I don't know how messy it is. I'll go with you tomorrow and go back to take a look. Put the child on Zhuangzi and ask uncle for a few more small mirrors. Empress Wang planned to go back and show those people who was the master of the harem. Bring the child back and have more people by your side. Didn't the 3 classes of palace maids and eunuchs agree to leave you alone? Li Longji thought for a moment and decided to take the child to meet someone. Empress Wang hesitated for a moment. I have to bring my car. If there's an accident, I'll hide in the car with the child and run to Zhuangzi. Uncle said that none of the current poisons could kill a person within an hour. Even if there is a wound, he can still pull the person back from the gates of hell within an hour. Okay, I'll use your car. If you encounter anyone who doesn't like you, just kill them. Li Longji said that he would allow Empress Wang to rectify the harem. Empress Wang shook her head. Too many people have died in the harem. There are really some who don't abide by the rules and go mining. Even if they are women, they can still do some work. It would be a pity to kill such a big baby. You can still create value if you live. Yes, that's the logic. Okay. Li Longji expressed his support. Ever since Li Yi came up with the idea of letting someone report, he realized that it was better to keep them alive than to kill them. They could work and let others see the fear after they died. When people died, the family would gradually give up on them. No matter how scared the people who were executed were, they would just go through that experience. If they were alive, the family would always be watching and solve the problem of the lack of labor. During dinner, Empress Wang wanted to eat spicy food. She just wanted to dip it in wasabi. Li Yi also wanted to eat, but he didn't want to dip it in wasabi. The spiciness of wasabi and chili were not the same. He had exchanged chili powder and used the chili powder to make boiled meat slices. First of all, the ingredients were not up to standard. The boiled meat slices were chopped chili. However, he cut the meat slices very thin. They were real slices of meat, not pieces of meat. The restaurant he worked at had boiled meat. It wasn't that it wasn't spicy enough, but the meat slices inside were too thick. The soup needed to be fried in oil and was very expensive. If the restaurant couldn't make a profit, of course they wouldn't do it. Moreover, many chefs didn't know how to fry. They thought that it was enough to fry chili oil. Another reason was that the meat slices were too thin and time-consuming. They needed to be sliced and then stir-fried. When ordering takeout, they felt that the quantity was too little. There were only a few pieces of meat. In fact, there was plenty. There was plenty of meat. If the chef didn't slice it well, there would be a big lump when eating. Li was good at cutting meat. He could even cut people, let alone meat. No matter how good a meat seller's knife was, could it be better than a surgeon's scalpel? Li used a scalpel to cut meat for practice. It was not a disposable scalpel. He couldn't even use starch and cooking wine for the meat slices. When he grabbed it with his hands, it turned into mud. He shook it slowly. When it was enough, he slid it into the pan. After slipping, he stir-fried. After that, he poured in the cooked chili pepper oil, vegetables, and bean sprouts. This was called boiled meat slices. It had nothing to do with boiling. Uncle, what is Zhang Sun Xian doing in Lantian County as a patrol? Empress Wang thought of her brother-in-law. Poor child. He's making a bed. Zhuangzi is also making a bed. It will be ready in a few days. The VIP room in Nankou is empty. It's actually for the Qiangong bed. After the first one is made, it's for sister-in-law and third brother to use. It's like a house. After making more and changing the good wood, we'll replace it. The old one. The old one. Empress Wang didn't want her bed to fall into someone else's hands. Yes, sister-in-law and third brother's collection. Li also understood. Brother Yi, the same bed as yours will meet your requirements more, right? Li Longji stuck his tongue out. He drank a mouthful of wine. It was even more spicy. His voice changed. Li shook his head. I don't want to live there. I just want a bed in my courtyard. I want to live in a comfortable place. I don't want to be luxurious. He was used to it when he was the main hospital doctor. He liked to sleep well. Even half an hour was fine. He used to think that his country's all-weather soldiers and the main hospital doctor could crush others. Because the main hospital doctor was also a 24/7 soldier. When the soldiers charged, they would be ready. When the wounded were sent down, the doctor would be in charge at any time. Coupled with the awesome cooking disease, logistics was no problem. As for the Qiangong bed, did it have any sleep quality attribute? No. If not, why did you give it to me? Li Longji didn't know about his brother Yi's extravagant desire for sleep. He thought that Li Yi wanted to set an example. Good, brother Yi doesn't want to be luxurious. You should be the first in the world. Li Longji praised. Li Yi, in Lantian County, Zhang Sun Xian, who was mentioned by Empress Wang at the Li family Zhuangzi, was also eating. The main building of Drunken Immortal Residence was completed. It could start providing food and beverage services. When Zhang Sun Xian was buying wood, he found something in the pile of wood. The wood came from Sichuan. There were small things about an inch long inside. There were also dried seedlings. He was curious. He picked one and took a bite. Then he drank water with all his might. It was so spicy that he couldn't stop sweating. He felt that it was poisonous. Fortunately, it didn't poison him to death. He took a bite and spat it out in time. He collected about 2 taels. He wanted to take the opportunity to put it in the free soup and harm Drunken Immortal Residence once. He didn't know if it could poison people to death. But since he didn't die, he put it in the soup. There was a lot of water so no one would die. Yes, he didn't want to poison anyone. If he was given a knife and asked to cut someone's neck, he wouldn't be able to cut it. He relied on his status to be domineering. Then he blocked the imperial censor in an alley and beat him up. To him, beating someone up was enough. It was satisfying. He didn't want to kill someone. In history, after he beat someone up, he was beaten to death by Li Longji. Today he took the food and wanted to harm Drunken Immortal Residence once. He wanted to see what Li Yi would do when he couldn't stand the spiciness. Chapter 466. The kitchen is an important place. Unauthorized personnel are not allowed to enter. Zhang Sun Xian stood outside the kitchen and read the words. Then he went in. As soon as he entered, a waiter in charge of serving food saw him. Inspector Zhang Sun, you can't enter the kitchen. I'm here to see if your place is clean. If you eat something dirty, you'll get sick. Zhang Sun Xian said righteously. We're learning from the Li family Zhuangzi kitchen. The kitchen is clean. The waiter was angry. How dare he say that our kitchen is dirty? Whether it's clean or not, we'll know once we go in. Zhang Sun Xian still wanted to go in. No. The waiter firmly stopped him. Fine. Zhang Sun Xian didn't insist. He changed his mind. He wanted to put a little bit in someone's dish and see how it goes. Since he couldn't go in, he turned around and went to the shed outside. There was free soup here. Anyone could drink it. It was specially prepared for the common people. If someone was thirsty and wanted a bowl of water, the shop would give it to them. The Drunken Immortal restaurant would give them soup. If someone was hungry, the soup would at least have something in it. It wouldn't starve them to death. The common people were usually very conscious. They wouldn't eat the dried food. Zhang Sun Xian went over. He held a bowl in one hand and pretended to fill it with soup. The other hand grabbed a spoon and stirred the soup. While stirring, his hand holding the spoon slowly opened. A handful of things fell into the soup. He didn't dare to put everything in. He left about a third. After stirring a few more times, he put down the things and went back to eat. Today's soup is too spicy. Not long after, a common person who came to drink the free soup said, "It's spicy. Too much ginger? I accidentally choked. Snot and tears are flowing together. Drink it. It's good. It's hot and makes you sweat. It's cool. It's not so hot at night." Hiss. The people who drank the soup were all affected by the spiciness. Zhang Sun Xian secretly laughed and waited. When more people were affected by the spiciness, he would go over and ask what the problem was. Then he would use his identity as an inspector to close down the Drunken Immortal restaurant. Unless the Drunken Immortal restaurant gave him 10% of the shares, he wouldn't allow the restaurant to reopen. After about half an hour, Zhang Sun Xian felt that the time was right. He got up and walked out. Just as he reached the door. "My stomach hurts. My stomach hurts. I can't take it anymore. I need to go to the outhouse." A commoner who had drunk the soup earlier held his stomach and shouted. As he shouted, the man ran to the back. There was a toilet behind him. "My stomach hurts too. I'll go too." Another person ran away. "What's going on?" The other person disappeared in front. Zhang Sun Xian stopped and didn't walk out. She was afraid that she would poison the group of people to death. He was sweating profusely. He raised his hand to wipe his sweat, and immediately felt a burning pain in his eyes. Tears welled up in her eyes and she couldn't open them. The manager of the Drunken Immortal game ran out and asked around. He found out that those people had all drunk the free soup. "Quick, find Dongzhu. Something has happened," the shopkeeper shouted. The farmers of the Li family Zhuangzi mounted their horses and rushed towards Zhuangzi, regardless of whether the sky was dark or not. In less than 3/4 of an hour, the fast horse rushed back to Zhuangzi. "Dongzhu, something has happened at the Drunken Immortal game house. Many people drank the free soup and said it was spicy. Then their stomachs hurt." The farmer who reported the news shouted. Li Yi, who was copying a book, threw down his pen and ran out, shouting, "Ambulance, quickly go to the Drunken Immortal game house in Lantian County." The 4-horse ambulance set off. Li Yi asked the informant about the situation at the village. They said the soup was spicy. After half an hour, some people started to have stomachs hurt and went to the outhouse. When I came, more people had stomachs. The villager could only provide this information and nothing more. When the ambulance arrived at the Drunken Immortal game house in Lantian County, a group of people were waiting there. Zhang Sun Xian's eyes were red and swollen. Li got out of the car and looked around. Did anyone faint? Guan Xiaotan came over. No one fainted. They said that after that, somewhere there was a burning sensation. But some people are fine. Some ate with the soup and some only said that their stomachs were warm. The soup is there. No one touched it. Now I don't know what to do. Let me see the soup. Lanterns. Li Yi saw that no one needed to be rescued and breathed a sigh of relief. When he came to the big pot, the people next to him picked up 3 lanterns to light up the place. Li Yi scooped out the soup with a spoon and looked at it. He stirred it a few times and scooped it again. He put the spoon close to the lanterns to observe. After a while, he put the spoon to his mouth and drank a mouthful. The people around him looked worried. Was this the Li family Zhuangzi's Dongzhu? This is the smell. I checked the information and saw it. I wanted to send someone to look for it, but it came to me. Li Yi said and continued to drink. He drank 2 mouthfuls and smacked his lips. His face was full of enjoyment. Dongzhu, are you okay? Guan Xiaotan asked. Try it. Li Yi handed over the spoon. Guan Xiaotan did not hesitate at all. He took it, scooped a spoonful of soup and drank it. After 2 mouthfuls, he stopped. Dongzhu, it tastes like the spicy sauce you made. Is it? Is it delicious? Li Yi asked with a smile. Guan Xiaotan nodded, indicating that it was delicious. Li Yi, will they be okay after drinking the soup? Zhang Sun Xian came over with red eyes. Li Yi looked at Zhang Sun Xian's eyes, then looked at the soup and asked, Who saw Inspector Zhang Sun come over? I saw him. Just now Inspector Zhang Sun wanted to enter the kitchen. I didn't let him, so he came out to drink the soup. In the end, he didn't bring the soup back. The waiter stood up to prove it. Wow. The people around were shocked. They all looked at Zhang Sun Xian. Inspector Zhang Sun, is there anything else? Li Yi saw Zhang Sun Xian for the first time and found that this person looked. His eyes were small and his eyelids were swollen. What do you mean? Zhang Sun Xian asked. You didn't wash your hands after throwing the thing in the pot and smeared it on your eyes. It's spicy, right? It's still uncomfortable. You have to wash it with water. Ice is better. Or soak a towel in ice water and cover your eyes. If you have something, take it out. I'll forgive you this time. Otherwise, I'll have to reason with you. Li was sure that it was him. Look at your eyes. How swollen are they? This is a small pepper. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm going to find ice for my eyes. Zhang Sun Xian denied, but chose to believe in Li Yi's solution. The people around didn't agree. Take it out, take it out. If you don't, beat him to death. He poisoned us. Let's do it together. The law can't punish the masses. Everyone was about to take action. They moved forward. Wait, are you all fine? I'm just joking. Zhang Sun Xian hid behind Li Yi. Zhang Sun Xian, if you have something, take it out. Otherwise, if we search you, it's another matter. Li Yi directly called Zhang Sun Xian's name. Yes, there's a little. I didn't dare to put too much. Give it, I can't let them beat me. Zhang Sun Xian finally compromised and took it out from the pocket of his sleeve. Li Yi picked up an empty bowl and carefully took it. There were small pepper skins, seeds, and dried stalks. Continue. Take out the pocket. Don't miss a single seed. Li Yi saw that Zhang Sun Xian couldn't take it out, so he asked him to take it out completely. Sure enough, there were a few seeds left. No more. Zhang Sun Xian raised his hand to wipe his sweat. Then he thought of something and stopped. Where did you find it? Li Yi wasn't willing to give up. It was too little. Wood from Shu. Zhang Sun Xian answered in a low voice. Let's go and find it together. Those who drank the soup don't have to be afraid. It's fine. Later, come to Drunken Immortal Restaurant for a meal as compensation. Li Yi shouted. Chapter 467. In the middle of the night, a group of people went to look for poison with lanterns. Everyone moved wood and looked carefully. Li Dongzhu, I found it. A man in a short shirt ran over with a whole dried chili. There were a few spots on the seedling where the chili had fallen off, and there were more than 10 left. Li Yi took it. Good, I'll give you 2 taels of wine. After giving the chili, the man turned and ran to look. Li Dongzhu, I found 2 small ones, one of them was broken, I picked up the seeds. A big child came over. Okay, here you go. I also want wine, just 1 tael for my father. The child requested. Give me 2 taels. Li Yi was generous, the child was filial. One after another, people found chili and brought it to Li Yi's side. Li Yi was puzzled, how could there be chili in the wood of Shudi? He looked at the wood carefully and found that this batch of sandalwood did not seem to be from Shudi but from Nanzhao. The Piluo village in Nanzhao had always been very stable, other tribes had always turned to Tubo, and Nanzhao had always been dependent on the Tang dynasty. This should be a businessman who hired people to cut down the wood at a low price in Nanzhao. Besides, the sandalwood in Shudi was actually yellow sandalwood. Labor in Nanzhao was cheap, but labor in Shudi was expensive. Although the distance was a little far, there was a water route. The price of selling this way was expensive in Shudi. The unpeeled wood also had the unique branches of pine trees in Nanzhao. Oh, why was Zhang Sun Xian always being cheated? No, it was not cheated, the wood was like a piece of wood, just a little more money. Li Yi thought and looked up at Zhang Sun Xian. Zhang Sun Xian was taking the towel with ice water from the servant and applying it to her eyes. She looked much better. She grabbed a handful of chili seeds and broken skin and applied it to her eyes. Amazing. Li Dongzhu no more, all turned. Someone ran over and said to Li Yi, Okay, let's go to the Drunken Immortal House for dinner. Li Yi called out and the group went to the Drunken Immortal House in laughter. Li Yi slowly processed the chili. The seedlings could not be used anymore. The chili peppers were packed into a small bag about a caddy. Now there will be more delicacies. Let's make a fortune before others search for them and plant them in large quantities. Li Yi said happily to Guan Xiaotan while carrying the bag. Li Yi, that's mine. Zhang Sun Xian felt comfortable. He didn't know what to do with it, but if Li Yi wanted it, it was definitely something good. You poisoned my Drunken Immortal Lodge. This is the evidence. I want to take it back and preserve it. Li Yi shook his head, refusing to hand it over. I didn't poison them. If I poisoned them, why didn't they die? Zhang Sun Xian emphasized the issue of death. Croton doesn't kill people easily. If you take it to another restaurant and throw it into the soup, does that count as poisoning? There are both witnesses and material evidence. I'm going to the Imperial City to file a complaint. Li Yi took out his trump card. He was a grade 3 official, so even if he was an ordinary official, he would still be able to enter. Tell me what this thing is for. Zhang Sun Xian wanted to get more. This time he encountered it and asked someone else. Li told the truth. I don't believe it. Zhang Sun Xian shouted. Diarrhea after eating? I'll leave the seeds, rub the skin and make it into sauce. I'll give you a share. Li found his conscience. He turned around and left. Zhang Sun Xian continued to apply the medicine to his eyes. At the same time he ordered, go and find the seeds again. I want to plant them. He didn't know that he couldn't plant a few seeds of this small pepper. Li didn't eat. He got in the car and went back to the village. Owner, is this the kind of spicy noodles you took out? Ching Song, who had followed Li, sat opposite him and asked. Almost. It's another kind. It's more troublesome to plant. You need to grow seedlings first and then plant them in a greenhouse. I'll take out some of them and plant them outside when it's warm in Chang'an. Let them adapt to the environment and temperature. If they survive, you can plant them again. When you don't need to grow seedlings anymore, you can plant them by sprinkling the seeds. Li was worried that the temperature in Chang'an was not suitable for the growth of small pepper. He was afraid that the small pepper would die. He had to plant it in a glass greenhouse. Directly planting it in the ground would consume too many seeds. So he could save the seeds first. When he planted enough, it didn't matter how. He took the seeds and threw them to the fence in the 4th or 5th month of the Gregorian calendar. Maybe they would grow. At most, he just needed to water them. Li returned to Zhuangzi. Li Longji was waiting for him in the yard. I asked clearly. Zhang Sun Xian ate a very spicy food and wanted to cheat Zuixin house. I guess he used this as a reason to seize the house and make money. So he put the food in the free soup. It's the chili in the chili sauce we eat. There's another kind, spicy. I'll plant it in the greenhouse. There will be a lot of chili. Li briefly explained the situation and showed Li Longji the bag in his hand. Li Longji swallowed his saliva. He liked to eat chili sauce, especially meat sauce. He didn't need other dishes. A mouthful of spicy meat sauce and a mouthful of rice were enough. It's time to build a new greenhouse. Now we have to raise the chili seedlings and then plant them. We can't eat the green ones. Li was also drooling. He knew a lot of chili dishes. Wait for a few more months. Li Longji was patient. There was too little now. It was like carrots. Chili can make people feel warm and sweaty after eating it. Some people are not suitable to eat it. It's written in medical books. Now there's a variety. In addition, it can be used as a weapon. Boil chili water and spray it down when the city is defending. When it enters the eyes, people can't open their eyes. When there's a lot of chili, it's better than pouring hot oil and hot fecal water. It's cold and stimulating. There's no need to burn it. Spray it on the face of the people climbing the ladder. They can only bow their heads. It's easier to fight when the enemies below the city bow their heads. Li came up with a bad idea. In a war, there's nothing you can do. As long as it can help you kill more people, you have to use it. Li Longji thought for a while. Is smoking also useful? It's useful. Smoking doesn't have chili, but there are other things in the smoke. Li felt that smoking was not very effective. Using other spicy things and poisonous smoke to smoke people was also effective. Li Longji returned to the courtyard with satisfaction. Li went to take a bath. Zhang Sun Xian of Lantian County was in a daze. His concubine was beside him in a daze. Why do you think every time I want to trick Li, he gets the benefits? After a while, Zhang Sun Xian finally spoke. His concubine looked at him and sighed. Sigh. We don't know what those things are used for. Yes, Li knows a lot. I want to find someone with ability. Zhang Sun Xian clenched his fist and found the problem. What gloomy would, he still didn't know what it was used for. As for the spicy things, Li said it was to be eaten. Could it be eaten? Eating diarrhea would cause a stomachache. Zhang Sun Xian was prepared to find a good aid. He didn't believe that they would give Li good things. Moreover, they would take the initiative to give it to him. If there were a few people who knew a lot of things to help, he was not afraid of not having a good idea. Yes, I can't always be the one at a disadvantage. I want to make up for it. Li, I'm not done with you. Zhang Sun Xian waved his fist and encouraged himself. He was on the same page as Li. If he didn't take advantage of him, he wouldn't be able to sleep well. Chapter 468. Just as Zhang Sun Xian was pondering which advisor to ask for help, boats were docking at the docks of the Middle River next to Rong Province and Yi County. Military supplies, other boats make way. Add lanterns and torches to the docks and move our goods first. A group of people on the leading boat shouted in unison. The boats that were about to lower their sails to dock immediately adjusted their sails and began to drift away from the docks. The people on the same boat signaled to the other boats. Now that they were following the current, the boats needed to be adjusted as they returned to the middle of the river. Otherwise they would be washed away. The porters on the docks who were resting also stood up. More torches were lit. Several boats docked, and the boats behind the fleet continued to Lu Province, where another batch of boats would stop to unload their goods. From Lu Province, they would pass through Wuxia to Rong Province and unload their goods. The other 4 places were Ba Province in the east, Kuei Province in the southwest, and Feng Province and Liang Province even further east. Feng Province and Liang Province were not suitable for transporting goods from Shu, so it was better to send them from Chang'an. Chang'an was closer. For the last 2 places, people with exchange coupons could just deliver the coupons, and the locals would recognize the money. The other 5 places could only rely on the salt merchants of Shu. It took a total of 12 days to reach the Shu lands and 9 days for a fast horse. When Yang Huanjin and Huang Xianrong received the letter, they spent a day gathering supplies and distributed them that night. In 2 days they sailed with the current and arrived at Rong Province first. They wanted to send silk and copper coins. The silk made up most of the supplies, but the copper coins did not make up for more than 2 taels. The merchants of Yi Province were at a loss. Had the salt merchants gone crazy? They rushed the goods and money to the docks and drove everyone else to the side. The salt merchants shouted for military supplies to take up space first. They loaded their boats and left one after another. They were originally going with the current, and now they pulled up their sails. Were they not afraid of crashing into other boats? After the goods at Hei docks were unloaded, the person in charge called for others to help deliver them to Zhichang's residence in Rong Province. At this time the general of the Right Vanguard Guard, Li Xiandao, was still on his way, leading the armies of Feng Province and Liang Province. When the goods were unloaded, the urgent report from the imperial court had just arrived at Rong Province. It took about half a day to travel from the docks to the capital of Rong Province. The Shu salt merchants ran at the same speed as the messenger. When the messenger reached Shu, he also took a boat. There was no way to run by land. The messenger used a small boat which was slow. The salt merchants used a large boat with oars and sails. 4 hours later, a portion of the fleet that had just passed through stopped at the docks of Luzhou while the rest turned toward Wunshui. The Wunshui was going against the flow, and the river curved back and forth, so there were places where a tracker was needed. The people in the fleet paddled and adjusted the sails. They would first go against the current and wait for a place where they encountered a boatman before they used the boatman. It was very dangerous for trackers to pull the fibers and light torches at night. However, at this time there was no need to ask for speed. More money was needed as long as the ship was moving forward. The Shu salt merchants paid for the manpower and ship costs themselves. They did not touch the money on the exchange coupons given by Li Yi. One was to deliver things to the army. They were going to fight. As a salt merchant he should provide support. The other was that they had planned to use the money in the redemption coupons to transport the goods. In the future when he asked Li Yi for help in Chang, and Li Yi would help. However, Li Yi would not pay for things that also required money. Now that he and the others had paid extra money, when they went to Chang'an and had no money on hand, Li Yi would naturally pay for it. This was especially true for the officials of Chang'an. Li Yi was very popular with them. In the encampment of the Zhichong residence in Rongzhou, Commandant Zhichong Yuzilong was writing a memorial under an oil lamp. He wanted to send it to Chang, and to express that there was no problem on his side. He had received the official letter last night, and this morning he had sent it to the military households of the Zhichong residence. The military households all went home to prepare mainly food. They went to the storehouse to retrieve weapons and armor. Once the Zhichong residence set out, there would be no more baggage. The baggage would only be sent to the front later. During this period of time they had to bring their own food. Some wives steamed rice and stir-fried it while wiping their tears. They did not know if their husbands would be able to return alive this time. The children at home also stopped making noise and the elderly helped out. As the husbands slept, they did not know when the order to assemble would be given. For them this was life. The Zhichong residents did not need to pay rent. They had to prepare their own light weapons and armor, as well as provisions for the marching army. At the end of the afternoon, there was a noise outside the Zhichong residence in Rongzhou. The scout ran out and came back after a while to wake up Yuzilong, who had not slept well. "What's the matter?" Yuzilong thought it was going to start. "Our salt merchants sent a large amount of silk and copper coins from Ezhou. They rushed all the way and just arrived," the guard replied. "Who sent it to?" Yuzilong still did not understand. "Prefectural soldiers. We also have 2 coins for each person." The guard looked very happy to get 2 coins for free. Who sent it? Yu Zilong felt that he was dreaming. Someone came to send 2 coins to the people of the Jichong residence? It was said that Her Majesty asked Li Yi to send it. Li Yi has 1,000 mu of land in Zhuangzi by the Ba River in the east of Chang'an. The guard said something that even he did not believe, but there was no other way. It was what the other party said. Get some water. I'll wipe my face. Yu Zilong wanted to wake up. After a simple tidying up, he went out and saw the person in charge sent by the salt merchants, Steward Pan. His surname was Pan and his name was Steward Pan. Greetings, Commandant Yu. Steward Pan handed over a document. Someone next to him brought a lantern. Yu Zilong opened it to read. It read, reporting to Yu Zilong, who has subdued the military officer, our shoe salt merchant has received an urgent report. We have obtained several tens of thousands of taels of silver in exchange for silk and copper coins. In return for His Majesty's grace, we have become the golden purple light Lu Daifu Li Yi. There was a series of seals, handprints and signatures. Yu Zilong could imagine the other party's situation when he saw one. The famous salt merchants of Shu were all on it. When they were alone, they were the salt merchants of Shu. When they were together, they were the Shu salt gang. Yu Zilong read it again. There were not many words, so he could roughly understand. There was something called an exchange certificate. It had a lot of money and could be exchanged for other money. Her Majesty knew about this matter, so she probably asked them to send it. There was a person called Li Yi who was Jinzi Guang Luda. How could he be a civil official? A third-rank civil official with no real position? If he didn't send money but asked for money, he was definitely a swindler. Li Yi has tens of thousands of coins? Her Majesty asked him to pay, so he paid? Yu Zilong asked Steward Pan. Steward Pan had followed him to Chang, and so he knew some of the situation. Yes, tens of thousands of coins. There are 2 prefectures that are far away from us and have been separated. We will take care of the rest. Steward Pan answered. He has 1,000 mu of land? Yu Zilong asked again. Yes, it's by the Ba River. Steward Pan answered again. Then his land is planted with gold? Yu Zilong was a little angry. More or less. In the winter of Chang, and cucumbers could not be eaten anywhere except in the imperial family. Now you can eat cold melon. The Li family Zhuangzi has guts. Steward Pan understood Yu Zilong's thoughts, so he told him the truth. Yu Zilong was stunned this time and seemed to be thinking about something. After a while, he said softly, Floral water, Li Dongzhu? Commandant Yu is knowledgeable. That's him. Steward Pan smiled. It was good that he knew. It was convenient to communicate. Since it's him, he probably has money. Leave the money. When dawn comes, I will give it to my brothers. Yu Zilong agreed. Steward Pan shook his head. No, we have to have our people personally deliver it to everyone according to the list. Chapter 469. You don't trust me? Yu Zilong glared at him, looking like he was about to do something. Manager Pan smiled. He wasn't afraid. He represented the salt merchants of Shu. Why don't you invite Manager Pan in? Yu Zilong smiled and asked his men to let him in. He knew that he couldn't get the money, so he might as well be a good person. After all, the one who sent the money was a third-rank official, a higher rank than him. In Chang'an, he had a relationship with Her Majesty and couldn't be easily provoked. A group of people pushed carts and carried bags in. The non-commissioned officer gave them water to drink. If he didn't look at the other party's hard work, wouldn't he look at the face of the money? Manager Pan and the others were indeed tired. He was tired. He rushed all the way and had to hire temporary workers. Needless to say, who wasn't tired from work? Everyone found a place to sit and drink water. Yu Zilong accompanied Manager Pan and asked about Li Yi. He had written letters with Chang'an, and the other party mentioned Li Dongzhu. It was said that he was very rich and had a close relationship with the girls in Pyongkang Square. Yes, the letter focused on Li Yi in Pyongkang Square, especially Nankou. This made Yu Zilong yearn for it. Beautiful women might not be able to enter Nankou, but those who could enter Nankou were basically beautiful. Manager Pan, have you seen many girls in Nankou? How is Xinyan? Yu Zilong didn't ask about the money. He asked about the important things. I haven't seen them, but the letters said that they always go to Li family Zhuangzi. Manager Pan gave an answer. The salt merchants of Shu couldn't stop their contacts with Chang'an. They had shops and people. Then do you think Li Yi can handle it? Yu Zilong didn't look like a military officer at all. He even winked when he spoke. Manager Pan smiled slyly. I heard that when Xinyan goes there, Li Dongzhu's shouts at night can be heard on the east wall of Chang'an. Isn't that several miles? Yu Zilong revealed a terrified expression. That's right. Li Dongzhu is using a loudspeaker to sing. There are so many songs. They're so nice to listen to. Manager Pan said. That kind of thing can be sung through a loudspeaker? Yu Zilong continued to be shocked. That's right. Steward Pan joined in the idle chatter. Otherwise, what else could he do? If he were to sleep now, he wouldn't be able to wake up later, so he might as well chat. When the sun rose above the horizon, smoke rose from the chimneys of every household. Usually, her husband would have 2 meals a day. Since her husband was about to go to war, she had to feed him well. Otherwise, if he collapsed due to exhaustion, it wouldn't be a problem of eating more food. Go gather the brothers. Yu Zilong had been chatting all this time. He couldn't sleep, so when he saw that it was about time, he shouted. Every household thought that there was going to be a war, so they first ran out to see the situation. If the announcement was made, they would quickly return home to get dressed and carry their rations. This time, the Tang dynasty had gathered the forces of 7 subjugation prefectures, totaling 30,000 men. Some were near and some were far, which meant that many of the House of Subjugation did not have soldiers available. The Tang dynasty had been at war for years, so they needed logistics. In other words, they needed food and farmers. If they needed soldiers, the House of Subjugation would go and fight. Sometimes, when a House of Subjugation was almost full, they would retreat and build another House of Subjugation in another place. The Southwest Barbarians, Abbasid Caliphate, Tubo, Turkic Khitan, and even the Japanese Empire in Siam. The Tang dynasty couldn't fight in one place, so the enemy didn't care. The surrounding forces had also noticed this. The southern barbarians also wanted to take a bite. The soldiers knew who they were going to fight. They didn't care too much about the Southwest barbarians. They were all dead, but they could win. After the troops were gathered, Yu Zilong took the roster and handed it to Steward Pan. He stood on the high platform with a few people. When he shouted, the people beside him shouted. Brothers, His Majesty has sent us money. 2 cutlasses per person. Take it home. This money is not pension money but extra money. Yu Zilong was very direct and didn't say anything unnecessary. The soldiers immediately puffed out their chests. Money? 2 coins for 1 person? Given by His Majesty? This money could be used to buy a lot of things. Steward Pan started to distribute the money according to the names. Everyone received the same amount. Those who took the money stood there and were not allowed to leave in case someone pretended to be someone else and stood out again. The House of Subjugation in Luzhou had also started. The troops from other places had not arrived yet, so they had to wait. The non-commissioned officer who took the money had high morale. They saw that His Majesty was thinking about them. Even if they died in battle, they would get a lot of money. Today in Izhou, many big businessmen saw a mirror. It was lighter than a bronze mirror and didn't need to be polished all the time. If the bronze mirror was polished correctly, the top layer would be removed and they would have to redo it. The surface of the bronze mirror now had mercury, so it had to be maintained. Not everyone could use it. It was expensive. Of course, the glass mirror was more expensive. Brother Yang, I heard that your mirror was made by the Li family Zhuangzi in Chang'an. They also gave you a lot of exchange coupons. A well-informed and powerful person came to find Yang Huanjin. Yes. Yang Huanjin didn't hide it and made tea for him. Brother Lu, do you want the mirror or the exchange coupons? Exchange coupons. Brother, take the coupons. I believe you can exchange them for the mirror when you find the Li family Zhuangzi in Chang'an. The person called Brother Lu by Yang Huanjin was called Lu Di. He was a woodcutter. He organized a large group of people and released the wood into the river. They tied the wood together to make a raft and transported it along the river. Some people had to stand on it to pull. If they were not careful, the water flow would change and they would die in the river. Those who could release the raft were not ordinary people. They had to be good at swimming, know the undercurrent in the river, and be familiar with the inertia and movement of the wood. There was a salt gang and a raft gang. Righteousness was the most important thing. Life and death were unpredictable. Brother Lu, I will give you 5,000 coins. Yang Huanjin thought for a while and gave the number. It's not enough. Brother Yang, since we are brothers, please help me. Lu Di was unwilling. You didn't help with this. Yang Huanjin shook his head. I know it's too late. I'm willing to help in the future. Lu Di expressed. Brother Lu, do you want to cross over? Yang Huanjin asked again. Mirrors were a luxury. I just want a few mirrors to give to others. Ah. Lu Di laughed and gave Yang Huanjin a look. 8,000 coins, no more. But you have to give me 8,300 coins. Yang Huanjin gave in. My good brother Yang, 10,000 coins. I will give you 10,500 coins. Lu Di bargained. He was willing to pay more. Only this time. I don't have much. I have 20,000 coins in total. This exchange coupon is convenient to carry. Yang Huanjin agreed because of the extra money, but he couldn't give more. Lu Di nodded with a smile. Other salt merchants who had exchange coupons were facing the same problem. If someone wanted to exchange, they had to pay more. One was that the exchange coupons were convenient to carry, and the other was that everyone wanted mirrors. There were only 10 mirrors in total. They didn't expect to buy them from the salt merchants. They were going to buy them from Li Yi when they went to Chang'an. Li Yi, who was in Chang'an, didn't know that the shoe merchants were so sensitive. They would rather spend 1/20th of the money to get the exchange coupons. Other merchants believed that the salt merchants were not stupid, which meant that the exchange coupons were really worth the price. It was much easier to get the exchange coupons. Otherwise, not to mention the distance dozens of miles away, were they going to transport copper coins or silk? How much would it cost to transport them? When they arrived at the place, both sides would check. How much time would it take? Chapter 470. Goodbye, goodbye. Pay attention to safety if you can't land. Li Yi, who didn't know what happened in Shu, said goodbye to the winged knights. 1,000 winged knights and 3,000 horses left with 10 hot air balloons. They received a message that His Majesty asked them to go to the southwest to support the battlefield. They were equipped with glass, which was not as good as the binoculars that Li Yi exchanged. There were also barrels of alcohol filled with iron sheets, as well as 201 kilogram packs of explosives. They could carry more than that. There were meat floss and compressed biscuits in the backpack. There was no place to put anything else. Heavy armor was not equipped. There were only swords and bows. Crossbows were not needed. They were too heavy. There was grass in the current season. When they arrived in Shu, the climate was good and there was always grass. The things that Ma brought for him were fried beans, ground pepper, and a bundle of hay in case of an emergency. In fact, horses could eat meat, but eating for a long time would cause problems. Occasionally eating a few mouthfuls could withstand it. 1,000 winged knights went to the war, led by Fan Fan. Another 1,000 winged knights came to replace them. They were all newcomers. Then Empress Wang also left, leaving the children behind. Zhuangzi had a wet nurse. She said that she would go back to Zhuangzi to deal with something. Empress Wang's so-called deal was to arrest people and arrange them to mine. Don't look at her usually lively in front of Li Yi. Think about it, a woman who pushed her husband to kill people to seize the throne, what kind of heart did she have? This year many fields are planted with cotton, and there are no cabbages. When the weather gets colder, the cabbages will come down. Buy more cabbages. There is still ice in the ice house. Take it out quickly and send some to Heavenly Earth. Everyone can eat it. When the grain is harvested, let me plant greenhouses. More silk, less glass. Plant what you need. Don't plant winter wheat. The crabs will continue to be planted in autumn. In a few days they will be on the market. Prepare to make drunk crabs. The recipe of soy sauce was announced. Zhuangzi did not sell it. They made it for themselves. Whose cucumber, eggplant and other vegetables in the field. Buy the small ones and buy them. In 2 days Big Brother's seafood will be shipped over. We'll make shrimp oil side dishes for you. We'll weave rattan baskets and paste oil paper on the inside and outside. Promote the use of 5 mu of greenhouses in each of the 20 counties. Publicize the application of mineral fertilizers in the newspapers. After Li Yi sent off a group of winged knights and third sister-in-law to the front line, he began to make arrangements for Zhuangzi. The grapes had ripened so they could eat what they needed to eat and make wine when they needed to. The grapes were not sweet enough. The seeds of the carrots would start to be harvested in half a month, and the harvested seeds would continue to be planted in the greenhouse. The carrots that had been seeded were obviously not as juicy as those that had not been seeded. They tasted a little overripe. Song De brought a group of stewards to take notes. Normally the stewards would be in charge. When was it time to remind Dongzhu what to do? But the Li family Zhuangzi didn't need it. Dongzhu had arranged everything clearly. Don't be fooled by the fact that the owner wrote medical books and taught classes all day long. In fact, he was very familiar with farming. There were also the matters of the various workshops, the tourism of the Zhang family village, the auxiliary planting and breeding in the imperial plantation, the living environment of the migrant workers and the supporting community. The scariest thing was that Dongzhu didn't just say a word when he talked. Everyone would ask about the details and Dongzhu would tell them all the details. The stewards were convinced and didn't dare to have any other ideas. Dongzhu, who casually arranged all kinds of things for Zhuangzi, was the scariest. He was the kind that only needed a little time. They didn't know that Li Yi was used to it. In the past, there were so many employees and customers that he had to take care of. He was very busy using the computer and the receiver. The pace was fast. Now that the pace was slow, Li Yi had a lot of time to do other things. Let's put it this way. If he took the hospital's computer and entered the data, he would be able to handle the 6 departments alone. He alone could deal with the 6 bureaus, and the great Tang's 6 bureaus were far too easy for him. When he was busy, he would be busy from morning to night. It would be more tiring. After he finished speaking, Li Yi stretched his back and the stewards left on their own accord. There was no need to greet him. After lunch, he went to teach the nurses. Now he taught the students who didn't teach children in the morning. In the afternoon, he taught the 80 people medical classes and learned the operating skills of Chinese medicine. At night, he copied books, glanced at today's accounts, and went to sleep. Every day was very fulfilling. Occasionally there would be villagers, Zhang clan villagers, imperial plantation and migrant workers who fell sick. If the imperial physicians could not treat them, he would take a look at them. Then he discussed with the imperial physicians 2 ways to deal with the difficult and miscellaneous diseases. Brother E, I sent someone to keep an eye on Zhang Sun Xan. The news is that he has been having nightmares for the past 2 days, shouting that he doesn't want to kill anyone and waking up. Then today he found 4 assistants and said that he can't suffer any more losses. He must know the value of whatever he encounters. On the evening of July 30th, Li Qingqi came and told Li Yi about Zhang Sun Xan. He is a giant baby. Don't worry. He will understand after more experience. Li Yi smiled. He didn't have a bad impression of Zhang Sun Xian, and he didn't judge people in a black and white way. This was a relationship of interest. When you define others as bad people, think about yourself. Similarly, when you see others as good people, think about yourself. As the environment and situation changed, people's behavior also changed. Wang said, generously singing in Yen City, calmly being a prisoner of Chu. Drawing the knife into one swift movement, not letting the youth down. He did think so at that time. Later he led the outside forces in and they were unlucky. If it was Myanmar, they succeeded. They led the outside forces in, and then when it was about time they dealt with the outside forces. Therefore they won the support of the people, and the people selectively forgot what happened in the past. Wang didn't have the chance to do that, so he was deliberately promoted and left behind a bad name. Li Yi knew human nature and history. Just like financial affairs, if you don't supervise him, you will harm him. As long as Li Yi could help him achieve his goal, everything else was a small matter. Li Longji also didn't care about such a distant relative. He didn't know that in history when he was dealing with Zhang Sun Xian, Li Longji compromised to others. To put it nicely, he didn't side with the relatives. To put it bluntly, Li Longji couldn't bear the pressure. Censor Li Jie wasn't a good person either. The conflict between him and Zhang Sun Xian might be a ploy by others. And the ploy wasn't targeted at Zhang Sun Xian, but Empress Wang. Some people wanted to see Li Longji's attitude under the pressure of the officials. At that time the crown prince had already been appointed. Li Yi knew this, but he didn't want to say more. It was useless, so he might as well do it. So he helped and waited until the baby was born. Yes, Brother E, you're right. He's just a child, he doesn't know anything. Li Qingqi didn't know more about the future history. He felt that Li Yi's evaluation of Zhang Sun Xian was too correct. Zhang Sun Xian was stupid and easy to be used. His Majesty threw him to Lantian County. I will make him understand. Don't worry, his position is very important. If I stand in front of him, I will kill. Li Yi revealed his political skills at this moment. He didn't stand in front of him, but he pushed others. If he stood in front of the reform, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to bear it and would be directly eliminated by others. Chapter 471. I was wrong. I let down the court's training and the emperor's high regard. Originally, I also wanted to contribute to the prosperity of the Tang dynasty. But I went further and further down the wrong path, and when I got the first penny I should not have got, I was in a panic. Then there was the second copper, the third copper, and the first copper. I indulged myself. I had more money in my eyes and more power in my heart. The former county magistrate of Lantian County was giving a report today in front of the county office of Gaoyang County. Many officials and people were watching. He didn't have an electronic loudspeaker. When he spoke, the 4 people next to him would shout for him. Tears streamed down his cheeks. He used to be rather plump, but now he looked very thin. When he wasn't giving a report, he had to dig. If he didn't dig well, he wouldn't have enough to eat. Now he was giving a report. His family was crying in the crowd. It was too pitiful. Killing people was just a matter of nodding his head. How could he torture people like this? The officials of Gaoyang County felt sad for the death of a rabbit. It was very uncomfortable. But the people didn't think so. He deserves it. Punish him. The people can be abused, but the heavens can't bully him. Retribution. Thank you, Your Majesty. His family should be exterminated. Kill him and exile his family to Lingnan. You're crying. Do you know how many people are crying because of you? Who can those homeless people talk to? If it weren't for Li Dongzhu's help, how many people would have died? The people didn't have any pity at all. They wished they could exterminate the county magistrate. The officials of Gaoyang County were wiping their sweat, even if the weather was a bit cold in the morning. The county magistrate looked at the two officials who came out of the Li family Zhuangzi's team. He was trying hard to recall if there was anything he didn't take care of. He admitted that he was scared. Li was too sinister. They were both officials. Couldn't he just hang them? End all troubles. Why did he have to force them to dig in the mines and threaten them to punish their family if they didn't talk nicely? It was just one person's fault. How could he implicate his family? Gaoyang County was like this. The other counties were in similar situations today. Everyone was scared. They finally understood what it meant to be magnanimous and what it meant to win people over with virtue. It was said that at that time, Li Yi and Li Dongzhu were happily rushing back from Hunan Prefecture by land, and nothing happened. As they walked, they encountered people running from Lantian County to Luoyang. After seeing more, Li Yi and Li Dongzhu became angry. Now, it had become what it was now. The officials of Jianghu County were all mining and making reports on their days off. A few of them had already been expelled from their families. Don't you, Li Yi, think about your own family? Oh, your entire clan is dead. I forgot. Sorry. Therefore, even though it was clearly someone else who had made a mistake, it was reported to another county. However, the officials of the counties were afraid of Li Yi. The students of the Li family Zhuangzi, who came out to be officials, suddenly found that their superiors were kind to them. Xiaoguang, little Lin, I heard that you want to build 5 mu of greenhouses in our Xingping County? The county magistrate of Xingping County found the two officials arranged by the Li family Zhuangzi at noon that day. Tan Xiaoguang and Lin Xen looked at each other and nodded. Lin Xen said, Ming residence, is it not okay? Not okay. The county magistrate glared, Little Lin, I want to criticize you. Last year, the greenhouses of the Li family Zhuangzi and the Zhang family village earned a lot of money. Since you two have a good idea, how can you only build 5 mu of greenhouses? As officials of Xingping County, you two have to consider the people of Xingping County. 5 mu of land is not obvious to the people. There is so much land in the county, so you have to build them separately. There are 3 places and each one needs 5 mu of land. The Xingping County magistrate gave an answer. He had to criticize them. But Ming residents, didn't you say that success or failure is unknown? How can you call it risky? Tan Xiaoguang recounted what happened a few days ago. That was me testing you. As long as it is for the people, you cannot be easily swayed. You two are not bad. Therefore, as long as I am in power, I will not let you two be helpless on matters that benefit the people. You don't have enough money, right? The county will provide it. Oh, if the tents belong to the Li family Zhuangzi, and if the county provides the land, you can just give 30%. The Xingping County magistrate continued to speak with a strong sense of righteousness. If not for Li Yi's influence, Tan Xiaoguang and Lin Xen would have been moved to tears. Unfortunately, Li Yi's teachings were better than this. Tan Xiaoguang glanced at Lin Xen, and Lin Xen nodded. Thus, Tan Xiaoguang followed the words he learned from Dongzhu and said, Ming residence is really for the country and the people. Their hearts are with His Majesty, and they have both hands on the people and education. They have integrated the land, the people, and the income. They have worked on the construction of the greenhouses, the farming of the land, the income of the people, and the stability of the local government. In terms of the supply of vegetables in the winter, they have focused on the production, quality, sales, increase and stability of the vegetables. This number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 shows that the Ming residence is confident in the big picture and has considered the details of the administrative policies. The Xingping County magistrate was dumbfounded. Can this be done? Why didn't I know? Just as he was about to speak, Lin Xen continued. Love the people, love the government, love agriculture, love industry, love business and love the business. Use the water conservancy, farmland, forestry and breeding as the basis. Consider the county's revenue, the county's infrastructure and the county's investment. In the winter, summer, spring and autumn seasons, on the basis of 2 crops rotation, implement a set of effective land use policies. This 54321 policy is to ensure the prosperity of the country, the county and the people. It will be carried out simultaneously and greatly benefit my Ming residents. The Xingping County magistrate, at this moment he finally understood the power of the Li family Zhuangzi. What 1 2 3 4 5 5 4 3 2 1. Did the two of you learn this from Li Yi? It sounds good, but in reality it's useless. Isn't it just planting greenhouses? Plant them. Can I go to the Li family Zhuangzi to learn? I thought I was awesome just because I could write poems. Today I understand that it's just a small trick. 50 mu. I guarantee it. If there's anything missing, the Yamen will provide it. You must carry out the 54321 and the 12345 policies firmly. The Xingping County magistrate compromised and didn't dare to make things difficult for anyone else. Xingping County's 50 mu greenhouses were confirmed, not 5 mu. Similar things were going on in the other counties. First, someone came to make a report. Then, the officials from the Li family Zhuangzi used even more powerful official jargon. The officials of the 20 counties realized at the same time that they couldn't win against Li Yi in terms of politics. This fucking thing came one after another. It was even more impressive than the poems that he had painstakingly written. How could an A-grade student not be able to write a poem? Li Yi didn't know that such a situation would occur. He was just used to instilling some official jargon. Wasn't this normal? Believe it or not, Li Longji could analyze 10 policies for you even if he farted. Li Yi now had something to do. Or rather, the workshop had something to do. He was writing and drawing in his study room. From time to time he would mutter something about attacking the heavens. After he finished drawing, Li Yi carefully checked it and felt that there were no problems. Then he took the blueprint to the workshop. Make this. It's very simple. There's no difficulty in the materials. Chapter 472. In about 10 days the geese will fly south. On the 3rd floor of Drunken Immortal House, Zhang Sun Xin and the others were eating. They looked out the window at the clouds in the sky and spoke to one of his aides. Today was the 29th of July. Early in the morning, Zhang Sun Xin brought his aides over to eat and take a look at the construction site of Drunken Immortal House. In the past few days, he had asked the 4 aides many questions and received answers one by one. He regained his confidence and brought his wife over. The aide's idea was that the wife was the main wife, concubines were nothing. After bringing his wife over, he stood upright. The wife considered the family while the concubine fought for favor. Favor couldn't last long, but the family was still there. Sure enough, after Zhang Sun Xin brought his wife to Lantian County, everyone acted according to the rules and wasn't as messy as before. At the same time, his wife took care of the money he had left from selling jade and buying wood. She had the craftsman who made the 1,000 work-step bed build multi-spindle spinning wheels and find cheap wood to make them. She would build 4 frames at once and collect hemp. She would take the lead in spinning and weaving to subsidize the family. She said that when she was skilled, she would hire local people to teach them how to operate and give them high wages. This was called benefiting the people. After the family was settled, Zhang Sun Xin, who had nothing to do, went to Drunken Immortal House to check on the situation. He brought his own tea leaves and snacks made by his wife. He only asked for free water from Drunken Immortal House. When it was time to eat, he went to eat free food. His wife said to be careful. The workers of Drunken Immortal House didn't care. It was just water. Here. Zhang Sun Xin took a sip of the tea and looked at the construction site. Digging and filling, won't they work until winter? The aide replied with a smile, Drunken Immortal House is ambitious. The mine is too deep to build an island, so they can only use a floating boat as the land. When the wind is strong, the boat will shake and people can't get on it. It's a waste of money. It's better to go to the land next to it, expand the pond and build another island. When the time comes, the bigger pond can be used to raise fish and plant lotuses. The 4 aides were cousins with the surname Luo. They were called Luo Aoqing, Luo Aochang, Luo Oxin, and Luo Ojuan. They had learned a lot and were good at different things. They didn't pass the imperial exam this year and were preparing to take the exam next year. Just as they were anxiously looking for connections, the Empress's brother-in-law actually wanted her, so they came over. The original brother-in-law of the Empress's brother-in-law was obviously different. Can we destroy it? Zhang Sun Xin, who was still thinking about revenge, looked at the 4 people expectantly. The 4 of them shook their heads at the same time. Luo Aochang said, it's normal construction. We can't interfere. Zhang Sun Xin revealed a regretful expression. If we can dig up gold, this place will be treated as a mine and managed by the imperial court. Boss, don't spread any more rumors. Luo Oxeng glanced at Zhang Sun Xin and knew what he was thinking. No, I won't. Li Yi is too cruel to those who spread rumors. Zhang Sun Xin dispelled the idea. After drinking a few more mouthfuls of tea, he asked the waiter to refill his water. Guan Xiaoteng came over with a small jar in his hand. Inspector Zhang Sun, my family's Dongzhu sent someone to deliver 2 caddies of beef mince. It must be eaten within 3 days and cannot be stored for too long. Guan Xiaotian put the small jar on the table and introduced it. It can't be poisoned, right? Zhang Sun Xn was skeptical. If my Dongzhu wants to poison someone, wouldn't it be more convenient to poison them with plain water? The beef mince contains the skin of the thing I picked that day, but it's not very spicy. Inspector Zhang Sun will know when you try it. After saying this, Guan Xiaotian left. It was up to him to eat it or not. He would throw it away later. I'll eat it at noon. I've eaten spicy beef mince in the palace before. Zhang Sun Xin said with a smile. His wife had told him this when she came over. Then he showed an envious expression. Li Yi has good food to eat every day. I wonder what he'll eat at noon today and what he'll be busy with. Ba Shui Li family Zhuangzi. Li Yi, who Zhang Sun Xan was thinking about, was persuading the winged knights. I see that you all have nothing to do all day. Why don't I take you to play a game? It's very fun. It's not a lie at all. Li Yi said to the winged knights who were looking at him with frightened eyes next to a small hot air balloon. In the crowd, the first batch of winged knights' non-commissioned officers' face was pale. The people who came later did not seem to be in a good state either. They had not been played by Li Yi before, but they had been played by the first batch of people who were one level lower. Even those who were one level lower were tortured to the point of wanting to die, not to mention the game that the seniors had played before. Li Dongzhu, let us go. We're very busy right now. We're busy getting used to the hot air balloon. The veteran said with a bitter face. It's not the same as last time. This time it's easy and not tiring. I don't want to play like last time either. I'm tired. Li Yi continued to persuade, his eyes filled with sincerity. The non-commissioned officers shook their heads. They did not want to play. They did not want to play no matter what. Guizi could not stand it anymore. He stood up and said, Li Dongzhu, you say it? What do you want to do? A real man should die. What are you afraid of? Look at your official Gua. Li Yi admires this kind of person the most. Li Yi praised Guizi. Say it. Guizi looked as if he was going to go all out. Official Gua, do you know how to calculate? Li Yi nodded and asked. Of course I know. I know how to add, subtract, multiply and divide. Guizi said confidently. He was able to become a general, but if he did not know how to calculate, how would he know how many people, how much food, and how much daily consumption? Then that's easy. Do you know how to calculate 9 chapters? Li Yi picked up a book. Guizi shook his head. No. It's okay if you don't know how to. What we learned is now a separate book. It's called the Island's Computational Canon. This is interesting. There's no need to learn sine and cosine, and there's no need to deduce formulas. All you have to do is memorize it. Once you're familiar with the 9 methods, you can calculate different heights and depths, and measure them in different places. Along with binoculars, you can measure whatever you want in the future. Li Yi took out the Island's Computational Canon. It was available now, but most people did not learn it. One reason was that it was difficult to learn. The other reason was that they did not even know how to write. How could they learn it? When the winged knights heard about arithmetic, their heads began to buzz. I'm a soldier, why do I have to learn this? Li Dongzhu, why do you want to learn it? The old soldier asked again. Of course it's to fight. The right time, the right place, and the right people. The right time can depend on the heaven, but the right place needs to be measured. Once you have mastered this, I will teach you how to draw maps by hand using the method of drawing maps. I'll provide you with paper, pens, rulers, and draw contour lines. If the ground troops can go over directly, they'll work with the air to scout and draw maps. If the ground troops can't go over or it's too dangerous, the hot air balloons will be responsible for scouting and drawing maps. Let's first draw the terrain of the Tang dynasty's border, and then draw the terrain of the enemy's side. Before the battle, send the hot air balloons to draw maps and then start the battle. Especially Tubo and the Turks in the west, there are many mountains, rivers, and valleys. Li Yi stated his purpose. He wanted to train the Yulin flying cavalry into a special force, not a suicide squad that was besieged by ants. When they were in formation, they could not directly charge to break the enemy lines. It would be too wasteful. The winged knights should be in the most crucial position on the battlefield, just like the Marines. Not only did they have to learn to measure and draw maps, but they also had to learn to measure the distance of cannons, use their thumbs to aim and calculate formulas. Swimming, rock climbing, parachuting, and rope crossing. Who would be weak if they were fixed and dismounted? In addition, they also had to practice field medicine. It was not enough to only use pigs for practice. They had to be sent to the war zone to treat their comrades in other units. Chapter 473. When the non-commissioned officer heard Li Yi say that it was for war, they no longer frowned. They knew their position. They had to be the strongest in the Tang dynasty, no, the strongest in the world. They had to know what others couldn't, and they had to know what others couldn't. Dongzhu, tell us how to learn. We're willing to learn, the veteran said. Yes, we'll learn. Dongzhu won't harm us. Dongzhu, I'm afraid of studying the most, but this time I'll do my best. I'll treat it as if someone has put a gun to my neck. If I don't learn, I'll die. The other non-commissioned officers shouted one after another. They looked like they were going to risk their lives. They envied scholars. Previously, the 3,000 winged knights in Jianghu learned how to write. Now, the winged knights were learning how to write and use it to transmit information. Find the students to learn. This is simple. I don't need to teach you. Don't play with hot air balloons all day. Isn't there a river? Wear a ball and go down. In the future you will play water polo in the river. That's the most useful for practicing swimming. I know that there are some among the new winged knights who can't swim. Go down. After that, I'll choose a mountain and take you to rock climb. Send some low-ranking officials from Honglu Temple to teach you the Tubo and Turkic languages in Zhuangzi. Li Yi made the arrangements. He also wanted to learn the Tubo and Turkic languages as well as writing. The non-commissioned officer's morale was high. Li Yi was relieved. He ran to the workshop and found someone to make a large number of rope rulers. The rope rulers used in the workshop had two scales. One was centimeter and one was meter, and the other was Cun, Qi and Zhang. They were marked with red and blue on a rope. Now they were going to equip the army. After arranging these things, Li Yi thought for a while and found Steward's song. Tomorrow and the day after, give the children 2 days off. Go out and play. Prepare guards and carriages. Go out and eat barbecue skewers. Li Yi saw that autumn was coming. The children hadn't had an autumn outing yet. In Zhuangzi the children had toys and looked very happy. However, the autumn outing was an activity that he had liked since he was young. He thought that the children in Zhuangzi would also be willing to participate. Of course, a holiday was a holiday. A holiday was a holiday. A holiday was a holiday. There was no need to write travel notes. Dongzhu, where are you going? Song De knew that taking care of a child was the most difficult task. If we don't go to the city, we'll be restricted. We'll go to Lantian County. Lantian County is close, and there's also the Drunken Immortal Tavern there. I want to go over and take a look to see if there are any projects that can be developed, how everyone's living conditions are, and what the employees are doing. We should have gone to Wugong County. We sent people to investigate there first, but it's quite far away. Li Yi gave it some thought and chose Lantian County. I'll go tell the children the good news now. Song De agreed and turned around to make arrangements and deliver the news. We'll talk about it at night. If we talk about it now, they won't be in the mood to study. Li Yi knew children very well. Sure enough, at night, before dinner, the children went crazy when they told them that they were going to Lantian County to eat skewers the next day. They were inexplicably excited and ran and screamed. On the morning of July 30th, the Li family Zhuangzi children's troops set off again. The children lined up to get on the carriage. 60 guards came out of the village. They carried bows and crossbows and swords. The winged knights followed closely behind with 300 riders. Each person had 3 horses. The scouts were sent out early. Li sat outside the carriage. His legs were hanging and swaying, looking very leisurely. Guizi, who was personally leading the team, was worried. Last night he was called by Li Yi to talk to him about something. With a large group of children, the speed of the convoy was not fast. They only arrived at Lantian County at 9 in the morning. This was the second time the people of Lantian County saw a luxurious convoy. The first time was when the villagers came over to show off their strength. When the children got off the carriage one by one, the people of Lantian County were stunned. They had long heard that the children of the Li family Zhuangzi's villagers were living well. Today, when they saw it with their own eyes, they knew that good was not enough to judge them. They were clearly little ancestors that were specially raised by the big families. Each and every one of them looked so small that they wanted to carry them home. When the little ones lined up while shouting the slogan 1-2-1-2 and walked towards the largest grain-sunning field in the county, the people sighed one after another. The children of the county also ran out to take a look. Their eyes were filled with envy. They were envious of so many children playing together. They were also envious of the clothes that others were wearing. When they reached the place, the children of Zhuangzi took down their backpacks and opened them. Then they shouted to the surrounding children, "Come over and play with us. We brought toys. Let's barbecue skewers together later." The children of the county who came over to take a look did not dare to move, even if their eyes were filled with yearning. In their opinion, the children of the Li family Zhuangzi were not people of the same world as them. When the children of Zhuangzi saw that they were not coming, the older children ran over. They did not mind that the other children's clothes and hands were dirty. They pulled them away. One by one the children were pulled away. It was not that they wanted to go but that they had no choice. But soon they let go of their reservations, and played with all kinds of toys with the children of the village. They used small shovels and pots made of bamboo to play house next to the piles of fine sand that the villagers pushed over. There were also small forklifts and dump carts with wooden wheels that the children had never seen before. They could be pushed by hand and run on the ground. Their parents could not come over and were stopped by the winged knights a stone's throw away. Small umbrellas opened one after another in the sky where the children were playing. It was the first time that the children of the county had seen such interesting things. They put the small stones into a small bag. The small bag was connected to a few ropes with a ball of silk on top. They were rolled into a ball and thrown into the sky. The bag containing the stones fell below. The silk on top became a parachute and slowly floated down. The things that they played with were bamboo dragonflies that could fly in the sky. They felt that it was not as interesting as this. Li did not accompany the children. His ambulance continued forward under the protection of the 20 winged knights. He sat outside the ambulance and observed the situation of Lantian County. Every year Lantian County would be hit by a disaster. Sometimes it would be hail, sometimes it would be floods, and sometimes it would be drought in the second half of the year. There were many mountains in Lantian County. Every place could be different. Tomorrow morning I will go up the mountain. Everyone get ready. Send out 20 of the first winged knights to follow me. Li said to Guizi, who was beside him as he looked at the houses. I will go too. Guizi nodded. Go. This mountain can't be terraced. Otherwise soil erosion will worsen. It is a place that is always affected by disasters. Li turned his head and looked at the mountain. There were traces of logging on the mountain. Obviously it was used to get wood. There were plants growing in the areas where the logs were cut. He did not know who planted it. It was wild grass. Then what are the mountains suitable for? Guizi did not know much about farming in the mountains. There is no need to use the land on the mountain. There is good paddy soil here. It should be used for paddy fields. It would be a pity to plant wheat. There is more soil. If it is sorted, it can be used for small workshops. I think the kilns in this county are the best. Li knew that Lantian County had pottery and porcelain clay. The locals would definitely build kilns. As they walked and looked, Li shook his head. It was poor. The houses were built with grass and mud. There were no tiles on them. Chapter 474. Li looked at the houses that the residents lived in. There were both good and bad houses. There were also houses with cracks in the mud walls. The outside was smeared with mud and the color was different. Obviously these houses were dangerous. If they continued to live there, it would be heavy snow or heavy rain, and they would be easily overwhelmed. Guizi shook his head. It was too bad. Compared to the Li family Zhuangzi, it was much worse. The Li family Zhuangzi? When he thought of the Li family Zhuangzi, Guizi sighed. Why did he have to compare himself to the Li family Zhuangzi? Are you Li Dongzhu? When the ambulance was about to arrive at the courtyard of another house, a 14 or 15-year-old boy looked at Li Yi and asked. He had a basket on his arm and a bamboo basket on his back. I am Li Yi. Li Yi nodded and replied. The ambulance stopped. Do you want to buy walnuts, chestnuts, and kiwis? The boy took 2 steps forward and showed Li Yi the things in his basket. In the basket there were small kiwis. In the basket behind him there were big balls with burrs and small green balls. Li Yi knew that the big balls contained chestnuts and the small ones contained walnuts. The kiwis were not the big ones that Li Yi used to eat. They were smaller. The chestnuts and walnuts were wrapped in the outer skin, and he could not see what was inside. Li Yi jumped out of the ambulance and took out a kiwis from the basket. He peeled them with his hands and asked, Are they easy to sell? Kiwis are sold everywhere. They cannot be sold at a high price and they cannot be kept for long. Walnuts are hard to eat and there are people who come to buy them. The price is not as high as the price in Chang'an. Chestnuts can be kept for a longer time. You can eat chestnuts as rice all year round. You can go to the mountains to pick them and leave more money for your family. The boy looked at Li Yi peeling the kiwis and putting down the basket. Apparently, he had just come down from the mountains and was covered in dew. Have you ever thought of drying kiwis? They can be kept for a long time. You can use sulfur to smoke them. Walnuts can be stored for a long time. If you want to open them, you can use something like a guillotine. There is no need to smash them. Chestnut, I don't know if all the people in your county are of one mind. Are they willing to gather the money to buy the iron pot? If you want, you can take the chestnuts to Chang and to sell every day. As Li Yi spoke, he peeled the kiwi and took a bite. It was sour and not so sweet. Obviously, it was not fully ripe yet. In order to preserve it for a few more days, he ate it. The young man stood there, carefully observing Li Yi. Can you make money? When Li Yi finished eating the kiwi, the young man asked with hope in his eyes. Li Yi nodded. Yes, but you'll need a big iron pot with charred or coals underneath. Li Dongzhu, wait a moment. The teenager put down the things and ran away. Li Dongzhu, do you cook chestnuts in a big pot? Guizi asked the question in his heart. He felt that it was the same if he cooked it normally. Would it taste better if he cooked it in a big iron pot? Stir fry. Li smiled and took a walnut. There was still a green skin on the outside. He waited twice. Officer Guo, look, this walnut has a green skin now. Just bury it in the ground and cook it. Then the outer skin will be easy to peel. But how can you extract the walnut kernels from the inside as much as possible? This thing with a flat mouth like a guillotine can be pressed out. If you want to take it out completely, it's best to take it out when it's wet. The kernels inside are not dry. The dry kernels can be soaked, boiled, steamed, and pressed. The kernels inside are still very intact. Li Yi threw the walnut back into the basket and taught Guizi how to extract the kernels. Now, the walnuts in Lantian County were not paper walnuts. They were very hard, second only to the wild walnuts in the northeast. The wild walnuts in the northeast were simply not edible. Using a hammer, it took a lot of effort to break them open. The meat inside was embedded in the shell and then used a needle to pry it open. But if it was cooked and pressed with a machine, it could still be extracted intact. Guizi listened and learned. Li Dongzhu was full of knowledge. If the chestnuts are stir-fried, should I peel them and stir-fry them? Guizi thought of eating. Stir-fry them together with the shell. See if the shell is easy to break or not. If the shell is not easy to break, I'll make a small cut manually. Li took out a big thorn ball from the basket. The ball was already open. Li broke it and took out a few chestnuts. He observed, it looks like it needs to be cut open. Will take a little effort. Li Dongzhu, how do you want to cut it? Let me do it. Guizi took out a small knife from his waist. Li Yi threw one over, cut it horizontally. You can peel it after stir-frying. Guizi caught it in his hand and cut it open. The skin was about to break. Is it like this? Yes, after cutting it like this, steaming is also fine. But there's a lot of moisture and it's not as good as stir-frying. Li Yi threw the chestnuts in his hand into the basket and turned to wash his hands in the car. When he came out, the young man ran back with a large group of youths behind him. There, Li Dongzhu is there. The young man shouted as he ran. A group of people ran over and surrounded the car and Li Yi. They were all panting. Some of them had wounds on their hands and were squeezing blood out with their other hand. From their clothes, they should be a group of people who went to the mountains to pick kiwis, walnuts and chestnuts. Wait a minute. Li Yi said to the group. He turned and went into the car to get a basin of water and another basin of water. There were also soap and hand towels placed at the side. First, use this basin of water to wash your hands and face. Then use the other basin of water to wash again. Those who were injured did not need to be afraid. Hearing that there was soap to use, the youths surrounded the basin and washed their hands and carefully wiped the soap. After washing, Li took out some alcohol. Those who are injured, come over. It hurts. Bear with it. The one who pinched his hand first offered some money. Li dipped the cotton ball in alcohol and wiped his hand. The young man was stunned and took a deep breath. It hurt. Are you going to pool money together to buy a big iron pot? I don't think it's enough. When Li Yi talked about business, the young man did not feel the pain anymore. He just wanted to make money. We can ask for more from the family. It will be enough. The young man from before looked like he wanted to take a gamble. There's no need to ask for more from the family. How about this? I'll lend you money to buy the pot. Interest of 1 cent will double after 100 days. Li Yi gave a high interest of 1 cent, 1 cent, 1%. Based on 365 days a year, borrowing a pot would yield a profit of 3 pots and 65 cents. The interest would compound. In a year it would be 37.8 times. In 100 days it would be 1.7 times. When the youths heard that the interest of 1 cent would double after 100 days, they hesitated. Let's do it. Does Li Dongzhu lack an iron pot? He must have a way to let us earn back the money. The young man from before clenched his fist and agreed. Yes, Li Dongzhu does not lack money. He just wants to let us know that there are some things that we have to pay the price for. We are willing. Li Dongzhu, we don't want money. Lend us a pot and we will return you 2 pots. We want to make money. We believe in Li Dongzhu. The youths spoke one after another. They all thought that Li Yi would not cheat them of their money. They did not have enough money to be cheated by Li Yi. Li Yi smiled and asked, "What will you do after you make a lot of money according to the method I taught you?" "I want to build a house. No, I want to build a new house. I want to bring more people with me to make money." The young man spoke his thoughts. "What about you?" Li Yi looked at the others. "Us too." Several youths shouted at the same time. "Good, remember what you said today. If you don't do it after making money, don't blame me for being ruthless." Li Yi said solemnly to the youths. Chapter 475. Li Yi's car continued to move forward slowly, leaving behind the teenagers to discuss the method of roasted chestnuts. They will go to Drunken Immortal residence to get the big pot, spatula, and chestnut cutting knife. Then they will find suitable small stones and keep trying. They will need to cook at least 10 pots to get an approximate time. In the future they will cook according to that time. As for the sugar, they will not use much. They will just pour sugar water into the pot. Lantian County is not the only county that produces chestnuts in the capital. If they sell well, others will learn from them. Guizi felt helpless. He felt that Li Yi should buy a large amount of chestnuts. They will return to Jianghu to cook in secret and sell the chestnuts after they are done. Now that they have this method, they can cook in any city in Chang, and then others will learn from them. Then my men in Jianghu will not need to do anything else. They will only be selling roasted chestnuts. No matter how many chestnuts there will only be one season in a year. Even if all 20 counties produce chestnuts, how many people will there be left in the capital? This method will be spread to all parts of the country. Unfortunately, Hebei province is occupied by Khitans. There are a few counties that produce good chestnuts. They will open after they are cooked. It is a pity that a large area in the northeast is used by Khitans and some Turks. When Li Yi talked about chestnuts, he remembered the counties in Hebei. There are also a large number of pine mushrooms in the northeast and the fish in the cold water lake. Li Dongzhu, when we return you can cook in Zhuangzi too. Let the brothers have a taste. They do not have much money and have given it to their families. Guizi was worried that there would be too many people and too few chestnuts. If they do not hurry, they will run out of chestnuts. Cook and eat walnuts too. A child can eat 2 a day. Eating too much is not good for the body, even if it is made into preserved fruits. As Li Yi talked about walnuts, he remembered that it is time to cook hazelnuts and pine nuts. This year he must prepare more. Last year's supply will run out. He can only go to the city to buy more. Why is it so expensive? Stop the car, nay, Li Yi suddenly shouted when he was thinking. The horse was indeed obedient. When it heard the whinny, it slowed down and stopped. Another horse turned its head and looked at Li Yi with its big eyes as if asking, "What are you doing? Is something the matter? This house is not going to last any longer. The county needs to fix it. Why didn't you report it?" Li Yi jumped out of the car and came to a courtyard. Houses made of mud and grass are not only cracked but also tilted. There were no vegetables in the yard, only 2 chickens scratching and looking for something to eat. When Li Yi said that the county should be in charge of normal government affairs, the county had to help if there were poor families. Or the officials in the county could find other wealthy families of the same clan to help, especially when there was no one to take care of an old man. The system was good, including the Grief Tianfang in Chang. The ancient people were not stupid. They knew how to deal with all kinds of things. However, the imperial court did not have any money. They still had to fight wars and pay their officials. "Is there anyone at home? I'm the owner of the Drunken Immortal Tavern. Anyone in?" Li Yi shouted from outside the courtyard. After shouting a few times, the door opened and an old woman walked out shakily. "Auntie, I'm the owner of the Drunken Immortal Tavern. My name is Li Yi." Li Yi shouted again. I know. Li Dongzhu, come in. It's not locked." The old woman continued to walk. There was a wooden door in the fence, but it was not locked. There was not even a wooden pin. It was just lying there crookedly. After getting permission, Li Yi pushed open the gate and went in. He naturally took the old woman's arm. "Auntie, is there anyone else at home?" "No, it's just me. My youngest son left 5 years ago, saying that he went to learn martial arts with someone. I don't know where he went. He never came back. My eldest son helped to transport food for the army 2 years ago. He was hit by a falling rock on the road. My eldest daughter-in-law remarried. She wanted to take me with her, but she also has parents. It's not a big deal for me to go. If it weren't for my blurred vision before the beginning of spring, I would be able to tidy up the house. The imperial physician came over and prescribed some medicine. I'll be fine after drinking a few doses." The old woman smiled in Li Yi's direction. Li Yi waved his hand in front of the old woman's eyes. There was a slight reaction in her eyes. She was not blind. Auntie, you can't live in this house anymore. If you continue to live here, suddenly, cha boom. Before Li could finish his sentence, there was a sound from the house. Then it collapsed. Li hugged the old woman and lay down. At the same time, a few figures broke through the fence and came to the two of them. They carried them out. Li turned back to look. He stood up and patted the dust off his clothes. He laughed. Haha, look, Auntie. The house is gone. Follow me back to Zhuangzi. A benefactor, a benefactor. You are indeed a deity. They were right. If you hadn't come today, I would have been crushed to death in the house. The old woman trembled even more. Although her eyesight was not good, she still knew that the house had collapsed. However, she turned her head and refused. I'm not going. I want to wait for my youngest son to come back. I feel that you are a burden and can't do anything. Andy, look. Your house has collapsed, but the land is still there. You can rent the land to me and I will use it to earn money. After that, you can take the rent to Zhuangzi. I will rent a house for you. Your land is big and my house is small. The extra money will be for your daily meals and to hire someone to take care of you. The remaining money will be used to find out where your youngest son is. When you find him and he comes back, you can live with him. I will not rent your land and you will not rent my house. No one will lose out, okay? That's settled. Get in the car. I will continue to look around. I can earn quite a lot of money from your land. Li thought of a good idea. They could both rent the land. He helped the old woman into the car. The old woman's tears flowed down her cheeks. She did not refuse anymore. She knew that if she did not agree, she would not be able to live. She still had to wait for her youngest son. Auntie, what is there in the house that you are not afraid of losing? I will get someone to clean it up and bring it over. You can choose what you want to keep. Li arranged for the old woman to get into the car. He reassured her that some of the things were souvenirs. Turning around, Li shouted, which brother can go to the drunken immortal residence and get someone to come here? While you are at it, repair all the houses in the county that do not look good. I am a rich person. I have money. I do good. But tell Guan Xiaotan to help me ask the county magistrate surnamed Chen what he is doing. If he is waiting for the business tax to be paid, then there is no need to wait. We are making a loss this year. I will report how we lost money later. If we lose money, will they still want to collect taxes from me? Then I will have to talk to them properly. I will go. A winged knight outside said. He left with the sound of hooves. Li Dongzhu, you are a good person. The old woman listened and gave Li Yi an evaluation. I think so too. But good people are always bullied. When I am bullied, I usually endure it. Li Yi flattered himself. I have heard that the Prime Minister is magnanimous and uses virtue to win people over. The old woman continued to praise. Li Yi. He had a different view of these two praises. Dongzhu, there is a motorcade in front. They say that they are officials returning to Chang'an. They have a plate. Brother, go talk to them. They asked us to wait at the side. Guizi's voice came. Tell them, no matter who they are, to stand against the wall. Otherwise I will teach them a lesson. What kind of officials dare to take the road with me? They are too used to it. Li was looking for equipment in the car. He wanted to see if the old woman's eyes were blurred, cataracts, or other diseases. When he heard that someone dared to make his car move, he was angry. This is an ambulance. Chapter 476. There were cars and people parked on both sides of the road. Li Yi's team walked in the middle of the road. The other party gave way, but not to an ambulance. Ambulances were not popular in the Tang dynasty. It was the winged knights that made the other party give way. They could not afford to offend them. It was impossible for the other party to ask about the winged knights' mission or who they were protecting. The winged knights were His Majesty's private army. What was the meaning of asking about their mission? Who they were protecting that they needed to report to you? Li Dongzhu, this is the first time I asked an officer to give way in a car. An officer. The old woman said to Li Yi as she was being examined by Li Yi. Yes, an officer. Officer Guo, find out what kind of officer he is. He asked people to give way when he was walking on the road. Did I say anything? Does he think this is the Qing dynasty? Any random officer can be so arrogant. If he has the ability, he can enter Chang and city with his own name. Li Yi felt that this matter could not be settled so easily. He was sure that he was not holding a grudge because the other party had offended him. Yes, no, definitely not. Andy, your illness is too rare. You are so old and yet you can still have a median eye. Median eye is usually more common in men. At the same time, it will not happen when you are old. Usually, even if it happens, it will only affect one eye, not both eyes. Your condition is too anxious. Your median eye is not good and has leaks. In addition, you have presbyopia. When you see things, There is a lump of darkness in front of you. When you see things occasionally, they look different from what you saw before. Li Yi finished his examination. The old woman had median eye and presbyopia. Her median eye had not healed and would occasionally leak. She had to get rid of her anxiety. As for whether her eyesight could recover and to what extent, only God knew. But he could guarantee that she would recover a little. It would not be as serious as it was now. Yes, Li Dongzhu, you are indeed a miracle doctor. The old woman admitted that Li Yi was right. Andy, you have to take care of your illness. You can't be affected by the smoke. You can't be anxious. You can't eat spicy food. You can't always cry. Don't worry. Li Yi comforted the old woman and gave her medical advice. All right, we'll listen to Li Dongzhu. The old woman had no other choice. If it wasn't for the fact that she was worried about her youngest son, she would have died a long time ago. Li Yi chatted with him for a while and called someone to accompany him. He went out to continue observing the situation in the county. He didn't care about the tall walls and large courtyards. He didn't care at all. He only looked at the suffering, thought of the reasons and thought of ways to change it. He wanted to use Lantian County as a sample for other counties as a reference. At that time, he was an awesome village official who could make every family in the village build a villa while he was earning hundreds of millions of benefits. Cars that cost less than 1,000,000 yuan were too embarrassing to drive in the village. Then someone wanted to pick the peaches and was arrested. The people in the village didn't agree and in the end they could only give him a suspended sentence. Li Yi felt that if he could get every family in Lantian County to build a building, it would at least be a 2-story building. Because of the coke, the local soil was also suitable for baking bricks, tiles and cement. When a 2-story building was built, the first floor was uninhabited. If there was a flood, the house wouldn't collapse. There was no flood in the area, otherwise how could anyone survive? The first floor of the mud house was all gone. The drought wasn't a problem, they could just dig a well. The drought wouldn't last long. There were many small rivers in Lantian County. The drought would last for a few months, unless there was a small ice age. How did this stinky ditch form? Natural rain and water washing? The toilet is next to it, no. The things taken out from the cesspit can't be piled on the side of the road. Let's design it and mix it with the mineral fertilizer, stones and soil everywhere. No matter how much lime, move it to the back. Otherwise you'll get sick and it won't look good. This tree has to be cut down. How can there be an apricot in front of the house? That elm tree won't do either. It attracts mosquitoes. His house is a red tree in the mountains. It's fine but it's too tall. It needs to be forked and grafted with hawthorn branches. There's a small hill behind the house. There aren't any trees growing on the hill. Why is the front yard so big? Move the house forward and the backyard will be big. When there's a mudslide, there's a higher chance of survival. It's best to plant fruit trees in the back of the mountain. Li Yi swung his legs as he sat in front of the car. He spoke as he watched. Guizi and the other winged knights were about to kneel down. They saw another side of Li Yi. He was so familiar with the layout of houses, trees and ditches. This was a 17-year-old youth. He was never bad when it came to handling the general situation. But when it came to the small details of the county's people, he was still so skillful. If he was the county magistrate of any county, the people in the county could only wait to enjoy life. No, he didn't need to be the county magistrate. Lantian County was the closest to Zhuangzi. There was also Drunken Immortal House and other businesses, so he came over. The county magistrate of this county? 10 new county magistrates with the surname Chen couldn't compare to Li Dongzhu. Not only could he see the problem, he could also casually come up with a solution. How much could a county magistrate know about the local matters after taking the imperial examination? Li Dongzhu, are you going to take the imperial examination next year? You were busy dealing with the locust plague this year. Will you be free next year? Guizi still thought that the imperial examination was useful. He was the first in the martial arts examination, not ranked with the others. He wasn't the first in the martial arts examination. The first in the first grade was the first in the first grade. I don't know. Third brother said that he should take the imperial examination, but then he said that he should wait. Big brother said that he should set up an imperial examination for me. I also wanted to take the imperial examination and become the county magistrate of Jingji County. I'm not picky. My goal is to lead the people in the county to live a good life. Now it seems that it's the same even if I don't become the county magistrate. Li Yi swung his legs as he spoke indifferently. That's right. What else could Guizi say? 4 other talented people, His Majesty couldn't wait to immediately give them a position with real power. For Li Yi, His Majesty didn't want him to be a high-ranking official. When he became an official, they would meet face to face. His former brother would become his minister. As for power, Li Dongzhu's words were national policy. His Majesty attached great importance to them. As for the salary earned from being an official, Li Dongzhu would have someone send it to his door every month. Songde would take it and put it aside. The monthly salary of a third-rank official wasn't even enough for the villagers of Li family Zhuangzi to eat a meal. If Zhuangzi relied on Li Dongzhu's salary, they would all starve to death. That family is wrong. They're stupid. The direction of the terrain is just below their house. They couldn't bear to change the layout of their house, so they filled in the original ditch. Then they piled a mound of soil there, thinking that it could block the water when it rains. Looking at the soil, it should have been done this year. Such a big house with no other residents on it. It's just a mountain and a river, so it should have a canal through the house. The canal shouldn't go through the house because there are people on it. It's not a mountain and a river. If there are people, there will be sewage flowing down, so it shouldn't go through the house. Li saw a rich family. If there was a flood, the walls of the house would be washed down. Whether or not it went through the house depended on the actual situation. A mountain and a river passing through the house was flowing water, but a canal passing through the house was diseased water. Obviously, the geomancer was talking nonsense based on the knowledge in the books. Someone go over and talk to this family. Guizi didn't want the family in front of him to be unlucky. If they listened, they would change it. If they didn't listen, they would change it after it was washed away. Let's go back. I have a general understanding of the situation. I'm not satisfied with County Magistrate Chin. I'm here to work. I can't just rely on the business tax. Li didn't want to look anymore. Lantian County was big. He couldn't see the whole thing even if he looked at it at night. Chapter 477. Li went back and did not eat with the children. His ambulance was parked in an empty area just after entering Lantian County. He set up a grill there and personally grilled the meat for the winged knights. This time he showed off. He turned a big bundle of meat skewers around like a fan. There were at least 200 meat skewers in that bundle, and he just fanned them here and there, flipping them over in one go. He had practiced this before. In the past, he watched videos and saw others doing this. He was rich and practiced. The middle part of his palm hurt. Every time he turned the skewers, the muscles in his hand worked together to exert strength. When he gripped tightly, his wrist had to be flexible. If he didn't hold it tightly, the meat skewers would move. One side was clearly grilled, but when he moved, the other side would be grilled. Therefore, when turning a big pile of meat skewers, the fingers and palms were the most powerful parts. The wrist was the key to turning. Whoosh whoosh. The 20 winged knights were dumbfounded. Could meat skewers be grilled like this? The 200 meat skewers were grilled. They were still not seasoned. The seasonings were all on the plate. When Li Yi sprinkled salt and cumin, a lot of it would fall into the charcoal fire. Grilled meat skewers were not suitable to use cumin powder. Although it was more uniform and flavorful, it was not suitable for grilling meat skewers. When eating, cumin had a chewy tip. The more you chewed, the more fragrant it became. When cumin powder was used for frying and seasoning, barbecue stalls that used cumin powder did not have good business. After grilling a batch of meat skewers and distributing them, Li Yi began to grill the tofu rolls. There was no ham or sausage in the tofu rolls, only shredded onions and coriander. He brushed it with a layer of oil and sauce, turned it over and took it out directly. If it was grilled for a long time, it meant that the tofu rolls were not fresh. Li Dongzhu, don't you have a lot of ice? Why are you grilling the tofu rolls now? It's better to freeze them first. A non-commissioned officer of the Winged Knights was very curious. The tofu was made on the spot and then found many people to roll and grill it. Frozen tofu can't be grilled. It will break when grilled and the protein structure will be destroyed. Eat the sausages and roast them yourself. I can't cook a lot of them. Li didn't hide such a secret. The dried tofu was frozen and rolled up. When it was roasted, it would crack. It tasted like tofu dregs. In the past, when he ate skewers, he would tell the waiter to brush the skewers with a layer of oil, spread some sauce and sprinkle some seasoning before serving them. They were not allowed to be roasted for more than 3 minutes, and they were not allowed to be mushy or dry. Normal restaurants and skewer bars would understand that they couldn't use other people's leftovers, nor could they use stale dried tofu rolls. Other people's leftovers could be processed again. It was guaranteed to be dry, and the edges of the dried tofu curls would be scratched. As for those that were cooked for a long time, the dry tofu rolls were sticky and had to be roasted for a while. Sometimes, Li didn't even ask for the tofu to be roasted. He would just bring the tofu rolls that were already threaded. He wouldn't roast the tofu rolls and would just dip them in the sauce or other dry ingredients to eat. Leftovers from other people's meals or food that had been left out for a long time could never be taken out. If you wanted to see if the food in a barbecue restaurant or barbecue stall was fresh or not, you could order nothing but dry tofu rolls. If not roasted, you could eat it immediately and open a bottle of beer. If it couldn't be delivered or the taste wasn't right, you could pay the bill and go to another restaurant. The beer would be dry to quench your thirst. There was no need to talk too much. If you made yourself and the seller unhappy, there would be no point in having another conflict. Many places had chicken bars, especially in the Northeast, where there was a lot of chicken and chicken heads. Generally, you had to spray vinegar more, otherwise it would smell fishy. When you ordered, you told the waiter not to spray vinegar. This way, other people's leftovers couldn't be given to you. There would be a vinegar smell on it. After smelling it and finding that there was no vinegar smell, you could eat a few other skewers and ask the waiter to heat them up and spray vinegar. For meat skewers, you could choose not to put any seasoning and ask for a plate of dry ingredients to dip in. This was all a trick to avoid eating other people's leftovers. Li roasted his own food. Of course, there was no such problem. He would just find someone to wear the marinated meat. It was the same for dry tofu. You could eat it without worry. Otherwise, you would get a stomachache. It was not a big deal. The scariest thing was that the seller knew that the meat was not good and was afraid that you would get a stomachache. So they would brush furazolidone on the meat skewers. Furazolidone is also known as Dicerin. You can't drink alcohol after taking this medicine. But how many people who eat skewers don't drink alcohol? But later, this medicine was banned from production and sales in China. It was too harmful to the human body. At the same time, other anti-gastrointestinal bacteria drugs were still not allowed to drink alcohol. So, you would rather eat meat skewers that cause diarrhea than eat meat skewers with drugs while drinking alcohol. How to distinguish and avoid it? Dry roasted meat. No seasoning is allowed. You have to dip in dry ingredients to eat. Now Li was roasting meat. Winged knights were also dipping in dry ingredients to save on seasoning. There are still garlic skewers and gluten skewers over there. Whoever wants to eat, go and roast them yourself. I'm going to eat. I won't serve you any more. After roasting a bunch of meat skewers, Li didn't roast for others. He found a place to sit down and eat. There were stewed beans, sausages, pork belly, chicken skin, chicken tips made by him in Jianghu. They ate heartily. Although everyone drank alcohol, they controlled themselves and only drank a little. The children ate very carefully. The sausages were all roasted and the outer layer of charred meat was removed. There couldn't be any tendons in the roasted meat. The children's teeth weren't strong enough. If they were pulled, it was easy for them to lose their teeth. Many children from the county came over. There were more than before. They were far away. They received the news late and ran over. Winged knights were a stone's throw away. The children's parents ate free rice and scrambled eggs with soy sauce. Today the children of the Li family Zhuangzi were out. Anyone who was fated could eat free food. What do you think if I give those children? Zhang Sun Xan, who was eating free food nearby, suddenly said to his 4 aides. Without waiting for him to finish, Luo Aoqing directly interrupted him. Inspector Zhang Sun, our ability is limited. We don't want to delay your important matters. Why don't we? You're leaving. Zhang Sun Xan heard it and was very anxious. Inspector Zhang Sun were scared. If you want to do something to the children of the Li family Zhuangzi, you're a mortal enemy. Li Dongzhu can bury you in the mines. Li Dongzhu won't let anyone who knows about it go. We want to take the imperial examination next year. We don't want to die. Luo Ojuan said. He was about to cry. If you attack the people, Li Yi will bury you in the mines and then report it once every 10 days. If you attack the children of the Li family Zhuangzi, Li Dongzhu will torture you to death. In the future, no one will dare to provoke him. I mean, if others want to attack, can we help? What do you think I am? No matter how incompetent I am, I won't attack children. I have children too. Zhang Sun Xian was angry. Wait for me to finish. Is this how you think of me? The 4 aides were relieved at the same time. So that's how it is. Boss, if someone wants to use the children of the Li family Zhuangzi to attack Li Dongzhu, they can only pretend to be civilians. You can find more local people. Especially the peddlers and matchmakers who walk the streets. They are the most familiar with people. If they don't know people, they will tell them. Also, there are brokers in this county. They will cooperate with the first 2. If an outsider approaches, they will know the situation. Luo Aoqing was relieved and began to give ideas. Okay, help me arrange it. Zhang Sun Xan found that the other side changed the way they addressed him and was relieved. Chapter 478. When the sun set, the children who had been playing all day and had not taken a nap finally could not take it anymore. Outside the residential area of the county, there was a small river. The winged knights were busy with their shovels. Canvas tents with screens were set up for the children to sleep in. They did not eat dinner. They had been eating since noon. After a few mouthfuls they left to find some friends to talk to. Or they would play with the sand again. When they wanted to eat they would wash their hands again. The farmers did not stop them. This autumn excursion was to make the children happy. Urgent need for subscriptions. The number of subscriptions was increasing, but very slowly in the single digits. Thank you everyone. The farmer bowed. Under the night sky, a group of teenagers rented a stove next to the drunken immortal house. They were trying their best to fry chestnuts with a shovel. They borrowed the stove and coals. Guan Xiaotan agreed to let them use the chestnuts as a rental fee. This was already the fourth pot. The teenagers went to pick more chestnuts in the afternoon. The method of frying chestnuts was simple, but the process was not easy to master. The first pot was directly fried. There were still some uncooked chestnuts inside. After taking them out, they removed the stones from the top. This process required the use of thick gloves. After the chestnuts were fried, they would stick together with a lot of stones, forming clumps. The second pot of frying was still fried. Smoke kept coming out. The other teenagers used a knife to cut the chestnuts one by one. They encountered helplessness in their anticipation, and when they had hope, they were disappointed. But they had no way out. They had to master the timing and skills. It's over again. Looking at the chestnuts in the big pot, some of them had not changed color and some were still smoking. The teenagers felt that their strength had been sucked away. Guan Xiaotan came over and said to the leader, "Little Dong, you can't fry like this. Every time you think you will succeed. You are too anxious. Brother Guan, what should we do?" The teenager called Song Little Dong. He shook his sore arms. "Don't put it on the fire. Pour the chestnuts and sand in. Stir it back and forth. You still have not mastered the technique of stirring evenly." Guan Xiaotan did not know how to fry chestnuts, but he knew that the apprentices who learned how to cook in a big pot first fried the stones. When they could easily stir the stones back and forth with a shovel, they were allowed to cook simple dishes. The youth's arms clearly did not have the strength to stir-fry a big wok, so they could not keep up with the speed. Song Xiaodong brought a few people to carry the cauldron down. He gritted his teeth and looked at Guan Xiaodan. "Brother Guan, can you lend us a few cauldrons to practice?" "Yes, I'll lend you 2 more pots. You can practice by yourselves. Your arms will be very painful tomorrow." Guan Xiaotan nodded in agreement. He wanted to see the youths succeed. It was just 4 pots of chestnuts. She picked out the burnt ones and put the rest into the popcorn pot. She just needed to pop them again. Or put it in a big pot to boil it. After boiling it, the water content was controlled. When the time came, the workers could bring it home to eat. It wouldn't be a problem. "Come on, let's practice. Tomorrow someone else will pick the chestnuts. You must learn it." Song Xiaodong regained his confidence when he saw that he could get a free cauldron. The other youths were also unwilling to admit defeat. Now all they had to do was to exert their strength and not spend any money. The youths took turns to rest, taking turns to use the spade to cook. If they were thirsty, they would drink free soup. If they were hungry, they would eat chestnuts. It's on fire, it's on fire. The county government's storehouse is on fire. When the sun was about to rise in about an hour, the sound of shouting and the sound of gongs intertwined. It was the time when people were sleeping soundly. The people around the county government were woken up by the noise and were in a daze, thinking about something. The bailiffs on duty were the first to discover the fire. They shouted for their men and went to fetch water trucks. More and more commoners came out of their homes, carrying basins and buckets. They didn't forget to bring along their water pumps as toys. Within 15 minutes, many commoners were working with the fire brigade to collect water. The winged knights who were camping outside heard the noise as well. They didn't move. Only the scouts came and went as usual. "Li Dongzhu, there's a fire in the county government storehouse." Guizi came to the ambulance and knocked on the door. "I know. It's man-made. Why else would it happen at this time? The person who did this is stupid." Li Yi's voice could be heard from inside. After some time he opened the door and got out. He was wearing chainmail and a helmet that covered his entire head. There was a gap in the helmet and a chainmail around his neck. He asked someone to send the old lady back to Zhuangzi. She didn't take off her clothes when she went to bed. "You're Dongzhu. You're right." Guizi wasn't worried anymore. The night before they left, Li Yi found him alone and told him about the situation. He told him to send more men to the children's side. He didn't need a lot of men. If he was attacked, they couldn't come and save him. At that time he was puzzled and asked Li Yi, "Someone wants to harm you? Then why are you still taking care of the children?" Li replied, I have to come out. The children need to play. If I don't come, it will be more dangerous. If someone hides in the dark, should I just hide? Now it seemed that this was indeed the case. If you lure the snake out, you can only be a thief for 1,000 days. How can you be on guard for 1,000 days? Officer Guo, pack up. We're going up the mountain. Li looked at the night sky. Now? Guizi was surprised. Yes. Now the ambulance is at the foot of the mountain. Stop there. We'll go up and send a few more men to guard the car. Li said and went into the car to change his clothes. He didn't wear the chainmail anymore. He changed into a field combat uniform. The car started and ran towards the foot of the mountain. When they arrived, Guizi led 20 men and accompanied Li up the mountain. He held the night vision goggles while the others held the lanterns. Li was holding something that the winged knights had never seen before. It was a short spear. There was no point in the front. It was a stick handle, a bracket, and other extra things. The key was that there was a hole in the front where the head should be. There was a mirror on top of the hole. Seiko TRG. This gun has a good magazine and is not very heavy. The key is that it is accurate at a distance of 100 feet. Li told Guizi what kind of gun he was holding. There were many of these guns in Russia. They could shoot whenever they wanted. As for the Barrett, Li felt that it was not suitable for him. It had a strong recoil and was heavy. What was the use of being able to shoot over 2,000 meters? Who could equip a ballista to fight him on the mountain? The Seiko TRG in his hand was very useful within a range of 100 feet. 100 feet? Where to load it? Can it kill people? Guizi had never heard of such a ridiculous name before. He was doubtful of this thing. Whether I can kill people or not depends on whether there is someone to shoot for me. This time I won't take captives, mine, or kill people. People will think that I'm kind. Li decided to find a chance to kill a few people and bring them back for practice. There was no psychological burden. The team moved forward. Li was protected in the middle. The others used the light of the lanterns to look at the weapon in his hand from time to time. Everyone was very curious. What kind of weapon could easily shoot a distance of 100 feet? They didn't know that this gun was still within its effective range. Li had a smile on his face. He sneered. He had made up his mind. His lifespan could be increased. If there was something good to use, why not use it? The feeling of being stared at in the dark was not good. He didn't even eat breakfast before starting the fire. His original plan was to go up the mountain after dawn and let the enemies who might be hiding in the dark find and follow him. Since the other party took the initiative, he would give them a chance. Chapter 479. Kyakubo walked at the front of the group with a blade of grass in his mouth. There were only stars in the sky, and the moon was nowhere to be seen at the end of the month. He couldn't see the road, so he walked with uneven steps. From time to time, someone would slip and fall, but they didn't make a sound. If it weren't for the occasional flash of light on the winding road ahead, he would have thought that he had lost them. He knew that this should be the last chance. A month, an entire month. It was his Turkic tribe that suggested sending people to infiltrate Jianghu, but those 25 people insisted on going through the imperial plantation. After being caught, they didn't move at all, and he didn't know if they were dead or alive. The other foreigners pushed the blame to the Turkic tribe, and everyone was on tenterhooks. Just as they were about to lose their patience and capture a few Li family Zhuangzi to threaten them, good news came yesterday. The Li family Zhuangzi brought their children to Lantian County for an autumn outing. The opportunity had come. The Li family Zhuangzi valued children. If they could capture a group of children, even if they had to die, they would exchange it for something useful. The fire at dawn was a good opportunity, but who would have thought that the winged knights wouldn't move at all? This troop was too elite and they wouldn't fall for it. Fortunately, Li was probably scared, and he only followed the 21 winged knights up the mountain. He had 50 people on his side. If he exchanged 2 for 1, there would still be a few left. After capturing Li, he would bring him back to the Turkic tribe and torture him all day, forcing him to give up his skills. Kyakubo was prepared for anything, including his own death. As he thought, he turned his head and looked back. He saw everything, but he was worried about the 6 people left in Lantian County. The 6 of them were responsible for lighting the fire, and they were looking for an opportunity to capture the children. He hoped that they were fine. In Lantian County. It's them. I haven't seen them before. They were mixed in with the crowd just now, and now they want to go to the children. In front of the county yamen, 6 injured people lay on the ground, tied up with ropes, and someone stepped on their backs. The person he pointed out was a peddler who walked the streets of the county. He had been hired by Zhang Sun Xian's aide to help keep an eye on people. He had pointed out 2 people just now. The other 4 were found by a broker, a blind fortune teller, and a part-time worker. Blind's eyes were now bright, reflecting the light from the torches and lanterns. The 6 people who were found panicked when they were identified. They took out their short knives and wanted to resist, but they were beaten down by the common people and the bailiffs. Jiang Sun Xian stood there like a hero. I've hired people to keep an eye on them. They promised me that if something really happens and they catch the culprit, they'll give each person 100 carvings. If they don't find the culprit, they'll also be given 2 carvings. Jiang Sun Xian was afraid that others would not know that he was the one who did it. He wanted to prove that he was a good official. As for the money, ask the Li family Zhuangzi for it. Yes, we know. It was arranged by Inspector Zhang Sun. Just by looking at Inspector Zhang Sun, I can tell that he is an honest and upright official. It's all thanks to Inspector Zhang Sun. Otherwise, with the 6 of them hiding, who knows how many people would have died. With Inspector Zhang Sun in Lantian County, the common people are at ease. The common people around praised Jiang Sun Xian one after another. Regardless of what they usually thought of Jiang Sun Xian, it had all changed now. Hearing others praise him, Jiang Sun Xian wanted to laugh, but he held it back. Looking at the 6 injured people, he felt very close. He wanted to thank the 6 of them. It's you that allowed me to win the hearts of the people. The 6 people who were stepped on did not make a sound. Occasionally when someone stepped on them, they were forced to groan. There was nothing to say. When they came, they had already thought of being caught and tortured. Come on. So what if we're cut into pieces? The leader on the other side will catch your Li Dongzhu. It's worth it to exchange this life. Seeing that the sky is about to brighten, the people who are putting out the fire are all going to the drunken immortal house. Since we can't squeeze in, the drunken immortal house will treat everyone to a meal. Guan Xiaotan stood up and said that he would treat everyone. When something happened, everyone helped. The children could even help carry water and put out the fire. Moreover, this matter was clearly targeted at his own Zhuangzi. Making others tired, he had to repay them. The storehouse that was burned, it didn't matter. How much was burned would be replenished. The entire yamen would be renovated. Amidst the cheers, the 6 people were put in chains and tied up with ropes. However, no one beat them anymore. They were afraid that if they were beaten to death, there would be specialized people to interrogate them. There's a small hill in front. The surroundings are relatively open. It's easy to defend and hard to attack. Guizi on the hill introduced the terrain to Li Yi. When the Li family Zhuangzi arrived in the county, there were winged knights around to check the terrain. According to Li Yi's request, when they arrived at a place, if they were not in a hurry to march, they would first understand the surrounding environment. Once a battle started, if they felt that the terrain could be used, they would lead the enemy there. Let's go there. Li Yi made a decision. After walking for about half an hour, the sky was at its darkest. It was estimated that after a while, the sky in the west would turn white. Before the sun rose, the light would shine over the sky in the west. Following behind was Chu Shiba's team. They ignored the scratching of the branches and the heavy dew. They were now focused on chasing after them. The distance between the 2 sides was gradually closing. They were all so excited as they calculated against each other. After half an hour, Li Yi's 22 people arrived at their position first. Li Yi found a rock, set up his gun and aimed at a fan. Okay, this is it. In a while, don't move. When they are about 70 zhang away, I will be responsible for shooting. You guys watch. Li Yi was worried that if the winged knights rushed over, what would happen if there were casualties? Okay, we will watch first. Guizi replied. He did not care that the other side had 50 people. Especially now that the sky was not bright. He was wearing night vision goggles and his bow was better than the other side's. After a while, the west showed signs of light. A group of people rushed over from behind. The lanterns were placed at the side to guide Chu Shiba's advance. Ahem. Chu Shiba coughed. The 50 people instantly sped up and rushed forward, each of them holding a crossbow. Li Yi crawled there and aimed. 300 meters. 280 meters. 260 meters. 220 meters. 200 meters. He fired. Bang. A dull sound rang out. Sorry I missed. Let me try again. Li Yi looked. The enemy was fine. He muttered, pulled the bolt and fired again. Bang. Another sound was heard. The Turkic warrior in front fell directly on the screen. Li Yi pulled the bolt and fired. Accompanied by dull sounds, a magazine of 10 bullets was emptied. 7 people on the other side fell. Li Yi quickly removed the magazine, reloaded it and continued firing. The charging Chu Shiba's team waded through the weeds and bushes. They saw fireflies far away from the lanterns. The sky was just beginning to brighten. Every time the fireflies appeared, it seemed that one person on their side fell. They did not know how, but they heard the dull sound like the first sound of firecrackers. After a pause, the sound rang out again. The people on their side fell one by one. Chu Shiba estimated the distance. The crossbow could not hit. 20 steps forward. Shoot. Chu Shiba shouted and continued wading through the bushes. Li was very serious. He fired shot after shot. From his position, he was not afraid of the enemy's crossbow. Unless the enemy was very lucky and could let the crossbow accidentally hit the 10th ring. When Chu Shiba and the others finally reached the shooting range, there were only 23 people left. Chapter 480. Shoot, quick! Che Shiba, who felt that the distance was enough, shouted at the top of his lungs. Vroom vroom vroom. The arrow was released and the sound of the bowstring was heard. Thank you. Li quickly hid behind a rock. He had heard the shout. Li returned to his position and continued firing after the sound of rocks being hit by something not far away from him had died down. The other party was using a crossbow. After a round of shooting, it should be time to rest ring. Quick, rest ring and shoot again. As expected, Che Shiba urged loudly. The sound of the sniper rifle came one after another. At such a close distance, Li found the familiar feeling again. His accuracy improved again. When the Turkic suicide squad finished reloading, there were only 6 people left. They did not know how to lie down. Che Shiba was still alive, but he could not participate in the battle. He had been shot in his right thigh. Now he was like the other brothers who had fallen on the road, groaning as he covered his wound. Although it was a normal bullet, one shot had almost broken his leg. Bang, bang, bang. 3 consecutive sounds of bowstring were heard. 3 Turkic men were shot in the neck. Wuxia made his move. He was afraid that another round of crossbow arrows would coincidentally hit Li. While he was shocked by the power of Li's weapon, he also showed Li what it meant to shoot with great precision. 3 consecutive shots, each one hitting the throat. Bang. Li knocked down another person. There were 2 people left. Do you dare to fight with us? One of the 2 threw down his crossbow. Bang. Li knocked down the person beside him. At the same time he shouted back, do you dare to fight with me in poetry? If you can't write, you will commit suicide. After shouting, he pulled the trigger. It was over. Li started to pick up the bullet shells. Don't go over first. Some of them are injured. Wait a while. They will probably bleed to death. Wuxia and the rest did not move. They knew that the enemies on the battlefield had fallen, but it did not mean that they were completely dead. It was dawn in the west and they could see things nearby clearly. 2 of them used binoculars to look at the situation over there, while the others gathered around Li to look at his weapon called Sha something. Li Dongzhu, do you have a lot of these weapons? Wuxia looked at the sniper rifle as if he was looking at a treasure. Not much. I exchanged it with my life. Li was afraid that the other party would ask for it. It's good that there aren't many. If there are more, we won't be able to protect you, Zhuangzi. Wuxia changed his words at the last moment. He wanted to say that they were unable to protect his majesty. Winged knights chimed in from the side. That's too fast. Every time we pull, we'll be able to hit them. That's right. Li smiled. He didn't mention that there were many weapons that could be used without pulling. For example, if he used a heavy machine gun, he would have killed 50 people long ago. He didn't even know how to lie down, let alone face heavy machine gun fire. That's right. After daybreak, organize some people and help me find the warheads. I hit them 67 times and found 1 coin. It's fine if you want to find it. The furthest one can fly is around 1,000 steps or 2,000 steps. Li used 7.62mm ordinary bullets. The effective range was 800 meters, but it didn't mean that the bullets could fly 800 meters. If they hit a person, they could be found nearby. If they missed, God knows where they flew to. He offered a price of 1 coin per round. Everyone could look for them. They could also pick mushrooms while they were at it. He also bought mushrooms at a high price. There was no delay. Can the things that are shot still be used? Wuxia thought about the arrows. They could be retrieved after they were shot. It can't be used as a bullet to hit people anymore. My weapon is called a warhead. This is called a sniper rifle. If it's a different bullet, it's easier to hit someone within 300 steps. I'm telling you this so that you have an idea. In the future, when you cooperate with me in battle, you must first think about the advantages of my weapon. Li introduced the functions of the gun. Different bullets of the same caliber could be exchanged. Dongzhu, is this also a shot at 300 steps? The non-commissioned officer on Li's left, who was helping to store the cartridges, asked enviously. If it's too far, I have to aim. There's no point in picking them up. When they're dead, bring their corpses back. I have a use for them. Li talked about happy things. The corpses of 50 enemies could be used for a long time. He didn't need to dig up other people's graves this year. If he cherished them, he could persist next year. When he was in school, many cadavers sent away batches of students. If it weren't for his morality and professionalism, he would have rushed down the mountain and treated them in the ambulance. When he brought them back to Jianghu for live experiments, they would be much better than dead. The sun rose and there were many more sounds in the forest. The dew on the leaves swayed gently in the wind and dripped down as the leaves stretched. The moaning gradually disappeared. Wuxia took out a firework and lit it. Fireworks bloomed in the sky one after another, not very bright. The sound echoed in the sky. The people in the county knew what was going on when they saw it. The fireworks sounded 20 times, indicating that there were enemies and no casualties on their side. Li Dongzhu, do you eat compressed biscuits? A non-commissioned officer took out a compressed biscuit and asked Li Yi in a muffled voice. No, I'm going down to eat. Li Yi shook his head. He didn't eat compressed biscuits. He was sick of it. He didn't feel disgusted. He didn't feel like vomiting. Most people wouldn't vomit when they saw corpses. Even if the corpses were badly rotten and had maggots on them, they would at most be in a bad mood. If someone vomited after killing someone, it had nothing to do with smell or visual reaction. It was an emotional problem. Killing someone broke through the bottom line. Otherwise, those who died in accidents would be surrounded by a crowd. Wouldn't they vomit all over the ground? For hours later, it was noon. The 50 corpses were moved down and loaded into the car. Li Yi accompanied them back to Jianghu to preserve them. Many people ran up the mountain to look for bullets with different patterns that Li Yi had drawn on the spot. The bullets would change shape when they hit an object. It wasn't certain what they would look like. The children on Jianghu were still so happy. They didn't know what had happened. The winged knights guarding them did not move at all, but the scouts were running back and forth. Li Yi went back to Lantian County to dispose of the corpses. He shouted at the children, "Was the autumn outing fun?" "Yes, fun," the children dragged out their words. "Then let's stay for one more night and go back after breakfast tomorrow, okay?" Li Yi was in a good mood and decided to let the children have some fun. Okay, just as he expected, the children continued to drag out their words. Another reason why he did this was to appease the people in the county. Today's incident had happened, and the winged knights had all retreated. The people would be worried. If they stayed for one more night, the people's emotions would slowly calm down, and the county government would be able to handle things smoothly. The county government couldn't do anything about the 6 people who were arrested and had to report it. The warehouse was burned down and everyone calculated the losses. The Li family Zhuangzi had to pay for the losses. Li Yi admitted that he had to pay for the losses. At the same time, he announced that if anyone in Lantian County had a bad house, they could go to the Drunken Immortal residence to have it repaired. The Drunken Immortal residence would pay for the repairs. If the house was really bad, the Drunken Immortal residence would be responsible for building a new house. He believed that after this incident, the Drunken Immortal residence wouldn't be able to send anyone in the short term. At the same time, the imperial court would conduct strict inspections. The people didn't care about this secret war. They were happy to spread the news. Some of the houses looked okay and they had to report it. Maybe they could repair it. I didn't do anything. Why do people hate me so much? They want to kill me. Li Yi complained to Wuxia while eating skewers. Wuxia. Chapter 481. Ha ha ha. Wuxia looked at Li Yi's aggrieved expression and couldn't help but laugh out loud. He thought to himself, what else do you want? Not enough gunpowder and hot air balloons? Didn't they send people to Jianghu to steal and rob for these 2 things? One of them succeeded in stealing, but in reality he was cheated. Who knew what the other one was thinking? He had actually entered from the imperial plantation. Wuxia laughed, shook his head and continued to eat. He drank. The winged knights who participated in the battle on the mountain today all drank to calm down. This was the first time they had killed someone. Although Wuxia was powerful, he had never killed anyone before. It was impossible to say that he didn't feel anything. Only Li Yi was fine. Everyone else drank white wine to calm down, but he drank yellow wine, took a sip and ate a small skewer. It was really a small skewer. One big skewer was worth 4 small skewers. The Li family Zhuangzi's meat skewers were not eaten casually. 1 gene of meat had to be eaten with 10 big skewers and 40 small skewers. When roasting, one had to use a fan to fan the meat. Otherwise, the small skewers would break because of the thin bamboo skewers. Li Yi killed the most people and he could even carry the bodies back and say that he would freeze them. When he came back to eat meat, nothing happened. It was as peaceful as usual. Li Dongzhu, you seem to be open-minded about killing people? Guizi asked curiously. What's wrong with the enemy? Don't you kill all the soldiers on the front line? Li casually found an excuse. In fact, he had seen too much and was numb to it. This time he was doing it himself. Before doing it, he had already mentally prepared himself and decided to do it this way. It was not like a living person was struggling and shouting, "Don't kill me." He would use a knife to cut them bit by bit. He used a gun. The psychological pressure of killing with a gun and a knife was different. As for dealing with the bodies after killing, it was a common thing. After hearing what you said, it's true. Guizi was in a much better mood. Everyone ate the skewers. The children were happy, the people were relieved, and the winged knights were satisfied. Usually they couldn't eat this kind of skewers. At the same time, a group of people in Chang'an Palace was vexed. The 6 Turks were taken back to Chang'an. They were sentenced to death and were interrogated by torture experts. Yao Chong and the others were discussing. Your Majesty, the corpses should be brought out. There are still 25 other people who should be killed. Place the corpse in the downtown area so that those who come after will be warned. When Yao Chong learned that the 50 corpses were taken away by Li Yi, he felt that it was against the natural order of things. Li Yi's medical skills require living people to practice. Previously he dug up dead people and even saved one by chance. If he doesn't give it to others, how can his medical skills improve? Li Longji supported Li Yi to practice on dead people before he could save them. Wasn't the person who was dug out later sewn back together? If Li Yi hadn't asked Wang Xing to dig up the baby, it would have died completely. Digging up 100 dead people for practice and saving one was a merit. The enemy's corpses were fresh and no one came to say that they were his. How good would it be to have 50 corpses? The other 6 should be hanged instead of beheaded. After they were hanged, they should be sent to Li Yi. Lu Huaishan said, Your Majesty, I heard that out of the 50 people, Li Yi killed 47 with his own hands. I'm afraid that he has killed too many people. Lu Huaishan was concerned about Li Yi. He felt that killing too many people was not good for him. Don't be afraid. He has saved many people. If the medical books he gave out were to be used by the medical practitioners, how many more people would be saved? Li Longji didn't care about Li Yi killing people. Instead, he felt a sense of familiarity. He had killed many people, including those he killed with his own hands. Now everyone was the same. They had all killed people and were on the same side. Your Majesty, I heard that Li Yi has a weapon that can easily kill enemies from 200 steps away. It can also fire continuously. This weapon should be sent to the workshop to be disassembled for research. Zhang Shuo didn't speak up for Li Yi. He was thinking about the good weapon. Li Longji waved his hand. I used my life to exchange for it. Zhuangzi also made a telescope, but it can't compare to a telescope that was exchanged with a life. It can't be made, otherwise Li Yi would have made it himself. Your Majesty, how should we deal with this matter? Yao Chong saw that Li Longji was protecting Li Yi. He decided to get down to business. I was just about to ask everyone. Li Longji threw the question back. I think we should use this as a reason to interrogate the Turks and the foreign envoys. Yao Chong immediately expressed his opinion. I think we should do the same as before. Kill them after the interrogation. If Li Yi is willing to send 25 people to the mines, then let them do so. Lu Huaishan was no longer the prime minister who accompanied the food. He had to fight for important matters. In the past he only dealt with small matters and left all the important matters to Yao Chong. This was to prevent conflict. Yao Chong was greedy for power. If he fought with others, it would be considered internal strife. Others would always laugh at him. He knew it, but he didn't care. When there was an assassination, he thought that he should follow Li Yi's method and not mention it. The biggest pressure was not to ask but to not make a move. The more the other party guessed, the more they would think. Zhang Shuo saw that the two of them had different opinions, but he didn't side with anyone. He suggested, why don't we ask Li Yi? When Li Yi was preparing to take the children out, he already knew that there would be problems. I think he likes to plan before acting. Chief Guizi has already asked. Li Yi said to spread the news that he wants revenge and wants to kill people. Li Longji said the words that Li Yi asked Guizi to report. Did he say who he was looking for to kill? Yao Chong frowned. Li Longji smiled. He didn't say. If he said he was looking for someone, the other party would kill their own people and frame Li Yi. If Li Yi didn't say anything, the other party would kill their own people and frame Li Yi. This would prove that they were the ones who did the assassination. Li Yi had already considered this when he passed the message. He also asked them to spread the news that he had a weapon that could easily kill people from 300 steps away. Good plan. Lu Huaishan clapped his hands. Then he laughed. Ha, this way those people will be on tenterhooks all day and won't have peace. How can they be vigilant from 300 steps away? Li Yi has changed. He's no longer the handsome young man from before. He's becoming more and more black-hearted. Zhang Shuo suddenly sighed. He had personally killed someone and then used a psychological attack. When he first met Li Yi, he was such a good young man. He always had a smile on his face and was nice to everyone. He would answer anyone who asked him anything. How long had it been? That young man had grown a year older and was starting to show off. Originally, he was making tools to benefit the people. Now he was making weapons for war. Change what? Didn't your family receive dumplings made with toad oil? This old man's family received 30. Lu Huaishan refuted Zhang Shuo. What right did he have to say bad things about Li Yi? Why does this old man's family only have 25? Yao Chong was depressed when he heard the number. You really are black-hearted. Zhang Shuo raised 2 fingers meaning 20. Li Longji was stunned. He looked at Lu Huaishan carefully and said with concern, Minister Lu, please take care of your health. Long Zhe also has 30. He said that he is not feeling well and should immediately go to the Li family Zhuangzi. The 3 people's faces changed. Yao Chong and Zhang Shuo looked at Lu Huaishan. Lu Huaishan swallowed. This official is not afraid. This official's carriage is fast. I will be fine as long as I stay alive until I reach the Li family Zhuangzi. He said that he was not afraid, but he believed it. Li Yi was good to whoever he helped. It was guaranteed that the other party would be in trouble. If you don't believe me, look at Li Riji. It was Li Yi who mentioned it to the emperor. The emperor quickly sent people to look for him. When they found him, he was seriously ill. When he heard that the emperor wanted to use him and trusted him, he miraculously survived. If Li Yi did not mention it and the emperor did not send people to look for him, Li Riji would probably be remembered. Lu Huaishan was not someone who looked down on life and death. He was afraid. Chapter 482. That night, Lu Huaishan went to Earthly Paradise to ask for tickets to Pyongkang Square's Zhongqiu. That night, Zhongqiu would perform a play, which Liang Shanbua and Zhu Yingtai had learned from Nanku. Lu Huaishan went home to pick up his wife and son to watch it together. He was worried that if Li Yi couldn't be saved, what would happen to his family? Thinking about it, he felt sorry for his wife. She didn't have many good days with him. Their money was all gone and they didn't have meat to eat. Now that they could eat meat, they didn't have many opportunities to play together. Zhongqiu was performing today, so he brought them to watch. His wife didn't know what he was thinking. When she heard that they were going to watch a play together, she even dressed up. She took the child and set off with him in the Prime Minister's car. Lu Huaishan usually didn't allow his family to use his car, not even together. His wife was full of sweetness and smiled along the way. When they arrived, Lu Huaishan walked in front while his wife held his son's hand and followed half a step behind. Then, have you heard? More than 300 people want to kill the Li family Zhuangzi, Li Dongzhu. They're besieging him in the mountains of Lantian County. I know. Li Dongzhu has a weapon. It's very difficult to make. Until now there's only one. It can kill people from 3,000 steps away without a sound. Yes, they were all killed by Li Dongzhu before they could even see their faces. Li Dongzhu even threatened to take revenge. Those who sent the assassins were unlucky. 3,000 steps isn't far. Isn't that so? Where can they hide? They couldn't even see Li Dongzhu before they were killed. Lu Huaishan's wife heard and turned to look at her husband. Lu Huaishan seemed to sense something and turned back. He sighed and whispered, "It's not as far as 3,000 steps and there weren't 300 people." How far is that? How many people? His wife wanted to know the details. Before dawn there were 50 people. He killed 47 of them from 100 steps away. Lu Huaishan didn't hide anything. But after he said that, he realized that it was no different from 3,000 steps away. To kill people from 100 steps away when it was dark, that weapon. Of course his wife also thought, how can he kill people in the dark? Can he see them from 100 steps away? Yes. Lu Huaishan knew about this. Li Yi has something special. He can see people at night and during the day. That's great. Someone is going to ambush Zhuangzi tonight. He has a way to deal with it. Lu Huaishan's wife was delighted. She knew what was going on with her family. The property rights of the house belonged to her. Then she built a 2-story house with 16 rooms. Clothes were delivered and meat and vegetables were delivered to the house every day. She could cook by herself. If her husband invited others to a banquet at home, Earthly Paradise was responsible for all the wine and dishes. Li Yi was behind all of this. Li Yi hadn't come to the Prime Minister's door to ask for anything. It was as if he had seen that the Prime Minister's family was having a hard time and wanted to help. Such a good young man. If he didn't have a powerful weapon to defend himself, what if he was harmed? Yes, Lu Huaishan's wife's way of thinking was just that simple. She would side with whoever was good to her. The family came to a small box in a good location. The people of Heavenly Earth also came over to deliver food and explain. He said that Lu Huaishan had spoken too late, and the private room had been given out. This was a reserved room and he had negotiated with Jianghu to obtain it. If they went to Nanka next time, they didn't have to worry about not having a good seat. There was always a place there. Lu Huaishan knew where it was. It was the big empty box around. The family watched the play. Li Yi's matter continued to spread outside. In the Honglu temple, the other people from the other countries were on tenterhooks. They wanted to explain to Li Yi that they didn't participate this time. The people of Tubo were also gloating. You deserved it. You Tujue people dared to have any ideas. Li Yi was so sinister. He took the children out for an autumn outing. How could he not have made preparations? You only sent 56 people. How could you hope to defeat the Winged Knights? You actually lit a fire and lured the tiger away from the mountain. Didn't you read the Romance of the Three Kingdoms? It was already written in the newspapers. The key point was that you lit a fire in the early morning. Did you think you learned something? People are the most sleepy in the early morning? And when he went up the mountain before dawn, your people dared to chase him. If he was afraid, why didn't he meet up with the children's tent? Was it over? Did he encounter a new weapon? What kind of weapon was that? You could see people at night and start killing from 100 steps away. When the Tubo people mocked the Tujue people, they were also afraid. Weapon, a new weapon. The news they received was more accurate. 50 people were killed from 100 steps away. The Tujue people were silent. They didn't go out of their courtyard. Their hearts ached. 56 experts were all killed. They were killed cleanly and cleanly. They had been set up. If they met suddenly and fought to the death, they wouldn't be able to defeat the other party. There was nothing to say. But this time they were schemed against. Their brothers died in grievance. What should we do now? Li Yi is going to take revenge. The other tribes are afraid that they will be blamed. In the courtyard, a person looked at the tea in front of him and asked with narrowed eyes. He can't get any evidence. We won't admit it. Another person with a single triangular eye spoke. Does he need evidence? He can also not admit it. A third person with a beard was vexed. At most we won't go out. We will talk about it after things calm down. The Tujue person with 2 gold teeth said in a dull voice. We have to think of a way. The envoys of the other tribes have to be appeased. The first person spoke again. In Lantian County, Guizi drank half a caddy of wine and was still drinking. He didn't seem drunk at all. Li didn't drink or eat. He used the gun oil to maintain his gun. He knew that this gun couldn't be destroyed because of poor maintenance. He exchanged his life for it. Guizi ate at the side. He had a big appetite. He looked like a civil servant, but he was actually very strong. His stone dumbbells were heavier and higher than others. He used a strong bow. He could shoot arrows from 100 steps away, but that wasn't something that could be pulled out just because he wanted to. Many people needed time to recover after shooting an arrow with a strong bow before they could shoot a second arrow. Looking at Li Yi carefully handling the components, he realized that it wasn't very difficult. Li Dongzhu, is this it? Can we make it? Guizi had an idea. Li Yi replied with a very impolite laugh. You actually asked me if I could make the Shako TRG sniper rifle with the level of craftsmanship of the Tang dynasty? Not to mention a gun, I can't even make bullets. Guizi understood the meaning of the laugh. He wasn't angry and asked softly, you really can't make it? If I could, I would have made it long ago and equipped it for you. Some of the components are cold-rolled. It's a piece of iron that is forcefully pressed to change its shape. It doesn't need to be heated. But don't worry, there will be other weapons next year. I will ask the workshop to hurry up. It's also a gun. Compared to mine, it's a little worse. Li Yi said with a guilty conscience. The flintlock gun he wanted to make was made of iron sand. The place where the medicine was placed was wrapped in paper. He tore the paper and put the medicine inside together with the iron sand. Then he lit it like a lighter. That gun was indeed a little worse than the gun he used. It was just a matter of where to point the decimal point. Really? Then are you going to take revenge? Guizi was happy. It was almost possible. No, I want to scare them in exchange for benefits. War has always been about politics. Just wait for me to go back. Li Yi shook his head. He didn't want to kill anymore. It was meaningless. The best strategy was to scare them. Chapter 483. On July 2nd, everyone in Chang, and was angry and congratulated when they heard the news. Some people were nervous. The Li family Zhuangzi team returned to Zhuangzi before noon. The little guys got another day off and didn't go to school today. What were they going to do if they didn't go to school? The children didn't know what to play. Let's play the game of throwing dice and occupying territory. Li gave an idea. Okay, let's go play. How much did I occupy last time? I'll occupy more this time. I know all the questions that I didn't answer. The children were fooled and went to review happily. Li smiled as he watched the children run to their respective classrooms. He wasn't worried that he would cultivate the children's landlord spirit. In the past, the children played the game of policemen catching thieves. Were they all trained to be policemen? How many children played house and cooked? How many of them knew how to cook in the end? Did they know how to cook because they played house when they were children? If they really had the ability, they might as well make a game of presidents and become presidents. Steward Song, arrange for someone to check the rules of the activities of those people in Honglu Temple. Is there anyone who goes out? Li Yi found Songda and prepared to proceed to the next step. He couldn't suffer a terrorist attack for nothing. He had to get enough benefits. Songda didn't ask the reason at all. He immediately went to find someone after hearing the order. Li Yi turned to practice shooting. His shooting skills were too bad. When it came to the coaches of the club, this gun of his was aimed at the 10th ring within 300 meters. Even when he was on the target, there were times when he missed. He could shoot a gun with an effective range of 800 meters from more than 100 meters away with a scope. Bullets were cheap. He had to practice well. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to earn any benefits. When he practiced until evening, Empress Wang, Li Longji and Li Qingqi all came. Li Qingqi was purely there to join in the fun. Li Longji and his wife came to see the child. The little guy gradually grew up. He was pink and tender. His big eyes actually had double eyelids and long eyelashes. When he saw Empress Wang, he took the initiative to stretch out his small arms to ask for a hug. She was making ah sounds as if she was saying something to her mother. In fact, he didn't want to say anything. He was just happy. Dinner was a mushroom banquet. Fried meat with hazelnut mushrooms, dried pot pork with hazelnut mushrooms, cabbage with herring mushrooms, grilled pork ribs with hazelnut mushrooms, stewed mushrooms with yam. Slippery mushrooms were commonly known as yellow mud balls, and they didn't sell well. However, many people knew that this type of mushroom was even more delicious than pine mushrooms. Brother E, I have sent people to the Khitans in Hebei province and bought a lot of pine mushrooms. I exchanged them with cotton seeds. He also told them that they could exchange the tussa silkworm's pupa for other things. They were very happy. He also told the people I sent that he wanted to grow grapes that could be used to make wine. My people also agreed. While eating mushroom-stewed rabbit meat, Li Qingqi talked to Li Yi about his plans in the northern part of Hebei province. Back then, the two of them had agreed that as long as they didn't fight, they would trade with each other. Li Yi loved to eat the cocoons of tussa silkworms. The ones from Liaoning in the northeast were the best. Before the cocoons, they were insects. The silkworm's insects were small, so the cocoons were also small. The tussa silkworm's insects were like big caterpillars. Li Yi had eaten it once and it was dry-fried. How should he put it? The taste was not as good as the cocoons. He had a psychological barrier when eating that big insect. Anyway, he gritted his teeth and ate 2 cocoons. More importantly, the proportion of allergies caused by the silkworm's pupa was higher. Therefore, people from places like this did not eat the pupa for fear of allergies. Later, when it was his time, he insisted on calling the silkworm's pupa golden pupa. At one time, it was even more expensive than the tussa silkworm's pupa. The people in the northeast did not know about it and bought it. After a few years, the people in the northeast understood. What kind of rubbish was it? How could it be better than our tussa silkworm's pupa? It was a lie. Therefore, the price of the golden pupa plummeted and people stopped eating it. Li Yi was greedy for the tussa silkworm's pupa. In his time, the tussa silkworm production in Liaoning in the northeast accounted for more than 83% of the country's and more than 77% of the world's tussa silkworm production. Later, it developed to Sichuan, Guizhou, Hunan, Hebei, Shaanxi, and Inner Mongolia. Now, it could only be found in the northeast. Big brother, the pine nuts and pine mushrooms over there can be exchanged as well. Anyway, the Khitans there are stupid. I will provide you with soap and glycerin. The winter there is very cold. If you don't use soap, you can't wash your hands clean. If you use soap, you have to use a brush. Li Yi still did not forget about the good stuff in the northeast. The pine nuts and mushrooms were not important. As long as the trade route was opened, the economic invasion in the future would be the goal. Brother E, I heard from them that you have a good weapon that can fire continuously. Li Longji asked about the sniper rifle. He did not want it. He just wanted to know what it looked like. After dinner we'll each shoot 10 times. No more 40 bullets. Li did not take the gun. He would know after shooting at night. The bullets were cheap and could be used for 2 shots per minute. He did not know how the system calculated it. The system never communicated with him. 5 shots. Li Longji took the initiative to lower the number. Then let's try 5 shots first. Eat this. This is fried with gray mushrooms wrapped in noodles and egg white. Dip it in pepper noodles and salt noodles. Li pointed at a dish with his chopsticks. It was a mushroom banquet. It was all mushrooms. There were fewer mushrooms this year mainly because of the drought. But relatively speaking, the grapes were sweeter and so were the chestnuts. After dinner, the little guy who was happy to see his parents fell asleep again. His little hand grabbed one of Empress Wang's fingers and did not let go. Empress Wang's eyes turned red. She had no choice. The harem was so cruel. If she brought the baby back, there might be men of sacrifice who would risk their lives to return him. In the end, even if they found the mastermind and destroyed the whole family, could the baby come back to life? Empress Wang carried him to the shooting range. It was a shooting range. There was no problem to shoot now. Li took out the gun and disassembled it. At the same time he explained the skills and rules of shooting. For example, he was not allowed to point the muzzle at his own people at any time. At the same time he could not put his finger on the trigger. Even if he was aiming alone, he had to put his finger on the trigger when he aimed again after firing a shot. In addition, his shoulder must be pressed against the butt of the gun, but at the same time relax. Otherwise, when the butt of the gun rebounded due to the recoil, his shoulder blade would be broken. And how to aim, adjust his breathing, and calculate the wind direction. A sniper rifle was not something that anyone could take and shoot from 1,000 meters away. If it was so simple, Li could shoot frequently from 200 steps away. Why would he miss at such a close distance? He already had a lot of experience. The 3 of them listened carefully and tried hard to remember. Empress Wang was also interested. Who said that women did not want to play shooting games. After a quarter of an hour, Li Longji, who had shot 5 bullets and hit the 300-meter target with a score of 7 points, got up and was about to pick up the child. Empress Wang smiled and shook her head. Sanlang, I've sent you the 5 bullets. I'll hold the baby and watch from behind you. Okay, then I'll shoot a few more times. Li Longji took a deep breath and said. At the same time he smiled at the sleeping baby. He heard the double meaning of Empress Wang's words. It was not a shooting. Empress Wang meant that she and the child were counting on His Majesty to protect them. At this moment she was no longer the person who carried a knife to help Li Longji kill enemies. She was the child's mother. Li smiled. Sanlang, we agreed on 10 bullets. Don't worry, we still have bullets. In a few days I'll give you this gun. I'll give you 100 bullets. It's no problem to kill 50 people within 300 meters. Chapter 484. Li Longji, who was lying on the ground and aiming, suddenly paused and turned to look at Li Yi. What he saw was still the same innocent smile without any concealment. He took a deep breath and said, Okay, Brother Yi, you fired 2 shots just now, so there are still 8 bullets left. I fired 5 shots, but your brother and sister-in-law didn't shoot. In total there are 33 bullets. I'll shoot 3 more today and aim well. You can explain to me. Then I'll leave with 133 bullets and find a place to practice sparingly. I'm fine with it. Li Yi nodded. Third brother, I'll give you mine too. Li Qingqi said. Third brother, you practice well and protect us. Empress Wang said. Li Yi also lay down. Third brother, this bullet will also fall down like an arrow, but it can't be shot at a high angle. At the same time, it is greatly affected by the wind. The further the distance, the more it needs to be corrected. It's the same principle as shooting an arrow. After you finish shooting, I'll teach you how to maintain the gun and bring gun oil. There are 2 kinds of scopes, night vision and ordinary. I'll use it in 2 days. When I'm done you can call someone to get it. Brother Yi, what are you going to do with it? Li Longji was not in a hurry to shoot. He aimed there and found the feeling. I'm going to shoot the foreign envoys from Honglu Temple. I'm not going to kill or injure them. I'm just going to scare them. I admit that I'm at a disadvantage against the people. Why should they make me suffer? They should at least compensate me with some good horses. Li Yi finally revealed his purpose, which was to scare people. For example, he could knock someone's hat off with 1 shot. He didn't say that he was the one who shot them. He was waiting for the other party to come to him. No matter how you explain, you have to give me the benefits. I want horses, military horses, how many? That depends on how much your life is worth. As for exchanging sheep, are you kidding me? What kind of lamb do I lack? Can't I eat chicken? If there are more horses, they can be raised. Don't cut pickled horses. If more horses come, there will be no problem of not having a place to raise them. Even if the horses eat in other people's fields, it's fine to compensate them. Brother E, those 6 people are going to be hanged and sent to you. What do you think? Li Longji had been watching from the side. Don't say that it's hanging, but you can fake it. Bring the people here to mine. I have enough dead people. When Li Yi heard that the 6 of them were still alive, he hoped that they wouldn't die. He didn't need to pay a salary and only needed to provide food. Where could he find such a good worker? Li Yi calculated that if he did not pay a salary, he would be a good employee. As for food and accommodation, was that a problem? Bang. Li Longji fired at the 500-meter target. He hit the target with 1 shot. Good weapon. It's already over 300 steps. It's too accurate. Li Longji's voice was very soft. Empress Wang, who was holding the baby, held a pair of binoculars in one hand. After she finished watching, she clenched her teeth and sucked in a cold breath. As someone who came from a family of generals, she understood what this meant. How far could the crossbow shoot? 600 steps wouldn't be a problem, but the prerequisite was that flying that far didn't mean that he could hit the target. Without binoculars, how could he aim at 600 steps? Not to mention 600 steps, even 100 steps would make him look like a small block of wood. Shooting a willow leaf from 100 steps referred to shooting a big tree. Other than special people who could shoot a willow leaf from 100 steps away. This thing called a sniper rifle could shoot continuously. How far could the bullets fly at more than 300 steps? Uncle, how far can this kind of gun kill someone? Is it aiming? Empress Wang suddenly asked a question. There's a kind of gun. It's more than 2,000 steps away. It's also called a sniper rifle. The person who hits the target will be killed in 1 shot. Li Yi gave an answer. Then he said, I can't shoot that far, but it's so far away. There's no need to use this gun. Then what should we use? Li Qingqi's hands were itching. He wanted to play but couldn't, so he could only watch. Based on the foundation of the skyscraping monkey, I created a secondary ignition device called Fire Dragon out of water. It doesn't need to be used in water battles. As long as there are enough of them, we can aim at the enemy's headquarters a few miles away and fire twice to reach the target. It doesn't matter if there's a mistake. If 100 of them fly out, 1 of them will land and kill the enemy's commander. Li Yi said the weapon he drew 2 days ago and asked the workshop to make. The skyscraping monkey was a rocket without any external modifications. Fire Dragon out of water was a secondary ignition device. If used on land, it could be added to the skyscraping monkey and fly a few miles away. There was no need for precise guidance. If many of them were fired, 1 of them would hit the target. Both sides were in formation. Before they even started fighting, how could they command a group of secondary ignited rockets from 3 kilometers away? This was called an over-the-horizon strike. There was no need to run because the person who fired the rockets didn't know where they would deviate to. Anyway, it was just a large group of rockets flying around. The cost of 1 rocket was 100 kilos. 1,000 rockets were 100,000 kilos. Once they hit the enemy's headquarters in a large-scale battle, the battle was judged to be over. Both sides had 10,000 people and each person had the cost of 10 kilos. They directly chased after the defeated troops. Was it worth it or not? The consumption of saltpeter, charcoal, and sulfur. Li Yi said the effect and function of the rockets. Li Qingqi and the other 2 instantly understood. Li Longji fired again and said, the real function is that the enemy's commander has to hide behind and hide far away. Then what's the point of commanding? Empress Wang put her face close to the child's little face. The deterrent effect is more important than the killing effect. If the commander can't go forward, the morale of the army will definitely be low. She knew that in a large-scale battle, it was not the individual combat ability that mattered, but the morale of the army. The officers at all levels must hold their positions and even lead the charge. As soon as this weapon came out, it was a mess. The soldiers were killed 1 by 1, and the officers ran here and there to avoid the attack. Bang! Li Longji fired again. Maybe he was really talented or maybe he was just lucky. 800 meters away, the Red Heart. Brother E, stay here. I'm always worried about you. Li Longji got up and pushed him away. He looked at his sleeping son. Third brother, don't push me around. When it comes to putting my life on the line, I have something even more powerful than this. When I finish using it in 2 days, you can take it away. 130 bullets. You can practice another 30 bullets and hit the enemy's leader at the critical moment. Li Yi looked at Li Longji with sincerity without any pretense. It was useless for him to take it. Who could he kill? Even if someone pointed at him and scolded him, he couldn't shoot. At most he could call for others to come and beat them up. Brother Yi, you will always be my good brother Yi. Li Longji nodded and said. Third brother, don't you think I don't know? You always protect me and leave the child in Zhuangzi. As a younger brother, I will do my best. Li Yi gave a promise. Children usually had minor problems. He knew the reason why children were sick. They grew too fast and their immunity was not enough when they came into contact with adults. In an environment, breast milk had immunity. Drinking milk powder could not solve the problem of the surrounding group of bacteria. Therefore, when the mother had not adapted to the new environment and the child was born, the immunity in breast milk was also not enough. It was like a pregnant woman suddenly came from Hainan to the northeast. Before she was immune to the local bacteria and viruses, the child was born. Breast milk was useless. It could not withstand the local environment. Therefore, some women who just had children were puzzled. I also breastfed, why can't it work? Breast milk is not a problem. Chapter 485. On the night of the 8th of July, in a courtyard where the foreign envoys were staying in the Honglu temple, a group of people sat in the room and ate mutton hot pot. 4 large candles with butter were lit. We haven't dared to go out for a few days. When will there be an end to this? The man with the triangular left eye drank a mouthful of wine and felt melancholy. Maybe it's nothing. Would he really dare to go to a crowded place during the day? What if he misses? The man with the beard thought of an idea. The man with the big golden teeth chewed meat in his mouth. Let's wait a little longer. The people we sent to the Li family Zhuangzi haven't discovered that Li Yi has left. Don't be afraid. He has a hot air balloon. The man with the triangular left eye mentioned something that could fly in the Li family Zhuangzi. The hot air balloon depends on the direction of the wind. Once he flies up, our people will see it. How can the hot air balloon land at night? The leader of the Turks became afraid after a few days. When he sent people out, he thought of death and thought that he was not afraid of death. When things seemed to have calmed down, he became afraid again. Not only in their courtyard but also in the courtyards of other races, there were people who wanted to go out but didn't dare to. They were analyzing when and where Li Yi would attack them. When they heard that the Turks had sent people to disguise themselves as civilians to keep an eye on Zhuangzi, they were slightly relieved. If you ask me, why don't we look for, what's the sound? A person was thinking of a solution when he suddenly heard a sizzling sound. It sounded like the sound of steam coming out of a steamer. Everyone listened. After about 10 breaths, the sound disappeared. Just as they were wondering, there was a slight bang. Something fell on the ground. It was very dull. Bang. Another sound rang out. Then another bang. One of the candles in the room suddenly broke. There seemed to be a lot of dust falling off the wall. After 2 more bangs, the sizzling sound was heard again. Help. Blow out the candles. Li Yi is here. He's holding something to hit us. Someone in the courtyard shouted. The others panicked. They swept the candles and lay down. At this time they knew how to lie down. They had to do this even if they had to dodge arrows. Many people were shouting, but they quickly quieted down, afraid that Li Yi would find them by listening to their voices. After firing 5 shots and smashing some things, Li Yi left on his personal aircraft. He slept well and thought about what benefits he could get. If they didn't come looking for him, he was prepared to go there again. For example, they could throw a lit firecracker in through the window or bring along a few fireworks. The night in the Chamberlain of Dependencies was not peaceful. Everyone was looking for a place to hide, not daring to make a sound, not daring to go out, and even more so not daring to sleep. It wasn't until dawn that someone cried out for the officials of the Chamberlain of Dependencies. An official from the Chamberlain of Dependencies came over, and a group of people surrounded him, complaining all at once. Li Yi came last night and wanted to kill us. Look, that thing made a hole in the wall and broke the candle. A table, such a thick wooden table. Look, it's a big piece, it's all broken. It almost hit me. What was that? It went through the window frame and brushed past my neck. How can the Tang dynasty treat us like this? Arrest Li Yi. Arrest him. The official from the Chamberlain of Dependencies listened quietly. Someone went to look for bullets and they really did find 5. Some were dug out from the wall and some were dug out from the ground. The official from the Chamberlain of Dependencies held them in his hand, and they were all deformed lumps. He asked, how do you know it's Li Yi? Could it be that he can enter the Chamberlain of Dependencies? He's in Zhuangzi all day long. You sent people to keep an eye on him, we all know. He doesn't admit it. You'll know when Li Yi comes out from Zhuangzi. He has a hot air balloon. He came here in a hot air balloon. Someone gave the method of Li Yi's arrival. Such a big hot air balloon flying in the sky at night. How can the people not see it? How can the people in the imperial city not see it? The official from the Chamberlain of Dependencies shook his head, pointed to the sky, and then pointed to the imperial palace. Then this thing can't be faked, right? The Turks were angry. It could be a meteorite that fell from the sky and just happened to fly into your room. The official from the Chamberlain of Dependencies looked at the sky and said. Then he added, we'll keep an eye on the hot air balloon. We can guarantee that it can't be that. It's not like no one has ever offended Li Yi before. Later on, have you seen anyone being taught a lesson by Li Yi? Li Yi is the prime minister and magnanimous. Those people later had a good relationship with Li Yi. They admire Li Yi's virtue. This is called winning people over with virtue. After saying this, he took the 5 bullets and left. The foreign envoys looked at each other in dismay. After a while, someone said, what did others do when they offended Li Yi? Give them money and things. Some of the smarter people seemed to understand the meaning of the official's words. This matter has nothing to do with us. It was the Turks who did it. What right does Li Yi have to hit us? We were involved in the previous matter. 25 people still don't know about it. The Turks should be the ones to pay. Yes, the Turks will pay, but we won't. Everyone came to an agreement and looked at the Turks standing beside them. The Turks didn't say anything. The leader snorted coldly and turned around to return to the courtyard. Before long, the newspapers were delivered. Nobody was in the mood to read it. They only wanted to read the newspaper to calm themselves down. As they read, someone shouted, I know what Li Yi wants. Look at the newspaper. Everyone hurriedly flipped through the newspaper and looked for it. They saw a piece of information in the advertisement. The advertisement read, looking for 5,000 horses from the northwest, grasslands and other places. Offer a price of 1 copper coin. Deliver the goods together. Deadline is 3 months. 5,000 horses? Why doesn't he rob us? The person reading the newspaper was furious. 5,000 horses for 1 copper coin? Deliver them within 3 months? Was there a need to think? This was for them to see, exchanging horses for lives. He's robbing us. Let the Turks pay. We're all small tribes and we're all from the northwest. 3 months is even more impossible. The Turks have the grasslands and it's closer to here. Let's look for the Turks. Let's go together. Yes, the Turks caused this trouble. They should take care of it. I don't want to die in Chang'an. Amidst the shouting, the various envoys formed a group and headed to the courtyard where the Turks lived. In the canteen of Zhuangzi, Li Yi was happily eating his breakfast. The palace maids and eunuchs were beside him. The little fellow was under their care. If he was hungry, he would look for the wet nurse. Dongzhu, can they give it to us? Their words don't count, right? Tao Hong, who understood the situation, was worried about those envoys. They can find any reason and apply to their respective places. The Turks are a combination of many surnames. Each family can offer tens or hundreds of horses. They can write a report and say that they need to use it for their activities and other purposes. Li Yi laughed. He had already thought of a way to get the horses for the other party. If they don't give it to us, shall we kill them? Qing Song was eager to give it a try. The envoys don't have concrete evidence. We can't kill them. I have other ways. We have to make them hand over the horses. Li Yi shook his head. They couldn't kill the envoys. Some tribes would be swayed back and forth in the future. If they killed the envoys, they would sever ties. It would be detrimental to the diplomatic relations of the Tang dynasty. State affairs were more important. If they really couldn't get 5,000 horses, 3,000 would be enough. Anyway, it had to be horses. If they fought with the Turks, they would be at a disadvantage if they didn't have horses. If they ran away, they would not be able to catch up. Chapter 486. Stir-fried chestnuts. Stir-fried chestnuts with sugar. Stir-fried chestnuts with sugar. While everyone was having breakfast, a group of teenagers ran to the East Market and set up a big iron pot to burn the charcoal. They threw in the chestnuts and stones and stir-fried them with a spade. When the chestnuts were almost done, they poured sugar water over them. Soon, the smell of caramel wafted out. Song Xiaodong and his friends had finally learned how to make sugar-fried chestnuts. Today was their first time setting up a stall. They needed to carry a lot of things, so they hired an ox cart from the county and slowly rushed to Chang'an before dawn. Next to the big pot, there were baskets made of grass and twigs. They discussed with someone to weave the baskets. After negotiating the price, they would only have money to pay when they sold out. The small baskets were used to store the chestnuts. The fringed paper couldn't wrap the chestnuts because they were steaming. There was also a bamboo tube. They didn't weigh the chestnuts. Instead, they used the bamboo tube to store the chestnuts. The people of the Tang dynasty had never eaten sugar-fried chestnuts. Before Li Yi started to cook a lot of dishes, The people of the Tang dynasty couldn't cook many dishes. The most classic dish was fried rice. Looking at the oily chestnuts and smelling the smell of caramel. How much is it? A passerby saw it and wanted to try it. 5 coins for a bamboo tube. Look at this bamboo tube. Can hold a lot of chestnuts. I'll give you a pointed one. Song Xiaodong picked up the bamboo tube next to him. 5 coins? Look at the bamboo tube. I can buy more chestnuts with 5 coins than you can buy 3 of them. The person who asked the price thought it was expensive. Try one and buy it if you think it's delicious. We still have to cut it, stir-fry it, and put sugar in it. Everything costs money. Song Xiaodong handed over a chestnut. He was not in a hurry. Because Li Dongzhu said that 3 times the price was just right. The person who asked the price took the chestnut, peeled off the skin and took a small bite. He looked satisfied. Give me a tube. I don't have anything to put it in. Or put it in my clothes. He took out a 5 coins coupon. You can't put it on your clothes. We have prepared a small basket. Buy 1 tube and get 1 free. The boy next to him took a straw basket. The basket was small and could hold a bamboo tube of chestnuts. The straw was big and could hold 2, 3, or 5 tubes. When the first batch was sold, the others were tempted. It didn't take long for a queue to form in front of the stall. The pot was sold out in one go. The others who wanted to eat could only wait for 45 minutes. I'll give you the money first. I'll come back to get it later. Someone didn't want to wait any longer and gave the money to the person in front. All right, go ahead. I remember what you look like. Take a small basket and leave. The young man took the 5-coin exchange coupons and handed the other party a basket. In case he didn't remember clearly, the basket was proof. Many people began to pay and the youths accepted them one by one. Aren't you afraid that someone will buy the chestnuts, throw them out and come back with a basket? Some bored people stood there and chatted with each other while waiting. Song Xiaodong smiled. We don't believe that there is such a person. Even if there is, there will be something on the chestnut basket that has been used to store the chestnuts. We can tell. The person who had bought the chestnuts earlier took a look at the situation inside the basket. Sure enough, there was water and black stuff on the outside of the chestnuts. While praising the youths for their intelligence, he inquired, how did you guys think of using a big wok to stir-fry? We used to boil the chestnuts. Li Dongzhu taught us. We practiced for several days before we could master it. The young man beside Song Xiaodong said loudly. Oh, the crowd around them made a sound. No wonder it's so delicious. So it's Li Dongzhu who taught it. Looks like we have to wait for another wok. Bring 2 wok. There are so many of you. Take turns. Hurry up. When will it be ready? I want to try the chestnuts cooked using Li Dongzhu's method. The crowd started to talk about Li Dongzhu and felt relieved. The youths took 1 wok after another. They hadn't eaten lunch and had planned to eat the chestnuts. Now that the chestnuts were selling so well, they couldn't bear to eat them after 2 more wok. They didn't want to spend money to buy something to eat. They had to bear with it for a while. Someone ran to fill a bamboo tube with water from the pressure well. Just as they had planned, after 2 more wok, the chestnuts were gone. They used water to cool the chestnuts down. When the chestnuts turned cold, they placed them in the wok and carried them to the cart. They looked at each other and laughed foolishly. They had succeeded. They had made money. It was better than picking chestnuts from the mountains and selling them directly. The money they earned was more than twice as much. When we go back today, we have to find more people to pick the chestnuts. Also, we have to borrow a big wok from Brother Guan. According to Li Dongzhu's method, we will pay double after 100 days. Song Xiaodong was full of expectations for the future. He told the other youths his plan. The youths nodded vigorously and grinned. Some of them laughed for a while and then began to wipe their eyes with the back of their hands. Someone couldn't hold it in any longer and started crying. Everyone started crying along with him. Let's go, let's go. Don't cry. Let's go back and eat. Song Xiaodong wiped his eyes and told the others to pack up and wash their hands. They also bought some rice that they usually didn't want to eat and went back to cook. After that, they went to the drunken immortal residence to drink free soup and eat free salted vegetables. The next day they hired 2 horse carts. The ox carts were too slow. Unless they were driven with all their might, the ox could run as fast as the horse. This time they pulled a lot of chestnuts. The youths carried 2 big wok and brought rice. The people who came out of the palace to buy chestnuts found out. They directly wrapped a pot of freshly fried chestnuts and put them in big baskets. They were supposed to be distributed to the harem, but they didn't forget to send a basket of them to the political affairs hall. The skin of the chestnuts is easy to peel. There isn't much water and it tastes sweet. Zhang Shua peeled one and ate it. The small yellow door who delivered the food smiled and said, Li Yi gave this idea to a group of youths in Lantian County who didn't have a good family life. Him again? Ah. Lu Huaishan held a chestnut in his hand and smiled as he peeled it. If you want to teach them all. Teach only a few people. The others will be anxious. Chestnuts aren't only available in Lantian County. Yao Chong thought for a while and finally found a point to criticize Li Yi. Zhang Shua peeled another one. After Long Zhe went to the Li family Zhuangzi, he bought a lot of red and blue pencils from Li Yi and sold them everywhere. He was talking about Baigu. After Baigu sold out 100 sets of children's Wanhua ruler, the Craftsmen's Alliance learned it. They could imitate the Wanhua ruler, but they couldn't make red and blue pencils. Baigu sent his family to buy them from the Li family Zhuangzi and then returned to the city to sell them in batches. They were all pen refills. Holding a pen refill and wrapping it with paper, it was a pen. Many children had new toys and didn't run around. They stayed at home and looked for newspapers to draw. Some used the Wanhua ruler to draw and then added a few strokes to draw something else. Why did he think of making money? Lu Huaishan wasn't very clear. Zhang Shua knew. He said he didn't know how to make money as the Minister of Revenue. How could he manage the accounts for the court? We should collect business tax from him. As a minister, how could he make such a small amount of money? Yao Chong thought of the business tax. Starting from Baigu, it was good. I heard that his family can make a coin a day. It's not a small amount. Zhang Shua shook his head and threw half a chestnut into his mouth. This time Lu Huaishan and Yao Chong were shocked. 1,000 coins a day? At this rate, in a year it would be more than their salary. Baigu didn't have to do it himself. His family servants would take it, sell it, and it would be done. Zhang Shua swallowed the chestnut. I need to ask Her Majesty if Li Yi has any similar business. My family also needs money. Chapter 487. Businessmen do need to pay taxes. Baigu, who was envied by the prime ministers, also ate chestnuts. His chestnuts were sent to his door by his servants and bought especially for him. The chestnuts bought at the Yellow Gate were given to him when he passed by the Political Affairs Hall. If other people wanted to eat them, they had to see how the palace arranged it. Baigu knew the price. It was 3 times the price of selling raw chestnuts. He thought about the labor, charcoal, iron pan, and small basket in the stir-fry. No matter how he calculated, it shouldn't be twice the price of raw chestnuts. The young people in Lantian County got at least double the profit. At the same time, his family went to Li family Zhuangzi every day to buy pencil lead and resell it. They made more than a handful of money. He found that it was too easy for businessmen to make money. At least, he gave a position when compared to the farmers working hard. He didn't think about the businessmen losing money, nor did he think about the businessmen running around and being tired from the long journey. The gate ball that Li Yi mentioned last time is only suitable for rich people. Otherwise, the old people have to work. The women's hula hoop is also not good. I'll go and ask if there are any other small things and if the Ministry of Revenue wants to help promote them. Baigu planned to let the Ministry of Revenue promote them and let others make money while collecting taxes. He sped up his work and rushed to Li family Zhuangzi before lunch. When he found Li Yi was holding a bird made of bamboo with a big belly. Old Bai, is the Ministry of Revenue not busy? Li Yi put down the bamboo bird and went to make tea. After drinking a few sips, it was time to eat. I made a lot of money selling pencil lead recently. I think businessmen should pay taxes faster. Every day the tax will be collected less. Baigu was anxious to promote the Tang dynasty's businessmen to pay taxes. The exchange coupons haven't been circulated yet. It's not suitable to collect taxes now. It's impossible to judge the quality of the silk. It's easy for the local officials to cheat. It's not easy for businessmen to transport goods. If they bring copper coins and silk to pay taxes, the cost will be too high. The silk and copper coins will be put in the local treasury and increase the local storage cost. Li objected. It was too rushed and messy. Although the Ministry of Revenue could get the money in advance, the entire Tang dynasty was consumed. You're not in charge of the household and you don't know the cost of firewood and rice. The Ministry of Revenue has to pay for the war, and it's difficult for me as a minister. What other profitable businesses do you have? Baigu complained and suddenly changed the topic. What? Li was alarmed. Don't I know how to make money? The pencil lead was a greeting gift. I want the Ministry of Revenue to help push it out. Whoever uses it will have to pay taxes. Let's see if it works first. It's at the capital office. Baigu shared his good idea. Other people did not have to pay taxes, but only the one who earned money had to pay taxes. Li pursed his lips. It's easy to manufacture, but you won't be able to collect the money. You can't just send someone to keep an eye on it. Why don't you do it yourself in the Ministry of Revenue and then give the money you earn to the court? How can people from the Ministry of Revenue do that kind of work? When Baigu heard that he was working to earn money for the court, he felt that something was wrong. This is called effective use of resources. The Ministry of Revenue has an investment department that specializes in hiring people to work and paying them. The excess money will be taken by the Ministry of Revenue. Li gave a solution. If they were short of money, they could work. It was all for the sake of the court. Tell me what kind of work it is first. Baigu wanted to ask clearly. You've eaten noodles, right? Soup pancakes? Li asked. Of course I've eaten them. Now many places are learning from Heavenly Earth and making different sauces. In summer they are even mixed with cucumber shreds. Baigu was a little hungry, so he thought about eating noodles for lunch. You can sell noodles in bundles or in circles. Others can just put it in the pot and cook it. It's convenient. If you fry it, others can just soak it in water when they eat it. There's a difference in price. I'll tell you how to make it in large quantities quickly. Nowadays people roll it out by hand or cut it. Li Yi said that he wanted the Ministry of Revenue to process flour and sell noodles to make money. It's also tiring to grind the flour. Now many people eat wheat after shelling it. Baigu felt that it was troublesome to collect wheat flour. In a few days I'll sell flour in Jianghu. The price is cheap. If you bring over a caddy of shelled wheat, you can exchange it for 13 to 10 taels of whole wheat flour. The moisture content is different. If the moisture content is low, you can exchange it for 13 taels per caddy of shelled wheat. If it's too wet, don't. Li put down the teacup and motioned for Baigu to follow him to eat. I'll eat noodles. They have to be cold. Put more meat in the stew but don't be too salty. Baigu requested as he walked out. It's good for you to eat meat. Then you have a bowl of noodles. I have to stir-fry it for you. The ones in Zhuangzi are all small pieces of meat. Li advised. Let's change it. It's tiring to work. I'll grind the wheat for you and give you the processing fee. Can't I? Baigu changed the topic again. Okay. Let's calculate based on 5% of the wheat. 20 chin of wheat will be 1 chin of processing fee. Li nodded. There was no problem. So I'll give you 20 chin of wheat and you'll give me 19 chin of flour? Baigu asked from another angle. Li shook his head. No. You'll give me 20 chin of wheat. I'll keep 1 chin and grind the other 19 chin for you. You can take it away. Don't you have very good skills? Oh, it's called equipment. Baigu pondered for a while and felt that there was a new technology. Yes, but it's hard to promote. Others can't make it. They need gears, connecting rods and crushing parts. Wood and bamboo can't do it. Li Yi waved his hand and talked about the requirements for the materials. You need iron? Good iron? Baigu was disappointed. You can also use porcelain in the middle. If you can make qualified porcelain, you can use it to grind the wheat. The hardness of porcelain is much higher than that of wheat. Li Yi opened the door of the cafeteria, took a breath and said, Porcelain is easy to break. Baigu felt that porcelain was not good. It's brittle. When it's made, the spiral shape has to be changed and the protruding position has to be shorter. In this way, when facing the wheat, there won't be more lateral force. I'm going to test it. If it works, I'll use it. If it doesn't work, I'll continue to make it with iron. If others are willing to buy the equipment, I'll also sell it. If the price is high, they'll take it to others to process the flour. Li Yi wasn't very sure about this. He didn't have the manufacturing technology for the ceramic industry. Zirconium dioxide wasn't so easy to make. It was too laborious. If he had the time, he might as well find more iron ore. While waiting for others to cook noodles for Baigu, Li Yi took out a meat grinder made of metal with a large and small net. He shook his hand for Baigu to choose a big hole to make a big piece of meat filling. This was fast. Seeing him shake the meat grinder, Baigu showed a curious look. Xiao Yi, can flour also be ground like this? Yes, I want to make this kind of flour grinder. I want this kind of hand-cranked grinder. It can grind a lot of flour a day. If you eat it at home, it won't take long to make enough flour for a meal. Li Yi said and stopped. He took the meat filling to stir-fry and the kitchen staff came to clean up the machine. In fact, it was easier for him to chop the flour. He wanted to let Baigu take a look at the structure. Like pepper and coffee powder, they were all ground by this structure. The principle was the same. Grinding wheat was also no problem. If it was big, it could be driven by livestock or water power. It was the flour processing factory. It needed more mesh or the flour would not be fine enough. Chapter 488. After Li Yi finished making the braised meat, Yao Chong watched the kitchen staff clean up the meat grinder. This was the first time he knew that the meat fillings could be made so quickly. Obviously, the more meat fillings were made, the less time it would take to use this equipment. It was much faster to grind wheat flour than to grind it slowly. It would be too tiring to grind it slowly. When the noodles were ready, Baigu went to get the noodles and came back to pick two of his favorite dishes. I think that thing used a lot of iron. It would be better if there was no war. Baigu thought of Li Yi's expression just now. The Tang dynasty was short of iron and used it to make weapons. Many people did not even have an iron pot in their house. They cooked in pottery jars. Vegetables were also cooked in the jars and pickled vegetables were eaten. Days passed like this. He heard that some people had to borrow knives from other people to clean up their meat. They usually used stone knives or pottery shards to cut vegetables. Li Yi was silent. He hesitated to tell the location of some iron mines. He could not tell them about the mines that were not in the Tang dynasty's territory. The Tang dynasty could dig in the areas controlled by the Tang dynasty. There were open-pit mines. He did not care if it was a rich or poor mine. He would dig it out and make it into iron first. He could not tell them about the iron mines in Anshan and Binshi. If he told them, he would be helping the enemy. He could not tell them about the Qian, an iron mine in the northeast of Hebei province. Baiyun's Ibo iron mine was good. Unfortunately, it was occupied by the Tujua. Sichuan's Panzihua iron mine was in the hands of the southwest barbarians. Even if they could conquer it, Tubo would definitely join forces with the southwest barbarians to attack. Who did not want iron mines? There were iron mines in Hainan. It was too far away. There is a big iron mine in the west of Piao Mountain above Dongtu County. Li Yi threw out an iron mine. There were not many people on Mount Manshan. It was a mountain during the Tang dynasty. There was not even a village there. Really? Baigu asked naturally. No. Li Yi lowered his head and ate. Is it easy to dig? How much iron is there? Baigu was no longer suspicious. He was from the Ministry of Revenue and was in charge of the mining industry. Now, the total number of mines discovered in the Tang dynasty is not as many as that place. There are many places where we can find them. It's very easy to find them. Li Yi smiled. This was one of the 7 major iron mines. Needless to say, the reserves of this mine were extremely high. Back then, the Japanese had been fighting for it with all their might. He ate slowly. Baigu could not eat any more. His head was full of iron ores. He ate 2 mouthfuls of noodles and raised his head to stare at Li Yi, as if he wanted to see something on Li Yi's head. It was indeed a treasure. No wonder His Majesty sent people to protect it and forbade anyone from saying anything that shouldn't be said. Yao Chong and the rest were right. They knew everything they asked. Today he was just lamenting about young Master Tai and how hard it was for the common people. Now he had thrown out a huge iron mine? After a few mouthfuls, Baigu finished the bowl of noodles and did not touch the dishes. Shaoyi, I'll go back first. I'm busy over there. Baigu did not want to stay for a moment longer. He did not know what the noodles tasted like. Old Bai, there's another mine nearby. It's in Guowei County. The output of this mine is a little low, but the iron ore is high. It's about 60% iron. I have to draw a map for you. Otherwise you won't be able to find it. It said that it's in Guowei County. It's still some distance away. Wait a minute. You can go back and dig now? Don't you have to report it? Such a good mine. I should keep it for myself. Li Yi shouted at Baigu. Why are you running? This is a meal. If he had known earlier, he would have waited until he finished eating. More than 60%? Baigu sat back. I'll accompany you to eat a few more mouthfuls of food. I'm not in a hurry. You can eat slowly. There's no hurry at all. I'll draw it for you now. I'll draw it for you from both places. Li Yi was convinced. If you're not in a hurry, why are you rubbing your hands? When he mentioned drawing, Gu Yan, who was eating beside him, opened his box and took out a piece of paper, a ruler, and a pencil. A table was vacated, and Li Yi started to calculate the location of the 2 places on the map. Then he marked the names of the places on the map. Baigu stood up and bent down to take a look. Shaoyi, when we find the iron mine, if you want iron in Zhuangzi, tell me and I'll sell it to you. Baigu thought of Li Yi's words and promised. Sell? I'm not drawing anymore. I'll dig it myself and sell it to you at a cheap price. Li Yi said, but his hands did not stop. Okay, I'll give it to you. How much iron can a Zhuangzi use? Besides, you're using iron to make new things. It's not like you can eat it. Baigu changed his words. He was planning to ask Li Yi for an iron mine after he finished digging. He did not know how much iron was stored in the Mianshan mine. With the mining skills of the Tang dynasty, done. After a while, Li Yi put down his pen. Good. Baigu grabbed the paper with the 2 places drawn on it and rolled it into a cylinder. Shaoyi, I'm in a hurry. I'm leaving. He shouted and walked quickly. Li Yi watched the old man rush out and shook his head. Actually, there's another place in Hubei. It's also very big. That's where all the exiled officials went. I don't understand. What's wrong with that place? Why did the exiled officials have to go there? And the Song dynasty also sent them there. After muttering, he sat back down and continued to eat. Baigu jogged all the way to the car. Hurry back to the palace. The Tang dynasty has iron. I don't have to worry anymore. When crossing the bridge, his main urge was for others to move out of the way. The bridgehead had become a market. There were more than 5,000 migrant workers, including the people from the Zhang clan's village. There were also many people who came to buy and sell things with the Li family Zhuangzi. They needed to eat and rest and see what they could use in their daily lives. Thus, the bridgehead gradually became a bustling place. The 1,000 bull guards were training nearby. None of the city tyrants dared to appear. If someone on a passing ship wanted to eat, they would also run over to deliver food. When Baigu arrived, he saw these people and thought it was good. But now he was annoyed and blocked the road. The car rushed out and sped up. Baigu ignored the bumpy road. He entered through Chunming Gate, turned north at Vermilion Bird Avenue, and went straight to the Imperial City. Don't stop. Go straight to Xingqing Palace. Baigu shouted. In the palace, such a sports car was fine. In case of an emergency or if one's legs were weak, one was allowed to take the car, provided that one's rank was high enough. When they arrived at Xingqing Palace, Baigu continued to run. Your Majesty, I have good news. Baigu came to the door with the shouting. Someone quickly came out of the yellow door and helped him in. Li Longji was reviewing memorials. When he saw Baigu come in, he smiled and asked, Minister Baigu, why are you in such a hurry? Iron ore. 2 iron ore. One is very big and the other is more than 60% iron ore. Baigu stepped forward and unfolded the paper tube he was holding. Your Majesty, look at these 2 places. This one is bigger and this one is closer. If you send people there today, you can find the ore tomorrow. You went to ask Li Yi about the ore? Li Longji knew what was going on when he saw the picture. I want to find an idea for the Ministry of Revenue to collect taxes immediately. Yes, make noodles and sell them. I haven't asked how to do it yet. Baigu was stunned for a moment. Suddenly, he realized that he had forgotten to take the method of making noodles. Send someone to ask tomorrow. This iron ore? Brother E probably paid a huge price to calculate it. If you have anything in the future, tell me first. Don't go personally. Brother E is soft-hearted. He will tell you after asking. Li Longji thought that this was also exchanged with his lifespan, and his heart ached. Chapter 489. I understand. Next time I will go for a meal and will not ask any questions. 2 days later I will check on the condition of my teeth. Baigu couldn't bear to part with him, so he wanted to ask. No matter who it was, would he be able to resist the urge to ask such a person? However, he decided to chat. His Majesty was not allowed to cause trouble for Xiao Yi. A meal should be fine. We had a good chat in Hunan province. You are not allowed to talk about people's lives or government affairs. Otherwise you will start talking about problems. Men invite Yao Qing and the rest over. Li Longji felt that chatting wasn't safe either. What could the ministers talk about? After Brother Yi heard about it, he would give the solutions to the problems encountered during the chat. Baigu nodded and sat there gloomily waiting for Yao Chong and the rest to come over. The Prime Minister's office was very close to Xingqing Hall. Not long after, the 3 of them arrived and bowed to pay their respects. And Lu Shan was arrogant and didn't bow. He only bowed when someone reminded him. Please take a seat. Are you still busy with the matters in the court? Li Longji asked politely. Your Majesty. Yao Chong was about to sit down when he heard Li Longji's question. He stood still and said, Your Majesty, the Honglu Temple and the Turkic Turks have sent a letter to the Prime Minister. What's the matter? Li Longji asked. They said that the Li family Zhuangzi is in need of horses and they are willing to provide some. However, 5,000 horses is too much and they want to reduce it to 1,000. Yao Chong looked like he was reporting seriously, but in reality, there was a smile in his eyes. They knew what was going on. Li Yi had killed their men and was not in a good mood. He wanted to scare them and rob them. Robbing was wrong, but robbing the Turkic Turks was right. Send someone to Zhuangzi to ask what price Li Yi wants. Li Longji felt that this was a small matter. As long as the other party was willing to pay, the amount could be negotiated. This meant that they were afraid. If not, they could keep quiet. If others could exchange for dozens of horses, the imperial court would reward them. Brother Yi had asked for 5,000 horses, and the other party had actually replied with 1,000 horses. How frightened was he? Zhang Shua looked at Baigu and then at Li Longji. He stood up and said, "Your Majesty, did you summon us over for the Ministry of Revenue?" "Go ahead, Minister Baigu." Li Longji nodded at Baigu. "Mine iron mine. I had lunch at the Li family Zhuangzi. Li gave me 2 iron mines. One of them said that there were more ores in it than all the ores in the Tang dynasty combined. The other said that it was more than 60% iron. Li drew a picture for me and I hurried back to inform His Majesty." Baigu was still so excited that his voice trembled when he spoke. "Li gave out or again?" Yao Chang's voice was very loud. He said the word again. The last time he gave out a gold mine which belonged to His Majesty. This time he actually gave it to the Ministry of Revenue. How sad. Why don't you think about me, the Prime Minister? Next, a group of ministers discussed who would be in charge of the mines and where to find manpower for the big mines. "I will send someone to take a look today. If it is true, the big mines should be true too." Li Yi and Zhuangzi did not think about mining. He opened a can of lychee. These days it was not easy to eat lychee in Chang'an. He could not eat fresh lychee, so he could only try canned ones. He pulled out the cork of the big porcelain bottle and poured a pot of lychee and sugar water. He looked at the color and tasted it again. It was not bad. The pit of the lychee was dug out. When eaten, it was not as good as raw lychees. But he still ate lychees, not dried lychees or preserved fruits. "Open a few more and bring them to the children." Li Yi tasted one and did not eat it. The taste was not good. Children love to eat canned food. They were willing to eat sweet ones, but they liked the sour and sweet canned hawthorn even more. Thinking of the hawthorn, Li Yi said to the palace maids and eunuchs, "Remember to tell Steward Song to buy more hawthorn this year and make it into hawthorn slices and hawthorn cakes. Seal everything and store it in the cellar." Last year there was not enough candied hawthorn. Only Big Brother and the others had a lot of candied hawthorn. No matter what, you have to eat it until spring. At that time you can take turns to go back and bring a few more skewers. "Thank you, Dongzhu." The palace maids and eunuchs said together. Their status in the palace was now very high. Not only were they trusted and had their families settled down, but more importantly, they had things to bring back every time they took turns. The concubines and talented people of the other palaces had to send people over if they wanted good things. By interacting with them they could find out a lot of useful information. Those of the palace would not talk about their own situation. They would talk about other things in the palace. 2 days later, a few fast horses galloped back to the imperial city from Taowei County. The people on the horses shouted, "Urgent news," and rushed all the way in. They only jumped down when they were close to the political affairs hall. A few of them stood outside with a happy face and shouted, "We found the ore. We found the iron ore in Taowei County." Not long after they were brought in. "How is it? You know it's iron ore without refining?" Yao Chong and the other 2 were in the hall. "Yes, we brought back the ore. Look at this, it's clearly a piece of iron." The informant took out a few stones they picked and placed them on the table. The average quality in Taowei County was more than 60%. On average, some ores were just like iron. Moreover, it was magnetite, which meant that it had less impurities and could be refined directly without a blast furnace. The smelting process of the Tang dynasty liked this kind of iron ore the most. As expected, Li Yi's words are not bad. "Good," Zhang Shua said contentedly. As for the big iron ore on the other side, he directly sent people to find it and then extract it. Change the reward to someone else. But Li Yi. Lu Huaishan thought of the problem of reward. Li Yi was a civil official, grade 3. Above him was Guanglu Dafu, grade 2. There were 2 more above him, grade 2 and grade 1 Dafu E, grade 2 and grade 1 Dafu E, grade 3. After that, he would take out something else and make him a civil official. Anyway, he couldn't give him an official with real power. There's no need to seal it. Others have to seal it. He doesn't have any requirements in this regard. Yao Chong was open-minded. Go ahead. We can add a lot of iron to the Tang dynasty. Zhang Shua looked at the iron ore on the table and was in a good mood. Li Longji was also in a good mood at this time. The Honglu Temple sent news that the Tujue people had reached an agreement with Li Yi. Li Yi didn't want 5,000 horses, and the other side didn't want 1,000 either. They took a middle number, 2,500 horses. However, it was impossible to deliver them in 3 months. It would take 4 months. The delay on the way would be a waste of time. 2,500 horses, this was not something that could be bought with money, but it was actually given to Li Yi as compensation. Now that we have the iron ore, in a few months we will have more horses. By then, we will have accumulated all kinds of firearms and hot air balloons. Li Longji thought about the strength he would have in a few days. He wondered if he should take advantage of Tubo and the Tujue winter to attack them. In summer they could farm there. In winter, no matter how warm it would still snow heavily. Their people were facing difficulties. To send troops at this time, the requirements for the non-commissioned officer of the Tang dynasty were high. For Tubo it was even more difficult. Go and ask Brother Yi if he thinks it is appropriate to send troops. Li Longji suppressed the sudden desire. Chapter 490. Ask what all living beings need, but ask the fish in the lake and the sea. Flower umbrellas were set up in the drizzle, and there was a chrysanthemum in the hair. Early in the morning it started to drizzle. In Chang and city, there were more people wearing bamboo hats and straw raincoats. Women and elegant men were holding up flower umbrellas. The chrysanthemums in autumn had just bloomed, and some people had already put them on their hair. Men with powder looked more beautiful than women. Li Yi looked at the students in Zhuangzi High School with flowers on their heads and suddenly laughed. There are too few decorations, so I can only put flowers on them. It's the same as neckties, tie clips, bow ties, pocket watch chains and handkerchiefs. Li Yi understood and did not stop him. It was a kind of beauty for men to put flowers on, even if he was not used to it. He guessed that in the beginning flowers should be used as hairpins with flowers on a wooden stick. It was the same as using neckties to wipe knives and mouth. Later, it developed independently and became a fashion and trend. But why did you put on powder and red lips? Dongzhu, should I put one on for you? Tao Hong ran over with a bunch of chrysanthemums in her hand and looked at Li Yi's head. No, you can wear it. I can't see myself if I wear it. You don't know how beautiful it is. Li Yi refused. He always felt uncomfortable with flowers on his hair. Now his long hair was draped over his shoulders. He learned to tie it up and put a hairpin in it. Most of the time he tied it into a high braid with a rope. If he put other things on it, it would be very heavy. It was also difficult to wash his hair now. Oh. Tao Hong looked very regretful and turned to look for others. At noon, Li Longji and Li Qingqi ran over. Li Qingqi brought barrels of oil. Li Longji was looking for Li Yi and the two of them happened to meet. Brother Yi, I've brought the petrolatum you asked for. There are 200 barrels in total. I don't know the exact number of barrels, but they are all the same size. When Li Qingqi saw Li Yi, he began to ask for credit. Look, I'm thinking about something while waiting for my brother. I wonder how you're going to use it. 200 barrels. Li Yi hurriedly found someone to carry it to a safe place and forbid the fireworks. It just so happens that some fishermen sent over a lot of fat fish. Let's eat fish today. Li Yi smiled and led the two of them to the canteen. Empress Wang also followed. She held the child in her arms and missed him after not seeing him for a few days. The little guy could now be placed in the cradle and gently rocked. When he saw Empress Wang, he still recognized her. Everything was strange as he was held in her arms. Today's fish were steamed, braised, meatballs, breaded and deep-fried. There was no sashimi. Li Yi couldn't find the time to test it, so he was not allowed to eat it. When I come to Brother Yi's place, I feel that everyone else is poor. Li Qingqi spent a lot of time outside and he didn't attend court. In the past, he didn't care about the people's livelihood. Now he was willing to understand and know how everyone lived. Li Longji ate a mouthful of fish and drank a mouthful of wine. Brother Yi, I just want to know what everyone wants. Just like this fish. Li Yi drank a mouthful of soup to warm his stomach. It was raining and the weather was cold. Brother Yi, are you saying that the fish want to swim freely in the rivers and lakes? Li Longji thought for a while and felt that it made sense. No, I'm saying that the big fish eat the small fish and the small fish eat the shrimps. Li Yi said a sentence that could end the conversation. Sure enough, Li Longji's chopsticks paused. How could a good mood be so short-lived? He looked at his child and pulled himself together. Brother Yi, do you think it's possible to take the initiative to play tubo this winter? Winter is not good for hot air balloons. Tubo has a high-altitude climate. When the soldiers are overcoming altitude sickness, they also have to deal with the cold. Li didn't say whether it was possible or not. He only mentioned that it was too big of a sacrifice to fight in winter. Li Longji understood that Li Yi didn't agree to fight in tubo. He was a little disappointed. He had to wait for another year. He didn't know what would happen next year. Li Yi thought for a while. From next year onwards, all the people who are planting hemp in the capital will change to planting cotton. This way we can make enough cotton-padded clothes. Are the soldiers going to wear cotton-padded clothes? Empress Wang put down the child and shook it gently. They will wear wool inside, then put on cotton clothes and a leather sweater outside. No, it will cost money anyway. Next year, I can make down jackets made of cotton and glue them on one side. If they are not washed, I can guarantee that the duck down inside will not come out. It will be lighter. Next year we will plant cotton on a large scale and collect duck down. Cashmere from goats will also be fine. We will make 50,000 sets first. Li Yi felt that by next year he would have a lot of money to support the front lines. Li Longji noted it down and prepared to go back and adjust it. He wanted to let the people of the capital government stop planting hemp. If there was a shortage of clothes, they would buy them from outside. They would use cotton to hand over the rest of the cotton. The gold mines and salt wells in Sichuan were still being dug. There was indeed a lot of money. At that time, Li didn't need to pay for it. He could do it himself. It was just good clothes for tens of thousands of soldiers. As long as they could kill more enemies, it would be worth it. Tubo is right to send troops before the autumn harvest. They are anxious to harvest. The weather is also favorable for the soldiers of the Tang dynasty. As they fight, the weather will be cold. When they fight to a high altitude, the weather will also be cold. At that time, Tubo will have to fight the enemy. They will have to kill sheep. Otherwise, they won't be able to supply food. Li gave a good time to send troops. He wanted to take advantage of the days when the enemy was not collecting food. Li Qingqi raised his eyebrows. The Tang dynasty also doesn't have food. He thought about sending troops before the autumn harvest. His army was also short of food. His Majesty has money. We can use money to exchange for food. Fish can also be made into meat floss. We can hire a lot of people to buy fish. Li Yi had already thought of this problem. He wanted to eat less carbohydrates during war and eat meat. Is it delicious? Empress Wang had never eaten meat floss made from fish before. It's delicious. When the little guy grows up, he can eat meat floss porridge made from fish, Li Yi said as he looked at the baby in the cradle. The baby was not asleep. He opened his eyes and was motionless. Li Longji tapped the plate with his chopsticks. Yes, if we can't eat rice, why don't we eat meat floss? Ah. He laughed. Li Qingqi also laughed. In that case, it's better to make more money this year and make a batch. The money? Speaking of money, he wanted to use the profits from the football game, which had been used to support the people's livelihood. The fund was generally used to buy things for the school. Li got up and walked to Ziyu, who was eating at the table next to him. He reached out and picked the ball chrysanthemum from Ziyu's head. He came back and put it on the table. This autumn chrysanthemum can be drunk like tea. Zhuangzi is preparing to buy chrysanthemums in large quantities. The people have another way to make money. When he said that chrysanthemums were the same as tea, they all understood that it was to make money. Needless to say how expensive tea was to be sold. When the chrysanthemums were harvested and there were no more chrysanthemums in other places, they could sell them and make a lot of money. However, Brother Yi, the money you earn is subsidized by the imperial court. It seems. Li Longji thought that it was too great to use Li Yi's money to support the army. Next year I can be promoted again. I'm now a third-rank official. If I can be promoted to a second-rank official, I can take it as using money to buy an official position. Li Yi smiled. Everyone should trade. Otherwise, it would not be good for him to always be at a disadvantage. Li Qingqi nodded, but he was worried. Brother Yi, if you continue like this, it will only take a few years for you to reach the end of the civil and military positions. You can't be promoted anymore. What should we do? This is what I want to say about the treatment of merchants who pay the business tax. Let's add another set of honors for merchants like me who serve the country and the people. Li Yi proposed another thing that he wanted to promote. Chapter 491. In the Tang dynasty, there are actual officials, civil officials and military officials as well as merit and nobility. It's a mess. When they were curious, Li Yi talked about the Tang dynasty's official system. Merit was usually given to soldiers. As for rewards, it was difficult to give nobility. Nobility needed to give real fiefs to those households. In the later period, merit could be bought with money. There was honor and rank. It's not very messy. Li Qingqi felt he could distinguish it clearly. So let's make it more messy. No, make it more perfect. Add the honor of a businessman to pay taxes and donate money. But it can't be used all the time. It can be used. For example, 1 point will be given for every grain of tax paid. 1 point will be given for every grain donated. When the points reach a certain level, you can give a name. When the points reach a certain level, you can give another name. Li Yi introduced another set of point system. Uncle, what's the use of points? Empress Wang asked naturally. Change the quota for the imperial examination. You can't come to the capital to take the imperial examination just because you study there. The imperial court can. Li Yi started to talk about how to use the points. Let the local government give the scholars marks instead of excellent or good. Be more specific. How many points should be given for each subject and why? Merchants exchanged for points. How many points to exchange for 1 point? As long as they had enough money, they could get lower points for other subjects. They couldn't be fools. There had to be a bottom line. This was equivalent to the bonus points for the senior high school entrance examination. It was not related to the college entrance examination. If the local businessman's family members or the businessmen themselves wanted to get a quota for the imperial examination in Chang, and they could use the points. Whether or not he could pass the exam when he arrived in Chang, and was another story. The richer the place, the more it needs points. The rich places have a flourishing literary style. There are so many good scholars in Jiangnan. The competition there is great pressure. There are few quotas. Some people didn't do well in the official school there. Some family schools want to come here. They have to use their connections. The imperial court will give them a chance to take the money. Maybe they are ranked average there. But when they come to Chang'an, they will exceed their standard. Li Yi said the thoughts of many students' parents. Just in case they should give them a chance to try. Just like where he was, some parts of the exam questions were much more difficult than others. If the examinees there were to take the exam with other examinees, the other examinees would be done for. Therefore, the examination should be done according to the location of the household register. Don't jump around randomly and leave a way out for others. Everyone in the room was dumbfounded by Li Yi's theory. This was the first time he realized that the imperial examination could be used for something else. After more than 10 breaths, Li Longji finally recovered. Brother Yi, this kind of action, are you still choosing talent? Serving the country and the people is a talent. The merchants pay the money, and the imperial court takes the money for the people to use for the soldiers at the border. There were merchants who bought military horses from outside and were rewarded by the imperial court. What's the difference between paying taxes and donating money? When Li Yi mentioned the imperial court's reward to the horse traders, it was essentially the same. I don't think the court officials will agree so easily. Li Qingqi approved of Li Yi's idea, but he was worried about the others. Give them extra salaries. Give them a certain percentage according to how much tax the imperial court increases each year and evaluate them. Li Yi gave another idea. The taxes and donations from the merchants were the imperial court's income. The more money there was, the more the officials would get. Li Longji picked up the wine and pondered for a moment. Even if there is no extra salary, the court officials will agree to it. Yes. Empress Wang said, some of them have families behind them and some have connections with big merchants. Li smiled and lowered his head to eat. He believed that there would be a struggle when the news spread. The people from poor families would not agree, but the officials from big families and those who benefited from the merchants would agree. All the reforms were about the distribution of benefits. Li Yi believed that in the end it would be balanced with money. Using points to exchange was fair to the students who were rich and good at studying. The imperial examination selected talents, and Chang'an's imperial examination did not have a quota limit. If 10,000 people were able to answer all the questions correctly, they would all get first place. The real conflict was the position of the officials. There were not so many places to arrange. But that was something to be done in the future, just like when he was a college student. The college students in the beginning were amazing. Later on, even in famous schools, it was difficult to find a satisfactory job after graduation, unless they were outstanding. In the end, there were still people taking the imperial examination every year, and more students were admitted. It was the same for the imperial examination. Come on, take the exam. If you do well, you will all get first place. Li Longji and the others first encountered such a disguised matter of taking money and selling official positions. They were thinking and did not say anything for a while. When the meal was about to end, Li Qingqi sighed, it's hard for the poor children. In the future, when the Tang dynasty increases business taxes and abolishes mediocrity, the poor families will benefit. Li Yi did not feel that it was an impact on the poor children. Those who were good at studying did not need to use points to buy official positions. The quota for points was an extra quota, and it did not occupy the original quota. It was nothing more than the children of rich families exchanging money for opportunities. It had never been fair, or it could be said that this was fair. After the meal, Li Longji and Empress Wang left. Li Qingqi also left with a few birds made of bamboo. The birds were the ones Bai Gu saw when he came. The birds' bellies were used to store gunpowder, and 2 propellant nozzles were tied to the birds' bodies. These were called divine fire crows, which were more useful for attacking cities than flying monkeys. When they flew, they had an arc so they could go around the city walls and glide down. Li Longji sat in the car and glanced at the unhappy empress. He said, why don't we take them back? They are 3 months old. You will feed them yourself and no one else can touch them. Your palace doesn't even light incense, so there is no place to poison them. In a few days I will tidy up the harem. Empress Wang nodded and said with a smile. Today I went to Zhuangzi to ask if there was a war, but I found another good way to make money. Li Longji didn't care about the matters of the harem. He smiled and talked about the gains of this trip. Empress Wang pursed her lips. This way the merchants who want to avoid paying taxes will have to pay taxes for their children. I'm afraid that when the time comes, there will be many concubines and relatives. Some students can't do well in their own families so they can recognize rich people as their fathers. There are also women who divorce with sons, or widows with sons in order to find a way out. Those with children and concubines don't count, and those who recognize relatives for 5 years don't count. Li Longji directly gave the conditions. He had already decided to use this method. He would discuss the name with the prime ministers. He agreed with Li Yi's words. The merchants paid to help the people fight wars and reduce the burden of the farmers. Why couldn't they get additional benefits? As for whether the people understood or not, they would get used to it after a long time. If the imperial court didn't have money, wouldn't they take it from the farmers? It was impossible for the imperial court to stop fighting wars because they didn't have money. Does a relative's child count? For some large families, the ministers may have to mention this. Empress Wang considered the problem of the aristocratic families. The aristocratic families needed some people to support them. No, they can give money to the other party and let their relatives donate it themselves. Li Longji didn't want the aristocratic families to develop openly. He couldn't give them a loophole in the name.